Hashtag C3442 stared at. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Feng Tianxian didn't take it seriously. He glanced at Chu Yan, then at the sky, and said, "Are you overly nervous? The holy demon on the Sanxiong plain will take at least 3 months to." However, before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a thunderbolt exploded in the sky, billowing like a gangster. I rely on it." Feng Tianxuan's pupils shrank instantly, and he bounced off the ground. Above the sky, a piece of void exploded, and countless celestial lights shot out from it, sweeping across 100 miles in an instant. Not only that, all the spiritual herbs on the Sanxiong plain began to twitch and wave, as if countless tentacles were moving in one direction. A little bit of brilliance rises from the grass, like thousands of fireflies rising into the sky. The scene of this scene is not even comparable to ordinary visions, but when it appears on the Sanxiong plain, its significance is of great importance. Feng Tianxian was stunned. He opened his mouth and looked outside. All the latent cultivators in the mountains were startled. One after another figures rushed out of the mountains and headed towards the Sanxiong plain. This is the image of Xingho Xingyuan. No, it's not up yet, it's still more than 2 months away. Hurry up, send a message back and notify the Zongman. Yes. At this time, the number of cultivators who arrived in the Sanxiong plain ahead of schedule was only a few hundred, and they all belonged to the sects of the major forces. With such a vision, they didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly sent a message back to the sect to report. Chu Yan also stopped practicing, got up and looked outside. He is not interested in the holy demons on the Sanxiong plain, but it would be nice to see them. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. There are more and more radiances in the sky, gathering like tides, and the spiritual grasses on the ground also begin to emit a faint radiance. After, all kinds of fairy music and auspicious clouds appear. Coming. Chu Yan's pupils were weak, and he looked up at the sky. Boom. A thunderstorm broke out, like a heavy punch, smashing the fluctuating void, and blasting a huge gap of fairy light. All the cultivators gasped at the same time, and their expressions changed. The whole world was instantly silent, as if the storm had passed and the world was peaceful. The sky, the ground, and the mountains all seemed to be locked away, completely motionless, only a pair of eyes, staring closely at the damaged hole, all eyes trembling. Finally, a purple animal claw protruded from it. The beast's claws were like bear's paws, thick and powerful. With one palm, it pressed the damaged hole extremely flat, without any fluctuations, just like the ground. Soon, the entire animal body came out of the hole, shaking out the brilliance of thousands of immortal lights and stars. This is a truth listening. The whole body is densely covered with spirit patterns, only a pair of black horns, shining golden. At first glance, it looks a bit like a unicorn. This aura is a bit strange. Chu Yan swept his eyes and was suddenly stunned. There is no aura of immortal power at all, and no aura of monsters. It just appears in front of my eyes, but it seems to not exist at all, and even the divine sense cannot be locked. If it is to fight with it, it is impossible to attack it. This is the first truth listener. After it appeared, it landed directly on the grassland. It raised its head and glanced at the surrounding crowd, and then lowered its head and gnawed on the spiritual herbs. To it, these spiritual herbs are extremely delicious and nourishing. Seeing its eyes narrowed slightly, it resembles the expression of a fat man gnawing on a beast's leg. Whoosh! Soon, in the damaged hole in the sky, truth listened one after another, rushing out and falling towards the grassland. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time as those listening to the truth fell to the ground, practitioners from all directions burst into flames at the same time, and all kinds of Taoist lights, sword shadows, and blades attacked the herd of beasts at the same time. Countless peaceful storms exploded on the grassland, and the battle broke out in an instant. Chu Yan, don't you want it? Feng Tianxian looked at Chu Yan, seeing that he had no intention of doing anything at all. His face was full of doubts. He is very interested in listening to these truths, but unfortunately, if he rushes up, he is not enough for a holy beast to squeeze his teeth. No, I'll take a look here. Chu Yan shook his head, his eyes swept over those Di Ting and several peerless geniuses who fought against Di Ting. The flames in his eyes gradually subsided. Most of the cultivators on this grassland are in the realm of the gods and kings, and they are around the Dao realm. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and his consciousness moved slightly. The green lotus in the sea of consciousness actually reacted. At this moment, a mysterious feeling arose in his busy life, and he raised his head to look forward. Chu Yan's eyes passed through the battlefield on the grassland, and among a large number of cultivators and holy beasts, he met a listener. There is a strange light shining in the eyes of this listening truth. Chu Wei frowned slightly, and around the holy beast, two more holy beasts raised their heads and looked at Chu Yan. Almost exactly the same, the eyes of the two holy beasts shone with that kind of light at the same time, exactly the same as the previous one. At this moment, Chu Yan's heart trembled violently, and a bad premonition arose. The eyes of these three holy beasts made Chu Yan's heart tremble, but at the same time, there was a strange sense of familiarity. It's like the scenes that I encountered in the past when I discovered that there was primordial energy in my body, and it rushed towards me like a tide. At this time, Chu Yan glanced again, and found that in several other places, more than a dozen holy beasts raised their heads, and all looked towards him. The light in the eyes of all the holy beasts staring at him is obviously different. You guys, do you want to gnaw the green lotus? Chu Yan understood in an instant, and the green lotus in his body had been releasing some kind of aura, probably felt by them. Damn, not good. After thinking about it, Chu Yan's scalp exploded instantly. You can't stay here any longer, get out now. Hearing Chu Yan's voice, Feng Tianxian turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said, Look, that seems to be the Rongcheng Dao of the ancient tomb, and Qin Tian of the Shengxianzong, Tianlunzong. Xiao Guqing. When these words landed, Chu Yan immediately looked up. Sure enough, among the crowd, Qin Tian was dressed in a white robe, with a murderous aura. The two phantoms behind him floated, and the blades that passed by were like thunder, cutting out bloody light, and attacks from all directions could not get close at all. I haven't seen him for a few months, and this Qin Tian's cultivation has been upgraded to the God King realm and he has completed it. On the other side, a young man with eyes like lacquer, wearing a purple-black cloak, and long hair like willows, his whole body breath is like ice, and a black tombstone stands on top of his head. It is the first holy son of the ancient tomb, Rongcheng Dao. Compared with the two of them, Xiao Guqing was much more low-key, with a series of saber lights slashed out, and the Tianluan Dao technique performed erased everything around him, as if it had never appeared before. This kind of Tianluan Dao technique is the unique skill of Tianluan sect. In the past 2 or 3 months, Xiao Guqing got a great opportunity, and also got the supreme law code of the Tianluan sect. His cultivation base is even stronger than ordinary people who are in the perfect state of the gods. These few people are indeed peerless geniuses, and all of them are cultivated like flying. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3443 run separately. Chu Yan grabbed Feng Tianxian and said, Get out of here quickly, don't worry about anything else. Hearing this, Feng Tianxian asked puzzledly, Why did you leave? Battles of this level are rare. Look, there is a holy beast coming towards us, what a great opportunity. The holy beast that was the first to stare at Chu Yan completely gave up the delicious spirit grass on the ground, and ran towards Chu Yan and the two of them. At this moment, all the cultivators who were fighting at the scene turned their heads and looked over. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was stunned. Haha, it's here again, 18, it's time. Feng Tianxian laughed wildly in even more pleasant surprise. He himself is not strong enough in battle, but he knows that Chu Yan is strong in battle. If one or two heads are knocked out, he will just pick up the ready-made ones. Let me just say, I am a blessed body, and joining forces with me will definitely bring great luck, ha ha ha. Feng Tianxian couldn't even close his mouth when he smiled, and he looked at Chu Yan with a look of arrogance. But Chu Yan's face was almost crying. It's unlucky. This group of holy beasts actually set their eyes on Lulian, and rushed over in groups. This is to snatch it. You know, listening to this end is equivalent to a chance for the 9 realms supreme, and it is a good thing that is extremely jealous for the cultivators present. If it was just 1 or 2 heads, maybe everyone wouldn't care, but this time, there are more than 20 heads, all rushing over. Therefore, there is no need for anyone to remind. All the cultivators on the battlefield followed the running holy beast and looked at where Chu Yan was. It was only after a few moments of stupefaction that a group of holy beasts had already rushed to the edge of the Sanxiong grassland, and they all reacted in unison. What's the situation? What's wrong? Why did you run over there? What's there? Some of them have practiced for hundreds of years in the first district. There are even thousands of cultivators who have never seen such a change in the holy beast. In the past, when the holy beasts descended, they all acted alone and dealt with the practitioners, which was extremely difficult to deal with. It has never happened that several holy beasts act in unison. Quick, let's go. Chu Yan can't take care of other things, the true energy in his body is circulating, and he directly casts the dragon world, flying towards the distance. When more than 20 holy beasts saw it, they would let it go, roaring in unison, and speeding up their pursuit at the same time. Someone. There's someone there. Damn, why are the holy beasts chasing the 2 of them? No way. There is such a thing. I have never heard of it. All the cultivators, including the peerless geniuses, were stunned. Chu Yan. He is Chu Yan. Suddenly, among the cultivators, there was a God King-level powerhouse who recognized one of the 2 figures. The 5th descendant of the ancient gods, Chu Yan. When this sentence sounded, all the cultivators in the audience were startled, like a 9-day thunderclap, shaking the sky. The name of Chu Yan is absolutely hot in the gods' domain continent, like thunder. Even cultivators who have been in the first district for hundreds of years or thousands of years have heard about the deeds of this black-robed youth recently. Moreover, a few days ago, the major forces have begun to spread the word to the entire first district, as long as they encounter Chu Yan, what methods to adopt. At this time, Qin Tian, Rong Changdao, and Xiao Guqing, who were fighting, turned their heads to look at each other. Hurry up. Without any hesitation, the 3 peerless geniuses gave up the holy beast directly, and at the same time used their body skills to chase in the direction of Chu Yan. Moreover, Rong Chengdao also ordered all the ancient mausoleum cultivators present to pursue them together. The cultivators present came to their senses, and Chi-Chi followed behind, chasing after him. In the entire battlefield, the number of people dropped by more than half at once. You must know that the secrets of Chu Yan have now been passed on by the cultivators. What is the 5th of the gods, the city of death, the mother of electricity, etc., all kinds of big secrets are related to this Chu Yan. Rue and the rewards offered by the major forces make Chu Yan almost a great opportunity to move. It's as if whoever catches Chu Yan can soar up without any risk and directly break through to the supreme realm. Moreover, now that a large group of holy beasts are chasing after Chu Yan, this is even more exciting. The holy beasts descended from the sky to devour the treasures of heaven and earth, and now more than 20 holy beasts are chasing behind Chu Yan, which means that Chu Yan has the best treasures of heaven and earth that attract them. If this can be snatched, it is definitely a top treasure. The benefits of such a top treasure are unimaginable. Fuck, Chu Yan, run. Feng Tianxian saw the thick dust billowing behind him, a large group of holy beasts, and a large group of cultivators, all chasing them with red eyes. His face turned green with fright. As the young palace master of Tianxian Digong, he had never seen any scenes. But it was the first time to be chased and killed by so many monsters and people at once. Nonsense! Chu Yan replied angrily, and the speed exploded again. The green lotus in his body can withstand all the attacks of the God King realm, but facing such a large group of holy beasts and cultivators, if he doesn't run away, he will be courting death. Moreover, it is said that these holy beasts have always been defensive and evasive, and rarely attack the cultivator actively. Just like when those holy beasts came before, they clearly saw cultivators around, but they didn't care about them all. Now, more than 20 holy beasts are chasing after them. It is obvious that they want to attack them. No one has seen the attacking power of the holy beasts before, and they are even less sure. In 2 days, Tianjian Lake will open, so what's the benefit of fighting with them at this time? It's just wasting power for nothing. Just when Chu Yan was flying with all his strength to take the trouble, the more than 20 holy beasts behind him roared together, the horns of the beasts exploded with immortal light, and the holy light shot out like sharp arrows, and at the same time they blasted towards the flying beasts in front of them. Chu Yan. The back of Chu Yan's neck was suddenly cold, and his scalp was numb. He could feel that a large amount of spiritual consciousness in the void was locking on him, and these aura spiritual consciousness had caused a lot of pressure on him, affecting the movement of his true chi. These dead monsters can still borrow the power of heaven and earth. Chu Yan knew that the power of the world in the first district was obviously much stronger than that of the outside world. No wonder all the cultivators who came in, no matter how strong or weak, were suppressed in the first area, and none of them could get out without breaking through. But, did you recruit them yourself? He insisted on chasing him, and even used the power of heaven and earth to lock him. There are more than 20 at once, who can bear it? In the next breath, Chu Yan did not hesitate, and directly released the soul of the god of war and the Taoist Suzun, coupled with the blessing of the Taoist mountain range, the strength sword. But even so, the suppression of those powers of heaven and earth still maintained a suppression of about 30%. Chu Yan, this won't work, let's run separately. Feng Tianxuan's entire face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. Even Chu Yan was suppressed by 30%, not to mention him, who couldn't even maintain half of his true energy. The point is, he thinks it's all caused by his blessed body. They are all coming towards me, I am a blessed body, I can't. Gritting his teeth, Feng Tianxian was about to sacrifice his life for righteousness, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Yan scolded directly. You think too much, it has nothing to do with your blessed body. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3444, Mystic Black Robe. However, Chu Yan also knew in his heart that it would only be a matter of time before Saint Beast, Qin Tian, and those cultivators caught up. Now, we must find a way to disperse some of them. Would you like to use the green lotus? Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he kept thinking in his heart. Let the green lotus out to attract those holy beasts. Anyway, with the ability of the green lotus, I believe that these truths can't be chewed. After running past, summon the green lotus back with the divine sense call. Thinking of this, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, and with the urging of his consciousness, the green lotus came out of the sky. With a whooping sound, Lulian pulled out a ray of fairy light and flew directly to another direction. The movements of those holy beasts were very consistent, and almost at the moment when Lulian appeared, they all turned and chased towards Lulian. In an instant, all the power of heaven and earth exerted on Chu Yan was locked, and disappeared instantly. Ran. What did Chu Yan throw out just now, to lure them away? Seeing this scene, the large group of cultivators chasing behind were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and turned to chase the group of holy beasts at the same time. The holy beast, together with the green lotus, is much more tempting to ordinary cultivators than Chu Yan. One reason is that there are several peerless geniuses chasing Chu Yan, and the major forces are all biting Chu Yan, so it is impossible for them to reap benefits. In addition, Chu Yan's combat power is not a joke, it is not something they can deal with. So relatively speaking, holy beasts are easier to bully, at least holy beasts will not take the initiative to attack, more just defense and dodge. However, in addition to ordinary cultivators, Qin Tian, Rong Chengdao, Qiao Guqing and other hundreds of God King realm powerhouses still followed closely behind Chu Yan, and only sent a small number of God King realm experts to chase after the treasure. Call. As soon as the pressure on his body lightened, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. With his current cultivation base, coupled with the distance now opened, it is impossible for Qin Tian and the others to catch up with him. 3. I have something to do today, so it's inconvenient to discuss. Wait until the place where the electric mother gun is located, and then fight. Chu Yan roared like thunder, resounding through the world. However, Qin Tian and the others who were chasing after him had no intention of stopping at all, and continued to use various methods to speed up crazily. Chu Yan rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to them, but Feng Tianxian was extremely nervous, so he hurriedly said to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, come, let me add some luck to you. The blessed body still has this ability. Hearing this, Chu Yan was immediately puzzled. Watching Feng Tianxian cast the seal and inject a red light into his body, he suddenly felt an inexplicable special feeling in his body. Time passed, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, Chu Yan didn't care about Feng Tianxuan's blessing of heavenly blessing and luck, but it didn't take long for the three peerless geniuses who were chasing after him to stop. Could it be that his blessing really worked? Chu Yan stopped and observed the breath behind him. After feeling that there was no aura of pursuit, he stopped and turned to look at Feng Tianxian, who was full of complacency. Return. Chu Yan released his consciousness and summoned Lulian. After a few breaths, the green lotus flew from a distance like a ray of light, straight into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and disappeared. Huh. With a sweep of his consciousness, Chu Yan discovered something was wrong. The green lotus is not damaged in any way, but the petals have changed, and several lotus leaves are entangled together, emitting a faint green light. This is... When Feng Tianxian saw Lulian, he asked immediately. At that moment just now, his heavenly blessed body was almost completely unable to function, and was obviously suppressed by this lotus flower. Chu Yan didn't have time to talk to him, so he summoned Lulian, and when he raised his hand, a breath gushed out, wrapped it up, and refused it carefully before taking it back into his body. It seems that I will find a few practitioners who are chasing the holy beast and ask what happened just now. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and thought to himself. Unfortunately, with such a good opportunity, we can't fight against them. Thinking of the three of Qin Tian just now, Chu Yan still felt a little pity. According to his original intention, if it wasn't for the purpose of detecting the lightning mother thunder gun, he would not miss such an opportunity. About this, let's talk about it later. Chu Yan casually dismissed Feng Tianxian. That's fine, but if you have time, release that green lotus, I want to use it to practice. Feng Tianxian could see that it was this green lotus that suppressed him, and it should be of great benefit to his breakthrough of the blessed body. For this kind of request, Chu Yan didn't say anything, and flew forward directly. Now, Sanxiong Plain can't go, and Supreme City can't go back, so I can only find another place near Tianjian Lake and hide it first. In a blink of an eye, half a day has passed. The two temporarily settled down in a mountain forest, waiting for time. Huh. Suddenly, Chu Yan turned around and looked at Feng Tianxian beside him. This is... Hearing Chu Yan's voice, Feng Tianxian opened his eyes and looked over. What happened? The strange fire in Chu Yan's eyes ignited, instantly mobilizing his true energy. Just a moment ago, he felt a powerful force falling from the sky and rushing directly into Feng Tianxuan's body. I don't know. Take a look. Feng Tianxian was also in a daze, and with a movement of his consciousness, a ball of black air emerged on the palm of his hand, forming a black talisman. The power of reincarnation, Xiao Guqing. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, looking at the black talisman, his eyes flickered, and he raised his hand to point out. The entire talisman exploded, black air flow surged, and Xiao Guqing's figure instantly evolved. Feng Tianxian. Chu Yan, something is wrong. Xiao Guqing's voice was so excited that Chu Yan and Feng Tianxuan's expressions changed at the same time. I borrowed the secret technique of the sky wheel and transmitted the sound to you because a major event happened. Standing there, Xiao Guqing's phantom looked heavy and serious. After you left, something happened on the Sanxiong plain. In less than 100 breaths, when Xiao Guqing finished speaking, Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian looked solemn. A mysterious man in black robe appeared. I fought against him, and I lost miserably. According to calculations, they are collecting, you little, careful. At this time, Xiao Guqing's voice suddenly became weaker, and even the phantom was trembling, as if it would collapse in an instant. Unification of the Eucharist. What do you mean? The last thing Chu Yan heard was the reunification of the holy body, and he turned to ask Feng Tianxian. Holy physique, it should refer to the top 10 ancient holy bodies. After all, only the top 10 ancient holy bodies can be called that in God's domain continent. And if this is unified, could it be? Thinking of this, Feng Tianxuan's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked up at Chu Yan. And Chu Yan seemed to think of something, his face changed slightly. Unity of the Holy Eucharist. Could it be those mysterious people in black robes who wanted to collect the top 10 sacred bodies in ancient times, and then put them together in one body? No way. Could it be that the legend is true? Feng Tianxian suddenly thought of something and said. It is said that among the top 10 holy bodies, the Tao-devouring body can devour everything when it is cultivated to the peak. It is rumored that it can devour the other 9 kinds of physiques. This can't be. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3445 Eucharist 1. The body of the Tao Devourer is the unique ancient physique of the Tao Devourer family. Hearing Xiao Guqing's words now, combined with the rumors he heard before, it means that the rumors may be true. Unification of the Eucharist. This. Feng Tianxian was really a little confused, he couldn't believe it at all. So, one person can get the other 9 kinds of holy bodies, and gather the 10 great holy bodies in one body? Chu Yan asked. Feng Tianxian looked at Chu Yan for a long time, then took a sharp breath and nodded slightly. It should be. I don't know exactly how, but you must use the Tao-devouring body first. Furthermore, cultivating the Tao-devouring body is extremely difficult, and it is said to be the most difficult of all the top 10 physiques in ancient times. Besides, even if there is such a situation, I'm afraid that the rules of heaven will not allow it to appear at all. When the time comes, the heaven and earth will reject it, and I'm afraid there will be no good results. As Feng Tianxian spoke, his face darkened slightly. Any one of the top 10 physiques in ancient times is extremely powerful, and being able to cultivate one of them to the top level is already an invincible existence. However, it would be unimaginable if someone really cultivated the top 10 physiques into the Eucharist and merged them into one. Swallow other physique. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, his eyes flickered slightly. The eternal body is definitely not good, other types are possible. Feng Tianxian replied. So, it is necessary to concretize the eternal body and the Tao-devouring body at the same time, so that it is possible to complete the reunification of the holy body. Chu Yan frowned. That's right. The eternal Eucharist is immortal. It is said that it has never been defeated, and it is even more impossible to be swallowed. That's it. Chu Yan nodded slightly. The message from Qiao Guqing was to tell the two of them to be careful. Now it seems that Lulian is safe, the other party can't devour and fuse, then. Qiao Guqing's body of the sky wheel has been swallowed, and now he reminds Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian that he should want to stop it. Young Palace Master, your blessed body is also the opponent's target. If so, should you be a bait and deal with them? Chu Yan said to Feng Tianxian. He has a green lotus, Feng Tianxian has a blessed body, both are the opponent's goals. Now that there is danger, it is impossible for Chu Yan to ignore Feng Tiang Xuanhuan, and if possible, get rid of the other party. Even if he couldn't get rid of it, at least he had to protect Feng Tianxian. Chu Yan, I don't think there is a chance. So many people see us together, as long as the other party is not stupid, it is impossible to attack us at the same time. Feng Tianxian said, took another look at the distance, and said, although my cultivation is average, my body of heavenly blessing is not fake, and not everyone can deal with it. If that is true, what is it called a body of heavenly blessing? Besides, my Tianxian Digong is in the 1st district, and there are also cultivators, and there are quite a few of them. Chu Yan nodded slightly when he heard this. Before, Feng Tianxian was pulled into the 1st zone by himself, but he didn't show any nervousness, obviously he had confidence. After that, the two didn't say anything more, they got up and hurried on their way. Along the way, Feng Tianxian obviously became serious. Not only did he keep using Chu Yan's green lotus to cultivate his blessed body, but he also kept asking Chu Yan about some cultivation matters. Several hours later, the two arrived at a mountain peak. Green mountain peaks, purple lakes, and sword-like canyons, the terrain here is extremely imposing and majestic. Heavenly Sword Lake. This is the boundary between the periphery and the depths of the 1st district, Tianjian Lake. At this time, because the opening time was not reached, the whole place was shrouded in a powerful force, and no one could enter it. Intangible and qualityless, the ubiquitous prohibition will directly obliterate the intruders without leaving even a trace. On the edge of Tianjian Lake, at first glance, there are lakes and buildings of all sizes, just like a Thousand-Island Lake. Like Chu Yan and the others, there are quite a few cultivators who came here in advance to wait. The other side of Tianjian Lake was shrouded in a piece of purple mist, and it was impossible to see clearly. From a distance, it seemed that the lake was covered with thick fog. In the depths of the dense mist, a ray of light shone like a star, with overwhelming power and billowing air waves. It's so strong. This electric mother gun, just the aura coming through it makes me uneasy. Feng Tianxian stood there, looking at the cold light deep in the thick fog, and said. Chu Yan didn't speak, just watched so quietly, the cold light flickered. This feeling is familiar, very familiar. Moreover, the god of war sky sword art in his body has already started to perform independently, cutting out thousands of sword qi in his spiritual consciousness. Xuanhuan. At this moment, an extremely eager piercing sound resounded, shaking the entire sky. Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian looked up at the same time, only to see a huge animal shadow descending from the sky towards Tianjian Lake above the sky. What is that? Look, what a big monster. Oh my god, it's getting dark. Huh. I'll go, there's a lamp on the beast's paw. Among the buildings on Qiandao Lake, a large number of cultivators rushed out and looked up at the sky, all of them were amazed. The lampshade was extremely conspicuous in the fog. Everyone glanced at the lamp. Heaven. Heavenly King lamp. Feng Tianxian was the first to recognize the lamp, and was instantly shocked. This lamp actually flew over by itself. Afterwards, the huge beast shadow rushed to the sky above Tianjian Lake, and passed directly through the body. The prohibition on the lake surface did not respond, allowing it to pass through. The animal shadow got into the thick fog opposite and disappeared quickly. Heavenly King Lamp. Flying into the depths, is this attracted by the electric mother gun? Hurry up, send the news back to the sect. It wasn't until the beast shadow completely disappeared into the thick fog that the cultivators present reacted and sent out their thoughts together. This electric mother gun is really extraordinary, and it has continuously triggered visions. While Feng Tianxian was speaking, he turned his head to look around, and said, "The number of cultivators who came to Tianjian Lake this time is more than doubled than before." When Chu Yan heard this, he turned his head and looked, his face changed slightly. The Heavenly King Lantern entered the depths of the first area and passed directly through Tianjian Lake. Could it be to find the electric mother gun? All of this is the same as the place guided by the Nine Realms star map. If there were so many coincidences, then Chu Yan would definitely suspect that all of this was manipulated by someone behind the scenes. What is the purpose of doing this? Could it be to bring all the peerless geniuses and top experts in the world together in one place? This is very possible. Moreover, it seems that even himself, the fifth descendant of the gods, has become one of the bait. Then hit the electric female gun, the Heavenly King Lamp. It seems that there is no cultivator who can resist such a temptation. Feng Tianxian, let's leave here first, there seems to be something wrong. Chu Yan said. Well, I feel it too, I'm going to try my best to inquire again. As the young palace master, Feng Tianxian naturally noticed something was wrong, and at the same time he spoke softly. The jade talisman in his hand continuously emitted divine consciousness. The Tianjian Lake has not yet opened, there will be strong people and peerless geniuses gathering here, and it will not be good to be discovered by then. Moreover, it is the best choice to take advantage of this opportunity to hide in the dark first and be prepared to deal with it. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3446 It's all here. After leaving Tianjian Lake, Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian walked towards the previous mountain peak, and quickly found a cave. Chu Yan found a corner, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. After he glanced at the electric mother gun from afar just now, the feeling in his heart made him unable to calm down for a long time. There is still time, take advantage of the present to study and understand, maybe there will be some gains. Next, after Feng Tianxian finished his work, he also started to practice, and the cave returned to calm. Outside the Tianjian Lake, it became more and more lively from the calm, and cultivators continued to come from all directions and land on Qiandao Lake. As the time draws closer, powerful auras continue to appear, and they all arrive one after another. After a few days of cultivation, Feng Tianxuan's blessed body unexpectedly smashed a bottleneck, and a glow of 7 colors shrouded his whole body, like a group of auspicious clouds in the shape of a human being. Moreover, his jade talisman was trembling all the time, and various news kept coming from the Tianxian Digong. No way. Chu Yan, look quickly. Most of the people from Sanchenmeng and Xiangsantang have come, the 13 avenues have been unified, the 100-strong ancient clans, the Dao-eating clan, the ancient tombs, and taboo hills have all come. This is too neat. And there's more. Peerless geniuses have all arrived one by one, Qing Tian, Rong Chongdao, Mu Gudian, Lu Qingyi, He Tianzhao, the 4 sons of Taboo Ridge, basically all of them are here. Dozens of names were read out, and Chu Yan's eyes flashed. In this God's domain continent, all the famous, peerless geniuses and powerhouses have really arrived. Not only that, those God King realm powerhouses who have experienced countless years of hardships in the first district also gathered here. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this grand event was unprecedented in the God's domain continent. Chu Yan's whole body was full of fighting spirit, his eyes were burning with flames, and the void around him was trembling with his blood boiling. After 10 breaths of time, Chu Yan calmed down slowly. Standing there, Feng Tianxian was so startled by Chu Yan's aura that he didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, boom! There was a thunder in the sky. The sky trembled slightly. Opened. Feng Tianxian jumped up from the ground, rushed towards the cave entrance, and opened his eyes to look far away. Although Jianhu has little to do with him this day, if he can see such a grand event, then he will not go here. Of course he knew that most of the strong men and peerless geniuses gathered here were probably for the electron spear, the heavenly king lamp, and that abyss. With his current cultivation base, if he participated in it, he would definitely die. However, now that he has teamed up with Chu Yan, the situation is different. Chu Yan walked to the side, looked up at the lake in the distance, nodded slightly, and jumped up. The two flew close to the ground, heading towards Tianjian Lake. Around Tianjian Lake in the distance, in the large group of buildings in Qiandao Lake, countless cultivators are either floating or standing on the ground, looking at Tianjian Lake. In the lake water, beams of light have risen, like pillars of the sky, rising towards the sky, surrounded by thousands of thunderbolts, and the momentum is shocking. After a full 100 breaths of time, the bright beam of light shattered and turned into countless light spots. Immediately, the sound of horns came from that silent space of dense fog, like an army marching out, gathering in the fog. Clatter. The lake was tumbling, and crystal pillars rose from under the lake, breaking the water surface, revealing jewel-like pillars. All kinds of talisman patterns are imprinted and engraved on them, each of which carries the power of ancient vicissitudes, which makes people tremble. The crystal pillar is out, let's go. A cultivator's face was stern, his whole body exploded, and he flew towards the lake. The surrounding void was shattered by these powerful auras and the sound of piercing the sky, and then gathered after collapsing, stirring up waves all over the sky. Such a scene made the cultivators watching from a distance feel as if they were facing a beast tide. Feng Tianxuan's face was agitated, he turned to look at Chu Yan, and said, "Chu Yan, it will be a while now. Now, those people may find us, damn." Before Feng Tianxian could finish speaking, he roared violently. He was carried by Chu Yan, soaring into the sky, flying through the air like a meteor. Tianjian Lake is open, and no one knows the specific situation of the electric mother gun, so it is necessary to seize the opportunity at this time. At this time, as long as the time difference is well grasped, Chu Yan is absolutely sure to rush to the front at the last moment. Look, Chu Yan. When Chu Yan flew over Tianjian Lake, all the cultivators below saw Chu Yan's figure. Qin Tian's whole body exploded with momentum, and 3 shocking waves rose from his body, as if the sky was falling apart. It's really him. Chu Yan appeared. Mu Gudian, Rong Chongdao, Lu Qingyi, and other peerless geniuses also discovered Chu Yan. Chu Yan ignored the reactions of these people at all, and directly operated the 2 methods of asking to protect his whole body. Everyone listens to the order, this time the killing of Chu Yan is the first task. Mu Gudian began to order that all the disciples of the faction he belonged to should stare at Chu Hua. Among the forces present, some want to kill Chu Yan, some want to catch, and some have other plans. Anyway, it is the common goal to control Chu Yan first. In an instant, the God King realm, peerless geniuses, and a large group of cultivators all locked their spiritual consciousness on Chu Yan, and all kinds of seals and Tao treasures were waved out at the same time, and they sprang out like overwhelming heaven and earth. Depend on. Having seen such a scene, Feng Tianxian was so startled that his face turned green. As the number one pick in Tianxian Digong, although he is extremely intelligent, but in actual combat. No matter how strong it is in actual combat, this almost gathered the top powerhouses of God's domain continent for a joint attack. I am afraid that even the Nine Realms Supreme would not dare to face it head-on, it is too terrifying. Chu Yan directly casts Yulong Tian. His figure is like a dragon's shadow across the sky, like willow leaves in the wind, avoiding all attacks. At the same time, he slashed with the long sword in his hand, constantly slashing out thousands of sword chi, and the places he passed were like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, forcibly opening a road. Although these attacks looked scary, after all, these cultivators were all gathered together now, and they did not form a package. Chu Yan, this time, you can't escape. Lu Qingyi's watery eyes were full of coldness, and after drinking lightly, his jade hands fluttered and began to condense the seal. It seemed that in her self-confidence, there was an aura of preparation. Chu Yan glanced at her, just smiled lightly, and ignored her. At this moment, an incomparably powerful energy charged towards the distant sky. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the sky instantly turned into night. The sound of rumbling is endless, and the sky and the earth are trembling. And the place where this aura came from was actually deep in the dense fog, the lightning mother thunder gun. The cultivators present were shocked. However, the matter didn't end there. In the sky, the earth, and the lake water, an unprecedented and powerful gust of wind suddenly appeared, wrapped in endless thunder, and fell at the same time, reflecting the entire sky with a silvery color. In the endless sea of thunder and lightning, the mother of lightning spear soars into the sky. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3447 Zenshinmen. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the goddess spear wrapped in a huge thunder came through the air and shot straight at Chu Yan. Around it, thousands of thunder and lightning roared, shuttling through the sea of thunder, and approaching Chu Yan rapidly. When it was in front of Chu Yan, the thunder on the gun almost disappeared, and it was just a dazzling light, illuminating the world. Chu Yan was not surprised at all, and slowly stretched out his hand, grabbing the lightning mother spear in front of him. Ever since he came to Tianjian Lake, when he saw it for the first time, Chu Yan felt that he could summon it. Boom! There is no need to push it at all, and a phantom like a mountain appears behind it, with a powerful and ancient power, like a gust of wind, sweeping across the wilderness. Keeping the same movements as Chu Yan, he raised his hand and grabbed the electric mother gun. Feng Tianxian, who was standing beside Chu Yan, was completely dumbfounded. The moment he held the gun in his hand, Chu Yan could clearly feel that his aura was changing, and the feeling of being lawless and supreme filled his whole body. With a wave of his hand, electric light overflowed, and the thunder was so powerful that half of the void was turned into powder, and his eyes were full of nine-color lightning. Now, is there anyone who wants to be my enemy? When these words came out, Lu Qingyi's complexion suddenly changed, and her delicate body trembled. Not only her, but Mu Gudian, Rong Chongdao, the Taboo Four Sons, and other peerless geniuses all had wonderful faces. Including those powerhouses in the God King realm, they were also full of horror. Chu Yan, don't be arrogant, even if you have an electric mother gun, but this gun has been damaged after thousands of years, and its power is at most 10%. At this time, Lu Qingyi knows better than anyone what to do. Tianjian Lake has just opened, and the battle against Chu Yan has not yet begun. We must maintain the fighting spirit of the strong, otherwise. Besides, the birth of the City of Rebirth, the appearance of the electric mother gun, and the mutation in the first depth, these things add up. It should be the fifth plan of the gods, right? The sound was not loud, and the silver bell was cold, but it was clearly heard by all the cultivators present. Most of the cultivators just have some feelings, and more people don't think about it at all. Compared with Lu Qingyi, who is known as the #1 spiritual wisdom, they are naturally inferior. But now after her reminder, many people's eyes lit up, and they lowered their heads to think. Chu Yan heard the words, but smiled lightly, saying, I guess like you, too. This gun is only 10% powerful, not bad, but if you use this 10% power to perform an attack, there is no problem. One attack can kill any sect force among you, believe it or not. Do you want to try? Chu Yan raised his hand, and the electric mother gun exploded a ball of thunder, and the tip of the gun pointed directly at Lu Qingyi. When this sentence landed, all the cultivators present shrank their pupils and retreated violently at the same time. Try a fart. This is a life-threatening attempt. Besides, look at this electric female gun, which first flew from the 4th district, and now it was born and flew into Chu Yan's hands, and there is still such a vision. This is enough to show that this gun is still powerful. It doesn't matter if it is 10% or 20%, after all, it is the Taoist soldiers of the top 10 gods in ancient times. It is entirely possible to blast out with this attack and kill dozens or hundreds of strong men. Walk. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, and flew towards the depths, with Feng Tianxian. Quick, keep up. Mu Gudian, Rong Chongdao, and other peerless geniuses, as well as the powerhouses of the God King realm, flew out together, followed closely behind. A large crowd of cultivators, like locusts crossing the border, flew densely across the sky, and the scene was extremely spectacular. At this moment, no one dared to attack Chu Yan anymore. After all, the electric mother gun in his hand was too terrifying, and no one dared to become a dead soul under the gun. There are many puppet spiritual practitioners in Taboo Ridge and Shuatian ancient sect. They are not so afraid of this electric female gun, but they are not sure, so they can only follow temporarily. According to Chu Yan and Lu Qingyi, the safest way is to wait for Chu Yan to shoot a shot before attacking him. Chu Yan, that's awesome. That's awesome. Feng Tianxian blushed with excitement, and said to Chu Yan, It turns out that the feeling of shocking the heroes of the world is so refreshing, ha ha ha. Chu Yan gave him a white look, and said, Shocking shit, it's only temporary. You only need to use the electric mother gun once, and you don't know what the consequences will be. So, I suggest you stay away from me later. Hearing this, Feng Tianxian grinned and said, Don't worry, I have my own measure. Flying all the way, after passing through the thick fog, an abyss appeared in front of it, like a huge deep pit on the ground, and the bottom could not be seen at a glance. Even if Chu Yan used the unicorn pupil, he could only see some white bones floating in the void below, and endless evil spirits surging. Near the dry bones, there is a void passage, I don't know where it leads. Countless cultivators gathered around the big pit, looking at the endless abyss, all with serious expressions on their faces. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was introverted. After checking the guidance of the 9 regions star map, he pulled Feng Tianxian up and rushed directly into the abyss without any hesitation. Wait before we go in. When the cultivators around saw Chu Yan going down, someone reminded him. All the peerless geniuses and cultivators of various forces heard the words, and no one took any action. They all stared at Chu Yan and let him explore the way. Chu Yan landed in front of the void channel, looking at the undulating ripples in front of him. Huh! Chu Yan's body froze suddenly, and his eyes turned sideways. Shh. A streak of fairy light shot out, fell into the surrounding void, and appeared. These fairy lights include huge buildings, rusted spiritual soldiers, and even more fairy-like treasures of heaven and earth, and so on. Oh my god, Xuanhuan. I'll go, the celestial level Nuhuangsing grass. The eyes of all the cultivators in the audience were instantly red, and under the light of everyone's fault, treasures of heaven and earth, treasures of heaven and earth, and spiritual weapons of immortal treasures kept appearing. Everyone is very clear in their hearts that there may be a heaven-defying opportunity and inheritance in the passage in front of Chu Yan. However, the number of peerless geniuses and powerhouses who came this time is extremely large, and each of them is aimed at this inheritance and opportunity. You must be extremely cautious, otherwise, the chances that were originally small will become even more slim. Go. Follow. After waiting for dozens of breaths, Mu Gudian, Rong Chongdao, Lu Qingyi, and other peerless geniuses took the lead, followed by a large group of powerhouses in the God King realm, and flew towards the Abyss Passage. Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian felt the movement of the crowd above, so they raised their feet and walked into the passage. After about 10 breaths, the scenery on both sides changed suddenly, various visions floated, and the sky was full of strange lights, making Feng Tianxian pale. After passing through the passage, there is a foggy space in front of you, and a tall bronze door stands. The gate is majestic and densely covered with spirit patterns, just like suppressing this world. There are gold writings on the gate, releasing a shocking momentum. Suppressing the gods and sealing the 9 gate bells, guarding the safety of the world. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3448 gun power. Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian were shocked at the same time when they saw the row of gold characters. Suppressing Tianmen. What's the meaning? Mu Gudian, Rong Chongdao, Lu Qingyi, and other peerless geniuses, as well as a large group of god kings and powerhouses, all looked puzzled when they saw this gate. Among the crowd, a strong barbarian came out, looked at the door for a while, and only when everyone was staring at him, he smiled wryly and said, "This is an ancient clerical script. It means that the God's domain continent will be safe only with this gate guarded, otherwise, the world will be destroyed." As soon as this sentence came out, everyone present was shocked. Someone knew this barbarian old god king, who specialized in the study of ancient secret books and texts, and many people present believed his words. Big words. It's just a gate, so exaggerated. Hearing this, the cultivators present all had twinkling eyes and complex expressions. You must know that since the records of God's domain continent, various wars have emerged one after another, and even the battle of the ancient gods did not destroy God's domain continent. Now, a gate stands here, even saying that as long as it is broken, it can destroy the entire continent. These words really make people a little unbelievable. Among the crowd, only Qin Tian looked blankly, staring at the golden gate, completely absent-minded. There was a strange feeling in his heart, which made him feel that this gate was extremely familiar. It's just that this feeling couldn't be grasped no matter what, it was very ethereal. In addition, the eyes of Boundless Sea, the number 1 peer of the Blood Sky Ancient Sect, also had a look of shock, which soon turned into surprise. Town Tianmen. I didn't expect the legend to be true. In this way, that thing is really inside this gate. On the other side, the eyes of the Taboo 4 Sons, Hai Tian and others are intertwined, which seems a bit complicated. There is one more thing, that is the Heavenly King lamp, which is also in it. Why, the Heavenly King lantern will enter it. Chu Yan glanced at the crowd. Knowing that no one will be advanced at this time, they are all waiting for others to try. Call out. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. There was a loud bang, and the door didn't even shake, it was completely silent. Seeing this, Lu Qingyi couldn't help but said, "Chu Yan, stop pretending, don't you know that the electric mother gun is used to open this door?" Chu Yan glanced at him, his face was ice cold, and said, "Okay. I'll show you a shot, but don't blame me for the consequences." While speaking, Chu Yan raised his hand and raised his gun, pointing directly at Jintian Gate. Feng Tianxian, when the door opens, don't rush in, stay until the end. At the same time, Chu Yan notified Feng Tianxian via voice transmission, leaving Feng Tianxian in a daze. The code of warfare was in operation, and the thunder light burst from the lightning mother spear, and the mighty fighting power surged out, sweeping all directions. The cultivators present all felt a mighty power, especially, there was also an aura of joy, like a sword coming out of the dust, and a spirit treasure coming out. In Chu Yan's eyes, strange fire ignited, and he strode out, the power of the world around him instantly gathered around him, and gathered the tip of the spear. With the body as the core of heaven and earth, and the spear as the thunder of the gods, when it is swung, time and space are distorted, and thousands of stars lose their color. That ray of white light, like the sun, stars, moon and dust, also like the dawn in the east, lit up from a single point, and then bloomed. All the cultivators, even their breathing froze, were completely attracted. 1 breath, 2 breaths, after a full 10 breaths, Chu Yan stood there with a gun, motionless. What is doing? He's stalling for time. When someone opened his mouth, before the words fell to the ground, he felt a supreme power that had been silent for thousands of years, and suddenly woke up, releasing a peerless power. The lightning mother divine spear charged out, piercing through the Jintian gate. Clang. The sound of metal impacts swayed away, and the sound of golden spears pierced through the golden cave stones, resounding in everyone's soul. Tens of thousands of golden lights flashed across the Tian gate, and the aura soared to the sky. A tall phantom emerged, towering like a mountain, and it was punched down with a raised hand. Chu Yan swung the lightning mother spear in his hand, and a fierce beast rushed into the body of the gun, and the beast's claws flew across the air, colliding with the shadow of the fist. Bang bang! Under the repeated violent noise, the beast's shadow shattered and turned into a stream of air, scattered around. Immediately afterwards, there were 2 consecutive violent bangs, and the phantom of the giant and the Jintian gate collapsed at the same time, turning into a sky full of fairy light. The earth-shattering wind swept across the opening, rushing to the surroundings like a tide. Mu Gudian, Qin Tian and other peerless geniuses all changed their expressions drastically, and they all used their exercises to resist. At this time, in the nothingness, one after another burst sounded, and the vast void began to distort. With a ray of light, the lightning mother divine soldier, which is a collection of thousands of thunders, began to melt like a sand tower in Chu Yan's hands. Chu Yan looked down at the sandy gravel on his right hand, and seemed to be able to see that on the endless battlefield, one person shot one shot, facing thousands of troops, but he was invincible. Laughing wildly, shaking the sky. A sense of sourness surged in Chu Yan's heart, and he took a deep breath before recovering his consciousness and darting into Tiananmen. Ah! Terrible screams sounded. A cultivator accidentally touched those twisted voids just now, and instantly turned into a mass of flesh and blood. This space has turned into a killing formation, and it is as difficult as going to the sky for anyone to enter again. Quick, go and right away. The cultivators present were terrified, and all chased after Chu Yan. Chu Yan! Lu Qingyi, Mu Gutian, the fourth taboo, and others flew over, passed through the space of Zenshinmen, and entered a new world. As soon as everyone landed on the ground, they all used their spiritual sense and looked around. Soon, they saw that, 10,000 steps away, Chu Yan was standing in front of a crystal monument with 2 vigorous characters on it. Never mind. The 2 big characters seemed to have a special power, which made everyone's mind sink to the bottom of the valley. After being shocked, they suddenly discovered that this world seemed to be completely different from the outside. In this world, there is no aura, heaven and earth aura, etc., nothing at all, only a very special, never-before-seen aura, scattered in the void. This kind of breath, with the ancient will, seems to have a hint of primordial meaning after careful feeling. Look. God, the sky. Suddenly, the god king of the barbarian clan was shocked and opened his mouth. All the cultivators present looked up, only to see stars dotted on the pitch-black sky. However, there are stars that are obviously 100 times brighter than all the stars, releasing a vast amount of starlight, illuminating the earth brightly. 1, 5, 7, 29. The cultivators present were all counting, and it happened to be 29 stars. 29. And it just so happens that God's domain continent is also composed of 29 great domains. This is a coincidence. Where is this small world? Niha, I know. Hai Tiany's gaze instantly became bright, full of ecstasy. Even when he arranged the plan before, he was never so excited. Because, the bones of the second of the ancient gods were buried here. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3449 Star Week. At this time, the 9-region star map in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness started to move again, and under the faint light, a guide map actually formed. The deepest part of the west. Chu Yan looked at the guide map, feeling a little puzzled in his heart, but his figure had already soared into the sky and flew in that direction. Chu Yan, still want to leave? Peerless geniuses such as Mugudian, Hexiani, the Fourth Taboo, and the cultivators of the two major forces all shot at Chu Yan. Lu Qingyi and the others didn't hesitate, and they all shot together, and all kinds of killing moves flew all over the sky, all covering Chu Yan. This direction. As soon as Haitian saw the direction Chu Yan was going, he quickly followed. The farther you go, the darker the surrounding night becomes, and you can only see 29 star clusters above the sky when you look up. Chu Yan's aura was astonishing. He ran all the way, dodging all kinds of attacks. The sword energy wrapped his body, and wherever he passed, he was crushed all the way, and all the attacks that blocked his way were smashed into powder by the sword energy. Everyone's pupil technique and spiritual consciousness seemed to be suppressed, or they couldn't play a role after losing the support of the spiritual breath of heaven and earth. Chu Yan's aura is like a tide, his body skills are displayed to the extreme, and his sword skills are like a gangster. While dodging, he keeps cutting out sword energy without slowing down at all. Soon, the strange fire in his eyes became more and more intense, and the sword power all over his body also continued to skyrocket. The cultivators who followed like a tide came out with all kinds of means, among which the forbidden and range attacks were the most. Judging from this situation, before reaching the place, it is estimated that a big battle is necessary. However, not at this time. An extremely cold breath rose between the sky and the earth, making Chu Yan's spirit suddenly tense. Not only him, Mugudian, Hai Tiany, Lu Qingyi, and other peerless geniuses, but also god kings and powerhouses, can all feel the chill between the heaven and the earth that makes people's souls freeze. On the dark sky in the distance, a large tide suddenly rose, and countless water spirits gathered together, instantly converging into a giant water spirit with ice spikes all over its body. He opened his mouth and exhaled a large amount of cold air, roaring and roaring. This is a deep-sea monster. The barbarian strong man exclaimed in surprise. It is rumored that it is the gatekeeper of the myriad abysses, the guardian, and any enemy's power. He can be blinded, strong when strong, weak when weak, and its ice power will never stop. Roar. The roar of the deep-sea monster shook the sky, as if it had the power to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heaven and the earth, and it could trample the sky and the earth under its feet with a wave of its hand. Such an aura made the expressions of all the cultivators present change in shock. Anti-god flame. Chu Yan's whole body was covered with flames, and after wrapping his whole body, they gathered on the sword body and stabbed with the sword. Seeing Chu Yan make a move, the other peerless geniuses were naturally unwilling to admit defeat. They all performed their unique moves and attacked at the same time. Joint, quickly end the formation. Amidst the roar, the god kings and powerhouses present also began to arrange a large formation, uniting everyone's strength to fight against the danger. Loose cultivators without power leaned against each other and joined forces to defend. Mugudian, Hexiani, Taboo Tsitsi, and others snorted coldly, their faces full of coldness. They thought that this deep-sea demon might be Chu Yan's helper. Boom! 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 The entire land of Nihe suddenly burst into airwaves and explosions. Soon, all the cultivators present were trembling with terror on their faces. There was more than one deep-sea monster, and every time one was killed, more deep-sea monsters would appear, as if it were endless. This is the legend: if you meet the strong, you will be strong. It is impossible to win if you continue to kill like this, you will only die here after exhausting your true energy. Ah! The first shrill scream sounded, making everyone tremble in unison. Some cultivators were frozen into ice sculptures and shattered into ice shards all over the ground. Chu Yan, I'll help you. Hearing the shouting, Chu Yan looked back, and it turned out that Feng Tianxian flew over with a big knife and dozens of practitioners. He led a group of cultivators from the Tianxian Digong. When Chu Yan reminded him before, he had already summoned his staff. In this way, he has the power to protect himself. Chu Yan nodded lightly. If the mysterious man in black robe Xiao Guqing met before appeared, Feng Tianxian should at least be able to escape with his life. The battle continues. After half an hour of this battle, Chu Yan slowly closed his momentum and stopped. Depend on. Seeing Chu Yan stop, Feng Tianxian was stunned for a moment, followed his gaze, glanced over, and swore directly. I saw that in the darkness in the distance, there were thousands of mausoleums lined up, suspended in midair, and all kinds of brilliance flickered. The nearest mausoleum doesn't look that big, it's the smallest one, and among the 9 largest tombs, the one on the left is the largest, like a mountain peak, connecting heaven and earth. They encountered so many huge deep-sea monsters just now, and looking at these tombs now, it is really insignificant. All the cultivators stood in front of the tombs, like a group of ants looking up at the mountain. Here. All the cultivators were full of astonishment. Haitian, the first taboo 4th son, was slightly taken aback. They just felt that the heavenly king lantern was actually behind these mausoleums, and the atmosphere was completely silent. This made them a little puzzled, and at the same time, their faces were gloomy and their brows were tightly wrinkled. Heavenly king lantern is a variable. At this moment, the tomb trembled, and the original brilliance instantly increased several times. The 9 largest mausoleums even condensed their radiance, and rows of epitaphs emerged. The tomb of the fighting lord. The tomb of the lord of all lives. The tomb of the 9 profound lords. The cultivators present glanced at those big characters, and all of them were frantic. These are all the tombs of the Zhangzhou realm powerhouses. However, when everyone's eyes fell on the largest mausoleum, everyone present was startled. Because there are only 2 simple words on the mausoleum. Star Week. These 2 words made the pupils of some bigwigs in the crowd of cultivators shrink at the same time. Star Week. The second Star Week of the ancient gods. Not. Haitian first-class powerhouses and barbarian bosses all had their pupils constricted and their whole bodies trembled. What? The second mausoleum of the gods. The faces of all the cultivators present who heard the voice changed greatly, and they were all shocked. The 10 ancient gods, what a powerful existence! Although the 5th god with the most astonishing combat power is said to be the existence of the first 4 gods who have half-legged into the Zhangzhou realm. For thousands of years, news from various gods occasionally appeared, but there was never any news from the first 4 gods. The thing guided by the 9 realms star map is here. Chu Yan looked inside with his spiritual sense, and kept communicating with the 9 realms star map, and finally confirmed it. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering voice resounded. Behind the tomb, a bright lamp shot up into the sky, releasing endless flames that would burn all day long. The tide of fire is like the sea, sweeping in all directions. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3450 Sun, Moon and Stars. A super-large tomb appeared, suspended above the sky, like a god looking down on all living beings. The whole body is black, and the aura is as huge and silent as a desert. The spirit patterns on it seem to be formed by the condensed power of heaven and earth. Compared with all the tombs of Tsangju below, including the tombs of the second gods, there is a gap between heaven and earth. At this time, the souls of the cultivators present were trembling slightly, and the feeling in their hearts was as if they were facing the supreme god realm. This, Chu Yan and a group of peerless geniuses, including the extremely excited Hai Tianyi, don't know how to describe their mood now. The appearance of the tomb of the second person of the gods has already shocked them. Now, there is actually such a terrifying tomb, which is far better than the second person of the gods. Thousands of tombs and stars, only one tomb of the sun and the moon. This is the legendary tombs of the sun, moon and stars. Rong Chengdo, as the first holy son of the ancient tomb, is very clear about the formations of all tombs. Even if it is the legendary head of 10,000 tombs, he has only seen a few words in the classics of the secret room of the sect, and he did not expect to see it in person today. Who is it? The second god of the ancient gods can only be a star, guarding the tomb of the sun and the moon. Among the people present, many people knew that even if it was the number one existence of the ancient gods, it would be impossible for the second gods to submit so much. The gods are originally the titles of the top 10 people in the gods' domain continent. Could it be that? Ha ha ha, good, great. At this time, someone spoke and looked directly at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, as the fifth descendant of the ancient gods, what do you want to do here? Don't talk nonsense, I believe you will not tell me. But what are you going to do, hee. Having said that, he reprinted the seal with both hands, and directly formed an extremely strange seal, and the power of his whole body also rushed out suddenly. This coercion surprised Chu Yan, and it was not weaker than the god of war at all. The second ghost of the god stands on the wall. Hai Tianyi and many peerless geniuses, all of them looked at the peerless genius with eyes full of surprise. Changwei, you are actually the second descendant of the gods. No one thought that the number one holy son of the Blood Heaven ancient sect, who had been hiding in the dark, was actually the second successor of the ancient gods. He has been in the Daozun district for so many years, although few people have seen him appear, but his reputation is illustrious, slightly weaker than the top 10 geniuses. This Changwei actually hides so deeply. If this news spreads, it may cause the entire God's domain continent to erupt. However, no one was too shocked in front of such a large tomb. Haha, the hawks and dogs of Taboo Ridge, you have made me endure for so many years. Now that I have obtained the sacred object left to me by Master, I will kill all of you. No one will be left behind. Under Changwei's wild laughter, he pressed both hands and rushed straight to Xingzhou's tomb. A large piece of majestic light rushed up and appeared in front of his body, and actually condensed a void gate on Xingzhou's tomb. His figure rushed straight in like a bolt of lightning. And at this moment, the tombs in all directions shook together. I saw that those mausoleums were emitting a large amount of light, releasing an ancient aura, which made the whole land of Niha start to tremble. Countless void gates emerged in unison. Only the most terrifying mausoleum, which was different from the others, made a series of cracking sounds. These mausoleums are all opened. The cultivators present were all shocked. There is no doubt at all, you can think of it with your heels, there is not a single mausoleum here. Especially the 9 Songzhu realm tombs, and the scariest one, if there are inheritances and opportunities inside, they can definitely make them soar into the sky. Climbing to the top is a trivial matter. More importantly, maybe with the Songjing Avenue, it is really. Chu Yan. Suddenly, with a roar, Qin Tian's figure rushed from a distance, his eyes bursting like fire, and said, "My body of reincarnation has already been born, wait for me to take it and fight with you." The words are like thunder, and the sound is like power. Good. In Chu Yan's eyes, there is also a backfire rising. When Qin Tian heard the words, he didn't say much, turned around and rushed towards a large tomb in the Zhangzhou realm. Walk! Chu Yan shouted to Feng Tianxian, and flew straight to the most terrifying tomb. "Everyone obey orders, follow me in." Mugu issued an order, with a murderous aura soaring to the sky, and a large number of god kings of the Daoying clan followed suit. Lu Qingyi and other peerless geniuses did not fall behind, and ordered the clansmen to rush forward. Fellow Taoists, the second appearance of the gods may cause major changes. Hurry up and chase after that Chang Wei, and kill him no matter what. Haitian pair of taboo four sons rumored, and said, "I'm going to chase Chu Yan, I can't let him succeed. Everyone work hard together, when the time is right, close the net together." Speaking of this, Rongchengdo continued to spread the sound transmission of spiritual consciousness. The tomb of the sun, moon and stars must have a tomb of stars connected to the tomb of the sun and the moon. As long as you find it, you can. As the holy son of the ancient tomb, of course he wanted to capture Chu Yan and suppress him, but now that the sun, moon and stars tomb array appeared, the previous goal could only be reduced to the second goal. As long as this group of tombs can be mastered, the prestige of the ancient tomb must surpass that of the 13 Dao lineages. Such a secret, how could he miss it? In an instant, the entire mausoleum was filled with strange lights and shadows, and various battles followed, making the scene extremely chaotic. Of course, before that, Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian had already rushed into the most terrifying tomb, and the number of cultivators following them was extremely large. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan appeared 100 steps away from the gap in the tomb door, avoiding the constant prohibition and murderous intent. From this point of view, the gap is not that big, and the stars are twinkling, just like the feeling of going straight into chaos. Chu Yan, how do I feel? After entering, there will be a peerless inheritance. When Feng Tianxian said this, his face was full of arrogance, and his chin was raised extremely high, as if he was waiting for Chu Yan to praise him. After all, he is a blessed body. Chu Yan gave him a blank look and jumped in, but the moment he was about to enter the gap, his face suddenly changed. I saw that behind Feng Tianxian, a dozen strong men from the Tianxian Earth Palace suddenly had a cold light in their eyes, and a dark mist rose from their eyes. Swallow all souls. These cultivators roared violently at the same time. A large amount of breath rushed out from their bodies, turning into black whirlpools, and at the same time, arms made up of black airflow gushed out, grabbing Feng Tianxian. Depend on. After saying one word, Feng Tianxian only felt that his body was completely locked up, he couldn't move, and the true energy in his body couldn't resist it. Dare. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan burst into a rage, shattering all the arms of the black smoke coming from all around, and was about to rush to rescue Feng Tianxian. Chu Yan, don't come here. Feng Tianxian roared loudly. His body was already submerged in the black vortex, and disappeared quickly. Red light flashed out, shot straight at Chu Yan, and poured into his body. The black hole also disappeared, and after shrinking into a ball, it collapsed into nothingness. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3451 kill. The breath of Chu Yan's whole body began to change instantly. Just before Feng Tianxian was swallowed, he operated the body of heavenly blessing in his body to the extreme, and used the exclusive forbidden technique to give Chu Yan a blessing of heavenly blessing. Tianxian. Chu Yan's face became extremely cold, and his eyes were red. Just now, if he hadn't paid too much attention to this big tomb, it would be impossible not to notice the changes of the group of people behind Feng Tianxian. It's just a bit late, and the result. Careless. Glancing back, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, turned around and rushed into the void gate. Lu Qingyi, Mu Gudian and other peerless geniuses flying around took a deep breath, glanced at them, then turned around and rushed into the void gate. This is... Chu Yan stood still, looking at the scene in front of him. He gasped suddenly. Including those who just arrived behind him, Mu Gudian, Lu Qingyi, Haitian and other geniuses, were all stunned. I saw that in front of me was an extremely magnificent battlefield. All kinds of wreckage and bones, after endless years, had not decayed, and still released a powerful aura. This made Chu Yan's soul tense all the time. In addition, near each wreckage, there are various spiritual treasures and treasures of heaven and earth, scattered everywhere, and the aura surprised all the peerless geniuses present. These are at least above the celestial rank. More and more cultivators who have just arrived are shocked when they see this scene, and they can't believe their eyes at all. You know, any treasure here is extremely difficult to get outside, but this place is full of it. The next moment, the cultivators of the spirit race had eyes full of radiance, and Lu Qingyi's eyes were even more beautiful, shining with splendor. Compared with other forces, their spirit clan consumes a huge amount of heaven, material, and earth treasures. Now there are so many heavenly level heaven, materials, and earth treasures here. For their spirit clan, it is equivalent to a piece of supreme treasure land. And with this place, the power of their spiritual seals can definitely be raised to unprecedented heights. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a shocking thunder sounded. On the edge of the sky in the distance, an extremely tall stone statue appeared, full of killing power, slowly rising from the depths of the earth. Moreover, above the head of the stone statue, a colorful lotus is suspended, like a crown. The stone statue held a black stone slab in both hands, and strode towards this side. Looking from a distance, one can vaguely see that there are many handwritings engraved on the black stone board, shining faintly. The Dao seal has no respect, and the one who holds the seal dies. Just when Chu Yan saw the handwriting clearly, the 9 realms star map in the sea of consciousness suddenly trembled. My lord, this seal must be obtained. Chu Yan woke up suddenly, flames burst out in his eyes, and his figure shot out like lightning, directly hitting the black stone slab. Mu Gudian, Lu Qingyi, and other cultivators were taken aback by Chu Yan's sudden explosion, but they all reacted quickly. Chu Yan and the 5th gods wanted this slate. The people of the spirit clan listened to the order, all cast their spirit seals, set up a large array of heavenly spirits, and collect all the heavenly materials here. Lu Qingyi didn't care about Chu Yan at all, and quickly ordered. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw Chu Yan in the rush. Wherever she passed, one piece of Tao treasures and treasures of heaven, material and earth released monstrous fairy energy, as if she woke up at the same time and was born directly. Depend on. Mu Gudian was about to go crazy, his face turned green from shock. These are not 1 or 2 pieces, but hundreds of treasures of heaven, earth, and Taoism. That Chu Yan wants to pack them all. He can really. Lu Qingyi's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. The legendary spirit seal of the spirit clan master. The peerless geniuses of the spirit race, the strong and the bosses, of course understood after seeing this scene. The main spirit seal, the supreme treasure of the spirit clan, only the patriarch in the entire clan can cultivate successfully. However, a long time ago, the main spiritual seal was stolen, and since then the town clan has passed on, and the previous patriarch didn't even have the main spiritual seal, which is not true to his name. For so many years, the spirit clan tried their best to find the whereabouts of the Lord Spirit seal, which became the biggest regret and shame of the whole clan for thousands of years. 100-strong ancient clan even lost their own clan treasure. How would they deal with it? But now, the Lord Spirit seal, which had disappeared for thousands of years, appeared on that Chu Yan's body. How did he get this seal? Could it be that the person who stole the seal of the Lord's Spirit back then was the fifth god? Boom. 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 How domineering is the power of the Lord's Spirit seal! One after another the treasures of heaven, material and earth are attracted, releasing a monstrous aura, and attacking Mugudian and others in the distance. Although these treasures of heaven, material and earth have no spiritual wisdom, and they do not have unique moves and killing arrays, they are immortal treasures after all, and their aura is as thick as the abyss and the sea. Lu Qingyi, hurry up, let's see. Mugudian and Heixianyi, including the other cultivators present, were all battered and shouted at Lu Qingyi. They all know that to deal with so many treasures of heaven and earth, only the exercises of the spirit race are the most suitable. Shoot! Give me a shot. Take back the Lord's Spirit seal. Kill him. At this time, Lu Qingyi could no longer care about minimizing the impact, let alone his reputation as the #1 spiritual wisdom of a peerless genius. Under the stern roar, his beautiful face was completely distorted. This battle can only be won and undefeated. The battle kicked off in an instant, and endless air waves and explosions sounded. But Chu Yan faced the tide of attacks coming from behind him like a tide, but his figure was like lightning, and he fell in front of the mountain giant in an instant. At this moment, he could clearly feel that these two mountain giants had a terrifying power that would destroy the world. With a movement of consciousness, the green lotus flew out. Holding the jade bottle, Chu Yan strode forward, while the eyes of the two mountain giants on the opposite side stared at him closely. Their power continued to soar. There was an aura gushing out of the void, and the aura of the two mountain giants became stronger and stronger, and they were quickly raised to the supreme state of the 9 realms. What is even more astonishing is that their aura is still rising, approaching the Taoist realm. Tao Master Realm. Oh my God, what are these two? Mugudian, Lu Qingyi, and other peerless geniuses in the rear were all stunned and shocked. And the God King cultivators who were farther away were swept away by the powerful force. All of them turned pale, and the corners of their mouths were bleeding. Standing in front of the void giant, Chu Yan felt tremendous pressure, as if 2 mountains were pressing down, and the constant pressure made the true energy in his body almost stagnate. Whoever breaks into the Holy Land, kill. The void giant's shout sounded like murderous thunder. The moment he drank it, the wreckage on the battlefield in all directions creaked and got up from the ground. The monstrous aura was like a group of volcanoes erupting at the same time, and it also sounded like horns, spreading in all directions, and the wreckage farther away continued to stand up from the ground. Oh my God! Mugudian's face was completely dark. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3452 recognize the master. Call out. The 2 giants in the void shot out with terrifying speed, and rushed to Chu Yan in an instant. The divine light in their hands surged, and they slapped down with the mighty power of the void. A frenzy of death energy rose from Chu Yan's heart. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan quickly opened the jade bottle. Boom, boom. The monstrous blood light surged out, breaking through the sky of the battlefield in an instant, and countless stellar chi surged and fell down like a waterfall, dyeing everything in pitch black. What happened? Mugudian and other peerless geniuses all discovered that there was obviously a suppressive force in these auras, which suppressed their spiritual consciousness and pupil skills so hard that they couldn't use them at all. The 5th means of the gods, there really is. Haitian's face changed drastically, and he didn't need to think about it. With Chu Yan's cultivation base, it is impossible to fight against the 2 void giants, only the 5th of the gods can. Ahead, between the pitch-black world, the palms of 2 void giants slapped on a piece of majestic force, which could not be shaken at all, and stopped 100 feet above Chu Yan's head. Die. The two void giants were furious, flames shot up from their empty eyes, and the rolling power in their bodies turned into a shocking vision, completely surpassing the strongest power Chu Yan had ever seen. Swish! In the next moment, the blood essence in the jade bottle burst into light, and a figure that spread across the shore evolved in the void, with mighty power like a cloud, and domineering arrogance that is unique in the sky, overlooking the world. In an instant, all the power in the world disappeared and solidified, returning to nothingness. Boom! 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 The war was about to start, and Chu Yan could no longer see any figures or giants. He could only feel the sky without a roof, the vast earth, and the vast stars falling from the sky, wiping out all the avenues and the power of heaven. Time passed, and Chu Yan didn't know how long he had been waiting. This battle that he couldn't participate in at all and couldn't control finally subsided, and everything was turning into silence and silence. In the jade bottle, there was not much blood remaining. Chu Yan pressed the bottle tightly. The surrounding darkness is slowly receding. Ahead, there were countless cracks and gaps in the ground, and the two void giants fell to the ground without any breath, turning into bluestones. Chu Yan was startled. He did not expect that such a shocking battle would eventually cause damage, but it was only about the same as a battle between a strong man in the God King realm. No. The aftermath of the battle should have erupted in another place, beyond this battlefield of Naiha. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, then restrained himself and flew forward. It landed on the pile of bluestones transformed by the void giant, holding the jade bottle in his right hand, ready to pull out the bottle at any time. He was determined to obtain the stone seal, and he could not make any mistakes. Sure enough, the moment his hand touched the slate mark, tens of thousands of black light marks erupted from the slate. Roar. The roar was earth-shattering, and the sky trembled. Everything in all directions was instantly reduced to the underworld. All kinds of mountain-like monsters emerged from the endless void, and huge blood-colored eyes like stars opened in the sky, looking at Chu Yan together. As soon as Chu Yan's face changed, he wanted to pull out the jade bottle, but for some reason, the jade bottle couldn't be pulled out at all, as if it had been sealed. Those monsters didn't talk nonsense, they opened their mouths and bit Chu Yan. Chu Yan's heart was full of lifeless energy, and his thoughts flew like flying. There was a slight fluctuation in the 9 regions star map in the Sea of Consciousness, as if he wanted to release something to help Chu Yan. At this moment, at the position of Chu Yan's heart, a ball of black magic breath suddenly shot out, appeared from the position of Chu Yan's brow, turned into a giant python, and opened its mouth to roar. Relatively speaking, it is petite, like an ant, roaring in the sky. In an instant, an extremely shocking scene appeared. Above Chu Yan, everything stopped, turned into billowing air waves, and disappeared into nothingness. The sky, the earth, everything is restored to its original state. Just like the scenes that happened just now, they were all just phantoms and never appeared before. This devil's breath can actually scare away the monsters in the underworld. Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment, and he had no idea what the devil's breath had been hiding in his heart. The 9 territories star chart never said any information related to this magic breath. This is too complicated for Chu Yan now. Forget it, don't worry about it. Chu Yan shook his head, no longer cared about these things, pulled out his backhand, the jade bottle opened, and the energy of essence and blood rushed out, covering all directions. With both hands out, the slate was imprinted, and a feeling as cold as 10,000 years of ice froze the chi and blood of Chu Yan's body, and a layer of frost appeared on his body. In the dark, a series of silver needle-like sensations appeared all over the body, and even the soul was pierced by these ice needles. Chu Yan gasped, his face turned pale instantly. Pain. The incomparable pain made Chu Yan's mind start to tremble, and the sweat on his forehead poured down like rain. The blood in the body froze, and the whole body began to be paralyzed. The pain began to disappear, and instead, his whole body couldn't function. It was actually banned. Chu Yan's sea of consciousness froze a bit, and when he was thinking about it, he saw that stone seal turned into a sky full of stars, pouring into his body like flowing water in the void. Acknowledge the Lord. Chu Yan was startled. Soon, he gathered all the spiritual consciousness that he could mobilize, gathered them all in the sea of consciousness, and fused them with all his strength. The Tao seal has no respect, and the one who holds the seal dies. The 8 clear gold characters turned blood red and appeared in his mind. Appearing again is a reminder, a very solemn reminder. Chu Yan now pays more attention to these 8 characters, but he also knows that the more something against the sky, the greater the harm and danger it will bring. I don't know what this danger is. Heavenly tribulation. Or something else. Forget it, anyway, there are still some blood essence, and it's good to block it once. After Chu Yan made up his mind, he began to reach out his consciousness and observe his surroundings. At this time all kinds of Tao lights were shining everywhere on the surrounding Naiha battlefield. Mugudian, Luqingyi, Haitian first-class geniuses, and cultivators were all surrounded by those wreckages, unable to escape at all. Temporary safety. Before he fuses this stone seal, these people can't pose a threat to him for the time being. Look, what is Chu Yan doing? Xuanhuan recognizes the master, he is refining and merging. Both the body and the soul have been banned, this stone seal is so powerful. Not good. Mugudian, Luqingyi, Haitian and other peerless geniuses all used their consciousness to lock on Chu Yan after the battle, and when they found that Chu Yan's situation was wrong, they could find out immediately. At this moment, everyone's faces were ashen. Mugudian even roared furiously, hitting the wreckage surrounding it like crazy, but it was of no use at all. Luqingyi frowned, thinking of a solution, while Hai Tiany's expression changed, he didn't know what he was thinking. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3453 Chongwei Jiwei. Time passed, about half an hour later. One of the twos of the Lord of the 9 Great Tao, at this moment, the light of immortality is soaring into the sky, and the coercion is like a tide, stirring up a monstrous storm, sweeping all directions. All the cultivators were startled, looked up and saw Qin Tian's figure rising from the celestial light. He sat cross-legged, practiced in the air, and was as silent as water, as if he had entered a certain special state, and there was a mysterious power in the surrounding space, which was continuously integrated into his body. There are spiritual knives, floating and coiling around, like a giant dragon in a forest of knives, guarding all directions. Qin Tian's reincarnation has awakened and is merging, and the two will be merged into one soon. The cultivators present were all shocked when they saw it. Although fusion of reincarnation is not uncommon in God's domain continent, there are very few of Qin Tian's level. He himself is one of the top 10 peerless geniuses, and if he merges with reincarnation, how terrifying his strength will be. In the dark, there seems to be some kind of rule controlling something. When Qin Tian's opportunity comes, it seems to indicate that some kind of change is about to happen. The sky above the entire sun and moon mausoleum suddenly trembled, dragon-shaped winds appeared from the void, and figures flew out from the other 5 large tombs at the same time, with a shocking aura. This windy dragon has reached the supreme state. Cultivators can see that the supreme opportunity in this mystery will only appear when the 9 realms supreme is born. That is to say, there are 5 God King realm powerhouses who have gone through life and death, and are finally about to break through. If it was normal, it would definitely be an earth-shattering event for the 5 God Kings to break through to the Supreme Being. But now, although the cultivators present were astonished, they were not too shocked. After all, here, opportunities seem to be everywhere. At the same time, among the tombs of the Taoist realm, 3 of them began to burst into the sky. The first one, the mausoleum collapsed, and large petals flew all over the sky. A stunning woman stepped on the rain of flowers, wandered in the void, and poured the moon into the world. Another one has Taoist mantra resounding. Such is every word of punishment, let everyone's soul freeze. In the last one, there was the ferocious sound of bugles and the sound of hunting flags, as if there was a powerful army trying to fight out of it. The first saintess of the extreme moon sect, Su Qingmei. The elders of the Santian League, there is no moon in the water. The number one elite of ascending immortal sect, by Shantian. At the same time, the three of them obtained the inheritance left by the master of Taoism, and broke out of the tomb. At this time, the heavenly king lamp above the sky released a sea of flames, layer upon layer, and stirred up torrential waves of fire, covering the sky and covering the earth. In the sea of flames, a figure flew past and rushed towards the heavenly king lantern. Wherever it passed, the fire wave retreated away, allowing him to approach the heavenly king lantern, and finally recognized the master. Taoism has no bounds, the legal sky. A sound like a bell from heaven and earth sounded, and those cultivators who rushed into the mausoleums of all parties appeared in the void, sitting cross-legged on the mausoleums, practicing silently. Chang Wei's figure also appeared. Every cultivator who appeared on the large tombs had his whole body's aura completely connected with these tombs, and the aura in his body was obviously rising rapidly. This kind of cultivation speed is completely beyond the knowledge of all cultivators. This Chang Wei's strategy finally succeeded. He took control of Xingzhou tomb. Suddenly, Chang Wei's face changed suddenly, and his eyes were opened, full of astonishment. Boom, boom. In an instant, a burst of shocking weather exploded, the huge Xingzhou tomb completely exploded, and the mighty Xianwei picked up huge waves and rushed into the void for thousands of miles. Hum. The scream sounded, and those wrecked cultivators emerged from it. Each of them was in a miserable state of death, nailed into the void by various spiritual soldiers, with hideous and distorted faces. This death is probably extremely painful. Ha ha ha, trash from Taboo Ridge, come and fight with me. The wild laughter was earth-shattering, resounding over the battlefield of Naiha. I saw that Chang Wei grasped out with both hands horizontally, held the second of the two taboo four suns in his hands, and walked out of the void with big strides. At this time, his whole body was full of violence, his eyes were blood-red, his whole body was glowing red, and a pair of blood-red eyes on his chest gleamed like the eyes of a devil. Behind him, there are still 8 blood-black air masses suspended, like clouds of ghost energy and blood mist, releasing a terrifying death energy. However, when everyone's spiritual consciousness swept over the 9 groups of dead energy, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The 9 groups turned out to be 8 of the 9 celestial bodies, including devouring, Tianfu, reincarnation, and beast, except for the eternal body. This 8 great ancient bodies. Where did he come from? One person has 8. What is this for? All the cultivators present were pale, and bad premonitions emerged in their hearts. The 9 physiques of ancient times are all extraordinary. If they are gathered in one person, how terrifying it would be. More importantly, this Chang Wei is still the second descendant of the gods, and now that he has broken out of the tomb, he may have already been inherited. On the other side, Hai Tianyi, who was in the terrifying tomb, looked down at the jade talisman. He was shocked by the news. The whole person froze there, completely bewildered. One by one, they are all good. If that's the case, then you all, let me die. Chang Wei, Chu Yan, Rong Changdao, Su Yuemei, all die. The endless power surged, and Chang Wei was so domineering that he overwhelmed the audience. Chang Wei's gaze swept across the peerless geniuses and god kings, and finally landed on the terrifying tomb. His pupil technique seems to have surpassed this world, and he has penetrated through layers of restrictions, and he can see where Chu Yan is at a glance. Ha ha ha, I've been banned. It's really heaven and earth helping me, Chu Yan, now I'm missing your essence and blood, the 9 saints are one, I'm the only one invincible in this world. Chang Wei's wild laughter resounded throughout the world. Regarding Chang Wei's words, the expressions of all the powerhouses present changed drastically. They know that the ancient 9 physiques are not terrible. What is terrible is that someone really fused them to achieve the unity of the 9 sages. In the ancient books of several major forces, there are records about the unity of the 9 saints. If you want to turn the ancient style into a sage, and turn the 9 sages into one, you must have the blood of the 5th person from the ancient gods to do it. Although the god of war has been lost and no longer exists, Chu Yan, as a successor, has obtained everything of the god of war, so there must be the blood of the god of war in his body. In this way, it is tantamount to the same. Boom. 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 Suddenly, in the distance outside the sun and moon great tomb, 3 waves burst into the sky, and 3 extremely terrifying beams of light rose up, sweeping towards them with the power of a tsunami. All the cultivators present trembled, their faces pale. 9 territories supreme. Everyone felt it, it was the coercion of the 9 realms supreme. Among the Daozun districts, the number of 9 domain supremes is not small. Many people have seen this kind of terrifying coercion, especially the cultivators in this first district, who are paying attention every day to see if anyone breaks through the 9 domain supremes. Therefore, I am very familiar with this kind of breath. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3454 Yin-Yang Universe Technique. Yin, Yang, Qiankuan, the 3 spirits come together. Hai Tiany's figure flew out from the terrifying tomb, screamed and shook the sky, and cast a series of powerful magic seals. Under 3 violent bangs, the void was blasted into dust. I saw 3 fuzzy figures, like mountains appearing from the void. These 3 phantoms are all dry bones, one is fiery red, one is extremely gray, and one is golden, with spirit seals shining on their foreheads. Yin-Yang Universe Art. This is Taboo Ridge. Damn, people from Taboo Ridge. Rong Changdao, Su Qingmei, and other cultivators were all trembling in their hearts. They didn't expect Taboo Ridge to have a layout long ago. This. On Chang Wei's face, the smile froze. It seems that trash still has some strength. The smile on Hai Tiany's face became ferocious, and he said softly, I got the inheritance, how is it, doesn't it feel good? Hee, let me see you now. While speaking, his body disintegrated instantly, turning into a cloud of black smoke, which poured into the 3 withered bones, respectively. Roar. Thunderclouds appeared between the sky and the earth, and the sky trembled. Yingkugu strode out and rushed straight to Chang Wei. Every step he took was filled with endless thunder and lightning. Such Lei Wei is like the incarnation of the ruling will of heaven and earth, wanting to kill all the sinners in this world. Another giant with withered bones pulled out a ghost-headed saber from its back, swung it full of saber aura, and slashed straight at Su Qingmei and several other peerless geniuses. The last giant withered bones rushed straight to the terrifying tomb. All the cultivators present were shocked, their faces turned pale, and they fled in all directions. The cultivators who got the opportunity before also turned around and flew away, preparing to leave this place and go to the outside world to survive the catastrophe. Only in the sky, the cultivator who had just merged with the heavenly king lamp sat cross-legged in the sea of flames, motionless. The entire sun and moon tombs became a place of chaos. At this time, in the terrifying tomb, after Hai Tiany left, Lu Qingyi finally thought of a plan and discussed it with Mugudian through sound transmission. Suddenly, their faces changed in unison, a great chill surged in their hearts, and their figures retreated violently. Call out. I saw a giant with withered bones rushing towards Chu Yan like lightning and thunder. 9 realms supreme. This. Chu Yan's consciousness trembled violently, while Mugudian and Lu Qingyi were completely sluggish. Boom. 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 The strength of this withered bone giant is extremely terrifying. Attack after attack continued, blasting the surrounding treasures and wreckage into pieces and flying in all directions. In less than 3 reading hours, it forcibly opened a road and rushed to Chu Yan. This is the Yin-Yang Universe technique, the Forbidden Ridge Town Door Control technique. A big man of the barbarian clan shouted with a look of surprise on his face. Ha ha ha, great. When Mugudian heard this, he laughed wildly. This is an existence whose strength is comparable to that of the supreme being of the 9 realms. In addition, Chu Yan is now banned. Even if there is any means, he will undoubtedly die. It's a pity that the Lord Spirit Seal. Lu Qingyi also smiled and shook her head slightly. Chu Yan's consciousness felt that the bone giant was getting closer, and his vigilance suddenly rose sharply. Green Lotus can't deal with the supreme being of the 9 realms, and now he can't move his body. How can he use the jade bottle's blood essence? This time, what do we do? Various thoughts in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness are flying, and his will is constantly improving, and he wants to complete the fusion quickly. However, looking at the fusion speed of the seal, it is impossible to speed up, and the body cannot return to normal in a short time. Boom! Just when the withered giant punched the last wreck that blocked the way into pieces, its aura instantly soared to the extreme, and its powerful power condensed on the fist and slammed towards Chu Yan fiercely. Could it be that you can only use the square seal? Feeling the overwhelming power all around, Chu Yan gritted his teeth and made up his mind to fight. Although the fusion of this seal has not been completed, it may be extremely dangerous to force it, but if you don't blog now, you will definitely die. Myriad Dao Heaven Formation. In an instant, there was a shout, and the thunderous void exploded, and countless spirit patterns flashed and burst into golden light, covering the sky in all directions. Boom! The power of the big formation collided with the giant withered bones, and it shattered into thousands of immortal lights, while the giant withered bones on the opposite side was knocked backwards and flew dozens of distances, sluggish on the spot. Extreme Heaven Promise Formation. With a loud roar, 3 figures flew towards Chu Yan, blocking in front of Chu Yan, waving the spirit soldiers in their hands, and once again forming a new formation. The momentum was soaring. Huayang. Chu Yan was stunned, looking at the familiar figure in front of him. Extreme Heaven Sect. Mugudian, Lu Qingyi, and other peerless geniuses were all taken aback. From the beginning to the end, the people of Zhu Tianzong have been following the cultivators. They were ordered by the young man to lurk by the Tianxian Lake, waiting for Chu Yan to appear. After arriving at the battlefield of Naihe, he has been hiding in the dark and no one has noticed. When Chu Yan was facing life and death, the Huayang trio used the formation taught by the Huafa youth to help Chu Yan block the sure-to-kill attack. At this time, the giant withered bones shook his head and finally came to his senses. He looked at the 3 of Huayang with anger and roared loudly. On the other side, outside the super tomb, Chang Wei was in charge of the inheritance of the gods and elders, and together with the 2 giants of withered bones, they had a shocking battle with everyone. Qin Tian, Rong Changdao, Su Qingmei, and other peerless geniuses all joined forces, played all their cards, and a great battle broke out, shaking the world. All of a sudden, in the trembling world, all kinds of thunder erupted, like a sea of thunder emerging, illuminating the world into a bright light. Then, amidst the loud noise, a continuous mountain range suddenly appeared above the super tomb, as tall as a peak, stretching for thousands of miles, and the entire mountain range released dazzling light. A faint coercive aura swept all directions, and swept the audience. Heaven and earth are boundless. This is the promised supreme mountain range. Oh my God, the one who got the Heavenly King Lantern wants to break through the tribulation here. General Li, is he crazy? The cultivators present were all stunned when they saw this scene, and were completely dumbfounded. That General Li was the same cultivator who stepped into the sea of flames of the Heavenly King and sat cross-legged to merge. If Chu Yan sees it, he will recognize at a glance the liar he traded with him in the city for the supreme Tao law. Like Chu Yan, he took the road against the sky, the road of fusion. However, Li Zhang's behavior scared all the cultivators in the audience. You know, this is a battlefield. If during the breakthrough process, you are involved in the aftermath of the battle and interrupt the robbery, the consequences. Sky King Lamp, is it really so extraordinary? The withered bone giant noticed General Li in the sky, looked up, and saw that the big knife in his hand had been raised. However, before it could make a move, Lian Tian's figure flickered, and he rushed directly to the highest peak of that mountain range, and the momentum of his whole body began to surge wildly. God King Realm, great achievement. The pinnacle of the God King Realm. God King Realm is complete. Even after breaking through the triple realm, his aura still didn't seem to fade in the slightest. In his eyes, the fire blazed into the sky, and the flames that spewed out evolved into various phenomena, arousing the power of heaven and earth, and emitting bursts of dragons and phoenixes. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3455 One Step Supreme. In the void of heaven and earth, dragon breaths gushed out continuously, evolved into visions, and finally submerged into General Li's body. His physical body and breath are constantly improving, rolling in. One Step Supreme. This, how is it possible? The countless cultivators present couldn't believe their eyes. You must know that after the appearance of the supreme mountain range, the cultivator must climb from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain step by step, constantly resisting the catastrophe of heaven and earth, and finally reach the top and break through. Moreover, just now, General Li's aura has directly broken through from the small success of the God King Realm to the perfection of the God King Realm, reaching the level of half-step supreme. It would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years for him to continuously break through to the third level of the God King Realm. The key is that now, his momentum has increased, and there is no sign of stopping. The majesty of the heavens and the earth boiled like the sea, and under the violent turmoil, countless visions appeared, shocking everyone's soul. From the sky, countless starlights appeared, converging into a long belt of galaxies, connecting to Li Zhang's body, pouring in continuously, making the light on his body even more dazzling. Ha ha ha, one-step supremacy. Good, good, the rubbish in Taboo Ridge spent so much effort to get the Heavenly King Lantern, but they made wedding dresses for others, changed their fate against the sky, and ascended to the sky with supreme power. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Chang Wei's laughter resounded, shaking the audience. The parietal giant continued to attack, but with its strength, it was not enough to break General Li's breakthrough. At this time, in the super tomb, the fire-haired youth had already planned and even brought a powerful spiritual shock, but the cultivation base of the three of Huayang, even if they used secret skills to upgrade to the peak of the God King Realm, was still far from what the bone giant had before. After a few breaths, the formation and their spiritual treasures all collapsed. Go. You are not his opponent. Go. Chu Yan sent out a voice transmission with his spiritual sense and shouted loudly. The three of Huayang were completely unmoved. Facing the withered bone giant, they all rushed forward as if they were going to die. In an instant, they were directly blasted into flesh and blood by the withered bone giant. The moment the three flesh and blood fireworks bloom, Chu Yan's soul trembled violently. Just when Chu Yan was about to erupt, he suddenly saw that the three flesh and blood fireworks did not dissipate in the void, but slowly reunited, revealing a figure. However, the speed at which the flesh and blood gathered was extremely slow. It can be reborn. You know, as one of the gods, the fire-haired young man is so powerful. Of course, it is clear what kind of place the first district is. It is impossible to simply send 3 God King Realm practitioners to perform impossible tasks. Therefore, this time, in order to refine the bodies of Huayang and the 3 of them, the young man with a lot of fire spent a lot of money. Not to mention that the body is immortal, but at least it cannot be destroyed by the supreme being of the 9 realms. At this moment, a dazzling red light suddenly burst out from Chu Yan's body, and the auspicious clouds of heaven and earth emerged and enveloped him, causing his will to burst out instantly, and a bright knife light struck behind him, slashing straight at the bone giant. Seeing a beam of saber light attacking, the giant withered bones raised his hand to block it, and the palms and swords intersected, exploding the torrential waves. Under the terrifying power, the giant withered bones was sent flying backwards again. "Who is it again?" Mugudian shouted angrily, and turned his head to look. I saw a figure in white clothes, holding a lancet, volleying through the air, walking step by step. Cultivation has reached the early stage of 9 realms supreme, and the coercion has passed, and all the cultivators present are trembling. Li will break through to the 9 realms supreme. Chu Yan glanced over, suddenly stunned. Li Jiang took a few steps to the front, glanced at Chu Yan, and said, "Thousands of years have passed, and peerless ones are hard to find. There are not many like you. What I owed you back then, I will pay you back now. Since you are already supreme, then I will use the knife in my hand once for you." When the words fell to the ground, he suddenly turned around and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in front of the withered bone giant, with saber aura in his hand, and the phantom behind him was like a demon, condensing thousands of saber auras with one knife, and slashed at the withered bone giant. Of course, the withered bones giant would not take it easy. He came up with a knife and fought against it. In an instant, a great war broke out, earth-shattering. The bone giant's cultivation strength has reached the supreme achievement of the 9 realms, and he has also obtained a part of Hai Tiany's mind, and he ignores physical attacks at all. Even if his limbs are mutilated, he will not feel the slightest. In this way, how amazing the combat power is. But, coincidentally, its opponent is General Li. Li Jiang, like Chu Yan, did not take the usual path of practice, and has always changed his fate against the sky. After thousands of years of accumulation, an outbreak occurred. After one step of being respected, his combat power is terrifying to the extreme. General Li's fighting power is getting stronger and stronger, and the sword in his hand is like a soldier of ghosts and gods, shaking heaven and earth. After 10 breaths, the bone giant's body was completely cracked, and not a single bone was intact. After half a stick of incense, the withered bone giant's aura was completely decadent, without any fighting power. The eternal night is still here today. The generals of the heavens and the soldiers of the earth are only my immortals, and I go to the sky alone and get drunk for 1,000 dynasties. I don't want to flatten my body with a knife. Ha ha ha. The void around Li Jiang's body was full of Daoguang ripples, and the breath released, as he sang, became more and more Daoguang like a tide. Unexpectedly, I could vaguely see that an illusory landscape picture emerged in it. In the next moment, he was divided into 2, in the battlefield, and between the landscape paintings, there was a Li Jiao, who swung his knife at the same time, cutting the sky and the earth, with a weak momentum, but the sky and the earth collapsed. When he dropped the knife and stood up with the knife back, the battlefield and the figure in the painting stood still at the same time. At the same time as the landscape painting disappeared, the whole body of the bone giant in front of him began to shatter, and pieces of broken bones fell down, scattered all over the ground. After falling to the ground, the bones shattered, turned into black air, and dissipated into the void. Chu Yan, your karma is over, see you again. As soon as a word fell to the ground, Li Jiang soared into the sky with his knife, turned into a shooting star, flew to the end of the Naiha battlefield, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Thanks. Chu Yan looked up and said softly. This time, he owed the other party a big favor. Asshole. When Mugudian realized it, he was extremely furious. Lu Qingyi, Chu Yan can't move yet, quickly follow the plan and kill him. When Lu Qingyi heard the words, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she nodded slightly. In the next moment, all the geniuses, bosses, and cultivators of the spiritual clan broke out in unison, attacking with all the ultimate moves at the same time, all blasting at Chu Yan. However, this wave of attacks was blocked by the surrounding treasures and wreckage, and they couldn't rush over in a short time. After all, they don't have the supreme combat power of the Withered Bones giant, they are just a group of god kings. Mugudian was not idle either. With a Tao-eating body, he was driven to the extreme, and with 3 peerless geniuses of his own clan, a group of peak god kings waved their spiritual soldiers in unison, and rushed towards Chu Yan. This time, they aimed all their targets at Chu Yan, and prepared to fight with all their strength to open a way, killing Chu Yan first. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3456 Big Change. Chu Yan separated out 3 divine senses to focus on the recovery of the 3 of Huayang, and at the same time probed Mugudian and the others with his spiritual sense. Now, most of the lithography has been fused, and there is still a small part. With the green lotus in front of him, it should be able to support it for a while. At this time outside the mausoleum. After the withered bone giant was destroyed, the aura of the other 2 giant withered bones began to surge, and they were instantly promoted to the realm of the supreme master of the 9 domains, and Haitian roared angrily. Now, roaring is useless, if it is extinguished, it is extinguished. There are still 2 of the 3 withered bone giants. Although the strength has been concentrated, the plan to kill Chu Yan has also been defeated. Chang Wei unleashed the second of the gods, the wreckage of Xingzhou, and at the same time stimulated the 9 ancient physiques, constantly blasting out the sword aura all over the sky. Rong Jingdao supported his phantom of the tomb soul, Qin Tian and Su Qingmei formed a monstrous killing formation, surrounding a giant withered bones. Time passed, and after a long time, the withered bone giant finally couldn't hold on, and the breath from his whole body collapsed. No. Impossible. Haitian roared and startled the sky, was slashed on his body with a knife, and finally turned into nothingness. The last giant withered bones also suddenly lost its breath, and its combat power retreated sharply. Damn, the bastard from Taboo Ridge, you're wasting time with me here, I don't know what's going on in the mausoleum, take a look. Chang Wei glanced around, turned around and turned into a bloody light, and rushed straight to the mausoleum. I'll leave this dry bone to the 2 of you. Everyone listen to the order and follow me into the great mausoleum. When Rong Changdao saw Chang Weifei leaving, he immediately shouted an order, and at the same time, he transmitted the sound to all around, and his eyes shot brightly. This time, he got a big news through the Xingchen tomb. In that mausoleum, there is a stone seal that defies the sky. If you get this stone seal, the benefits will be huge, and you can even break through to the Taoist realm. The 5th descendant of the gods. It seems that you have already set up the game for you. However, I must get this stone seal, so don't blame me. Rong Changdao's eyes were full of violent killing intent, and he swept across the mausoleum. For a long time, their ancient mausoleum's suppression of Chu Yan just wanted Chu Yan to help them with one thing, but now, the benefits of lithography obviously exceeded the original goal, and of course they had to change. As for the bigwigs in the clan to give orders, they only need to get the stone seal, and they can naturally do business after returning. Not long after, the last giant withered bones also crumbled into bone dregs all over the ground. Su Qingmei came out from one of the 9 tombs, and called on the disciples of this sect to rush to the mausoleum as well. Not far away, Qin Tian sat cross-legged and began to practice and recover. After the fusion of reincarnation, the body and soul have not yet recovered, otherwise, he would have rushed directly into the mausoleum. At this time, in the mausoleum, Chang Wei and Rong Changdao rushed in with their clansmen and sect disciples. Mugudian had already led dozens of people, smashing the last wreckage that blocked the way. The 3 of Zhu Tianzong Huayang's flesh and blood had only half recovered, and they wanted to struggle to get up from the ground, but when they heard 3 bursts of breath, the spirit soldiers entered their bodies and directly nailed them to the ground. Chu Yan, die! Mugudian roared and shook the sky, his momentum soaring into the clouds, and he pulled out a blood-colored spear from the void with his right hand, which turned out to be a half-disabled Taoist weapon. The weapon of questioning, even if it is broken, is 10 times stronger than Daobao. The other peerless geniuses, those at the peak of the God King realm, are also powerful Dao treasures and sigils, mobilizing various powerful physiques, and blessing Mugudian in unison. Mugudian, who was originally imposing like a rainbow, suddenly soared all over his body. With a wave of the spear in his hand, there were thousands of sword shadows, smashing the void into pieces, and the tip of the spear pointed at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged. 10,000 enemies sky-devouring spear. Even if the peerless genius present saw the power of this shot, his face would change suddenly and his heart would become terrified. Lu Qingyi on the other side also pushed the spirit seal to the extreme, constantly wrapping the green lotus in front of Chu Yan, pulling it far away. The whole world, under the tremor of the void, gradually solidified. Chu Yan's eyes stared at the sharp point of the sharp spear, and there was a backfire beating deep in his pupils. Qilan Tianwei broke out. In an instant, a group of golden flames and white flames rose from the eyes at the same time, turning into flames and gushing out, enveloping Chu Yan's whole body. Under the sudden surge of momentum, the fusion speed of that stone seal soared again. A monstrous aura rushed up from the ground like a dragon pillar, and Jiuxiao was 90,000 li above it. Want to kill me? It's up to you. Behind Chu Yan, the soul of the war god and the phantom of the Taoist master, plus the holy Rakshasa, 3 mountain-like figures stood up at the same time. Roar! 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 Amidst the 3 earth-shattering roars of weeping ghosts and gods, the 3 suddenly collided and merged instantly, and the 3 were as one. The majestic coercion is like a violent thunder blasting the sky, and it is like 1,000 miles of shocking clouds, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Under the madness of the 2 methods of asking questions, all of them are attributed to the Haotian sword. Clang! Click! The sword energy is like a dragon, piercing the sky. As Wei Gang passed by, violent winds surged, thunder cracked, and all directions were enveloped in an instant. Mugudian held the spear in his hand and trembled violently. Under the powerful force, his body was pushed back and forth, and his legs pushed out 2 deep grooves on the ground. What a Chu Yan, what a descendant of the gods, it's really not easy to kill. I didn't expect that you broke the seal at this time. Mugudian was full of unwillingness, and the murderous aura in his eyes radiated truthfully. What a pity. Just a little bit. In that case, come on. With a shout, he formed seals with both hands, Daoguang bloomed, and the power of his whole body was condensed. At this moment, Chong Wei, Rong Chongdao, Lu Qingyi, and a few others also rushed from all around, locking their consciousness on Chu Yan. All of them were full of murderous intent. Chu Yan turned his head and swept away, and Lu Lian broke through the forbidden spirit seal and came through the air. Immediately, he turned his head slowly, facing all the peerless geniuses present, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised. The lithography fusion is completed, there is no longer any scruples, and the battle is over. However, just when everyone was about to do something, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. On the entire battlefield of Naiha, countless ancient auras, like a volcanic eruption, rushed into a column of air more than 10 feet high, and smashed into the void world in pieces. All the treasures and wreckage fell to the ground, and all the breath disappeared instantly. This? Chu Yan was stunned when he saw this scene. On the top of the mausoleum, the wall of the tomb began to crack, and at the same time, the entire tomb swelled rapidly. Are you going to blow it up? Lu Qingyi's small face was full of panic. This scene is too scary. If such a large mausoleum were to explode, none of the people present would be able to escape. Chang Wei's face changed, and the corner of his eyes glanced at Chu Yan. According to his guess, the sudden outbreak of the tomb was terrifying because Chu Yan took the square seal. In other words, that square seal is likely to be the core of this tomb. Chang Wei cursed in a low voice, gave Chu Yan a hard look, turned around and ran away. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3457 correct name. The mausoleum is horrible. If it really exploded, even the supreme being of the 9 realms might be lost in it. Not to mention that the cultivators present are basically cultivators in the realm of God Kings, and it is impossible to resist them. However, in an instant, Chu Yan, Chang Wei, and other peerless geniuses all trembled, and at the same time felt that the speed of the mausoleum's skyrocketing speed increased by more than 10 times in an instant. It's over. The cultivators present were all ready to retreat, but they didn't have time to leave. This mausoleum was much faster than them. Everyone is frantically using all kinds of hole cards, Dao treasures, magic charms, secret skills, and other means to protect themselves firmly. It was too late to escape. I only hoped that my defense would allow me to survive. However, when everyone was waiting for the impact, they were stunned at the same time. I saw that the big mausoleum had collapsed, but there was no sound, let alone a strong and terrifying force rushing out. This immediately made all the cultivators present stunned on the spot. Even if it is a cultivator of the God King realm, if he blew himself up on the spot, he could cause extremely terrifying damage. Not to mention the super tomb that has been silent for thousands of years and surpassed the second place of the gods. Just those guardian forces, the treasures of heaven and earth, and the wreckage are extremely terrifying. But now, there is no power at all. Everyone stood there, staring blankly at the shattered tomb bricks, which turned into a little bit of starlight and dissipated into the void. Immediately afterwards, even the Naiha battlefield began to shatter, turning into a large expanse of starlight and rushing in all directions. Qing Tian, Su Qingmei, and other peerless geniuses, as well as many God King realm cultivators, all looked puzzled. Here's what happened. At this moment, Qing Tian, Chang Wei, and Chu Yan's bodies trembled suddenly, and an incomparably mysterious feeling blessed their hearts, washing their souls like a spiritual spring. The sky and the earth tremble, the color of the sky changes. The wind will rise. The sky is full of light smoke, like yellow sand, passing through the border, sweeping all directions. This is the supreme yellow wind. The 3 of them got the supreme opportunity. The cultivators present all noticed the strangeness of Chu Yan and the 3 of them, and all stared at them. However, after the accident of the Economic Association, the current situation is not shocking them, but curious. What will happen to this Naiha battlefield, this mausoleum, and the 3 of Chu Yan? Supreme opportunity, how could it appear like this? Why everything? There is a kind of doomed, earth-shattering feeling of the overall situation. Everything is expected, but beyond cognition, it seems to be in a dangerous situation, but wandering on the edge of life and death, lingering on one's last breath. This is not right. The supreme chance. How could it be so easy to get it? And it is the 9 realm supreme chance. Could it be because the mausoleum cracked and appeared? Chu Yan's sea of consciousness was like lightning, and he kept thinking. The current situation is extremely delicate. Mu Gudian, hurry up and take down Chu Yan, don't let him run away. The first thing Lu Qingyi reacted to was targeting Chu Yan. When Mu Gudian and Rong Changdao heard this, their expressions changed immediately, and they all looked at Chu Yan. According to the rules of the first district, anyone who gets the opportunity of the 9 realms supreme must leave immediately. Just like General Li before him, he only forcibly stayed for a short time, said a few words, and then left quickly, not daring to stay any longer. Now, if Chu Yan ran away, it would be impossible for them to summon so many strong men to deal with him. Ha ha ha, ignorance. Chang Wei laughed wildly, and then said, the three of us can only break through here. We can't leave. When these words fell, Lu Qingyi and other cultivators were stunned at the same time, and then looked around. Sure enough, there were thunders gathered in the sky, obviously gathering powerful thunder calamity. In less than 10 breaths, above the sky, there is a sea of thunder clouds stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Moreover, the faintly visible thunder in the sea of thunder clouds flickered in various colors, red, white, gold, blue, and so on, with 9 colors and 10 lights, which looked extremely terrifying. Every thunder loomed, carrying a powerful destructive aura, which felt obviously wrong. This is primordial tribulation of death. A big man present exclaimed, his voice trembling. The word exploded, and the audience was shocked. Hong Meng died. That is not the supreme thunder tribulation that appears in the legend when one step breaks through to the supreme being of the 9 realms. In other words, the 3 of them are all breakthroughs. 9 realm supremes. The opportunity of the 9 regions supreme, I am afraid it is not so easy. Qin Tian looked up at primordial death tribulation in the sky, frowning. The figure sitting cross-legged on the ground slowly got up, his face kept changing, and he turned his head to look at Chu Yan again. The chance obtained in the tomb before has been integrated, and his aura has undergone earth-shaking changes. He is powerful and domineering, and he is no longer the original Qin Tian. Reincarnation fusion, complete transformation. Chu Yan, this is fate. If this is the case, then only one of you and me can break through successfully. Qin Tian drew his sword, his momentum was like a peak. With a cold blade pointing straight at Chu Yan. This clan belongs to the order, and kill Chu Yan with all our strength. Lu Qingyi and Rong Chongdao shouted orders with their eyes wide open at the same time. Clan people, today is the time for the judgment, and the rebels will be killed. Mu Gudian drew his sword to the sky, screaming endlessly. In an instant, thousands of thunderbolts were frightened and angry, and endless murderous aura gathered in the void, all locked on Chu Yan. Lu Qingyi, Rong Chongdao, and other countless cultivators swept into a wave of destruction. All of them burst out with the strongest power and blasted out their killer moves. Mu Gudian's stunt was astonishing, and he was the first to attack Chu Yan. Cultivators from various forces, especially those casual cultivators, saw such a scene, and the top cultivators including Su Qingmei were all shocked in shock. This kind of murderous aura is so shocking that even one sect might be able to exterminate it. No matter how strong that Chu Yan is, it is impossible to deal with so many cultivators and attack together. Such a wave of attacks, let alone a Chu Yan of the God King realm, even a strong man who broke through to the 9 realms supreme, would not be able to retreat completely. Good. Well done. However, at this moment, the black-robed figure pointed by the attack frenzy let out a long howl, and the sound was full of surprises. The fighting power is like flames, soaring into the sky, with long hair flying, and the roaring tiger cloak fluttering. At this moment, Chu Yan thought of what Qin Tian said just now. It seems that everything is a fate in the dark, all arranged and predestined, and no one can change it. Now, facing the whole field as an enemy, the attack frenzy spread all over the sky, countless pairs of red eyes, and all the weapons pointed at him. Chu Yan just wants to know if he can shake the sky in a battle when he breaks through the 9 realms supreme. Such a scene can be regarded as worthy of oneself and a breakthrough opportunity. In this battle, prove your name for yourself. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3458 Tianling Wanjiman. Mu Gudian was like the tip of an attacking frenzy, his aura exploded to the extreme, and he stared at Lulian with red eyes until the knife fell. Chu Yan, I will destroy your Dao flower first, I see what you have to be arrogant about. Lu Qingyi has been targeting Chu Yan's Lulian all along. When she pulled it away before, it was a perfect opportunity, but it was a pity that Chu Yan just broke through the seal and called Lulian back. However, she knew that no matter what level of Daobao, no matter how powerful it was, it could be broken. As long as this Dao flower is broken, Chu Yan will lose his greatest support. Hearing these words, Chu Yan didn't care at all. He looked at the crowd coming from the opposite side like a tide, and waved the long sword in his hand. The war broke out immediately. At the beginning of the collision, waves of the sky broke out, and the power was so powerful that all the cultivators who watched the battle from a distance were shocked. This Chu Yan's strength is so strong. Faced with such an attack, don't run away, but charge upwards, head to head. If it were them, let alone fighting, even if they fled, their legs would be weak. Asshole. Mugudian's aura was fleeting, and his face became extremely ugly. At the moment of the collision just now, he used at least 5 powerful killing moves, and he also used the attack momentum of more than 20 God King realm behind him to form a combined attack method. However, the Dao flower standing in front of Chu Yan didn't react at all, completely unmoved. 9 extinct breaths of the heavenly spirit, myriad realms, will sink into the sea. Not far away, Lu Qingyi, as well as many cultivators of the barbarian tribe, all resorted to the trick they had been preparing. With the flipping of various handprints, the talismans rose together. The sea of thunder in the sky exploded, and countless thunder lights poured down like a waterfall, bombarding the sky, blasting the void into nothingness in an instant. In the shattered void, endless chaos flowed out, and at the same time a tall shadow emerged from it. This is a gate full of sigils. Falling from the sea of thunder clouds. It hit the ground heavily, causing a circle of ground ripples, which spread towards the distant land. Almost the moment it landed, a powerful spiritual force suddenly enveloped Chu Yan. In just half a breath, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was completely suppressed and could not function at all. Specially suppress me. Chu Yan looked around and found that other people had no influence. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Lu Qingyi smiled immediately. This time, she worked hard to suppress Chu Yan. There is no time for a stick of incense to suppress this Tianling Wanjie gate, and Chu Yan can't get rid of it at all. Chu Yan, what is the meaning of a Dao flower? If you have the kind, come and fight with me. Mugudian screamed, the sound was overwhelming. At this time, Chong Wei sent a sound transmission from his spiritual sense, friend Chu Yan, he. You are in such a dangerous situation now. Otherwise, you can give me some blood, and I will help you break through the 9 realms supreme, how about it? Of course, cooperation, I can make the oath of Tianwei first. These words fell into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and Chu Yan ignored them directly. I want my own blood. What does this Chong Wei want to do? It doesn't matter why you are. But there is no need to calculate, I will ask you to settle the matter after this matter. Chu Yan refused, and looked at Chong Wei with cold eyes. Looking at the 9 clouds of black smoke behind him, Feng Tianxian should have been swallowed by him. Later, they will find a way to rescue Feng Tianxian. Seeing Chu Yan's attitude, Mugudian suddenly had blue veins on his forehead, and shouted. Humph. Those of the 8U Xuanhuan sect are indeed rubbish. When these words landed, Chu Yan shot murderous intent in his eyes. Trash, right? I want to see, are you a trash? When the words landed, Chu Yan directly urged the green lotus in front of him. Okay. Let's fight, don't run. Mugudian's face was full of joy, and he immediately began to prepare his ultimate move. As long as he kept Chu Yan steady, he would not be able to kill him. However, before his face bloomed with joy, suddenly there was an extremely cold and dead air in his heart, which suddenly rose sharply. Daojing Mountain Range. Chu Yan's aura soared, and the terrifying mountain range came out of the sky. His figure merged with it, as if he had become one with the heaven and the earth, and rushed towards Mugudian. Dao Extreme Front. Mugudian's Tao-devouring body was driven to the extreme, and he swung the long knife in his hand. Among the top 10 physiques in ancient times, which one is not stunning? What a powerful existence. Moreover, as long as any one of the top 10 physiques is cultivated to the peak, it is possible to break through and become a holy body. In that way, it is almost an invincible existence at the same level, and its combat power is astonishing. Although Mugudian has not cultivated to the level of the holy body, he is also a top existence in the Tao-devouring clan. However, when the two forces collided, an astonishing scene appeared. Boom, boom. Amidst the loud noise, Mugudian let out a scream, the light all over his body suddenly lost, and flew backwards like a meteor, hitting the ground in the distance. The remaining waves of vigor that broke away scattered in all directions, rushing past other cultivators, and suddenly a group of people turned their backs on their backs, and there were screams everywhere, all connected together. Chu Yan didn't mean to stop at all, chasing behind Mugudian, who was flying upside down. The long sword in his hand slashed out thousands of sword chi. The first one pierced Mugudian's body, and the last sword directly pierced him. His body was pierced and nailed to the ground. All the cultivators in the audience were shocked, and their faces darkened. No one dared to believe that the peerless genius of the dignified Tao-devouring clan was defeated by Chu Yan with just one move. Okay. Very good. As expected of the fifth successor of the gods, he has cultivated such a powerful strange method. Chang Wei looked at Chu Yan, nodded slightly involuntarily, and said with a sinister smile. You dare to refuse my proposal, and you will have to pay the price. After saying this, a black light flashed in his eyes instantly, and 9 clouds of black smoke behind him turned into whirlpools and rose together. This burst of aura shocked everyone in the audience, much stronger than Chu Yan's aura. 9 body fusion. Seeing this scene, the cultivators present were all shocked. Boom. At this moment, a knife light piercing and galloping forward rushed over. The fusion and consolidation of Qin Tian's body was completely completed, and 2 tall phantoms appeared at the same time above the entire body, which was extremely dazzling. He stared at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, shining brightly. Blood-soul fusion. Chang Wei's Dharma seal condensed, gathering all the evil spirits in the tombs into his body, as if turning into a ghost of heaven and earth, bowing down to the world. Chu Yan, I hope you are worth my shot. The corners of Chang Wei's mouth rose, and his figure rushed out. Boom. 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 All kinds of gas explosions exploded, and the sky trembled. One by one, Chu Yan collided directly with all the cultivators and peerless geniuses. However, it didn't take long this time. Chu Yan's aura suppressed all the cultivators in the audience. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3459 Linglong returns. The great battle broke out, and the cultivators present were extremely shocked. The current Chu Yan is unbelievably strong, but no matter how strong he is, there is only one person, and he will still lose in the end. A strong man in the God King realm sighed. In this battle, there was no more fierceness and confrontation, and it was Chu Yan who suppressed the whole audience by himself. Chu Yan, you are very good. You are a qualified opponent. When you lose, I will bury you here and build a tomb for you with my own hands. During the battle, Lu Qingyi kept urging the spirit seal to bless, and said to Chu Yan at the same time. Before Chu Yan could answer, a cold voice sounded. Shameless. So many people beat one. I saw 7 figures rushing towards the sky in the distance, and the aura of each of them was extremely astonishing. Chu Yan was stunned, looked up, and found that it turned out to be several peerless geniuses of the 13 orthodoxy, including the 8 Xuanhuan sect and the Sanha sect. Haha, Chu Yan, several of our forces have formed an alliance, and today I just entered the first district, so I will come to help you. A peerless genius of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect laughed loudly. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi frowned slightly, and said softly, "The three major forces. It's up to you." Before she could finish her sentence, another voice sounded from the distant horizon. "My people. None of you can move." I saw, on the edge of the distant sky, a beautiful figure flew over, wearing a long dark golden cloud silk dress, fluttering in the sky, with the glow of the whole body, like a fairy of the Holy Spirit, from far to near. The cultivators present had their eyes lit up at the same time, and their eyes were full of astonishment. It is not an exaggeration to describe this woman's appearance as alluring, especially that luxurious temperament, which is definitely not something that ordinary women can possess. Among the sluggish crowd, Chu Yan's eyes were completely brightened. Looking at the woman's figure, his whole body trembled slightly. This, the entangled figure in the dream, is finally back. Everything seems to be a lifetime away. So unreal. She really is back. Huh. Some people were startled when they saw Chu Yan's expression. "Brother Chu Yan, are you fighting here again?" Yu Linglong moved lightly, and walked to Chu Yan's side in a few steps, and smiled. "Linglong, There are thousands of words in my heart," but when he said a word, the jade finger was pressed on his mouth, and he smiled lightly and shook his head. "I'll help you." The 3 words in a soft voice are better than 1,000 words, and the Tao has gone through the vicissitudes of life. Turning around, the jade hand fluttered, the Tao seal appeared horizontally, and a tall and majestic figure appeared, holding a strange-shaped spiritual weapon, sweeping across the sky, shattering the world. The Taoist master is vain. With this glance, Lu Qingyi's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect Chu Yan's helper to be the successor of the Taoist master. "Based on this, you want my spirit race to stop, aren't you being too naive?" Lu Qingyi's evidence was light, but her face and eyes were obviously more solemn. Although their spirit race is not the main battle force in this battle, there are 4 peerless geniuses present, and there are also many God King level powerhouses. In addition, the Spirit Seal secret skill of their spirit race can increase everyone's battle power by 30%. It has the right to speak. Then add this. Yu Linglong's eyes swept over her, and then she smiled lightly. In the next breath, countless stars emerged from her body, like a collection of vast stars, instantly becoming extraordinary. If just now, she was just a noble holy spirit, then now she is like a fairy born out of the world, invulnerable to all laws. In an instant, the way the cultivators present looked at Yu Linglong completely changed. The body of the great spirit god. As the starlight passed by, everyone present from the spirit race lost their spiritual breath instantly, and all the spiritual seals were invalidated, and there was no longer any blessing. Lu Qingyi immediately recognized Yu Linglong's special physique, and exclaimed. "The body of the great spirit god is the most powerful physique of the spirit race, not one of them." But, how could this woman have the most powerful body of the spirit race? Lu Qingyi was so astonished that she couldn't even speak clearly, pointing at Yu Linglong, her spirit trembled. "That's not right. As far as I know, the body of the great spiritual god can only be awakened by a genius of the spirit race with a bloodline that is pure and reincarnated in the ancient times. This one doesn't seem to be from the spirit race." Among the cultivators present, some who knew the secrets of the spiritual race spoke suspiciously. However, blood reincarnation, in God's domain continent, almost only exists in legends. Some people have heard of it, but no one has ever seen it. If the bloodline is so easy to reincarnate, like Qin Tian, it still needs to find the chance of reincarnation in the previous life to merge, and it will be over if it is awakened directly. Everyone present was extremely shocked, and of course the most astonished were the members of the Lu Qing clan and the Spirit clan. They knew better than anyone that this woman was definitely not from the spirit race. However, the matter did not seem to be over. From the Dao seal formed by Yu Linglong, mysterious power continuously emerged and poured into Yu Linglong's body, causing her aura to increase by nearly 10 times. Blood, blood, blood blessing. All the cultivators in the audience were stunned and completely dumbfounded. In terms of blessing secret techniques, there is no kind of blessing technique that can be compared with bloodline blessing. The secret technique that the spirit clan helped everyone bless before, in front of the blessing of the blood, is like the difference between an ant and a mountain. This, beside the evildoer, it is indeed an evildoer. The Baiyu Xuanhuan and other peerless people shook their heads with sighs, swept the spirit weapon in their hands, and rushed out. Let's go. The peerless geniuses of the three major forces all followed up. The method of asking questions in their bodies was running, and under the burst of true energy, they blasted out attacks all over the sky. Brother Chu Yan, we are here too. Farther away, the disciples of the Baiyu Xianhuang sect and the disciples of the alliance forces all flew over quickly. These people are all disciples in the first district, and they all rushed over after receiving orders from the sect. Quickly formed a battle formation, gathered around Chu Yan, and all kinds of Daobao spirit talismans poured out. Although the number of these people is incomparable with the number of powerhouses such as Chang Wei and Lu Qingyi, at least Chu Yan is no longer fighting alone. Not bad. Chu Yan, I didn't expect that someone would dare to help you. Chang Wei was full of disdain, looked around Chu Yan, and shouted in a cold voice. However, what's the point of this? It's just a few more people who died. When the words fell to the ground, he charged up again, leaving countless cultivators behind, and rushed directly in front of Chu Yan. Qin Tian also rushed out with a knife, splitting the void with a knife. The blade was a cone, and slashed straight at Chu Yan. Chu Yan laughed, the Dao light surged all over his body, the Dao realm mountains crossed the sky, and the long sword in his hand trembled. Jianling shocked the sky, and the three figures collided together, exploding the power that filled the sky. This battle broke out, and because of the outbreak of Chang Wei and Qin Tian, they finally fought in style. It was no longer Chu Yan who suppressed the whole audience alone. After all, both Chang Wei and Qin Tian had the opportunity in this mausoleum, and their strength had been greatly improved. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3460 Great Spirit God. Just as the battle intensified, 2 thunderbolts exploded in the distant sky. I saw that 2 10,000-foot-high peaks appeared in the void, bursting out with brilliant celestial light, sweeping away their coercion, and wherever they passed, they directly echoed Chang Wei and Qin Tian from afar. The Supreme Mountain finally appeared. Then there was another storm, and another Supreme Mountain also appeared in the sky. The coercion brought by the 3 mountains swept the audience like a tide, making all the cultivators present pale. This is the Supreme Breakthrough. Every cultivator breaks through to the Supreme Realm, and the Supreme Mountain will appear. This is not what ordinary people can see. It is easy for every God King realm, not to mention breaking through to the Supreme Realm and triggering the mighty thunder. Of course, there are also those like Li Jiang who are supreme in one step. After all, they are a minority. Soon, all the cultivators present felt that something was wrong, and they all looked up, but with this glance, everyone's eyeballs almost flew out. No, no way. Am I blind? Damn, that Supreme Mountain seems to be a little taller. Really, it should have a height of 10,000 feet. That's not right, aren't all the Supreme Mountains all 9,000 feet high? How could they be 10,000 feet high? I've never seen or heard of it. What's going on? All the cultivators present were stunned and dumbfounded. From ancient times to the present, regardless of whether you are an ordinary cultivator or a peerless genius, as long as you have broken through to the Supreme Realm, the Supreme Mountains are all 9,000 feet high, not more than an inch. Even when Empress Xiantian, who was #1 in the world, broke through, it was the same. But now, why is Chu Yan, the supreme mountain, 1,000 feet more? Horizontally above the sky, 3 mountains are lined up, just like an adult. The direct gaze of 2 children. Short. Qin Tian and Chang Wei also looked astonished, with their mouths wide open and their faces covered with circles. What does this mean? They are all peerless geniuses, and they all took the opportunity of the mausoleum, so why is his one head taller? Is it because he is the descendant of the gods? But Chang Wei is also the second descendant of the gods, and he has also practiced the 9 bodies returning to one. This is not fair at all. For the first time, Chang Wei's face turned the color of a pig's liver, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He stared at Chu Yan, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Apart from being surprised, Qin Tian didn't really care about it. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the sky. There was no surprise on his face. After all, his path was similar to General Li's, but it was 1,000 times more difficult than General Li's. If he was the same as an ordinary cultivator at the time of his breakthrough, he would be a ghost. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. A mysterious light suddenly burst out of his body. It was the words that burst out from the newly fused stone seal. If you hold the seal, you will die. A bad premonition suddenly appeared in Chu Yan's heart. This lithograph will not be available at this time. Before Chu Yan could react, the vision happened again. I saw that at the intersection of the 3 seas of thunder clouds above the sky, a long belt of thunder suddenly appeared, and endless divine light fell from it. What's happening here? All the cultivators present looked at the place where the 3 thunder clouds converged. All of them looked dull. After all, the aura in this Naiha battlefield is different from the outside world. Moreover, it is rare to break through the Supreme, and it is even rarer to be able to break through the Supreme in the first district. Maybe this is the unique catastrophe in Daozun district. The long river of divine light gathered, became more and more inflated, and in less than 10 breaths, it had the potential of thousands of miles. Every time a breath passes, everyone can see the endless blue sky behind the long river of thunder. It was like a mysterious small space being slowly opened. When everyone saw the blue sky, they felt an extremely heavy feeling in their hearts. It seems that in the thousands of miles of blue sky, there is a special place arranged by the Supreme Power with a wave of hands. Anyone who enters it will immediately lose their body and soul, and sweat will appear on their foreheads. Soon, a mutation was born. The 10,000-foot mountain that Chu Yan attracted seemed to be drawn by some kind of special force, and flew towards the blue sky of thousands of miles. When it just entered the range of the blue sky, the whole sky began to roar, and the sound of earth shaking and mountain shaking resounded in all directions. In the dark, it seemed that an extremely terrifying force completely enveloped the land with a radius of 100 miles and flew towards the sky. Not good. Let's go. Some cultivators who were on the land were so frightened that they ran away quickly. However, there are always some weaker ones who are suppressed by the supreme aura and have no time to escape. When they first touch the blue sky, their flesh explodes instantly, blasting into a cloud of blood mist. On top of it, there are even 1 or 2 God King realm Deshang. What? The appearance of this scene made the faces of all the cultivators present change greatly in shock. Those God Kings just stood a little closer to the middle, and they didn't even have a chance to escape. Isn't it Dujia? How did it become like this? Look. A strong man in the God King realm exclaimed, causing everyone to look up. I saw that the supreme terrifying force stretched out its hand again, wrapped all the ground at the same time, and flew towards the blue sky on the horizon. Depend on. This time it covered the ground for thousands of miles, and it was impossible for anyone to escape. Seeing that he was about to rush into the blue sky, Chang Wei instantly restrained all his aura, turning it into a body-protecting power, covering his whole body. And the other cultivators are not slow. and all of them use their means to save their lives. Standing beside Yu Linglong, Chu Yan pushed the Daojing mountain range to the extreme. Even the jade bottle was tightly held in his hand, ready to respond at any time. A large amount of blood shot up into the sky, all coming towards him. He had to be careful, otherwise it might be a killing round. Finally, Wanli ground rushed to the blue sky area with most of the cultivators. All the cultivators were instantly enveloped by a powerful aura, and the tension in their hearts relaxed inexplicably. 1 breath. 100 breaths, after. All the cultivators were stunned. You look at me, I look at you. It seems that nothing happened. Look over there, that's. Suddenly, there was an exclamation sound, and everyone turned their heads at the same time, and turned their heads to look hurriedly. With a glance, everyone's minds trembled at the same time, and thousands of waves stirred up in their hearts. I saw, on the high surface of the sea, that incomparably magnificent giant city stood horizontally. In the city, countless divine lights soared into the sky, like a forest of divine light, standing in the sky. However, when everyone approached, they found that the city looked very familiar. It seemed to be the core city of the first district, the largest city at the entrance. What, back to the entrance of the first district? Everyone is blinded. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, Empress Xuanhuan's voice sounded. Chu Yan, Tao tribulation is different from others, especially those in the first district. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3461 Supreme. Empress Xuanhuan's voice came in a timely manner. Chu Yan knew that she had nothing important to do and would not contact him suddenly, so she listened seriously. It doesn't have any power of catastrophe, and it won't kill any practitioners, but it will create different situations according to the way of different practitioners. According to your current situation of cultivating 13 questions, just when you are breaking through the Supreme 9 realms, and you are facing so many enemies, then you must fight with all your strength and show all your cultivation and strength. This time, Chu Yan was a little confused. Show your full strength. Then not all of his whole cards will be exposed. It would be okay if it was in other places, but this is the first district. Once the whole card is used, it will be known to the world. Chu Yan, this is just the first point. Empress Xuanhuan's voice became unusually heavy. After being in contact with her for so long, it was the first time Chu Yan heard that her tone was not cold, but tense and dignified. Shantian, thank you very much, please rest assured, I am prepared. Chu Yan took a deep breath and replied via voice transmission. When he went to the 4th district, Chu Yan was prepared to face a terrible disaster, and now is the time to face it. Chu Yan, Qing Tian, Chongwei. 3 Supreme Mountains. Those cultivators outside the 1st district soon got the news and rushed to the 1st district together. When they saw the scene for the first time, all of them were shocked, and they couldn't believe their eyes at all. No one dared to believe that there were so many cultivators concentrated in the entrance city of the 1st district. Moreover, all of them came from the 1st district. Could it be that the 1st district did not break the rule that the Supreme cannot come out? It was broken. We have returned to the Daozun district. All the cultivators had expressions of excitement on their faces. Among these people, some have been in the 1st district for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, and they cannot leave at all. I didn't expect to come back like this now. Among the crowd, a large number of cultivators began to transmit their spiritual consciousness. Master, in the depths of Tianjian Lake in the 1st district, there is a place called Niha Battlefield. There are thousands of ancient tombs, 9 Taoist tombs, and the 2nd place of the gods. Su Qingmei, the peerless genius of the 10 peerless sects, reacted extremely quickly, and reported everything to the sect in detail. Sovereign, we are now out. Commander, the thing is like this. A cultivator kept sending out his thoughts, reporting what happened this time. After all, the matter is of great importance, and the sect must be told to respond. Depend on. Chang Wei was the most irritable one, cursing directly. He never thought that things would develop like this. In this way, his overall plan will be directly exposed in front of everyone, which will definitely bring him trouble. The corners of Lu Qingyi's mouth lightly raised, and she glanced at Chu Yan with her beautiful eyes, and said, "It's a pity, it seems that your luck is average, and now the whole world doesn't want to see you break through to Supreme." Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes turned lightly, and she said, "Chu Yan, don't pay attention to her, now that the Supreme Mountain has appeared, let's go to the peak first." Chu Yan nodded, glanced at Yu Linglong, smiled slightly, and rushed towards the Supreme Mountain with a burst of momentum. "Chu Yan, I wanted to have fun with you at first, but now, don't blame me for being rude." Chang Wei's eyes were full of ferocity. His figure rushed towards the Supreme Mountain together with Qin Tian. In an instant, on the entire mountain range, countless visions evolved, like a vast ocean. After a long time, as various news sounded, the entire God's Domain continent shook directly. What? That Chang Wei is actually the second descendant of the gods. Oh my God, the second of the gods has also appeared. 9 physiques. He has collected them all, this. All kinds of storms are pulling the sky, and Chang Weiyan has become the protagonist of this storm. All the forces and cultivators paid attention to Chang Wei. Because of Chu Yan, the plans that were made before all began to change. After all, Chang Wei is the second successor of the gods, which is obviously much stronger than Chu Yan, the fifth successor of the gods. More importantly, Chang Wei has also collected 9 ancient physiques, and it is possible to complete the 9 saints into one at any time. If that's the case, after thousands of miles of terror in this God's Domain continent, there will really be a master. At this time, Taboo Ridge and the ancient Blood Sky sect should be preparing. Shantian has already said that this Chang Wei still lacks one thing in Chu Yan's body to be able to unite the 9 saints. Now there is still a chance. What should we do? The bigwigs from all parties were discussing nervously, and the rapid changes in this situation made them a little overwhelmed. No need to worry. The Lord Xuanhuan of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect shouted loudly, his head ached from the arguing by a group of elders. Let me just say a word, as long as the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect is still there, Chu Yan is my disciple. No one can change it. I'm leaving now, heading to the first district. Throwing down a word, Lord Xuanhuang turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky outside the palace. In the hall, all the elders were dumbfounded. On the other side, Absolute Heaven sect. Ha ha ha, it's finally here, finally. In the ancient hall, the fiery youth let out wild laughter, and the entire hall trembled. I didn't waste my plan for so long, I finally saw it. The Juetianzong bosses, below, all bowed together. Congratulations to the suzerain, great work will be accomplished. When the fiery young man heard the words, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a savage look. The descendant of Xingzhou also appeared, this is definitely not a coincidence. Second of the gods, if you didn't prepare anything, if you arranged something, I would believe it. Don't worry now, the eternal flower is about to grow, and no one can stop me, to achieve the Supreme Eucharist. The hot-haired youth had never been so excited before, and his wild laughter shook. My lord, leave your glory to me. I will help you regain it. Everyone listen to the order and go to the first district immediately. What kind of shit, the 9 sages returning to one, can't get into his eyes at all. And now his plan is about to succeed, everything is rubbish. On the other side, in the ancient Taboo Ridge, the big river was rushing, and the river water was full of all kinds of bones shining with light, and the evil spirit was extremely heavy. This is a bit interesting. The sinister laughter from the ancient Taboo is creepy. The second of the gods, the fifth of the gods, they should not exist, they must die. This time they dare to stand together. If that's the case, then I'll go there myself. In the endless void, 1,000 feet of thunder fell, and the entire taboo ridge was filled with blood-colored thunder. On the other side, the Taoist area of the first domain. The Daozun district is the core of the first domain of God's domain continent. Because of the existence of the Daozun district, the first domain has such a status. Here, you can often see the strongest in the supreme realm, and even the Taoist realm occasionally. But now, all the ancient forces, the 13 orthodoxy, have focused their attention on this place, and it has also attracted the attention of many ancient giants. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3462 Naiha Battlefield. In the void of thousands of miles, all kinds of consciousness shuttle. Naiha Battlefield. Blue Stone Seal. This sounds familiar. Me too. I seem to have heard of it there. I haven't heard of it. Is the thing that the 4 adults want to get, is it there? Possible. Then let them make trouble for a while, and then we can talk. It's not very good either. After all, both the second and fifth appeared. If someone discovers something, the result. The void returned to silence, and there seemed to be a sense of solemnity and depression in the silence. This sudden change caught many people and giants by surprise. But everyone can feel that a mighty storm is gathering. At this time, the first district of Daozun district. The 3 majestic and supreme mountains all emerged together, and under various visions, the catastrophe of heaven and earth was raging everywhere. The cultivators watching around, even the existence of the God King realm, all looked shocked. Qin Tian, Chang Wei, and Chu Yan arrived at the supreme mountain and began to climb on foot. Every time he took a step, a bolt of thunder from the 9 heavens would descend on the 3 of them, exploding countless thunder lights, and the scene was shocking. Moreover, the farther forward, the stronger the power of the falling thunder. However, for these 3, there is no problem in resisting, and it can even be said to be very easy. Heaven and earth are yin and yang. The universe is boundless. 10,000 rivers are legal. As if to prove something, Chang Wei climbed extremely fast, and constantly used secret skills to blast away the falling thunderbolts, and at the same time used his 9 ancient physiques one by one. Moreover, most of the secret skills he used were directed at Chu Yan. God Extinguishing Blade. Qin Tian held the long blade in his hand. While waving, he slashed at Chu Yan with his hand. What are you watching? You really want Chu Yan to break through to Supreme? Hurry up and stop him. Under Chang Wei's roar, all the cultivators present reacted and shot at the same time. In an instant, Wan Dao attacked like a tide, all of them were enveloping towards Chu Yan. Now that the news has just spread, it should take some time for the bigwigs from the major forces to arrive. Therefore, if they don't make a move, Chu Yan will definitely complete the breakthrough ahead of schedule. Daojing Mountain Range. Chu Yan urged the Daojing Mountain Range, which was in the middle of the sky, like a mountain completely blocking the flood, making it difficult to advance. The peerless geniuses of the 8 Xuanhuan also helped to attack, constantly consuming that attack power from the side, which can be regarded as somewhat effective. And Yu Linglong in the distance, cast the body of the great spirit god, suppressing the entire spirit clan with her own power, making it impossible for the entire spirit clan, including Lu Qingyi, to use the blessing skills. Boom! 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 Thunderstorms exploded, and the sky trembled. This battle, without the constraints of the rules of the first district, was far more intense than in the first district. All the peerless geniuses and cultivators tried their best. With such terrifying power, they completely smashed the sky above the city into powder. Chang Wei, Qin Tian, and Rong Changdao are all teaming up to deal with Chu Yan. The cultivators who were originally in the city were all shocked. Although there was no 9 realms supreme, this battle was probably the biggest battle in the first district in the past 1,000 years. Ordinary God King realm, you have to be more careful, and then you can barely survive. About there. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes swept across, and with the waving of a small hand with icy muscles and clean jade, the jade seal was formed again, and a spirit moon rose into the sky, shining brightly. Roar! 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 A star as the body of a god and demon exploded, and in an instant, 10,000 demon gods rushed out. The art of the great demon god. Lu Qingyi's spiritual eyes stared wide open, her entire face was ashen. She finally knew how powerful this Yu Linglong was, just by looking at this great magic technique. This kind of forbidden technique, in God's domain continent, can be practiced successfully very rarely. Not only the conditions are harsh, but also the practice is close to death. The demon gods roared and roared, releasing monstrous demonic power, blasting all the attacks of the cultivators into dust wherever they passed. The gate of heavenly spirits and worlds. Lu Qingyi is so smart, seeing all the demons rushing towards her gate of the world. How could I not know your little trick? Yu Linglong smiled lightly, waved her jade hand again, and the surrounding demon breath rolled, and the Tianling myriad realm gate was constantly trembling under the attack of countless demon gods. In this way, Chu Yan instantly felt that once his body was loosened, his combat power increased again. Admiration. But fellow Taoist wants to completely release Chu Yan's soul with this, it is impossible. While Lu Qingyi was speaking, a group of spirit clan powerhouses gathered behind him and began to cast spells. These spirit clan powerhouses are all at the peak of the God King realm, and the spirit seals on their foreheads are exactly the same. The movements and auras performed by more than 20 people at the same time are exactly the same, obviously urging the same Taoism. Boom! The sky exploded, thousands of miles of heavy waves, and amidst the sound of the waves, countless boulders appeared, like a rain of stones, and with the power of the seal, they fell towards Chu Yan. Lingsha Forbidden God Art. This piece of stone forest has no power against the void land, and when it falls in the sky above Chu Yan's head, it all disappears. But Chu Yan's face changed suddenly, and he could only feel a large expanse of Daoguang bursting out in the world of consciousness sea. Unexpectedly, this forbidden technique actually directly attacked the sea of consciousness. Lu Qingyi, you are so clever, you haven't used it in the right place at all. Guess you must have a backup. Yu Linglong glanced at Chu Yan, her eyebrows slightly frowned. The next moment, she flipped her jade hand, and a gossip seal appeared in her palm. Without a trace of hesitation, with a wave of the jade hand, the Bagua Daoyin rose into the air, directly turning into a large formation, and ripples surged like water waves on the formation, and a giant beast rushed out of it. The beast had one eye and one horn, turned around and saw the gossip formation under it, immediately let out a cheer, and rushed over. Eat. Dao beast. Lu Qingyi glanced at it, her eyes widened. In the next breath, she watched the Dao-devouring beast rush towards the more than 20 god kings of her clan who were forming a formation. Maintain the formation, don't retreat. The power of the spiritual array on more than 20 god kings was instantly swallowed up by half of the Dao-devouring beast, all of them were pale and their teeth were clenched. Lu Qingyi cast the spirit seal and opened his mouth at the same time. Fellow Taoist is supernaturally intelligent, I can't match it, but it's a pity that fellow Taoist is only a Dao-devouring beast, I want to see if it can devour 2 large formations at once. When he said this, in front of Lu Qingyi, another spirit stone forbidden land formation appeared and blasted towards Chu Yan at the same time. Isn't it enough? How do I feel, enough? Yu Linglong smiled lightly, and glanced at the strong spirit clan not far away. I saw the Dao-devouring beast flaunting its arrogance, and in less than 3 breaths, it had sucked 18 divine king realm masters into human beings. This is the Beast King. Finally, Lu Qingyi's expression could no longer be indifferent, and with his small mouth slightly opened, he was stunned. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3463 Violence starts. At this time, Chu Yan, Qin Tian, and Cheng Wei were getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain, almost halfway through. All kinds of thunder tribulations fell, and they were still fighting with each other. All kinds of tricks and whole cards were played together, and the battle was fierce. Finally finished, Chu Yan, die. Suddenly, Cheng Wei burst out with a powerful force. The sun, the moon and the stars, the sky and the earth will sync together. Cheng Wei's Dharma seal was formed, and black smoke surged all over his body, and a large group of tombs emerged behind him. Especially the one in the middle, since there is only one big phantom, it makes people feel astonished by it. Isn't this the tomb group in the Naiha battlefield in the depths of Tianjian Lake? How is this going? Pretending to be in the tomb, you really think it's your own? Ridiculous. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan shook his head immediately, looking at Cheng Wei with a look of disappointment. Obviously I already have a Dao, why I still can't let go of a little bit of advantage, but also use the power of others to improve myself. Just do what you want, miscellaneous, but not refined, the more you take, the stronger you will be. A cultivator's life, enlightenment and practice depend on chance and talent, while heart and will are the foundation. The next moment, behind Chu Yan, the 3 souls came out together, like 3 mountains across the sky, fused with his body, and his fighting power erupted like a volcano. The entire supreme mountain began to tremble. In the sky, thousands of miles of thunderclouds were still roaring, and the falling thunderbolts were directly blasted into powder before reaching the mountain. Boom! 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 On Chu Yan's body, the momentum of the explosion made a thunderous sound. One knife is empty, one knife is crazy, the world is up to me. Under Qin Tian's feet, a large piece of land collapsed directly, and was blasted into nothingness by the power of his sword. The surrounding void suddenly stagnated, and when it surged again, it burst out with endless sword light. It seems that everything is about to be chopped into pieces. Reincarnation sword fight. The saber intent cultivated in the previous life has been completely integrated with him and completely mastered by him. Crazy sky swimming knife. Although it is said that it has just merged and cannot display the peak sword intent, it still has at least 3 points of power. God of War Yujian. Chu Yan's eyes swept away, and he swung the long sword in his hand, which was also the edge of Wandao Jian. The swords collided, and all of them collapsed into air waves, scattering and rushing in all directions. Immediately, the power of the second wave of swords exploded in the hands of Chu Yan and Qin Tian at the same time. This time, Qin Tian's saber was more casual and seemed to move unintentionally, but when it collided with Chu Yan's sword power, he actually gained the upper hand. Sure enough, it was a fierce life and death battle, which made his mad sky swimming knife merge faster and improve faster. Break it! Chu Yan's eyes are like thunder, Dao Realm mountains are across the sky, 9-color Daoguang is shining, powerful power is attached to the long sword, and all the sword light is chopped into powder again. Chu Yan, you are relying on this mountain range now. Very good, then I will seal it. After watching the battle for a long time, Cheng Wei finally spoke with a sneer. Stretching out his hands, Wan Daoyin hissed and screamed, and the momentum of his whole body rose again. Start. After uttering one word, the large tomb shadows behind him trembled at the same time, like a meteor flying out, surrounding the Dao mountain range from all directions, and at the same time, a large cloud of black air gushed out, covering the Daojing mountain range like a dark cloud. The Daojing mountains trembled, releasing a more powerful Daoguang, which collided with those large tombs, erupting with a world-shattering power. For a while, the Daojing mountain range was unable to drive back the surrounded tombs. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, let me see how you die. Chang Wei laughed wildly, his body trembled, and a clone was separated and rushed towards Chu Yan. This clone was full of black smoke, very much like the 9 clouds of black smoke that floated behind him before. Originally, the avatar technique was not considered a powerful secret skill in God's domain continent, and many cultivators knew it. It's just that the combat power of the avatar is too weak to be of much use, and few people practice or use it. But now, after Chang Wei used this clone, the clone obviously has the characteristics of an ancient body, which is a bit scary. Chu Yan, taste it, ha ha ha. The speed of the avatar was extremely fast, and it rushed to Chu Yan in a blink of an eye. With a big hand stretched out, a black knife was pulled out from the void, and with great power, it slashed at Chu Yan fiercely. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and his sword was as powerful as thunder. When the man and the sword joined together, he disappeared on the spot in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had already reached the top of the mountain. Want to reach the top? Dreaming? Chang Wei sneered, and urged the avatar again, transformed into a body of heaven and earth, and flashed over Chu Yan's head in an instant. However, before he could make a move, he saw countless thunderbolts gathering together, falling like a sea of thunder. The Supreme Mountain is not allowed to rush up at one time, let alone fly up, it must be walked step by step. After all, there are very few people like General Li. And those who violate the rules will be bombarded and killed by Lei Jia, and the power will be increased several times. Boom! Boom! The terrifying Thunder Gang fell, blasting Chang Wei's avatar into nothingness. Chu Yan swung his long sword, shattering Qin Tian's sword power, and at the same time walked towards the top of the mountain without stopping. Snort! Chang Wei's face remained unchanged, and he snorted coldly. Only the sound of breaking through the air was heard, and another clone shot out, directly attacking Chu Yan. This flash, when the clone charged, one layer after another of black smoke continuously rushed out of the body, wrapping the clone layer by layer. By the time Chong Tian Chu Yan was in front of him, he had already wrapped 9 layers. 9 bodies in one. Chu Yan, let me see how you block it. The avatar opened its mouth, and it was Chang Wei's voice, and the big knife held high in his hand slashed down with such force that even the mountains below shook. Not only that, everything around Chu Yan seemed to be locked by some force, and he couldn't move at all. Even if he used the sword of the sky again, he might not be able to leave. This Chang Wei is forcing Chu Yan to fight with his clone. My knife is from my heart, and my heart is to the sky. The momentum on Qin Tian's body also skyrocketed, and 2 tall figures emerged behind him, with the same movements as him, holding long knives and falling together. 3 blades in one, more than 3 times the power. Kill. Seeing that Qin Tian and Chang Wei had done their best, the ordinary cultivators who attacked Chu Yan all got their morale boosted, roared loudly, and rushed towards Chu Yan at the same time. All kinds of Taoism blasted out, the talismans filled the sky, and the sound of breaking through the air resounded. Not good. The expressions of the peerless geniuses of the 8U Xuanhuan sect all changed. Such a killing round, their number is too small, they can't stop much at all. Can senior brother Chu Yan resist it? It's over. Chu Yan must be lost. The cultivators watching the battle all around were all shocked when they saw this shocking scene. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the violent storm, a solitary young man in black robes, without blinking. You know, this is the 5th successor of the gods, and I didn't expect to lose it here. Oh. Yu Linglong uttered a soft drink, her jade hand turned her seal, a snow-colored flower appeared on her brow, and rays of light surged all over her body. A powerful force surged in an instant. high-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3464 annoy the world. Before they could make a move, Chu Yan felt the coercion of the killing round around him, and couldn't help laughing wildly. Qing Tian, Chong Wei, the opportunity to break through to the Supreme has come, so let's fight. When the voice fell to the ground, all the cultivators present felt a shocking scene appear. I saw that the power of asking questions in Chu Yan's body exploded instantly, and 12 beams of light shot up into the sky, hitting the sky directly. This is not the previous 2 ways of asking, but a total of 12 ways of asking, and when they erupt at the same time, the scene is extremely spectacular. I saw that the Daoguang, which was charged with the law of the god of war, the Baiyu Xianhuang Sutra, and other 12 ways of asking, dyed the entire sky with colorful lights. If Chu Yan, Qing Tian, Chong Wei, and other peerless geniuses just now were not so conspicuous among the crowd of cultivators, then Chu Yan now is like a general among a group of soldiers and a group of cultivators. Godlike, dazzling and domineering. The momentum is so strong that all the cultivators present are as insignificant as ants. In an instant, the core of the entire battlefield fell on Chu Yan in an instant. This is from our sect. Oh my god, the Dao Jing of Ascension to Immortals. No way, the Sanhe Huayu of my sect. He came from peerless geniuses and disciples of sect forces. When they saw that the method of asking questions they were familiar with was exactly the method of asking questions that was the treasure of their own sect, they were all so shocked that they couldn't believe it. In an instant, Rongpian Tiandi completely sank into dead silence, and everyone stood on the spot, completely dumbfounded. This scene completely exceeded their cognition and severely impacted their minds. Let's not talk about this Chu Yan, where he got the method of asking questions from various sects. The key is, how did he do it? Is it possible for one person to practice more than a dozen methods of inquiry at the same time? In the entire God's domain continent, since the history records, even the strongest peerless genius can only practice 3 or 4 sects at most. But now, this Chu Yan practiced more than a dozen ways of asking at the same time. What a blessing! After all, the method of asking questions, as the sect-restraining method of various forces, is not only a matter of great power, but it is even more difficult to practice. Ordinary cultivators can't even comprehend the method of asking questions of their own forces, let alone learn from other sects. In addition, this Chu Yan actually stole the method of asking questions from more than 10 forces. It is simply an unprecedented existence in the history of God's domain continent. The Sky Sword Art. Facing Man Tian's ultimate move, Chu Yan swung his sword again. The sword energy crossed the sky, and the sword was obviously more than 10 times stronger than before. Chong Wei's clone and Qing Tian's sword glow were all smashed into powder. Boom! Between the heaven and the earth, the thunder light exploded, and the sword light was like the sky. The Daojing mountain range shook accordingly, and under the severe impact, all the large tombs around were knocked into nothingness, moved across the sky, and returned to Chu Yan's side. In an instant, 12 pillars of light lit up the 12 peaks of Daojing mountain range, and the dazzling brilliance shot straight into the sky. Chu Yan's momentum skyrocketed again. This is the true strength of Chu Yan, the number 1 in the world. Sweep the world. My God. Could it be? At the beginning, he kidnapped the peerless geniuses of the 13 Orthodoxy and attracted the world's orthodoxy to hunt down and kill him. Could it be that at that time, he obtained the questioning power from the peerless geniuses of various forces? Lu Qingyi's eyes turned lightly, thinking of something, she suddenly said in a startled voice. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the young man in black robe in front of her was totally beyond her control, not only his superficial status as the 5th descendant of the gods, but also his status as the number 1 peerless of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect. Under these surfaces, Chu Yan's horror has just been revealed, like the tip of an iceberg. Sect Master, something went wrong. Su Qingmei huddled among the crowd, took a deep breath, and started sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Originally, she also thought that the Tenjue zone would not be involved in this battle, but now it seems that it is impossible. As one of the 13 Dao lineages, the Zoman's way of asking was robbed. If he did nothing, he would definitely be ridiculed by the people of the world. After all, it is the 13 orthodoxy, so we must take our face into account. Not only the disciples of Su Qingmei and other various orthodox forces, but also the peerless geniuses of the 8U Xuanhuan sect, all had horrified expressions. This matter is in big trouble. Hurry up and report to the sect, no matter what, Brother Chu will understand. The peerless genius of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect spoke to the other allies. From this moment on, Chu Yan's path is probably doomed and cannot be changed. No matter how other forces react, and no matter what the final result is, Chu Yan has exposed the 12 methods of asking questions this time, and I am afraid that it will be difficult for the forces of the world to tolerate him in the future. And at this time all the peerless geniuses present finally understood that the current Chu Yan was no longer on the same level as them. At the same time, the news scattered and quickly spread throughout the God's domain continent. After receiving the news, the major sects and sects were all shocked, while the 12 orthodoxy were directly furious. Chu Yan. I said why he arrested Xiao Guqing and released him again. It turned out to be because of this. This time, don't blame us. Decree, invite a few supreme elders to go out and go to the first district. Regardless of whether that Chu Yan can break through to the supreme, he must be killed in the first district. No matter what the cost, he cannot be allowed to leave alive. What a Chu Yan, we still wanted to help him, but we didn't expect him. Sovereign, calm down. This alliance of the 3 major sects, it is not appropriate to act now. After all, the 8U Xuanhuang sect is not easy to explain. Humph. Xuanhuang, you must give me an explanation. The forces of all parties were shaken, and all the spearheads were pointed at Chu Yan and Baiyu Zuanhuangzong, and the Lord Xuanhuang was of course the first to bear the brunt. A series of patriarchal orders were passed down, and the world moved. The supreme beings of all parties, the supreme beings of the 9 regions, including the more powerful beings, after receiving the Zongling, burst out with terrifying murderous aura, turned around and rushed towards the first area. Moreover, those news spread extremely fast, like a storm sweeping across the entire continent. Countless cultivators were shocked when they heard it. If their eyes were all fixed on Changwei before, then now, their attention has returned to Chu Yan again. After all, the combination of the 9 ancient bodies and the 12 methods of asking the same practitioners, which one is stronger or weaker, can be determined at a glance. On the other side, there is a mysterious place in the Daozun district. The stunning woman stood still, watching all kinds of news flashing in the jade talisman, and the breath in her whole body kept surging. Her face was full of ice, and her eyes were also full of coldness. One glance pierced through the void of thousands of miles and landed in a distant place. After a long time, she withdrew her pupil technique and will, and Qianying disappeared in place. At this time, in another place, a man with a heavy knife raised the corner of his mouth after receiving the news, and after similarly retracting the knife, his figure disappeared from the same place. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3465 1 point higher. The entrance to the first district, above the main city. Brother Chu Yan, it's still the same as before. The corners of Yu Linglong's mouth were lightly raised, looking at the black-robed figure. Her small face was full of pride, and the snowflake mark between her eyebrows also disappeared. Originally, she wanted to make another move, to help Chu Yan with a whole card, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. Chu Yan, I didn't expect that you have practiced the 12 methods of asking, and you dare to go on this path of cultivation against the sky. No wonder, your supreme mountain is 1,000 feet higher than mine. At this moment, Chang Wei's eyes on Chu Yan had completely changed. That radiance seemed to be filled with surprise, murderous intent, and even a few traces of blood. Thousands of years, Empress Xiantian is the strongest, now, you are the second. When the words fell to the ground, Chang Wei's figure flashed, and he rushed towards the top of the mountain. In his heart, he originally regarded Empress Xiantian as an opponent, but now there is another Chu Yan. It's only a pity to some extent, if possible, he would rather not be an enemy of Chu Yan, and become a friend of life and death. In that case, maybe when I become invincible, I won't be so lonely. But now, such an idea has no meaning, because Chu Yan blocked his way. He must get Chu Yan's blood essence, and complete the return of the 9 sages. Chu Yan! Qin Tian shouted, and runes appeared all over his body, and his aura continued to increase. The sword and man merged into one, and directly attacked Chu Yan. In fact, to Qin Tian, not only Chu Yan, but even Chang Wei is extremely dazzling now. Even the identity of the second heir of the Chang Wei gods is stronger than Chu Yan. But Qin Tian's road is the road of the emperor, whether it is Chu Yan or Chang Wei, he must kill the target. His way is to sweep all the way and achieve the emperor. Now, Chu Yan is his previous target. If he doesn't get rid of it, he won't turn his attention to the next one. Whether he does it himself or join forces with other people, anyway, Chu Yan must be wiped out first. So what about the 12 ways? I will kill you today. Rong Changdao also had a cold expression on his face. The tomb surged on his body, and the power of the tomb continued to merge into his body. In the tombs of the sun, moon and stars, he had quietly set up a large formation, and there were still many unused. The suzerain has ordered that all the disciples of the 10 absolute sects obey the order and deal with Chu Yan with all their strength. When Su Qingmei's aura broke out, she drank in the air and rushed straight into the battlefield. The disciples of the Tianluan sect obey the order, and according to the order of the suzerain, no matter whether it is Chu Yan or Chang Wei, they will be killed if they have the opportunity. The disciples of Ascending Immortal sect listen to the order. After receiving the new order from the sect, the peerless geniuses of the orthodox forces, the god kings and powerful men, all began to make adjustments, and their goals also changed a little. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, I'm sorry, the sect has an order, and I can't help it. The previous allies of the Sanha sect all looked at Chu Yan with embarrassment, and cupped their hands. Then they also joined the enemy camp just now, and began to attack Chu Yan's supreme mountain. It's just that anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are all just pretending, and they didn't make a move with all their strength. After all, for them, they would rather fight side by side with Chu Yan than against him. As a result, there are more and more enemies attacking Chu Yan, and a large number of helpers have been reduced, and the situation seems to be getting worse. At this time, the entire land has completely turned into a battlefield, and the sound of killing is shaking everywhere, and the majestic power is thunderous. Those cultivators who watched the battle and hesitated, now that they see such a scene, they almost don't intend to participate. This time the battle has definitely reached the level of the strongest battle in the first district in the millennium. The key is that one side has a large number of people and the other side has a very small number of people. However, no one knows what the final result will be. After all, the opportunity to decide the result has obviously not yet appeared. Tianyan Shu. 9 Eans rushing to Yang. Chu Yan's whole body surged against the divine flames, and various ways of asking questions broke out, turning into a large number of Taoism and tricks, blasting in all directions. Behind him, the Daojing mountain range is horizontal, and the sky and the earth are covered with colorful lights. The phantoms of the 3 gods and ghosts are like giants of the sky and the earth, constantly attacking the surroundings. With Chu Yan's body as the center, within a radius of 10,000 steps, it has completely become a vacuum, and any cultivators and attacks who dare to step into it will all be reduced to dust. Ah, ah. The screams didn't stop for a moment, and corpses fell from the sky, rolling to the ground along the supreme mountain. In less than a stick of incense, the foot of the supreme mountain was already covered with corpses. This Chu Yan is extremely strong. Su Qingmei and a group of orthodox peerless geniuses all turned pale when they saw this scene. In this kind of battle, they tried to rush to Chu Yan once or twice, but as long as they were close to a distance of 100,000 steps, they felt an extremely powerful force, which made them feel dead in their hearts, and they didn't dare to move forward at all. Not only that, when Chu Yan slashed at their sword light, everyone ran away in fright, and no one dared to take a direct attack. Moreover, even if he used some secret skills or body skills, he couldn't get close to Chu Yan at all, and was directly pierced by his pair of 5 thunder pupils in an instant. In such a situation, Chu Yan is now almost an invincible existence, and any means are completely ineffective against him. Attention everyone, all attack from a distance, don't get close. Su Qingmei and other peerless geniuses in charge began to order the disciples of this sect. After all, the peerless geniuses of each faction are not Chinese cabbage. After killing a wave, they can grow again, which is the most precious foundation of the faction. Even the powerhouses of the Divine King realm are not used as cannon fodder. So now I can only use this stupid method, hoping to consume that Chu Yan to death. 9 heavens and 10 earths, 10,000 dermas, and heavenly power. Chang Wei began to use the real killer move, sacrificed Xingzhou's bones, destroyed 9 ancient physiques, and blessed them all, and at the same time, his own method of asking questions reached its peak. An incomparably powerful blade light burst out, and the moment the blade light flashed, it even covered the thousands of miles of thunder above the sky. Cut. Kill. Qing Tian and Rong Chongdao also seized the opportunity and attacked the strongest ultimate move at the same time. One mountain town Wanchuan, the law moves the world. Chu Yan's whole body was like a tide, and the Daoguang of the 12 ways of asking, turned into giant lights, wrapped the Daojing mountain range and moved horizontally, hitting the opposite void. The mountain peaks above the mountain range shone with shocking divine light, and all the spiritual plants of the mountains and stones released a ray of light, which gathered together and turned into waves of sword light, shooting out the world. Not only that, but at the bottom of the mountain, there is also a huge Daoguang blooming like a giant flower. From a distance, Chu Yan seemed to have moved this mountain range enough to suppress the entire sky and everyone. This is the power of the Dao, the real power of the Daojing mountain range. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3466 Horror Mountains. Lu Qingyi, Qing Tian, Chang Wei, and the others all shrank their pupils, their attacks were all shattered, and the sense of crisis in their hearts exploded, forcing them to switch from offense to defense. This mountain range is so terrifying. However, the complexions of those powerhouses in the God King realm changed. Not good. Boom. 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 The thunder of all kinds of riots exploded, shaking the sky and shaking the earth. Under the eruption of various forces, countless divine lights flickered. A group of God King realm powerhouses were directly blasted into the sky, blasted into balls of blood. At least they were seriously injured. Depend on. After Chang Wei, Qin Tian, and Rong Chongdao had endured this attack, they suddenly saw Chu Yan slashing at him again with his sword light. Everyone scolded in unison, turned around and ran away. Qin Tian used his body as a knife to escape into the void, avoiding this move. Rong Chongdao's strength was slightly weaker than the two of them, and he managed to dodge after using a few large tombs. But when he just came to a stop, he saw Chu Yan dodge, and he was already in front of him. Under a mighty pressure, Rong Chongdao's mind was completely frozen, as if he felt a ghost and god attacking him. Wanling Haoyan. The scalp of Rong Changdao's whole body exploded in an instant, burst out with all his strength in an instant, and used the ancient tomb forbidden technique. However, at the next breath, he heard a burst of anger, followed by Rong Changdao's screams. A cold light flashed across his chest, nailing it into the void. Dead, dead. All the cultivators present had expressions of horror. This is the holy son of the ancient tomb, Rong Changdao, one of the top 10 geniuses, who just got the tomb inheritance of the Naiha battlefield. His current strength. I am afraid that among the top 10 peerless peers, they can all be ranked in the top 5, and they are not comparable to ordinary peerless peers at all. Even if he was worse than Chu Yan, he wouldn't be beheaded on the spot with just one move. Could it be that the forbidden technique in the ancient tomb is just a decoration? Chu Yan turned around, looked at the supreme mountain, and retreated. There are still a few steps to reach the top of the mountain. Quick! Block him! When Su Qingmei and the others saw Chu Yan retreating back to the supreme mountain, their expressions changed drastically, and they shouted in unison. Kill! Come on! Stop him! In an instant, powerful forbidden techniques, top-notch formations, and various Taoist talismans all burst forth. There are even strong people who directly sacrificed the supreme will, the whole card to save their lives and other means, and they did not even leave the back road, and they wanted to prevent Chu Yan from returning to the supreme mountain. They knew in their hearts that Chu Yan, who could kill even Rong Changdao with a single sword, was not something they could keep. However, it is a breath of time to be able to block one breath. As long as Chu Yan is held back and prevented from breaking through the supreme, there will be a chance to wait for the powerhouses of the major forces to come to help. Heavenly Spirit and Earth's Seal, all Dharmas are wonderful. Yu Linglong's face was slightly cold, and her jade hands formed seals, making hundreds of spiritual seals, forming a wave of spiritual seals, rolling out. The void trembled, all kinds of brilliance shook, and the tide of the spirit seal was not just surging, but obviously carried the power of a special formation, like thousands of troops advancing and retreating with restraint. This wave of spirits gathers but does not disperse, coagulates, but does not condense, and thunder rolls across the void, shaking the heavens and the earth in all directions. Soon, this spiritual wave collided with the attacking wave, exploding the monstrous spiritual light, and the sound of rumbling was endless. That scene was like a huge army colliding with a wave of beasts. It was a collision of strength and strength. The next wave of beasts stagnates, and cracks appear. With a tense face on Lu Qingyi's face, he took a long breath. She underestimated the Xu Linglong from the beginning to the end. In other words, this cultivator whom she had never seen before was nameless and powerless. From the beginning, she thought that she was just an ordinary strong man. But now it seems that her combat power is probably not weaker than any of the top 10 peerless peers. Moreover, using the spiritual breath in this way can achieve such power, at least no one in the spirit race can do it. Ordinary spiritual powerhouses can only borrow the aura of heaven and earth to bless or attack alone, and very few can do it in groups, let alone control the aura of heaven and earth to form such an overwhelming wave of attacks. Chu Yan, let's make a break. Qing Tian held a big knife in his hand, and his whole body was like flames. While rushing towards Chu Yan, Lei Wei shook the air as he passed along the way. This time, he used his strongest whole card and took out the blood of reincarnation. After merging, his strength skyrocketed. Although it is impossible for this drop of blood to fully display the power of reincarnation, he can use this drop of blood to increase his strength in a short period of time. It doesn't matter whether you are drunk or you are still alive, everything is over, but leave a sliver of light in the world. Amidst the long whistling sound, the pronunciation of the words was like Sanskrit, and the big knife in his hand burst out with a shocking light, like a torch of heaven and earth, completely illuminating the world in all directions. In the void in all directions, the extremely terrifying sword power gathered, making all the cultivators present tremble. Okay. What a Qin Tian, I didn't expect to have such strength, just right, ha ha ha. Chang Wei's laughter shook the sky, his figure became extraordinarily shiny amidst the black smoke, and said, Chu Yan, you are very good. I admire you very much, enough for me to use this trick. See clearly. 9 balls of black smoke billowed behind him, as black as eyes, they opened at the same time, slowly approached, and unexpectedly merged into one. It kept trembling, as if it would collapse at any moment, but the aura it released was extremely terrifying. Compared with Qin Tian, who had just cast his whole card, that sword was obviously weaker than this one. At this time, Chang Wei had already fused 9 ancient bodies together. Chang Wei's complexion was extremely painful, twisted into a ball, the blood in his body spilled out of the skin, and instantly turned into smoke and scattered, bringing Chang Wei bone-biting pain. After all, he didn't really master the unity of the 9 sages, and forcibly used the forbidden technique of the unity of the 9 bodies, he would inevitably pay a huge price. However, Chang Wei felt the powerful force in his body, and his whole body became extremely excited. Heaven and earth are united, the sun is setting, and the stars are sinking. Xingzhou's skeleton appeared, lay across in front of him, and forcibly got into the black light group with 9 bodies in one. Ha ha ha, die. Chang Wei's wild laughter sounded again, although there was a burst of toothache and convulsions, but Xingzhou's bones were wrapped in black smoke of 9 bodies in one, and when he raised his hand, a black knife light pierced towards Chu Yan. Seen from a distance, this slash is like a bone dragon and a hell-black dragon bursting out at the same time. Between separation and reunion, they roared to the world, intending to completely destroy the whole world. Well done. Chu Yan glanced over and saw 2 Xian attacks, one left and one right, with long hair flying and tigers roaring. Chang Wei and Qin Tian teamed up and used the strongest attack again, which made Chu Yan feel a sense of crisis and surged in his heart. This kind of feeling made Chu Yan find the feeling of a life-and-death battle that he had not seen for a long time. This was the first time he had found such a feeling after his breakthrough, which made his blood boil. Give me, break! Chu Yan's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and Daoguang burst out like the fury of thunder. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3467 alive? The 12 ways of asking questions move at the same time, all the power of the way is gathered on the sword, and it can be cut with a wave of hand. Clang! In an instant, the light of the sword rushed into the night, the long sword was like a sword, the light pierced the darkness, and the sky and the earth lit up instantly. As the sword light passed, it slashed fiercely on the top of the bone dragon's head. Boom, boom. The entire supreme mountain trembled, and the blue stones all over the mountain collapsed and turned into lime, flying all over the sky. The powerful gangway swept across, and wherever it passed, the void was all smashed into powder, and the cultivators scattered and fled. Su Qingmei and other peerless geniuses, as well as the cultivators who were still watching the battle from afar, were all stunned. The battle between these 3 people is too terrifying. What kind of God-King realm is there? I am afraid that the battle between the Supremes is nothing more than that. Then, is that Chu Yan still alive? The cultivators around all stared at the center of the battle with wide eyes. What is the result? Can't see at all. Call out. At this moment, 2 figures rushed out of the waves and flew straight into the sky. That's Chang Wei and Qin Tian. A cultivator with amazing pupil skills immediately opened his mouth and shouted when he saw the figure in the dust and mist. Haha, Chu Yan is defeated. Is it dead? Isn't there not even a corpse left behind? It's possible, just now. The cultivators present turned their heads when they heard the sound, and they all saw Chang Wei and Qin Tian, and they all spoke in surprise. Chang Wei and Qin Tian are safe and sound. Of course Chu Yan is finished. However, just as everyone opened their mouths, a figure rushed out of the dust and mist, passing through the territory like thunder, and the dust and mist scattered everywhere it passed. The figure in the black robe held a long sword in his hand, and a drop of blood flowed from the tip of the sword. In the next moment, the figure soared into the sky, straight to the top of the mountain, and the momentum of his whole body was like a tide, turbulent in all directions. What? This? The cultivators present were all shocked. Impossible. Impossible. I am the second descendant of the gods, my 9 bodies are one, how could I lose? On another supreme mountain, Chang Wei half-kneeled on the ground, stationed with a knife, roaring again and again. On his body, the wounds were all feet long, and the whole body was full of blood, which was extremely miserable. On the other side, Qin Tian's hand holding the knife was trembling, as if he couldn't hold the knife, and his face was also pale. Although he looked much better than Chang Wei and had no injuries, there was an obvious crack on the blade in his hand. As a knife repairer, if the knife is damaged, it is almost a fatal blow. Victory or defeat is already divided. Chu Yan looked at the two of them, the Jinqi that had just been consumed all over his body recovered quickly, and it didn't take long for him to be like a newborn. A faint trace of the supreme power of the 9 realms was released from him, overflowing into the surrounding void. Qin Tian, Chang Wei, I should thank you too. Looking at the two, Chu Yan continued. This life and death battle has done a lot to me. If you want to fight in the future, you are always welcome. The 12 ways of asking questions in the body returned to calm, and even the Taoist mountain range also recovered the sea of consciousness. In an instant, the roar of dragons and tigers resounded in the surrounding world. There is a great way falling in the dark, like a way to reach the sky, connecting the ancient gods and desolations, and the breath is extremely mysterious. A golden dragon and a different tiger, roaming in the sky, turned into the light of vision, and submerged into Chu Yan's body. This is the supreme vision, which will appear after the cultivator climbs the supreme mountain, and it will start to make the cultivator change. Ordinary supreme visions are of all kinds, but most of them are single color or 2 color, but the dragon tiger vision attracted by Chu Yan is a full 9 color. Victory or defeat has been decided. Ha ha ha, you are wrong. Chang Wei stood up from the ground, looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. His body was covered in blood, and his face was full of murderous intent. This is just a battle representing the God King realm. After breaking through the supreme realm, I can kill you as well. Having said that, he quickly rushed towards his supreme mountain, striding towards the top of the mountain. One step at a time, even if the thunder fell and hit his already traumatized body, Chang Wei didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and kept moving forward at a very fast speed. In less than 10 breaths, he also completed the last section of the mountain road and successfully climbed to the summit. A 2-color beast appeared in the sky, turned into a visionary light and rushed into his body, disappearing. I lost. Qin Tian on the other side was still standing there, eyes full of dullness. His way is the way of the emperor. After the first battle, even if he teamed up with Chang Wei, he still lost without any reason or excuse. This was a big blow to him, making him unable to react for a while, and he was sluggish for a long time. Qin Tian. With a burst of drinking, the old voice sounded directly in his heart. It's just a battle, let me ask you, in this world, which emperor didn't step on a corpse with thousands of bones to achieve the supreme supremacy? The emperor is honored, there is defeat and victory, only, the world. Every word and sentence fell on Qin Tian's soul, like thunder, shaking his body continuously. Only the sky, the world. As Qin Tian spoke idiotically, the light in his eyes flashed in an instant, and the aura in his whole body erupted like a volcano. The seal of reincarnation helped him at a critical moment, and the soul of reincarnation would only play a role when he encountered a catastrophe of life and death. This is the benefit of having reincarnation. Once any accident is discovered, reincarnation will appear. The next moment, countless images flashed across Qin Tian's sea of consciousness. All the past, the battle of life and death, the trial of the tribulation, and all the things he practiced along the way, all flowed into the sea of consciousness like a tide. On his face, an incomparably complicated expression appeared. Thanks. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Qin Tian's pupils shrank sharply, and the corners of his mouth raised. Call out. With a figure like electricity, he rushed straight to the supreme mountain, strode like a meteor, and reached the top in an instant. Now, although his heart is still confused, his goals and ambitions are fully awakened. No matter what, he has to go forward, regardless of success or failure, as long as he keeps moving towards his goal. All three of them started. At this moment, all the eyes of the cultivators present were focused on the three supreme mountains. Amazing! The three mountains rise together. Su Qingmei and other peerless geniuses all had expressions of surprise, with deep envy in their eyes. Brother Su Yan, you are still so handsome. Different from other people, Yu Linglong's eyes are only the figure in the black robe, and her spiritual eyes are full of little stars. When the cultivators of various forces saw this scene, they all had bitter expressions on their faces. Now that the matter has been called, the vision has already appeared, and there is no way to stop it. At this time, if you rush up again, you will become cannon fodder for the catastrophe, and death is worthless. The three of them didn't climb to the top before, and they weren't recognized by Heavenly Tao, so you can attack no matter what. But now, the three of them have successfully climbed to the top and started the supreme metamorphosis. At this time, it can be said that the three of them have already half-stepped into the supreme realm. Therefore, the supreme power cannot be desecrated. Anyone who dares to attack the three of them at this time is tantamount to profane Tianwei. Boom! 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 The aura of the three continued to soar, and the three groups of divine light swept the audience, suppressing all sides. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3468 quit. In the current situation, they can all know that time is running out. This time the blocking was obviously a failure. The three of them have already climbed to the top. Even if the bigwigs from the major forces rushed over now, it would be too late. At most, it was just beheading Chu Yan after breaking through to the Supreme. Boom! 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 Chu Yan, Qin Tian, and Chang Wei's aura exploded crazily, and their Daoguang surged, covering the audience. Earth-shaking changes began to take place in the bodies of the three of them. Chu Yan's Nishan Yan, Wuxin Wuhun, Haotian Sword, God of War Soul, etc., all began to change. Some seemed to have woken up from a 10,000-year slumber, and some seemed to have the seals on their bodies broken, and the aura they emitted was completely different. Immediately afterwards, the Daojing mountain range, from the foot of the mountain to the peaks of more than a dozen layers, began to emit golden light, wrapping the original strange light, which was obviously several times stronger. At this moment, the power of the Daojing mountain range became stronger than ever before. After all, although a cultivator in the Divine King realm is far more powerful than a cultivator in the Prestige realm, compared with the Supreme realm, it is like the difference between a small tree and a forest. Click! Just when Chu Yan was transformed, the Nine Realms star map in the Sea of Consciousness underwent a shocking change. A large piece of star fragments appeared, flowing in like a star belt, and gathered into the crystal in the Sea of Stars. This is reincarnation memory. Chu Yan's heart froze, his eyes concentrated. At this time, above the sky, a large area of void continued to collapse, and divine light fell from it, sweeping out the majesty of the supreme power, covering the world. In less than an instant, the surrounding world completely changed. The God Kings present, countless peerless geniuses, seemed insignificant in front of this huge scene. The 9 domain supremes of all major forces are here. I saw that there were more than 20 figures floating above the sky, the supreme pressure on them. All of them are in the state of supreme achievement, and there are even peak-level ones. The supreme being of the 9 realms of the immortal sect. The supreme being of the 9 realms of the sky will sect. There is also the suzerain coming. All the cultivators were shocked when they saw those legendary figures. These giants are extremely rare to see, let alone appear at the same time. If it weren't for such a change in the Daozun district, I am afraid it would be impossible to attract so many mainland giants. Breakthrough to the 9 realms supreme. More than 20 supreme beings glanced at the 3 supreme mountains, and all of them changed their expressions. It's still too late. Chu Yan on the supreme mountain also looked up at the sky at this time, and saw more than 20 giants of various major forces. Their faces were as usual, without any change. He had already guessed this point before, so naturally he would not be surprised. Die. The suzerain of the great Wutian sect didn't bother to talk nonsense at all, and when he raised his hand, there was an overwhelming murderous aura surging in, the sky trembled, and the vast mighty power rushed over, suppressing the entire audience. The might of the supreme peak is so shocking that one can be wiped out with just a few gestures. You dare! Suddenly there was a sound of shouting thunder, and the sky and the earth were startled, the clouds rolled, and the clouds were chaotic. I saw that the Lord Xuanhuan, the supreme man of the wild, and the 3 supreme peak giants shot from afar, and all the mighty powers were turned into dust and disappeared completely. Xuanhuan. The suzerain of the great Wutian sect glanced at him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. You want to protect him? Do you know what he did? I have no fear of any sect, and I can go to war at any time. No, I am also a top 10 sect. Xuanhuan, you 8U Xuanhuan sect, you want to start a war with all the orthodoxy in the world. Under a series of shouts, all the big bosses of the God King realm present felt like thunder and tumbling like a tide. These words are scary. This time all the 12 Dao lineages were involved. If there was a real war, it would be tantamount to engulfing the entire God's domain continent. Lord Xuanhuang's whole body was tense, his face was purple, and he stared at the group of supremes opposite him, his face was ashen. For the past 10,000 years, it was the first time that the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect was pushed to such a cusp, facing the choice of life and death. It is true that Chu Yan is a disciple of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, but to be honest, the relationship between him and the sect is not that close. However, it is well known in the world that Chu Yan is the personal heir of the lord of the 8U Xuanhuang sect, and he is also the sect's #1 peerless peer. Not long ago, Lord Xuanhuang made up his mind to keep Chu Yan, no matter what he did, even offended the whole world. This is what he promised his master. But now, it is related to the existence of the sect, which makes the Lord Xuanhuang unable to make a decision for a while. Sovereign, how about? A sect supreme spoke in a low voice. Well. Xuanhuang Zun sighed softly, with various complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He kept staring closely at the black-robed figure on the supreme mountain. He wanted to help, he wanted to desperately protect that peerless disciple. If he was the only one, he would definitely do it. However, he is the suzerain now, and every word and deed represents a sect. Honorable Lord Xuanhuang. At this moment, a shocking shout sounded from the supreme mountain opposite. In an instant, all eyes were on Chu Yan on the mountain. From now on, I voluntarily withdraw from the 8U Xuanhuang sect, and from now on, I will no longer be the direct disciple of the Xuanhuang Lord. This sentence, drinking like thunder, exploded the world. In the next breath, Chu Yan took out the Zoman jade talisman, glanced at it, and threw it into the sky. Boom! With a soft sound, the jade talisman exploded into powder and scattered in all directions. Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, His Holiness Xuanhuang only felt his soul tremble violently, and his heart felt like a knife was twisted. Whoever you want to find trouble, come to me. The point of Chu Yan's long sword is between the heaven and the earth, the enemy has no direction, and the domineering sweeps across, and there is nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Lord Xuanhuan was stunned. All the supreme giants of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect were stunned. It has to be said that this Chu Yan is really daring to act, and he is completely considering the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong. Even though he was in a desperate situation and the most hopeful thing was a helping hand, he still made such a choice and decision. Ha ha ha, good. If you have the guts, then die. The Supreme Master of the 10 Absolute Sects sneered and was about to strike. However, before he activated his ultimate move, he saw a ray of shocking light on the far side of the sky, like a mighty soldier attacking, slashing straight at his place. What? The Supreme Master of the 10 Absolute Sects, his expression changed in shock, and he immediately activated his prestige, blocking with his backhand. Boom, boom. The sound of the air explosion exploded, and the Supreme Master of the 10 Absolute Sects was blasted back 100 steps before he managed to stand still, and his eyes were full of astonishment when he looked up into the distance. I am the Supreme Being, and I was knocked back by someone from such a long distance. You guys are quite agile. At this time, a young man dressed in colorful rays of light came step by step from the distant sky. Behind him, a large group of figures followed, everyone's aura was soaring into the sky, and they were all the power of the Supreme. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3469 Ancient Taboo. The appearance of this group of people made the scene suddenly quiet. Not only the young man in the lead, but also among the group of supreme beings behind him, there are 4 other people like him, who have no aura at all, which makes people even more afraid. There were originally more than 20 supreme beings present, but now with the addition of this group of newcomers, the number suddenly increased. Extreme Heaven Sect. All the supreme bosses present shrank their pupils when they saw the young man with fiery red hair. This is the 13th Orthodox faction, the suzerain of the Absolute Heaven Sect, who was famous in the Divine Realm continent before and beheaded more than a dozen supreme powerhouses. Those 4 are Dao Master Realm. The cultivators present couldn't recognize it, but the other supreme beings could tell at a glance that the 4 giants with no aura following behind the young man were none other than the masters of the Taoist realm. On this God's domain continent, there is an existence of extreme martial arts. Fire young man. Chu Yan turned his eyes lightly and looked up. The angry young man just glanced at Chu Yan, then turned his head to look around, and shouted softly. Chu Yan, my man. This sentence was only a few words, but it shook the sky like thunder, making everyone present tremble. If it is normal, this sentence may not surprise the cultivators present, including all the supreme beings. The point is, when the fiery young man who is talking now has the power of the 4 Taoist masters, the weight of saying this sentence is extremely heavy. Your Excellency. What do you mean by Zhu Tianzong? Could it be that you want to make an enemy of the world for this Chu Yan? The suzerain of the great Wutian sect looked at the fiery young man with red eyes. It was these people who knocked him back with one move before, and it is not shameful to lose to the Taoist realm, but he is the master of a sect after all. They are also one of the 13 orthodoxy, so if they are allowed to be bullied like this, then why don't they mess around? Not bad. At worst, let's go to war. I don't believe it anymore. No matter how strong your Absolute Heaven sect is, you can deal with the forces of the world. Just hit it, what are you afraid of? Under the lead of the great Wutian sect master, the supreme giants of all the major forces present roared in unison. In an instant, the entire audience was murderous, surfing like clouds. Boom, boom. Just when the swords were on the verge of breaking out and the atmosphere was extremely tense, suddenly a thunder sounded from the sky and the earth, and everyone felt the ground shaking under their feet. When I looked up, I saw shadows standing up from the ground in all directions. All of them were bone skeletons, holding broken weapons, dragging their bone legs, and walking towards the supreme mountain. This scene, like hell in the world, makes people shudder. Because every one of these white bone skeletons standing up from the ground has the weakest cultivation level and is also in the God King realm. If you glance at it at a glance, you can't see the edge at all. With such a number, even the Supreme Being trembled in his heart. This Su Qingmei and other peerless geniuses, as well as ordinary cultivators, saw this scene with pale faces and numb scalps. This is too much. With their cultivation base, being surrounded by these skeletons would definitely turn them into ashes in an instant. The one in Tianjian Lake. The people in Taboo Ridge, are you looking for death? All the supreme beings were filled with anger in their hearts, and even the angry young man looked downcast. The strong rise of Changwei should have made the people in Taboo Ridge ready to put all their eggs in one basket. It's only sixth, it's so arrogant, don't run away if you have the guts this time. Suddenly, a cold voice resounded, carrying thousands of miles of thunder, flashing from the sky. It turned out to be a red bone without flesh and blood. What? The ancient taboo also came. The supreme beings present were really shocked this time, and all of them had expressions of disbelief on their faces. The fiery-haired young man raised his head and saw the blood-colored withered bones approaching step by step. His expression became even more gloomy. Ancient taboo. This is a terrifying existence that has been rumored in God's domain continent for countless years, and almost every cultivator knows about it. His vicious reputation was completely accumulated by the lives, flesh and blood of countless cultivators from the 9 domain supremes and peerless geniuses. All the forces in God's domain continent hated this existence deeply and wished to get rid of him. However, just like his legend, those who saw it either died or became part of Forbidden Hill. Today, for Chu Yan or Changwei, he appeared again. The ancient taboo deity. Chu Yan on the supreme mountain below looked up at the bloody withered bone, frowning slightly. Suddenly, the 9 realms star map in his sea of consciousness trembled violently, and the crystal that had swallowed up countless star fragments actually cracked. An ancient and desolate atmosphere overflowed from it, giving Chu Yan an extremely familiar feeling. Chu Yan, Changwei. With a pair of blood-red eyes, looking at Chu Yan and Changwei on the supreme mountain, he grinned, his mouth full of blood-red bones and teeth. Although he opened his mouth to target the hot-haired youth, no one present knew what his goal was. The last time the angry young man was born from the Pantheon Forbidden Land, he fought against him. He originally wanted to kill him, but unfortunately he missed the opportunity. Now, just solve it together. Ancient taboo, you were also in existence with the same reputation as the 10 gods, and now you have made such a ghost, haven't you learned to be more honest? Changwei stood on the mountain, but looked up at the bloody bones, and shocked the audience when he opened his mouth. At this time, Changwei's aura was crazily raised, and the blood and breath in his whole body were undergoing astonishing changes. Countless cultivators around felt it, and some supreme beings also turned their heads to look at Changwei, with astonishment in their eyes. They didn't expect that this Changwei dared to talk to the ancient taboo like this. Something is wrong. Die. The ancient taboo didn't answer at all, the blood in his eyes stood up, and there was a cloud of blood for thousands of miles in an instant. He raised his hand, and the blood cloud rolled, and a large number of attacks poured down like a raging waterfall, covering the sky and covering the earth. I'm afraid that even ants can't dodge it. What Changwei said was not a lie. Before the ancient taboo, he was really as famous as the top 10 gods. Although he may not have the power of the time because of what he has experienced now, his strength is at least invincible in the Taoist realm. One move, so terrifying, even the faces of the 9 domain supremes changed drastically. It's interesting, let me see. The fiery-haired youth's eyes were shining, and with a chuckle, a large purple-gold lightning flashed on his body, like a piece of armor possessed. With a punch, the blood cloud in the sky disappeared instantly. Eucharist! All the supreme beings present shrank their pupils when they saw the purple-gold thunder armor on the surface of the fiery young man's body. Before everyone could react, the 4 Taoist realm powerhouses behind the fiery young man exploded with breath and roared to the heavens. Kill! Including the supremes of the Absolute Heaven sect, dozens of giants erupted at the same time, charging straight at the skeleton army in all directions like a monstrous cloud wave. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3479 Dragon Drums. Extreme Blade. The blade was as bright as a forest, and it erupted wantonly, slashing in all directions, and large pieces of bones fell down, like a sharp blade sweeping across the grassland. 2 Taoist realms, plus a few 9 realm supremes, what a terrifying combat power. The leader of the Taoist realm, dressed in purple robes, embroidered with golden spirit patterns, is a battle seal that has disappeared for thousands of years, which can double the combat power. Just this battle-patterned purple robe is a top-level Taoist weapon. Not to mention, the straight-edged sword in his hand, with a single blade, is even more powerful than a ghost. That's the Blood Heaven Ancient Sect. The sudden appearance of 2 Taoist realm powerhouses and a group of supreme beings surprised everyone present, including the Jiuxiao sect powerhouses. What should we do now? A 9 realm supreme opened his mouth and asked about the powerhouses belonging to other orthodoxy. Everyone, the method of asking questions from our sect is a big deal. The suzerain of the great Wuhun sect spoke, and said in a voice like ice, now, there are Taboo Ridge, Absolute Heaven sect, and the Blood Heaven Ancient sect. As long as we find an opportunity, we must kill Chu Yan. The other supreme beings nodded in unison upon hearing the words. At present, Jiuxiao sect, Ancient Taboo, and Blood Heaven Ancient sect are fighting against each other. The enemy and friends are unknown. Of course, it depends on the situation first, and then decides how to deploy. But for the giants on the unified side, the purpose of this trip will not change. Chu Yan must be killed. Not only Chu Yan, but also that Cheng Wei must not stay, his 9-body combination, but devoured Qiao Guqing's gathering. The supreme being of the 9 regions of the Tianluan sect, his eyes never left Cheng Wei, he gritted his teeth and said. Clang! In the sound of drawing the sword, he swung the spiritual sword directly and shouted, kill. While speaking, he rushed out and directly attacked the supreme mountain. Seeing this, the other 9 domain supreme beings present. Without any hesitation, Chi-Chi sacrificed the Daobao and rushed out. For a moment, at the entrance of the first area, the sky and the earth shook, and the sound of killing shook the sky. An incomparably terrifying battle broke out immediately. This time the battle has surpassed the battle of peerless geniuses just now. All the forces in the gods' domain continent gathered together, and the giants all came together. It can be said that this is a shocking battle that represents the strongest combat power in the gods' domain continent. Now, only Chu Yan, Cheng Wei, and Qin Tian are still standing on the supreme mountain. The other God King realm powerhouses have all retreated thousands of miles away, and dare not approach them at all. Such a battle is simply not something they can participate in, even in the face of the tide of bones, it is not something they can play a role in. It's exciting now. When did such a shocking battle break out in the Daozun district? These ancient giants who have been retreating for 10,000 years have all been dispatched, and under the gathering of forces from all sides, they all fought fiercely. Although they couldn't participate, everyone wanted to see the final result of this battle. Maybe, after this battle, the situation in God's domain continent will undergo a shocking change. Boom! 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 The sky was shaken, thousands of miles rioted. Surrounding the supreme mountain where the 3 of Chu Yan were located, there were waves of shocking waves coming towards them. If it weren't for Tianwei's protection, they would have been turned into ashes long ago. Qin Tian looked around, the metamorphosis in his body began to slow down, and his cultivation had already broken through to the 9 realms supreme. Qin Tian, it's not suitable to stay here for long, let's go. The supreme master of Shengxianzong looked at Qin Tian, waved his big hand, and directly took him away, fleeing into the sky. Ha ha ha, let's fight. Kill. I'll go first. Cheng Wei also laughed wildly, his breath changed, he raised his hand to take out something, crushed it directly, and his figure disappeared on the spot. The Taoist realm of the Blood Sky ancient sect and those supreme beings, seeing the scene, waved their hands together and disappeared on the spot at the same time. Want to leave? The ancient taboo sneered at the corner of his mouth. This time he took action himself, with such a big picture in place, how could he let them go? Why isn't Chu Yan finished yet? The angry young man turned his head and saw that Chu Yan was still breaking through on the supreme mountain, and he immediately looked puzzled. Qin Tian and Cheng Wei have both completed breakthroughs, so Chu Yan should be almost done, and the eternal flower in his body should also be transformed. Boom. Suddenly, a drum sounded. Even if the audience was full of killing noises, and the air gangs exploded in all directions, the sound of this heavy drum was heard very clearly in the ears of every cultivator. This is. The ancient taboo and the fiery youth were stunned at the same time, and surprise appeared in their eyes. Boom. 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 Just when both of them suspected that they heard it wrong, 3 more heavy drums sounded. I saw that at the foot of Chu Yan, a large area of divine patterns appeared on the ground on the top of the mountain, condensing into a very mysterious pattern. Even these Taoist realm bosses, the supreme giants of the 9 realms, the power of remaining strength to fight against this pattern, instantly turned into powder. Kowloon beating drums, map of heaven and earth. The ancient taboo and the fiery youth shrank their pupils and opened their mouths at the same time. Reincarnation awakening. This is the vision of reincarnation awakening. They know better than anyone what this vision means, including the Tao Master Realm and the 9 Realm Supremes who were present, and they are also very clear. But at this time, in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness world, a piece of crystal jade was completely on the battlefield, releasing the monstrous light, and the pictures that had been covered in dust for an unknown number of years appeared in those lights, and in Chu Yan flame flashed across the Sea of Consciousness extremely quickly. Chu Yan only feels that his world has completely changed. He is in a vast sea of stars, and he can't help but travel around the world. In front of him is a figure as tall as the sky, towering. Not bad. We met. Hello. My deceased. A soft voice resounded, like a spring breeze sweeping through, or like thunder shaking the sky, resounding through the entire sea of stars. You are. Chu Yan was stunned. What does this figure mean when it appears? You have suffered. The figure that day did not answer, sighed softly, and looked at Chu Yan. After that battle, I couldn't give you any inheritance. Instead, I put all the consequences on you. I'm sorry. Having said that, the figure of heaven and earth looked up at the top of the sky, and continued to say. However, my eternal holy body has been completed. Although the physical body has been destroyed, the eternal holy body is immortal. It will be reborn on the mountain of asking. On that day, you must collect it. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled. Eternal Eucharist. That's right. Keep this in mind. Also, no matter your current cultivation level is the honorable realm, or the supreme, or the Zhangzhu, you must, God. The last sentence, along with his figure in the sky and the earth, dissipated at the same time, like a gust of wind, disappeared in an instant. At the next moment, Chu Yan only felt a whirl of heaven and earth, and around the vast sea of stars, various pictures continued to appear at an extremely fast speed. War. This is an unimaginable war. I am on the battlefield, holding a long sword in my hand, and under the sword, thousands of troops charge behind me. Behind him, a tall and strong man stood with his chest folded, his whole body covered in green armor. On the other side is a white-robed scholar, with a gentle smile on his face. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, dry bones are like mountains, and blood flows like rivers. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3471 Reincarnation Awakening. First District, Entrance. Chu Yan awakened reincarnation. Does this Chu Yan still have reincarnation? What's the origin? I don't know, I've never heard of it. It is said that among the top 10 peerless worlds, there are not a few who have reincarnation, but they are all kept secret. No wonder I am. Yeah, otherwise, how could it be so easy to break through the realm of the 9 realms? The Taoist realm present, the 9 regions supremes, surrounded the only supreme mountain, and listened carefully to the news with various spiritual senses. A peerless genius is nothing in their eyes, but if it is reincarnated, it will be completely different. Maybe this reincarnation identity is an existence they can't afford. Moreover, as giants in the mainland, they have a wide range of knowledge, and when they think of all kinds of news about Chu Yan, they all look depressed. An ascendant from the lower realms, who has cultivated to the 9 realms in a short period of time, and is the 5th successor of the gods, coupled with the care of the Jiuxiao sex suzerain. Adding all these together, it is easy to deduce that the identity of this Chu Yan is really not simple. The 6th one, tell me who is Chu Yan's reincarnation. In the presence, the most important thing is the ancient taboo. Turning his head to look at the hot young man, he spoke directly. No matter who he is, or what his status is, he must die here today. While pondering in his heart, he found that the angry young man ignored him at all, but stared at Chu Yan with a frown, as if he was also thinking about something. Wasn't Chu Yan's past reincarnation memory banned by himself? What's going on with this reincarnation awakening? It's impossible. Before the ban, he read it carefully. In Chu Yan's reincarnation memory, it was that garbage, that's right. This is totally wrong. Correct. That banned memory is only partly, still incomplete, it won't be. The fiery young man's eyes lit up suddenly, and he suddenly thought of something. Now it seems that I still underestimated. The memory that was banned by me may be a cover, or it may be a backup, but the real one has always been in Chu Yan's body and was sealed in advance. Thinking of this, the hot-haired young man looked up at the ancient taboo, smiled slightly and said, "Are you nervous? Could it be that you are afraid?" "I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, Chu Yan's reincarnation is the son of my lord." Hearing this, ancient taboo was obviously taken aback. What? You said that Chu Yan's reincarnation is the 2nd-generation ancestor who spent all day drinking and drinking, never practiced, and wandered around. He isn't dead yet. The corners of ancient taboo's eyes twitched twice, his face full of disbelief. Before, Chongwei was his first target, but now when he heard Chu Yan's reincarnation body, the murderous intent reappeared in his eyes, and he stared straight at Chu Yan. Although the 2nd-generation ancestor is completely rubbish, after all, he is the descendant of that existence, and he can be regarded as the #1 scourge in the entire God's domain continent. The son of. Among the Taoist masters present, someone heard it, and their faces were shocked. They never expected that Chu Yan's reincarnation identity would be so terrifying. It seems that I can't hide it. When Lord Xuanhuan heard the words, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. Regarding Chu Yan's matter, he has been mobilizing his power to investigate secretly, and he has some clues. Although Chu Yan's reincarnation was only a 2nd-generation ancestor in that era, such news is probably earth-shattering in the current God's domain continent. The most important thing is that Chu Yan also offended many powerful forces in the world. What happened? Some God King realms in the distance saw the sudden silence here, and they all looked astonished. Isn't it a big war? Why didn't everything move all of a sudden? They're talking about Brother Chu Yan's reincarnation. Yu Linglong frowned slightly in midair. That's right, I'm afraid that kid has already been exposed. Apprentice, you'd better stay away from him, otherwise this trouble will be a bit big. Hearing the sound transmission from her spiritual consciousness, Yu Linglong suddenly became unwilling. Old ghost, shut up. The two Taoist masters who were above Jiuxiao suddenly twitched their faces and shook their heads helplessly, their entire faces twisted a little. This disciple of mine is good at everything, but he insists on giving up on this Chu Yan, and even coerces them to come to save people. The Tianwei oath alone has made a lot of promises. Look, Chu Yan has moved. At this moment, the faces of Lingnan Cave Master, Ji Chongxing, and Mo Qingdong changed at the same time, and the pupil technique pierced through the sea of clouds, and penetrated directly to the black-robed figure on the supreme mountain below. Yu Linglong also raised her head and looked at Chu Yan. I saw a light green lotus flying from the edge of the sky, rushing directly to Chu Yan, and instantly sank into the position between his brows, releasing a dazzling blue light, completely illuminating the whole world. Now, the green lotus is about to start to change. Okay, finally started. In the eyes of the fiery young man, there was a flash of light, and his hands formed seals, urging the holy body to the extreme, raising his hands to form a series of spiritual seals, continuously blasting into the green lotus seal. A powerful and ancient aura erupted, rushing to the surroundings like a stream of water. The ancient taboos and other Taoist realms exist, and the 9 domain supremes can feel that a very mysterious power is being bred, as if waiting for something to be born. What kind of Tao treasure is this? Could it be that person's inheritance? The ancient taboo pondered in his heart, and glanced at the fiery young man. His eyes were also flickering with strange light. If it is really the legacy of the one left behind, it will definitely be an extremely terrifying existence. Heaven and earth are boundless, the universe is reformed. When the ancient taboo reacted, he also had a murderous look on his face, and he raised his hand to blast out the killing move. What do you want to do? Seeing the ancient taboos move, the angry young man yelled angrily, and with a wave of his hand, more than a dozen kinds of Taoism were blasted out. This ancient taboo is too troublesome, and he dared to make his own idea. Now that he has cast the Eucharist, no matter who dares to stop him, it will be a dead end. This son must not stay. The Orthodox lords present at the scene finally saw the situation. All of them had angry expressions on their faces, and they all exploded. Anyway, the Jiuetian sovereign and the ancient taboo had met, and now no one could stop them. Chu Yan's identity may be terrifying, but now that things are going on, the general trend is, no matter what, Chu Yan must not be allowed to ask for respect, otherwise it will become a serious problem. Thousands of miles away, the God Kings watching the battle suddenly looked astonished. What's the situation? Why did they start fighting again all of a sudden? What the hell are these big bosses doing? They stopped fighting for a while. Could it be that something happened? No matter what, even if they had the courage to do so now, they would not dare to get close. On the other side, no one noticed that Yu Linglong, who was hanging in the air, had endless brilliance begin to emerge in her spiritual eyes, and a faint imprint of snowflakes appeared on her forehead. Son of Heaven. In her body, a sleeping breath is slowly rising. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3472 Dusty Memory. If there are giants from the Tao Master realm here, they will definitely find that the seal of snowflakes on Yu Linglong's forehead is obviously somewhat similar to the seal of green lotus on the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows. Above the 9 knights, Mo Dongqing, who had a bitter expression on his face, suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Old ghost, do you feel it? There's something wrong with the breath of our precious apprentice. It seems to have something to do with the little flower of the kid down there. Ji Chongxing next to him heard the words, and immediately took a look and said, nonsense. You still need to say. The next moment, his face darkened slightly, and said. Shantian said, our apprentice's soul has entered that little flower. Now it seems that I have gained some opportunities and benefits from the little flower, and now the little flower is going to grow, so. The Lingnan cave master heard the words, nodded slightly, turned to look at the two, and said, what's the result? The result? Brother, are you not stupid? This is the eternal ancient lotus of the eternal sacred physique. What do you think the result is? Hurry up, let's do it, help them, make it bigger if you can. This opportunity, it's rare. While talking, Mo Dongqing started to make a move, and Ji Chongxing, who was beside him, hurriedly stopped him. Be careful, those two ancient taboos are down there, we can't afford to mess with them now. Got it. Got it. Are you annoying? While talking, the three of them started to set up some kind of extremely ancient formation. On the other side, Chu Yan is in the starry sky of consciousness sea. The surrounding pictures are constantly changing, and every time a picture flashes, it will make Chu Yan's soul tremble. In the end, his soul is completely immersed in it, as if he has entered the battlefield himself. All of them appeared in front of them incomparably real. Humph. I, Hong Lidian, am the young master of the Dao devouring clan, the #1 in the world, and want me to recognize you as master. Are you qualified? What good is there? You don't want to see the scenery over there. Then can I just worship you as my teacher? I never accept disciples. Then, okay. I admit it. The screen turns again. Another new picture appeared, but there was a sound first. Tianpa, Duan Wuji, you two are fine, if you want, you can recognize me as master, and I will avenge your revenge. See my lord. Well, get up, from today onwards, Li Tian is your eldest brother, you are the second child, and he is the third child. Second, my lord, can I change it? From now on, your surname and first name are no longer usable, and I will take responsibility for those who violate it. I only hope that you can win your own titles in the future. At that time, you will be ranked according to this. Suddenly, the screen flashed again, and a fat man appeared, saying wretchedly. Xiaoyi, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, Xiaojiao, come and see, this kid is interesting. Master, can you not call me Xiaoyi? Why, you still want me to call you boss? The picture is still going on, one pay and one scene, so that Chu Yan sinks into it, completely unable to extricate himself. On the other side, where the physical body was, the green lotus was flickering, its color constantly changing, and suddenly it all disappeared, and even all the aura also returned to silence. Although there was no outburst of any vision, and no strong aura fluctuations, but the ancient taboo, the young man with the fiery hair, and all the Taoist masters present, the 9 realms supreme, trembled in their hearts at the same time, and they all froze on the spot. This Dao flower should have completed its metamorphosis. The light in the eyes of the hot-haired young man shone like stars, the corners of his mouth were completely opened, and his figure flashed, and he rushed straight to Chu Yan. Dream. The ancient taboo let out a loud roar, and the power of thunder broke out, and it was about to rush out. But before he could make a move, there were 3 terrifying figures above the 10,000 miles of void, which turned into a formation of 3 talents and rushed out together. Not good. In the next breath, ancient taboo's face changed. Unexpectedly he set up an ambush halfway. Moreover, I didn't even notice the aura of these 3 people just now, so it can be seen that the cultivation base is not weak. Ha ha ha. The fiery-haired youth looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, full of complacency. It's finally here. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. As long as this flower is refined, one's own holy body can be transformed, becoming the number one holy body in the world, the eternal holy body, immortal and eternal. At that time, maybe you can take the opportunity to break through to Tsangzhu realm in one fell swoop and become the real master of this world. However, just as his trembling hands reached out to Chu Yan's forehead, the black-robed youth in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, those two eyes seemed to travel through the ages, experiencing the vicissitudes of life in the world, and they were as constant as time. Huh. Fully awakened. Just right, trash is looking at me. The angry young man didn't care at all, his face was full of disdain and contempt, and before he could finish his sentence, he heard Chu Yan sigh and speak. Little six. Hiss. When these two words came out, the fiery young man felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole body was shaken, and his expression changed drastically. This name, this tone, no. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The roar of the fiery young man exploded, with unwarranted shock and disbelief, he shouted loudly. Dare to tell me to be careful, courting death. Don't play tricks, report your name. Tianpa. He said two more words, this time the fiery young man was completely dumbfounded, he was so angry just now, but now he is completely sluggish, as if his soul has been separated from his body. Heaven! This is his real name. In this world, there is no way anyone who knows this name is still alive. After following the Lord to the top of the world, the sixth among the gods is his name, and no one dares to mention it. Others call him the sixth of the gods, the Lord calls him Xiao Lu, and others call him Brother Six. How does this trash know these things? This is simply impossible. You are. The fiery young man raised his hand, pointed at Chu Yan with fingers shaking like chaff, his eyes were so wide that the eyeballs would fly out, his expression and demeanor were like seeing a ghost. Because, at this time, in the sea of consciousness of the fiery young man, thousands of thunders exploded, and the entire sea of consciousness collapsed. Isn't this Chu Yan a garbage reincarnation, but... Lord! Together with this consciousness, he instantly thought of more, just like all the doubts and doubts before, at this moment, everything is clear. That Lydian, why did he call him the Lord? The city of rebirth was born because of him. Thunder Mother Thunder Gun. Etc. If it is said that the Chu Yan in front of him is really the master of reincarnation, then all of this will make sense. Include your own name. And I imagined that when Chu Yan was honored, the banned reincarnation memory of Chu Yan was probably the eldest brotherly Tian, who was placed in Chu Yan's body as a cover. The purposes for today, Chu Wei can completely awaken reincarnation. I don't believe it. I will never believe it. At this moment, Tian Po's eyes were bloodshot, his face was ferocious, his long hair fluttered, and he roared sharply. In that battle, the Lord was already dead. It's impossible to repay, that's right. It must have been Li Tian, or it must have been caused by the old nine. You all joined together and tried to lie to me, Ha ha ha. Chu Yan stood there quietly, just looking at Tianpa, shaking his head slightly. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3473 Lord. Tianpa is about to go crazy, the whole person looks crazy, screaming loudly, his soul is shattering, and the sea of consciousness world is in chaos. If he hadn't stared at the black-robed youth in front of him, he might have exploded on the spot or flew into the sky. Now the aura in his body has begun to completely get out of control. This is the existence of the Taoist realm. If it really goes crazy, everyone present may die. Tianpa, Duan Wuji, you two are fine, if you want, you can recognize me as master, and I will avenge your revenge. Chu Yan didn't move, but still looked at him calmly, and spoke softly. This sentence made Tianpa, who was in madness, tremble violently in an instant, and the raised hand was so stiff and soft. That's right. Verbatim. Plop. Tears burst into the eyes of the fiery young man, his legs softened, and he knelt down heavily. My lord, my lord. In an instant, the entire world was dead silent. Whether it was the ancient taboo, or the giants present, including the cultivators farther away, they all stared wide-eyed, opened their mouths wildly, and were all dumbfounded. What's going on? How did he kneel down? Kneeling Chu Yan. Sovereign master of absolute heaven sect, kneel down to Chu Yan. No one dared to believe what they saw, even the Taoist realm present. The supremes were all in shock, and their expressions changed rapidly. Sixth of the gods, kneel down. Not good. The ancient taboo woke up suddenly, his face was ashen, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had no respect for Chu Yan's reincarnation after hearing what the young man said before, and called him the reincarnation of the second generation of trash, waiting to grab his inheritance. These things made him think that the fire-haired youth would never admit the things before reincarnation. But now it seems that the trash second-generation ancestor subdued the fiery young man with just a few words. At this time, the ancient taboo still thought that Chu Yan's reincarnation was just that garbage, but he didn't know what method he used to restrain the angry young man. After all, Chu Yan's reincarnation is that son, and he is still the master of the fiery young man in name. Although this person is a scourge of God's domain, no one likes it, and everyone even wants to destroy him, but after all, the existence of that person is definitely a real strength, worthy of his admiration. Farther away, above the 9 knights, Mo Dongqing, Ji Chongqing, and Lingnan Cave Master also all looked stunned. What's the situation? This kid Chu Yan is not weak, he actually put the sixth of the gods down. After this kid's breakthrough, I'm afraid it will be terrible. Strangeness. When the three of them spoke, they all had strange looks on their faces, but the eyes of the three were obviously full of doubts. How do we do it now? Do you want to hide from him? Ji Chongqing asked. Damn, are you stupid? Who is he? He is the sweetheart of our precious apprentice. As Linglong's master, we are also his elders. How can we not help him? At this time, you actually said this. If so, do you still have humanity? Mo Dongqing roared wildly, spraying the opponent's face with saliva. You. Just as Ji Chongqing was about to lose his temper, he saw the Lingnan Cave Master nodding and said. Not bad. The third brother is right. Ji Chongqing and Mo Dongqing were stunned at the same time, looking at the elder brother twitching. That's right. On the other side, Chu Yan looked at Tianpa quietly, the emotions in his heart fluctuated slowly. The memory is opened, the reincarnation is awakened, and all the doubts in the heart are solved. Why did Qingjia choose him from hundreds of millions of realms? Why did he call himself the master? He has done so much, all the reasons are because he is his Lord. And he was also the master of this Tianpa, even Duan Wuji, and the master of that mysterious existence. In the name of Duan Wuji, it was the old man in sackcloth who cut off his Tao foundation with his own hands. As for the reason, Chu Yan is still unknown. Tianpa, get up. The fate between you is only before reincarnation. In this life, you are you, I am me, and I am Chu Yan. You and I have nothing to do. Chu Yan opened his mouth, but it was his spiritual consciousness that transmitted the voice. Before, he had always regarded the hot-haired youth as an enemy, but now that he has awakened in reincarnation, everything is clear, and he is no longer an enemy. Also, this reincarnation awakening, there are still some imperfections, some things are not completely clear. Who is my reincarnation? Besides, God, who is it? Chu Yan continued to transmit the sound with his spiritual sense, and asked. Not completely clear. Tianpa was stunned, and looked up at Chu Yan instantly. At this moment, Tianpa looked at Chu Yan, and fell into a daze for an instant. The Chu Yan in front of him is completely different from the master before reincarnation, whether it is appearance, temperament, etc. And the other day, Tianpa clearly remembered that somewhere, when he met him for the first time, Tian looked at him with a smile on his face and said what he said. Tianpa, with your talent and aptitude, are you really willing to be a slave? The scenes, pictures, and sounds of that day have existed in his sea of consciousness for thousands of years, and they are always lingering. Are you willing? Willingly. Tianpo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stood up abruptly. God! Don't talk nonsense, the Lord has given me so much kindness. Everything I have now is given by the Lord. I swear that I will respect him forever as the Lord. Tianpa roared in his heart and mouth at the same time, his eyes flashed red, and he seemed to be lost again. The next moment, at the position between Chu Yan's eyebrows, the green lotus flickered. Tianpa was stunned, his eyes were blood red, and he withdrew. He stared blankly at the green lotus, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. So attractive. With this green lotus, one can obtain an eternal body, immortal, eternal existence. In this God's domain world, you are the ruler. Rob. Take it, you are the master. Don't hesitate, he's just an early supreme being, you are the Taoist realm, the sixth of the gods, and you still want to worship him as your lord. He said it himself, it was before reincarnation, and this life has nothing to do with it. It's a big deal, wait until you become the master, and then give him great benefits. Various voices sounded in the sea of consciousness, the expression on Tianpo's face was constantly changing, even his body was trembling, his fists were clenched, and his teeth were clenched. Tianpa, are you all right? Chu Yan frowned slightly, looked at the other party, and asked. From the beginning to the end, when Chu Yan talked to Tianpa, he used his spiritual consciousness to transmit sound. After all, if something spreads and people in the world know their reincarnation status, the consequences may be serious. Compared with the previous troubles, it is definitely 10 times, 100 times bigger. Swish. The next moment, Tianpo's eyes suddenly lit up, and the blood light flashed again. He stared at Chu Yan with a ferocious expression on his face, and shouted. My lord, no, Chu Yan, please don't blame me. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3474 betray. As soon as a word fell to the ground, Tianpo's whole body exploded with monstrous power, like a mountain of divine power, suppressing towards Chu Yan. The sixth person of the gods in the Taoist realm suddenly broke out, and Chu Yan was immediately suppressed and unable to move. He stretched out his hand suddenly, and grabbed the green lotus seal. If you look carefully, you will find that his body is trembling. I don't know if it is because he is about to get a green lotus, or something else. Tianpa, be bold. Chu Yan's face changed, and he shouted sharply. After awakening reincarnation, although Chu Yan's attitude towards Tianpa has changed, there is still a trace of emotion that transcends the times. If you put aside all grievances, at least you should be able to become friends. However, Chu Yan never expected that Tianpa was still thinking about snatching his own green lotus. This has nothing to do with feelings, it's all betrayal. Chu Yan, don't worry, after all, you are my reincarnation master, I will not hurt you, and I will not tell anyone about your situation. However, I must get the eternal flower. When I become the master of God's domain, I will let you stand shoulder to shoulder with the world. Tianpa stood there looking at Chu Yan, and kept sending voices from his spiritual consciousness. At the same time, his gang chi turned into a grasp, and after catching the seal of the green lotus, he kept retreating. This scene happened so quickly that none of the big bosses present could react, only seeing the two of them exchanging spiritual consciousness. What's going on? The ancient taboo frowned, and then laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, let me just say, cunning sixth, there is such a trick to deceive the reincarnation master, and it is not to snatch the inheritance in the end. Although, everyone can see that Chu Yan, the green little lotus, is very powerful, and it is the last breakthrough to transform, and it also caused division. The green little lotus that led to Chu Yan's reincarnation awakening must be the real reincarnation inheritance. In addition, he is the descendant of that person. What is this little lotus? Everyone present wanted it, not to mention the fiery young man who was the servant before reincarnation. This is betrayal. The expressions of all the supreme beings of the various orthodox forces changed. Only Lord Xuanhuan, Mo Dongqing, Ji Chongqing, and Lingnan Cave Master above Jiuxiao, all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. After all, he is also the sixth of the gods. Isn't this human nature too bad? He actually betrayed him face to face. Ji Chongqing couldn't help cursing. What did I just say? This kind of person is unreliable, and Chu Yan is afraid it will be over. Mo Dongqing shook her head. Not bad. Lingnan Cave Master nodded. Mo Dongqing and Ji Chongqing were startled, and looked at the Lingnan Cave Master. The corners of their mouths twitched at the same time. Well. The three looked at each other, then shook their heads and sighed. They said it with their mouths, but they still regretted it in their hearts. Originally, if possible, they still wanted to save Chu Yan, but with the strength of the three of them. I don't know how sad their precious apprentice will be afterward. However, the matter has come to this point. What else can be done? There are 13 orthodoxy below, there are ancient taboos, and there is the ancient religion of Xuanhuan. The strength of the three of them is too weak. Chu Yan, don't worry, we will definitely take Linglong away safely, and let her be safe in the future. The three of them murmured silently in their hearts, but couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing again. Such a pity. At this time, Chu Yan, below, facing Tianpa, his face was extremely cold. It was nothing for Tianpa to treat him like this, but now that he has awakened his reincarnation memory, it would be wrong for Tianpa to do this again. Moshua Literature Network. This approach made him feel very bad. Although as to what happened between him and Tianpa before the reincarnation, based on those incomplete memories and the conversation he had with Tianpa just now, it can basically be figured out. The reincarnated self helped him avenge the death of the family, took him in and passed on the exercises, making him the sixth man of the gods. Such treatment turned out to be betrayal in the end. Chu Yan, you. No, you should be called Wu Fa now. The ancient taboo laughed very happily, but his eyes were cold, and said, you have awakened to reincarnation, so what? Now, that era is no longer, and no one can support you, so, die. As soon as a word fell to the ground, a majestic killing intent rushed out, blasting the sky and the earth. Even if the current Chu Yan has broken through to the supreme realm of the 9 realms, compared with such power, he is still obviously weaker. It can even be said that it is the difference between ants and mountains. Taoist realm powerhouses, with the same level of power as the top 10 ancient gods, are definitely the strongest existences in this world. Tianpa on the side watched this scene, his heart trembled, but he took a step back instinctively. At this time, he will not take action to deal with Chu Yan, but it is impossible to help him again. Well, since that's the case. Chu Yan didn't look at the ancient taboos, but kept staring at Tianpa, only to see Tianpa's feet take a step back at the end. At this time an incomparably bright knife light descended from the sky, like a meteor across the sky, cutting all the darkness between heaven and earth. Who? The ancient taboo's face changed drastically, and he turned his head suddenly. If you want to deal with my husband, you must have the consciousness of death. A disdainful voice sounded, and a woman was seen slowly walking out of the void passage with a large knife on the door. The coercion released from her body completely surpassed the 9 realms supreme. Crazy blade, too. The 9 realms supremes who were present were all startled when they saw her figure, but they couldn't speak any more as soon as they called her Crazy Saber Supreme. Maybe it could be called like this before, but now, she is no longer the supreme. During this period of time, the whole world has been turned into a pot of porridge, and all the supremes have no peace. And the reason is just because of the 2 supreme women, and among them, one is Shantian, and the other is Mad Saber. But, why did Crazy Saber say husband? Lin Meng, you. When Chu Yan saw this figure, he was also taken aback, suddenly. He never expected that Lin Meng, who had disappeared for so long, would reappear, and with this cultivation. Husband, my slave family greets you. When things are over here, my slave family will serve you again. After finishing this sentence, before Chu Yan could react, the long knife in her hand had already swung, and the moonlight-like brightness of the knife swept across the sky. Ha ha ha, who did I think it was? It turned out to be you. The ancient taboo looked into the eyes of the supreme Mad Saber, like a blood-devouring beast, said. Back then, when you were locked in that coffin, you didn't learn a lesson, and dared to spoil my affairs. Word by word, like the sound of thunder from the avenue, resounded through the world, so that every supreme being present could hear it clearly. That's what he wanted to do, to let everyone know what would happen if he went against him. So what? Hearing the words of the ancient taboo, Crazy Saber seemed extremely lazy, shrugged, looked at the ancient taboo, and asked lazily. Huh. Someone is coming again. Just when the ancient taboo was about to take effect, when he was about to make a move, his body trembled suddenly, and he looked up at the sky on the right. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3475 I don't like you. That figure was as white as snow, with a long skirt flying up, falling from the sky like snowflakes. When she was about to fall to the ground, a big boss finally exclaimed. Xian. Empress Shantian. With the word emperor out of the mouth, all the bigwigs and giants present trembled, including the existence of the 2 Taoist realms, Ancient Taboo and Tianpa. In an instant, countless eyes were all focused on Empress Shantian, as if even the brilliance of the 2 Taoist realms were covered. Empress Shantian. The most legendary existence in God's domain continent for nearly 1,000 years. As the #1 person in the world, he breaks through the realm and enters the state, and shortly after he is honored, he kills all directions, frightens the world's supreme boss, kills the people in all directions, and closes all sects. What's even more frightening is that not long ago he broke the Tao again, becoming the only existence that broke through to the Taoist realm in the past 1,000 years. The shadow of a person, the name of a tree. Many of the big shots present were defeated by her to some extent, even though many of them had never been seen before, they all trembled just hearing this name. Ever since she became #1 in the world, the words #1 in the world seem to have never left her. Even if he breaks through to the Supreme Being and achieves the Taoist realm, he still seems to be #1 in the world, unrivaled. What are you going to do? The gaze in the ancient taboo's eyes changed several times, and he opened his mouth and asked. I declare. From now on. Empress Shantian didn't even look at the ancient taboo, her pair of icy eyes swept across the audience, and swept across the face of the first supreme boss. Wherever she passed, the eyes of the giants all avoided her, and no one dared to look at her. Chu Yan is my man. Whoever wants to deal with him, I will kill him. At this moment, the world is suddenly quiet, and everything is silent. Just one sentence, like an order from heaven and earth, everyone present was shocked by it. What? Ji Chongqing above the clouds. Mo Dongqing and the other 3 were dumbfounded. Although they knew that Chu Yan had something to do with Empress Shantian, They never thought that Empress Shantian would directly come forward to guarantee Chu Yan at the risk of the whole world. Moreover, the weight of this guarantee is extremely heavy, and the General Supreme, even the powerful sect forces, cannot bear it. Overbearing. Extremely domineering. However, this is also in line with Empress Xuantian's usual demeanor. Every time she goes to the sect to challenge with a sword, when has she ever made sense? If you don't come out to accept the challenge, you will directly attack the sect, break your sect's formation, destroy your entire mountain, and see if you can't come out. Xian. Shantian. The suzerain of the great Wutian sect looked at Empress Shantian with a dark face, and shouted. Don't be too domineering. Do you know what this Chu Yan did? Turning his head suddenly, he glared at Lord Xuanhuan again, and shouted sharply, Xuanhuan, is this what your Baiyu Xuanhuangxing meant? Hearing this, Lord Xuanhuan could only smile wryly and shook his head, glanced at Chu Yan and Shantian. His stomach was full of bitterness, and almost came out directly. One Chu Yan, one Shantian, that's something they can control. On the other side, the small face of the Mad Saber Supreme was full of surprise, and there was a flash of inspiration in his beautiful eyes. Seeing Empress Shantian again made her admire more and more. After all, at this time, the two of them acted in exactly the same way, and they had a strong sense of identity. Husband, forget it, I don't want to fight anymore, let the position of wife be given to Sister Shantian, and I'll just be my concubine. Huang Dao turned his head and glanced at Yu Linglong in midair, thought for a while, and then quickly said to Chu Yan through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. When these words came out, Chu Yan's face twitched suddenly. What are wives and concubines? Schools. Shantian, you and Lin Meng should leave first, I will handle it myself. Chu Yan was very moved by the appearance of Huang Dao and Shantian. However, the matter this time was too big after all, and it was not one or two people who offended, but all the powerful forces in the whole world. But hearing Chu Yan's words, Lin Meng and Shantian simply ignored them, as if they hadn't heard them. Shantian, who do you think you are? It's just that you have just broken through to the Taoist realm. In front of me, you also. Ancient Taboo's face turned livid, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted sharply. To be honest, he said so on his lips, but he didn't think so at all in his heart. After all, among all the people in the Taoist realm, this Empress Shantian is the only one who makes him a little afraid. If it is not the end, he will not choose one more opponent like this. After all, it is too difficult to deal with. However, before he could finish his sentence, Empress Shantian made a move directly. The two terrifying killing moves directly attacked the ancient Taboo and Tianpa without any temptation. You, why did you hit me? Tianpa was dumbfounded on the spot. Didn't you match up with the ancient Taboo? I never said anything. It's disgusting to see you. Empress Xuantian's words almost made Tianpa suffocate a few mouthfuls of blood. The next moment, the aura on Empress Xuantian's body exploded completely, and in an instant it was a glacier, covering 100,000 miles. It rained heavily in the whole sky, and the inexplicable ice crystals were paved on the ground, expanding in all directions. Wherever it passes, everything is frozen, thousands of miles of snowfield. Then, a blizzard blew up, and the direction of the powerful storm was the ancient Taboo and celestial soul. Every snowflake and ice edge carried an extremely powerful force. Under the impact, the two of them were in a hurry and resisted in various ways. Shantian, you are too deceitful. Tianpo's face was full of pig liver, thinking that he should be the sixth of the gods, but he was bullied like this. The ancient Taboos and the supreme bosses present were all terrified. It has to be said that Empress Shantian is not ordinary domineering, but the key is that she has this strength. Facing the heroes of the world, if you disagree with a word, you will directly suppress it, no matter what kind of Taoist tycoon you are, or a Taoist force. Okay. Very good. If that's the case, the three of you will all die today. The ancient taboo was also completely angry, and raised his finger to Chu Yan, Quang Dao, Empress Shantian, and shouted with a ferocious face. Boom! 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 Along with the body of the ancient taboo, the red light soared into the sky, dispersed the sky, the world shook in all directions, everything roared, and a large area of void turbulence rushed out, covering the world. Empress Shantian faced the ancient taboos, Tianpa, and other strong men present, and she did not lose the slightest bit. It would be impossible to do this if anyone changed. Crazy sword, what are you doing? I can't leave. Shantian has just broken through to the Taoist realm, so she can't deal with so many people. Seeing the true energy of Mad Saber Supreme enveloping him, Chu Yan immediately shouted anxiously. Although he is just now the Nine Realms Supreme, how can he miss such a big battle? Even if Shantian could forcefully stop them, he would definitely be at a disadvantage after a long time. I still have a seal of the God of War. Chu Yan's eyes were full of determination, and his red eyes flickered. So far, only by exposing the cards of the God of War can we survive this calamity. Husband, don't mess around. Seeing Chu Yan's gaze, the crazy Saber Supreme was startled, and quickly persuaded. My sister just told me that she has a way to deal with it. Let me keep an eye on you, and don't touch the things you hid. The error-free chapters of Unlimited Upgrades, The Strongest Martial Soul, will continue to be updated on Qingdao, and there will be no advertisements on the site. Please bookmark and recommend Qingdao. If you like The Strongest Martial Soul with Unlimited Upgrades, please collect it. The Strongest Martial Soul with Unlimited Upgrades, Qingdao has the fastest update speed. High-speed text hand typing, Unlimited Upgrades, The Strongest Martial Spirit Chapter List. Hashtag C3476 Reincarnation Soul. Chu Yan was stunned at that moment. Shantian said there is a way. She alone can deal with so many mainland giants. Shantian, if you can't protect Chu Yan today, you will die here. At this moment, a shocking roar exploded in the sky, stirring up waves of mighty power, which shocked the sky so much that the clouds were surging. I saw that there were 7 or 8 figures appearing in the sky at the same time, each carrying a long knife, urging the knife light, and coming through the air. Wherever it passed, it swept across the sky like 7 sky-shattering meteors. With a glance, all the people present were shocked. The people who came were actually 7 Taoist realm existences. Not good. When Chu Yan saw it, his face suddenly changed. This time, the enemy Shantian was about to face was too powerful. Ha ha ha. Seeing these people, Ancient Taboo laughed wildly. Before, he also guessed whether the Empress Shantian had some reliance and cards to dare to be so arrogant. But now, after these 7 people came, it was meaningless to care about her cards and backhands. Empress Shantian stood there, her icy eyes swept across the sky, her expression was erratic, no change could be seen. However, the Jinqi in her body was rolling and moving, like thunderbolts vibrating, gathering momentum. Suddenly, with a wave of her jade hand, the seal swept away. A terrifying force rushed out, covering half of the sky. Even the power of the big bosses from all sides paled in front of this aura. The legendary reincarnation technique. All the bosses present were stunned, and all of them were shocked. Empress Shantian is so powerful. It turned out that it was because of the cultivation method, no wonder it has such a strong combat power. Reincarnation technique. The ancient taboo also frowned, and then said disdainfully, "It's just a practice, what's the point? Don't she know that when you reach the Taoist realm, all exercises are illusory?" Hearing this, Empress Shantian turned her head to look, nodded, and said, "Well, you're right. It's meaningless to do one exercise, especially in the Taoist realm. However, this is not a reincarnation exercise, but a reincarnation of thousands of souls." When these words landed, the aura released from her body, as if it had been gathered for tens of thousands of years, erupted suddenly, and instantly increased by more than 10 times. Behind her, phantoms emerged one after another, and each figure released a powerful aura. And when the auras of those figures erupted to a certain extent, they would all gather on her real body, making her aura stronger and stronger. In less than 3 breaths, the coercive aura of Empress Xiantian enveloped the audience like a frenzy, suppressing all cultivators. Reincarnation Thousand Soul Art. When she was in the 10 Directions starfield, she created an original technique based on the characteristics of Wuhun. After she ascended to the continent of God's domain, she went through various battles, entered countless secret realms, and never gave up on the study of this skill. Only after breaking through to the Tao Master realm, all the accumulations were finally completely realized, and this practice was researched to the perfect realm, and it became Reincarnation 10,000 Laws Dao Gong. This technique is based on the martial soul. As long as the martial soul is enough, it can even activate 10,000 phantoms, superimposing 10,000 times the combat power. This level of horror, just thinking about it, should be heinous, and only a monster like Empress Xiantian can create it. However, the number of martial spirits in her body is not much now, so she can't activate too many phantoms, but it is enough to deal with the big bosses here. Originally, she didn't want to use this skill, but if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the 7 Taoist masters, she finally used it. All the supreme beings present, the Taoist masters, were all pale and twitching. Even if it was the ancient taboos and the heavenly soul, they were all shocked. Although they don't know the principle of Xuanhuan's exercise, they can see that it is a fusion and superposition exercise, which is completely of the same type as Chu Yan's mountain range and Chang Wei's 9-body integration. But now, this Xiantian is in the Taoist realm. The skill she displayed was extremely terrifying. Xiantian, I have to say that your talent completely surpasses the god of war, Lydian, but the exercises are still meaningless to the Taoist realm. Speaking of this, the ancient taboo roared and roared, blood burst out again, and a powerful forbidden technique was activated by him. All right. Tian Po's face was also gloomy, and a savage look appeared on his face. After all, he is the 6th existence of the ancient gods. From ancient times to the present, he has seen too many things and people. Boom. 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 The next moment, the outbreak of the war was extremely terrifying, and it was obviously several times higher than before. Empress Xiantian was alone, holding an ice sword, and dozens of phantoms followed behind her, sweeping across the sky with might. The situation didn't get worse, on the contrary, she had the upper hand. The crazy Saber Supreme saw it from a distance, and his eyes were filled with little stars, and he admired this sister he just met even more. Husband, look. Chu Yan has been watching, and his face is full of surprise at this time. I have to say that the Empress Xiantian, who has a reincarnation connection with me, is really the strongest genius I have ever seen, and she definitely deserves the word monstrous. Wuhun. I wonder if there is any price. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, frowning slightly. After all, he is also very familiar with the martial soul, knowing that with such a powerful technique, there must be a price to be paid for pushing the martial soul to the extreme. Okay. Husband, don't be stunned. Let's do what my sister said. Let's leave first, otherwise, my sister won't be able to let go. Speaking of this, the Mad Saber Supreme waved again, wrapped Chu Yan tightly, and said. My sister said, after we leave, she will come after us in a while. Afterwards, Chu Yan raised his head to look at Yu Linglong, who was watching the battle in midair, his face slightly startled. Although Lulian has been forcibly taken away by Tian Pa, and some secret technique was used to cut off his connection with Lulian, Chu Yan is very familiar with Lulian's aura. He could now clearly feel that Yu Linglong's body had the aura of a green lotus, which was very similar, or even exactly the same. Moreover, this breath seems to be breaking through the cocoon, becoming stronger and stronger. The boy's luck is really extraordinary, so many beauties risk their lives to protect each other. Ji Changxing stood on top of Yuanxiao, and he spoke with a voice transmission full of jealousy. Linglong has a chance right now. It has something to do with your green lotus. You can't leave now. You go first. The three of us will guard her. When she is finished, we will take her to you. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately felt relieved, bowed his hands, and said, "Thank you, three seniors." Then he nodded to the Mad Saber Supreme, and the other party waved his hand immediately, and countless spirit patterns gushed out, covering the surrounding void. The figures of the two people disappeared from the scene slowly like thousands of stars. On the other side, the ancient taboo saw Chu Yan run away, and immediately screamed with anger. "Shantian, you spoiled my good deeds, you will die." #C3477 WuFA. The bones are like a river, horizontally forming the sky and the earth. In an instant, the bones covering the sky turned into the power of the domain, and countless bone knives fell down, merging together as they rushed down, turning into an extremely huge bone knife, and slashing down fiercely. The Empress Shantian below looked at this scene, her face was covered with frost, and she rushed forward with the ice sword in her hand. The collision of bone knives and ice swords exploded into a world-shattering power. Amidst the berserk air waves, the battle was completely invisible. And at this moment, in a certain mountain outside on the other side, a figure stood in the huge pit, his face was covered with blood and ferocity. "Ancient taboo, you wait for me." Chang Wei roared and roared, the sound shook the sky. He and the members of the Blood Sky Ancient sect were the first to evacuate, but they were also ambushed by the ancient taboo. The monstrous killing intent and forbidden formation erupted, and almost all the people accompanying him were wiped out. Only he barely survived by relying on his whole cards. At this time, he realized that the ancient taboo was plotting against everyone from the beginning to the end. Even 1,000,000 miles away, killing traps have been set up. Judging from the scale, it is not a temporary arrangement at all, and I am afraid that preparations have already begun. Otherwise, it is impossible to have such a terrifying power. 2 Taoist masters, 7 or 8 supreme beings, half of the top power of the Blood Sky Ancient sect, were all destroyed in one battle. Suddenly, Chang Wei's face twitched, and he spit out a large ball of blood from his mouth. The blood ball fell to the ground and exploded into 2 figures, which were Qiao Guqing and Feng Tianxian. His 9-body integration was originally to take Chu Yan's blood essence and complete the final fusion. But now not only did he not get it, he was seriously injured. Even Qiao Guqing and Feng Tianxian couldn't suppress it, and took the opportunity to escape. And, not only that, Chang Wei's body was twitching constantly, 3 bloodstains appeared on his forehead, and the color of his eyes kept changing. Soon his appearance changed, becoming that of an old man. This person's name is Xinghan. He is the descendant of the 2nd star week of the gods, and he is also the current leader of the ancient Blood Heaven sect. Before that, he forcibly seized the peerless genius Chang Wei he had cultivated, and forcibly fused Qiao Guqing and Feng Tianxian, just for the sake of the unity of the 9 bodies. At this time, his face was pale, and he forcibly mobilized the remaining true energy, trying to swallow Qiao Guqing and Feng Tianxian again. However, at this moment, in the distant sky, a flash of lightning rushed over. The ancient taboos acted, and it was indeed impeccable, and it was considered exhaustive. These bone repairers who rushed over were exactly the people he had arranged to collect the corpses. If Chang Wei and the others are lost, they will be devastated. If they still have a breath, then naturally. Asshole! Chang Wei's face was purple and blue, and he looked up at the white bone cultivators rushing towards him. After cursing, he quickly activated his secret skills and flew away into the void. If you don't escape now, you will definitely die later. After 100 breaths of time passed, Crazy Saber Supreme took Chu Yan, traveled through the void, and arrived at a very secret place in the Daozun district. In this independent small space, frenzied Saber Supreme had prepared it long ago. "Husband, you take a rest here, I'll take care of my sister." After saying a word, the crazy Saber Master turned around and rushed out with the door machete in his hand. Chu Yan looked stunned, and then turned his head to look around. This small world is not bad, and it is a good place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. He took out the jade talisman on his body and checked it. "I saw that Fan Chen, He Yao, Yang Long, Xuanhuan and others, including the summons of the fierce Pluto, were almost full." Chu Yan scanned around and found that they were all asking for news, so he didn't reply. He took the jade talisman and sat cross-legged, and began to adjust his breath to recover. This time, breaking through to the Supreme will consume a lot of energy, and the realm needs to be consolidated. But now he still has to wait for Shantian to come back. He can't retreat, he can only temporarily adjust his breath. Time passed, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The battle at the entrance of the first area has ended, and various news broke out, sweeping the God's Domain continent. The entire God's Domain continent was completely shaken. Empress Shantian used the technique of reincarnation and 10,000 souls to suppress the heavens alone, even the ancient taboos and the sixth gods. What's more, in the hands of more than 10 Taoist realms and 30 supreme beings, Chu Yan was rescued. "Number one in the world, you are indeed the Empress Shantian. From now on, the number one in the world will definitely come back." Empress Xuanhuan's strength and dominance attracted everyone's attention. However, some ancient forces are still in the void realm. "Chu Yan, it's Wu who came back." "Wu Fa. My God, it turned out to be that scourge." Reincarnation. "So, the clue to the first weapon is on him. Send the order, everyone dispatches, find Chu Yan and catch him back." All the ancient giants were alarmed and kept sending divine orders. Soon, another piece of shocking news shook the God's Domain continent. Taboo Ridge, Dao Devouring Clan, Ancient Tomb, Shangxianzong, Dewudianzong, Tianlunzong and other forces, as well as the top 100 ancient clans, all issued reward orders to Empress Shantian and Chu Yan. This is the first reward in God's Domain continent in 10,000 years. As for the Baiyu Xianhuang sect, it was completely quiet and in a state of semi-closed sect. With their strength, even if they wanted to, it was impossible for them to fight against the whole world for the sake of Chu Yan and Empress Shantian. In that case, the final result must be the destruction of the sect. After all, it is one of the 13 orthodox forces. If you give someone an excuse, it will be like a piece of fat, and no one will miss it. At this time, somewhere in the void, Tianpo led a large group of people towards Jiuxiao. At this time, the robe on his body was broken, and his body was covered with bloodstains, making him extremely embarrassed. Although this time, he was severely beaten by Empress Shantian, but his goal was finally achieved. The Eternal Lotus has arrived. Now it is necessary to find a place as soon as possible to refine it. My lord, the ancient Blood Heaven sect has sent a message, saying that they have something important to discuss with you. Xing Tian Supreme flew over, bowed and said to Tianpa. Ancient Blood Heaven cult. Chong Wei. Tianpa was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly and said, "Let him wait for me in Jiuxiao." Yes. On the other side, Daoist Eastern Territory, in the small secret realm. Call out. Whoosh. A piercing sound sounded. Chu Yan opened his eyes, and saw Ji Chongxing, Mo Dongqing, and Lingnan Cave Master flying from a distance. Haha, this place is not bad, it's secret enough, if there were no hints, I wouldn't even be able to find it. As Ji Chongxing said, he waved his hand as he fell to the ground, and a demon palace appeared, and Yu Linglong was sitting cross-legged in it. This demon palace seems to be self-contained and has no connection with the outside world, but Chu Yan glanced at it and found that Yu Linglong was breaking through. Swish! There was another sound of piercing through the air, and the figure of Empress Xiantian appeared at the same time. This time, Empress Xiantian no longer had her previous grace, her breath was scattered all over her body, Bing Shuang's face was completely pale, without a trace of blood, and there were some bloodstains on her skirt, which was extremely eye-catching. Xiantian, are you injured? Chu Yan suddenly stood up and asked anxiously. #C3478, you should know. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, Empress Xiantian was obviously taken aback. It's okay, it's not my blood. Empress Xuantian's small mouth seemed a little uncontrollable, she answered with a slightly raised corner of her mouth, despite her face being frosty. It's ancient taboo blood. Hearing this, Chu Yan was obviously relieved, thought about it, and asked again. Is there any price for your practice? After hearing the words, Empress Xiantian looked at Chu Yan, her icy eyes flickered a few times, and then replied. Reincarnation 10,000 soul art, although it is at the cost of martial soul, it also needs to pay a few years of life. Having said that, Empress Xiantian also asked Chu Yan. You don't have to ask about my business, I'll ask you, you have awakened in reincarnation, who is your reincarnation? Hearing this, Mad Saber Supreme also tightened his face and looked at Chu Yan. She was also severely laughed at by Duan Wuji because of Chu Yan's reincarnation before, but of course she cares now. But she knew that Chu Yan's reincarnation was definitely not Wu Fa. Isn't his reincarnation Wu Fa? That son who exists. Ji Chongqing and the others were stunned when they heard Empress Xuantian's question. Not only the three of them, but the news that Chu Yan's reincarnation is Wu Fa may have spread throughout the entire God's domain continent. In this days, Ji Chongqing, the three of them, Empress Xiantian, and the five of them all stared at Chu Yan, waiting for his answer. His father. Chu Yan said softly. This time, he didn't hide it, and he didn't need to hide it from them. What? Whose father? Wu, damn it. Ji Chongqing obviously didn't react. After his brain buzzed, the moment he woke up with a start, he swears directly. While the remaining four. They all gasped, and their pupils shrank fiercely. Everyone stared at Chu Yan in horror. Wu Fa, his father. It turned out to be that existence. God, I figured it out, why did the old guy say that at the time? Mad Saber Supreme's heart clenched, and now he fully understands why Duan Wuji said that to her. It turned out to be true. Empress Xuantian's expression only changed for a moment before returning to normal. But soon, her eyes were full of doubts again. Something is wrong. What news? Tell me all. Empress Xiantian continued to ask. In the memory of reincarnation, there are only pictures of taking Li Tian as a servant, Tianpa, Duan Wuji, and being with Wu Fa, nothing else. While Chu Yan answered, he shook his head and said, in addition, my reincarnation reminds me that the eternal Eucharist will not be damaged, and will be reborn in the place of asking, let me get it. At the end, I just mentioned the name of heaven, and it was cut off without making it clear. When these few words were uttered, the people present reacted greatly, which was definitely countless times greater than Chu Yan's reaction when he knew the news. Several people's faces changed violently, their pupils narrowed and they stared at Chu Yan, gasping for air. Eternal Eucharist. Sky. This is the gods' domain continent, the biggest secret above the gods, which is beyond their imagination. New. Empress Xiantian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said. Since this is the case, there are some things you should know by now. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled. Although he broke through to the Nine Realms Supreme, he knew too little about this god's domain continent and supreme. Let's talk about cultivation first. Empress Xiantian began to briefly talk to Chu Yan about cultivation. Supreme Realm, the 9 regions supreme is the invincible realm, and above that is the Tao Master Realm. These Chu Yans all know, but above the Tao Master Realm, there is the Tsung Lord Realm, which is the Supreme Realm. So that's the case, it's just that I haven't seen Songzhu Realm in God's Domain Continent. Chu Yan asked. In the God's Domain Continent, because the 10 great gods were too dazzling in ancient times, many cultivators set the 10 gods as their training goals. But there are also some bigwigs who know that the first 4 of the top 10 gods have already half-stepped into the Supreme Realm. And this Supreme Realm refers to Songzhu Realm. The origin of the name of this realm is the meaning of the Master of the Sky, just like the previous Tianpa, who seized the green lotus to achieve the eternal holy body and become the master of the land of the gods, which refers to breaking through to the Master of the Sky. Husband, the 10 gods are quite special existences, they are related to a mysterious place. Mad Saber Supreme also opened his mouth to explain. In addition, there is no Songzhu realm in the God's Domain Continent, but it is said that one is in the process of being lost. Hearing this, Chu Yan was taken aback. In loss? Yes, I heard that the lifespan is exhausted. Mad Saber Supreme added. The journey of martial arts has risen from the ancient times to the peak in the ancient times. Countless geniuses have emerged, and there are endless groups of people in the world. There are countless. Empress Xuanhuan's icy voice sounded, and said, 4 of them broke through to the limit, achieved the Songzhu realm, and became famous all over the world. However, a big battle broke out between the 4. Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly remembered that in the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land, that is, in the underground palace where Ji Chongxing and the other 3 met, the depiction on the wall seemed to be recording a certain battle. Could it be, that is the battle between these 4 heavenly masters? This war had a huge impact, from the God's Domain Continent to the common lower realms. At that time, the God's Domain Continent was also blown apart and became dozens of small domains. That's exactly the case, the Daozun district has appeared. Empress Xiantian said this, glanced at Chu Yan, and then said. Your reincarnation is the one among the 4, the first of the gods, the 6th of the gods, and the 9th of the gods. They are all his subordinates, and that battle also started because of him. The story became exciting, and Chu Yan couldn't help but tense up, even breathing quickly. Although he had some feelings, he still couldn't calm down when he heard this piece of history. Reincarnation turned out to be one of the 4 great lords. Moreover, a war was launched that split the entire God's Domain Continent into more than a dozen domains. The number 1 of the gods is also a subordinate of reincarnation, then. Chu Yan gasped involuntarily. When he was in the 4th district of Daozun district, the voice he opened from the scroll should be the first person of the gods. As long as he activates the seal of the god of war, he will show up and help him kill all enemies, even those who exist in the Taoist realm. Back then, your opponent was heaven. And the ancient taboo who wanted to deal with you just now is the subordinate of heaven. Also, I've already found out your reincarnation name, it's called Wu Tiandi. When these 3 words fell to the ground, there was a sudden thunderclap between heaven and earth, followed by thousands of thunderclaps, which lasted for 10 breaths before slowly calming down. It seems that just a taboo name has infinite taboos, and it has been crusaded by the heavens and the world. What exactly is going on? #C3479 Lawless. This name not only attracted thunder from heaven and earth, but also completely silenced Chu Yan's entire soul, as if everything around the world had become silent and completely isolated from himself. This feeling is very strange, that is, familiar and strange, close at hand and far away. Wu Tian Wu Fa, the name. After a while, Chu Yan came to his senses, shook his head and gave a wry smile. Before reincarnation, what kind of brain did I have to come up with such a name? This is completely a strong breath of the second ancestor, coming head-on. However, Chu Yan thought about it again, based on the broken fragments he saw when he was awakened, including his own feelings, samsara should not be that kind of person, or even completely opposite. So, does this name have any other meanings? There is no law, what's the point? Chu Yan pondered. Also, about heaven. I have some bad news to tell you. Empress Shantian rarely whetted Chu Yan's appetite. The heaven mentioned in the awakening of reincarnation, I think Zhou Tiandi should want to tell you, don't let the heaven be reborn in this world. Empress Xuanhuan's words sounded, and Chu Yan, who was in deep thought, was suddenly startled, and raised her head to stare at Empress Shantian. What's the meaning? God, rebirth. Still alive. According to what Empress Shantian said just now, heaven is her sworn enemy. If she is reborn in this world, she will never be able to spare herself. Sangju realm. I have only just reached the supreme realm, and I can't even deal with the Taoist realm. About that great war, I have been looking for clues and finding classics for so many years. Judging from what I know now, I don't know if the sky has been lost, but your reincarnation must have been lost. When Empress Shantian said this, Chu Yan was speechless. Is not this nonsensical? If Wu Tiandi is not lost, your own reincarnation, and whether heaven has been damaged, you don't even know. Doesn't that mean that nothing was found? Combining your reincarnation sentence, and the legends of God's domain continent for many years, that heaven should be the Zhangzhu realm who is dying in some way, and is still alive. Empress Shantian certainly didn't know what Chu Yan was thinking, so she continued to introduce. God. A gleam of light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. This heaven, he just heard about it just now. As for the mainland legend mentioned by Empress Shantian, he has never heard of it, so he is completely ignorant. However, what is certain now is that heaven will definitely come to trouble him. Should I take advantage of his half-dead status, find him, and then, cut the grass and root out? Chu Yan continued to ponder in his heart. Chu Yan, this is all I know about your reincarnation. The other clues should be on you, and you need to find out slowly. Empress Shantian said, shaking her head, her icy eyes flickered a few times, and then said. The sixth of the gods has now betrayed you and snatched your eternal lotus. Although his loss is not small, he should keep your identity a secret. As for the other forces in the God's domain continent, they should still think that you are Wu Fa. So, the situation is not too bad. Although the forces of the world have jointly issued a reward order to hunt and kill you, it should not attract the attention of that heaven. Empress Shantian didn't say a word. If Chu Yan really caught the attention of that heaven, I'm afraid that their conversation here now will reach heaven's ears verbatim. The small world of the secret realm here, all kinds of forbidden and defensive spirit formations, are like a fake to the Zhangzhu realm. Chu Yan shook his head and didn't say much. It doesn't matter whether the situation is good or bad. Anyway, he was also hunted down by the major forces before, so there is no difference. On the contrary, it is this sky that makes Chu Yan feel very troublesome, as if above the darkness, there is always a pair of eyes staring at him. Next, you can only go to the place of asking as soon as possible to get the eternal inheritance. Empress Shantian suddenly shook her body, as if she was a little unsteady because of her weakness. Such a situation surprised Chu Yan and Ji Chongxing, who were present. This is the existence of the Tao Lord realm, and he would be so weak. It can be seen how dangerous the previous battle was. As long as you get this eternal legacy, you will most likely awaken the legendary eternal Eucharist. Empress Shantian quickly stabilized her mind, and continued to speak without paying attention at all. The eternal holy body was the first holy body of Emperor Wu Tiandi back then, and Tianpe betrayed it for it. Chu Yan frowned, thinking of one person's question. Where is this place of asking? When Ji Chongxing and the others heard it, they immediately laughed, coughed lightly twice, and said. This question is a bit complicated, it seems that it is best for the old man to explain it. finally a chance. From the beginning until now, Empress Xiantian has been explaining, and now when it comes to asking questions, I finally have the right to speak. Chu Yan, you should also know that from breakthrough to God King realm, and then to Supreme realm, in addition to chance and cultivation, you need a special place as a breakthrough place. Having said that, Ji Chongxing carried his hands on his back, and looked at Empress Xiantian with a proud face. After seeing the other party nodding, he looked at Chu Yan and continued. And this place of asking is the place where the Supreme realm breaks through to the Taoist realm, so it is called the place of asking. This place of inquiry is an independent small world. It has the rules of heaven and earth, the rules of the road, and spiritual breath, etc., which are completely different from those in the God's domain continent. Right now, there are two versions of the legend. One is that it is transformed by the original power of the God's domain continent, and the other is that it comes from the outer world, a place no one has ever been to. This place of inquiry is now opened once every 10 years, and it is generally similar to the Daozun area, but after entering, if there is no breakthrough in the Taoist realm, then you will have to stay in it for 10 years. Ji Chongxing was eloquent, constantly taking out the contents of his stomach. Also, if you want to ask questions, you must meet two conditions. One is to reach the peak of the 9 realms supreme, and the Tao realm is great consummation. This level of cultivation is okay, but it's extremely difficult to reach perfection in this level of Taoism. It's all on your own, and it's extremely rare to be able to work with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It is said that only the 3 treasures of heaven and earth can improve the Tao realm, but such a strange thing is too difficult to find. However, you don't have to worry, there are still some opportunities in the land of asking, which can also help improve the Tao realm. Chu Yan listened carefully, pondering in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that asking this place had something to do with the Naiha battlefield. But I didn't have a clue for a while, and I couldn't explain clearly. Boy, let me tell you about the situation in this Daozun district. Ji Chongxing seemed to enjoy talking and wanted to continue, but was soon interrupted by Mo Dongqing. You take a break, I'll come. You. Ji Chong blushed with anger. In the current situation, it is not so easy to enter the Daozun district. You have to be very careful. Apart from the forces that are chasing and killing you, there are also 7 ancient families and some idle Taoist masters in this Daozun district territory. Huh. The 7 great ancient families. Chu Yan was taken aback. #C 3487 Ancient Homes. In God's domain continent for so long, including in Daozun district, I have never heard of any 7 great ancient families. That's right, it's the 7 great ancient families. Ji Chongxing snatched Mo Dongqing's words and continued. The so-called 7 great ancient families are all families that appeared in the Zhangzhu realm in the ancient times or in the ancient times. Among these ancient families, there are basically Taoist realms sitting in town. After tens of thousands of years, some of these ancient families have been destroyed, so there are still 7 families left. Although they don't have the strong ones in the Zhangzhu realm now, they are all extremely strong in the Daozhu realm, even among the forces in the whole world, they are among the top few. No way, after all, the background of Zhangzhu realm is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Ji Chongxing glared at Mo Qingdong, reminding Chu Yandao. Boy, remember well, these 7 ancient families are by no means comparable to the power of the 13 orthodox lines, they are much stronger, don't provoke them easily. Hearing these words, Chu Yan suddenly had a cold light in his eyes. These 7 great ancient families, hidden deep enough, did not participate in the affairs of this period of time at all, and have never even heard of it. Or, they sent forces, but they didn't participate directly. Right now, the 7 great ancient clans are probably planning on you, and are also eyeing you. It is much more dangerous for you to go to the Daozun district now than before. After Ji Chongxing finished speaking, Empress Xiantian nodded and said. The 3 living fruits in your hand can be refined and used first. After the Tao realm is completed, even the 9 realms supreme's initial cultivation base can enter the land of asking. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took out a 3-fruited fruit, handed it to Ji Chongqing and said, "This one, please give it to Yu Linglong, Sr." Now Chu Yan has a total of 2 3-fruits on his body, which happens to be equally divided with Yu Linglong. Ji Chongqing and the others looked at San Shengguo, obviously stunned for a moment, and then all of them smiled. This kid still have a conscience. By the way, Chu Yan, remember, don't use the seal of the god of war lightly. If there is danger, crazy sword and I will help you resolve it. Empress Xuantian's face became extremely serious, and she looked at Chu Yan seriously and reminded. If you haven't broken through to the Taoist realm, don't get in touch with that Tianpa. He knows your identity, and he also knows who the number 1 god is. Hearing this, Chu Yan whispered to Huang He, and suddenly thought of something again, and asked. Then Kunlun Mountain, is it also in the Daozun district? Huang Dao, who was standing on the side, heard it and replied, the number 1 god is in Kunlun Mountain. The 7 ancient families and some Taoist masters are all looking for it. Now no one knows the location of Kunlun Mountain. Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly realized that he no longer knew anything like before. Shantian, Lin Meng, what are your plans? Chu Yan looked at the 2 of them, and said apologetically, this time because of me, you have been implicated, and those forces are afraid. When it came to this, Lin Meng was unwilling directly, and said angrily. Husband, we are all Taoists now, you don't need to worry about these things. If you are good, we will not be afraid of anything. When Empress Shantian heard this, she immediately turned her head and glared at Lin Meng, before saying. I'll adjust my breath first to recover, and then I'll leave. After saying this, she didn't want to say anything more, and was about to start breathing adjustment to recover. However, at this moment, this small independent piece of reality suddenly trembled as if it had been attacked by some kind, shaking the ground. The whole small world, mountains, rivers, and forests are shaking. What's the situation? Ji Chongqing and the others were taken aback for a moment, while Chi-Chi's spirit tightened. Impossible. Even the Taoist realm can't find my place. Crazy Saber's face changed. Her place was carefully prepared, it was originally used as a retreat for a hiding place, so of course the preparations were extremely thorough. But now, this situation is obviously not right. Boom, boom. There was another loud explosion, and above the mountains in the distance, a huge gap suddenly opened in the void, and endless frenzied energy poured into it. A powerful aura of coercion diffused from the entire small world. This is the coercion of the Taoist realm. Chu Yan and the others looked up together, and their expressions changed drastically as they glanced over. I saw, in the gap between the sky and the earth, a figure was striding out from it, and it was the 7th person of the gods, the supreme demon god. The whole body is shrouded in billowing magic breath, the momentum is extremely terrifying. Who? Crazy Saber Supreme, Ji Chongqing, Mo Dongqing, and Lingnan Cave Master shouted loudly with alert faces. They clearly felt that this was a Taoist realm expert with extremely strong strength. Empress Xuantian's icy eyes were full of coldness, and her whole body was surging. Sure enough, something went wrong. But the next moment, everyone was shocked by the actions and words of the supreme demon god. My lord is above, and my ministers see the Lord. The supreme demon god said a word, knelt down on one knee, and uttered a tsunami-like sound in his mouth, saluting with an extremely respectful attitude. This Crazy Saber Supreme, Ji Chongqing and others were stunned on the spot. Several people turned their heads to look at Chu Yan, all of them were stunned. Supreme, you should know that my reincarnation is only Wu Fa, not your master. Chu Yan said. Master, it's wrong. Everything is wrong. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Wu Shang seemed to be very excited, stood up abruptly, and explained with a purple face. Wu Fa is not your reincarnation, not at all. As soon as he said this, his voice was interrupted, and a Tsungu voice suddenly sounded. Let me tell. A figure was also shrouded in the billowing magic breath, slowly showing its figure. A pair of golden eyes and a figure with a bent back appeared in front of everyone. The old man's golden eyes were originally as calm as an ancient well, but the moment he saw Chu Yan, they fluctuated instantly. Capital crime. Capital crime. Chen Haisha is guilty, see the Lord. When these words landed, the old man hurriedly knelt down on the ground, clasped his head heavily, and made an appearance of pleading guilty. Everyone could see that his bent body was trembling uncontrollably, his voice was choked up, and his eyes seemed to see the light in that moment after walking the road of darkness for thousands of years. Haisha. This, so familiar. Ji Chongqing, Mo Dongqing, and Lingnan Cave Master frowned and lowered their heads in thought. Haisha. The third person of the gods, according to ancient records, he is the brother of the seventh supreme demon god of the gods, and he was lost in that battle. Empress Xuanhuan's icy eyes stared at the two of them from the beginning to the end, and said softly. What? The third of the gods. The faces of Ji Chongqing and the three of them changed violently, and their hearts were instantly filled with turmoil. Although they didn't know much about the battle of the gods in ancient times, at least they knew that the third god of the gods, Haisha, was not under Wu Tiandi at all. #C3481 Haisha. Empress Xuanhuan's words caused everyone to be stunned, and even Chu Yan didn't know the situation at all. Chu Yan, among the 10 great gods, they are divided into 3 parties, among which the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 9th are all on the side of Wu Tiandi. The 2nd, 4th, 8th, and 10th are idol cultivators. The 3rd and 7th are following another strong man, no one knows who it is. After saying this, Chu Yan still looked puzzled. This? According to Empress Xiantian, the 3rd and 7th of the gods, the supreme demon god and Haisha, seeing that she is called the master, is really wrong. Not bad. As expected of Empress Xiantian, only you know these things. Haisha looked at Empress Xiantian, her golden eyes were full of approval. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, bowed again, and said, My lord, the minister's death penalty, is the news from the minister. It is to cover the ancient taboo and the 7 ancient families, so that the plan can go smoothly. When these words came out, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and was about to ask, but was stopped by Empress Xiantian. Chu Yan, don't talk about it. It seems that the two of them still believe that you are Wu. Let's see what they say first. Empress Xiantian felt that something was wrong with the words that the supreme demon god had just appeared and was eager to explain something. Good. Chu Yan nodded, then looked at Haisha, and said. You get up first, that's right. I am Wu. Since you are subordinate to another strong man, why do you call me master? When these words landed, Haisha's golden eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly got up and said. Yes. However, he was not in a hurry to answer Chu Yan's question, but deliberately glanced at Empress Xiantian and the others before looking at Chu Yan. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't express anything, he opened his mouth and said. My lord. Of course you know that in the ancient times, the battle between Zhou Tiandi and Heaven broke out. In fact, what the world is ignorant of is that this battle is not just the two of them, but your deity and the 4th Supreme, who are also involved. This sentence immediately shocked Chu Yan, and everyone present, including everyone present, all changed their expressions. In other words, in that battle, the 4 kings participated in it. Not only Wu Tiandi and Heaven were the main ones. The battle was tragic, the 3 supreme beings and you were all seriously injured. Because the Lord's lifespan is about to expire, he knows that he can't fulfill his great wish, but he set up the situation with his own hands and told the sinners, after you awaken from reincarnation, if you act according to this situation, you will definitely be able to overthrow it. And your true identity is the fourth Songzhu. Emperor Yuan. In an instant, there was a dead silence in the entire small space. Ji Chongqing, Mo Dongqing, and Quang Dao all had expressions of arrogance, and they couldn't believe it at all. But why is Wu Fei's memory of Chu Yan's reincarnation? Xian Tian hurriedly asked. This is a part of the Lord's layout. Hearing the question, Haisha opened his mouth to explain, but he was facing Chu Yan and stood with his hands folded. In the battle of the ancient gods, Wu Fei, the son of Wu Tiandi, was poisoned by heaven and left his body in the wild. Wu Tiandi was furious and launched a monstrous offensive. However, all of this is only on the surface. In fact, Wu Tiandi secretly used the means against the sky to regenerate Wu Fei and entrusted him to Lydian. According to the sinner's speculation, you, the Lord, had insight into everything at that time, so you concealed the means and changed the memory of reincarnation to Wu Fei. In this way, when you awaken in reincarnation, you will be able to obtain the eternal holy body, as well as the natal artifact of Emperor Wu, and even let the first person of the gods use it for you. These were one of the layouts at the time. What Haisha said was extremely detailed, just like the facts. Haisha. Chu Yan looked at each other, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said with a faint smile. You are very good at talking. But, how can you prove that I am Emperor Yuan? In my awakened memory, there is nothing about Emperor Yuan. Hearing this, Haisha exchanged a glance with the supreme demon god, and took out a crystal. Chu Yan looked at crystal, and suddenly his heart trembled. The next moment, an extremely weak breath overflowed from the crystal, and the moment the breath left the crystal, it instantly turned into an extremely terrifying magic breath. This magic breath. Chu Yan's eyes widened instantly. My lord, this is the will of the immortal demon emperor you left behind back then, and you are the only one who owns the whole world. Haisha said while watching Chu Yan closely. My lord, if you still can't explain this, don't worry, when you break through to the Taoist realm, I'm afraid your incomplete memory will appear. The supreme demon god also added. Moreover, Haisha kept staring at Chu Yan, and said again, in the place of asking, there is the cultivation method of your previous life, that is, the immortal magic skill, this is your original method, and you are the only one in the whole world who can practice it. It is absolutely impossible for others to get involved. In the battle of the ancient gods, your lifespan was damaged, but you were the least injured among the four. So, after your reincarnation, you also hid the demon body in a top-secret place. This place, even though the criminal doesn't know it, must exist in your incomplete memory. You just need to retrieve it and fuse it with your current body. Paragraph after paragraph, it keeps pushing things in the same direction. And these words were like thunderstorms, constantly exploding in the hearts of everyone present. This is so shocking. Everyone was a little overwhelmed and didn't know how to face it. According to Haisha's words, coupled with the magic breath in the crystal just now, Chu Yan may really be the reincarnation of Emperor Yuan. After all, Haisha and the supreme demon god are not ordinary people. How could the two gods easily recognize their masters and reveal these important secrets? But most importantly, they are still wrong. Chu Yan's reincarnation memory is Wu Tiandi. But now there is a possibility that the two king just reincarnated on Chu Yan at the same time. Then what is Chu Yan's identity now? Really? In Empress Xuanhuan's icy eyes, a flash of enlightenment flashed, as if some great mystery had been solved. Before, there was a magic breath in Chu Yan's body, which kept her puzzled. Now, she is more aware of why Chu Yan can no longer practice her reincarnation 10,000 soul art, nor can she resonate with herself. It is entirely because Chu Yan's reincarnation is related to the Tooth Songzhu, so it is impossible. The two came here on purpose, probably to let Chu Yan understand his reincarnation identity. Empress Xiantian turned her head to look at Haisha and the other two, and spoke lightly. Yes. Haisha nodded, the evidence was polite. The guilty minister hopes that the Lord can immediately go to the place of questioning, obtain the immortal demon god art, become a master after asking, and then awaken the true memory of reincarnation. Hearing this, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of Ji Chongxing, Mo Dongqing and Lingnan Cave Master at the same time. #C3482 Where to go? Asking place. It is becoming more and more important now. Everything points to this place. The power of eternity, the magic power of immortality, and the opportunity to break through are all there. My lord, please keep it secret, don't let anyone know your identity, and please help keep it safe. As Haisha spoke, he bowed to the few people present. The 7 ancient families, as well as those old monster-like Taoist realms, have always wanted to find the Lord's things. As Haisha spoke, he paused and added. One more thing, my lord, please remember. Sinners and junior brothers are supreme. Although their strength is not as good as before, they have been developing secretly over the years. Now more than 30 clans have surrendered to us. In the first domain, Tianma sect and Dalai Ancient Temple are also subordinate forces. In the Daozun area, there are 2 9-domain supreme peaks, sleeping in the mausoleum of 10,000 demons. As long as the Lord obtains the demon god art of immortality, and awakens the memory of reincarnation, he can pass this order and summon us. Once there is an order, there is no one who dares not to obey. While speaking, the supreme demon god held a black iron token in both hands, with a message of red flame on it, and stretched out respectfully towards Chu Yan. Upon closer inspection of the token, the word emperor can be vaguely sensed. Depend on. Ji Chongxing, Mo Dongqing and Lingnan Cave Master all uttered foul words in unison. Leaving aside those forces, there are still 2 supreme peaks, and 4 supremes are enough to run rampant in the world. Such power, even if the top forces in the world want to deal with it, they will have to pay a huge price. However, when Chu Yan got the token, his face was stunned and his eyes were blurred. This token makes things complicated. Originally, after he broke through to the Supreme, it seemed that his previous doubts became clear. But now it's all messed up. In his reincarnation, is it Emperor Wu Tiandi or Emperor Yuan? Empress Xiantian saw Chu Yan's expression, hesitated a little, and said. Chu Yan, don't think too much about it beforehand, let them leave first. Chu Yan didn't seem to hear it, and stood there still. Empress Xiantian turned her head to look at Haisha and the supreme demon god, and asked them to leave. This time, the supreme demon god was a bit strange, and he was about to say something, but he was stopped by Haisha, and he cupped his hands and said. The Lord will leave it to everyone, thank you, and leave. After finishing speaking, the 2 saluted at the same time, turned and left. That, boy, when you broke through before, the 3 of us were ready to help, but just happened to encounter Linglong's breakthrough again, so. Mo Dongqing smiled all over her face, rubbed her hands, and said to Chu Yan with a hey smile. Originally, according to their previous thinking, they wanted to draw a clear line with Chu Yan, but now, it's completely different. For Chu Yan, the reincarnation identities of Wu Tiandi and Yuan Huang may be very complicated and troublesome, but to them, it doesn't matter at all. Regardless of your reincarnation status, it is in existence in one of the 4 Zhangzhou realms. Therefore, it is necessary to establish a good relationship with Chu Yan now, or it may reach the sky in one step in the future. Moreover, if Chu Yan's actions are good, the 2 camps of the gods are gathered in one body, and with the help of Empress Xiantian, then there is still a force in this world that can fight against it. Go away. Crazy Saber Supreme became impatient when he saw Mo Dongqing, and sent him flying with a wave of his hand. Walking lightly to Chu Yan's side, looking at Chu Yan's sad face, he said with pity. Husband, in the meaning of my slave family, I don't need to care about my reincarnation status at all. Huh. Chu Yan turned his head and looked at Kwang Dao. Things like reincarnation are very common in God's domain continent. They usually leave some opportunities and treasures behind. After all, isn't it just a kind of inheritance? Those of us cultivators, from the very beginning of cultivation to the current state, who has not received various inheritances? It doesn't matter whose inheritance it is, after all, it's for improving one's own strength. You are still you. After saying this sentence, Chu Yan was stunned, Empress Xiantian was stunned, Ji Chongxing and the others were also stunned. You're right. After a long time, Chu Yan said quietly. Complicated things often have a simple result, and simple things are often complicated. This is a cycle, and Chu Yan accidentally fell into it and forgot his original intention. Fortunately, Kwang Dao's soul was so big that he woke him up with a single sentence. Just when Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and the look in his eyes became brighter and brighter, suddenly, a stalwart figure suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. The soul of the god of war, the 5 great gods and martial souls, guarding the green-armored giant around, this is the foundation of oneself. Everything else has nothing to do with oneself. At the same time, on the other side, in the eastern district of Daozun, above the void sky, Haisha and the supreme demon god were flying at an astonishing speed, heading for a top-secret place. Brother, let's just leave. Ever since the supreme demon god left, he had been wanting to ask, but seeing Haisha's face, he held back, and now he couldn't help it anymore. My lord has just awakened Wu Fei's memory, and Li Tian protected him like that before, so I'm afraid that my lord will lean towards Wu Tiandi. Besides, even if the lord doesn't lean towards that side, if he finds the immortal demon god Ard and changes his mind, regardless of the original plan, then we. According to the idea of the supreme demon god, he and his senior brother should follow Chu Yan closely, constantly influencing and persuading him. When Haisha heard this, he didn't say anything. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said calmly. All you see is the surface. My lord, with Empress Xiantian by my side, she is very extraordinary and won't let us follow the plan. Either expose all power now and get rid of her, otherwise even if we follow the lord, it will be of no use. Hearing this, the supreme demon god's expression changed. That's not to say, equal to the plan. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Haisha directly shook his head and said. Based on my understanding of the Lord, he must have more comprehensive arrangements, and these accidents will be planned. Just wait. When Chu Yan really wants to lean over there, or focus on himself, then he can't help him. Now, you only need to know one thing. As long as Chu Yan fuses with the Lord's demon body, the immortal demon emperor will surely reappear in the world. On the other side, in the small world of the secret realm, Empress Xiantian looked at the token in Chu Yan's hand, looked at it for a long time, and then said, I'm going to recover. After her figure disappeared, Lin Meng opened her mouth and said, Husband, I just broke through to the Taoist realm, and I'm a little unsteady, I have to go get something, wait for me to come back. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and said, Well. If there is trouble, tell me. This sentence immediately caused small stars to fly out of Lin Meng's eyes, blushing all over his face. Husband, I will definitely come back to serve you safely. This sentence made Chu Yan almost choke. Before he could speak, Lin Meng giggled and turned into a stream of light, rushing out of the crack in the sky. When she had a crack, the crack in the sky would also recover as before, as if it hadn't been damaged. #C3483, who is it? Ji Chongxing and the other 3 ignored Chu Yan and ran to the side to watch Yu Linglong intently, waiting for her breakthrough to complete. Yu Linglong seemed to have come to an end suddenly, and was in the final state of consolidation and breath adjustment. The situation is very good, and there are 3 Taoist realms guarding here, so naturally, there will be no problems. Chu Yan, who was relieved, began to think about his own affairs. The eyes of the 2 groups of Yen were burning, and they looked up at the direction of the crack in the sky just now. You don't need to guess, you know, the outside world is probably acting now, trying to catch yourself everywhere, and the whole world has become a huge murderous opportunity. And myself. Now my body is full of doubts and entanglements. However, as Lin Meng said just now, no matter what reincarnation he has, it is all fiction. Only one's own strength is king. With this strength and power, one can deal with various situations, crises, calculations, and even sweep everything away when it is strong enough. This is the most basic theory in martial arts. One force can reduce 10 meetings. Look at the bluestone seal first. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then sorted out his thoughts, and raised his hand to take out the bluestone seal. This stone seal is integrated with his spirit and completely under his control, just like a Taoist treasure that recognizes the Lord. However, Chu Yan tried several times, but he couldn't motivate it to produce any effect with his spiritual consciousness. What surprised Chu Yan the most was that the phantom of the 9 dragons on the bluestone seal often rushed out, constantly squeezing and pushing the 9-realm star map on the sea of knowledge and sky to the side, and finally the stone seal itself occupied the middle position of the sea of knowledge and sky. And the 9-realm star map was like a doormat, except for a few surges, it didn't resist at all. Chu Yan wanted to push King Xian further, but the other party directly rejected him, completely indifferent, and ignored him. The star map says that this thing is extremely important. But, what's the use? Chu Yan was speechless. Previously, the 9 territories star map urged me to get it, but now that I got it, it was useless at all. This matter made Chu Yan a little confused. After studying for a while, Chu Yan could only give up, and waved out a 3-fruited fruit, ready to start practicing. Now after the breakthrough, all the true energy in the body has been transformed into the supreme power, the soul of the god of war, the martial soul of the 5 great beasts, the Haoyan sword, etc., have all been greatly improved. The biggest change is the Daojing mountain range. Chu Yan can feel that it has reached a bottleneck state. After taking a deep breath, Chu Yan swallowed the sancheng fruit. In an instant, a very mysterious feeling surged out of his body. This power seemed to be tangible, but it was completely invisible, and it just spread out in his body. That feeling is like seeing a wisp of light smoke continuously spreading in the void. At the same time, the brilliance of the Daojing mountain range became significantly stronger, and began to flicker slowly, flickering on and off as if there was a rhythm of life. Time is passing slowly. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the storm of powerful rumors about Chu Yan, Chong Wei, and Empress Xiantian among the outside world gradually subsided. Lu Qingyi and other peerless people entered the first area of Daozun again. As for Qiao Guqing, after Feng Tianxian saved his life, Qiao Guqing entered the Taoist area, while Feng Tianxian was taken back to the Tianxian Digong, and seemed to be grounded. Both of them walked on the edge of life and death this time, and they felt quite a lot, especially Feng Tianxian, who was under the body of heavenly blessing, not only escaped his life, but also gained benefits. His blessed physique finally broke through the bottleneck, raised 1 level, and was 1 step closer to the blessed physique. Fatty Fanchen and Mozhen Heiyao, who had been paying attention to Chu Yan, also rushed to the first area, looking for something. Guidu, Liang Tian and other 10 peerless people also entered the first district one after another, and began to compete for various opportunities. The most dazzling thing is that after Chong Wei's 9-body unity was exposed, the ancient Blood Sky sect was attacked by various forces. With Tianluan sect and Tianxian Digong as the main force, they almost beat the Shuatian ancient sect to pieces. If Zhu Tianzong hadn't suddenly announced at this time that it had formed an alliance with the ancient Blood Sky sect and sent strong men to support it, the ancient Blood Sky sect really didn't know if it would be able to survive. This also let the people of the world know that the Tianxian Digong, who has always been ranked first and is not doing business properly, really has the strength to rank first in the 13 Orthodoxy. It is to blame that the Shuatian ancient sect provoked their young master Feng. Even if the Tianxian Digong ignores the matter of martial arts, it will definitely retaliate. The Shuatian ancient sect also seemed to know it, so they joined the Absolute Heaven sect to save their own lives. When the news spread, the world shook. It is also because of this that Tianpa, the suzerain of Zhu Tian sect, has completely entered the sight of the world's bigwigs. It was learned from the news that this Tianpa, as the sixth of the gods, robbed his master and ran away. If it weren't for the great temptation, such a shameless thing for the world, even if he is the sixth person of the gods, he would not be able to do it. So, what exactly is that thing, and what is it for? For a while, it attracted the attention and inquiries of all the bosses. After all, the bosses in the world are bosses. It didn't take long for news about the Eternal Eucharist to spread slowly. And Chu Yan, who was cultivating in a small world, finally waited until Yu Linglong woke up from her practice on this day. Huh. This is Brother Chu Yan. Yu Linglong woke up from the palace. Chu Yan immediately turned her beautiful eyes to the side, and the smile on her face bloomed like a flower. Disciple, don't bother him yet, he is breaking through to Dao realm consummation. Ji Chongxing opened his mouth quickly, preventing Yu Linglong from rushing towards Chu Yan. The Lingnan cave master on the other side directly took out a triple fruit and handed it to Yu Linglong. This is the 3 fruit that Chu Yan gave you. In addition, there are some things I want to tell you. Yu Linglong took the San Shengguo, her eyes suddenly turned into crescents with a smile. She raised her head to look at the cave master of Lingnan, and then at Mo Dongqing, who had a serious face. She was slightly startled and said, "What?" "It's about Chu Yan's reincarnation identity, before, in." It took the 3 of them half an hour to tell Yu Linglong exactly what happened a few days ago. The Tutsongju reincarnation. Yu Linglong was also a little confused for a moment. So to say. Yu Linglong frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something, then raised her head and said, "Then what did Brother Chu Yan say?" "The kid said that reincarnation is the past, only look at this life." Hearing this, Yu Linglong laughed immediately, as if she had guessed it a long time ago. She glanced at the figure of Chu Yan sitting cross-legged with pride. "Girl. I said you don't think about the future." Mo Dongqing said with some crucial reminders. "In the future?" Yu Linglong was stunned. "Yeah, no matter what the reincarnation background of this kid is, it is very important to you. Take advantage of this moment, give birth to a few babies for him, and control him tightly. I will teach you this kind of thing." Hearing this, Yu Linglong blushed immediately. #C3484, the situation is not right. This question was so provocative that Yu Linglong couldn't respond for a while. "Disciple, you must understand it carefully, this is a painstaking effort for the 3 teachers." Ji Chongxing had a bitter expression on his face. Yes, dear disciple, do you know that this kid has a lot of things around him, so you must pay attention to it. Mo Dongqing also persuaded. Yes. Lingnan Cave Master nodded deeply. As long as you tie him up firmly, from now on, you understand. Mo Dongqing's words immediately caused Yu Linglong's face to sink. Old ghost, what are you thinking? Chu Yan belongs to Chu Yan, I will not be worse than him. I can rely on myself. After Yu Linglong finished speaking, she pouted her mouth with a proud expression on her face. This sentence immediately attracted the 3 of Ji Chongxing, and the corners of their mouths twitched. What a joke! On their own. Like the three of them, stuck in the Taoist realm for 10,000 years, unable to move an inch. This is no good, this apprentice must be educated. After my breakthrough this time, why did a small sapling appear in the sea of consciousness? Yu Linglong suddenly asked. Huh? Little sapling. The three of them who were planning to continue their childbirth education were stunned at the same time. What the hell is the little sapling? Didn't Yu Linglong learn the method of asking questions from the three of them this year? Could it be that the three methods of asking questions are practiced together, and there is a mutation? What's special? Or does it work? Ji Chongxing asked quickly. No. Yu Linglong shook her head. However, the former three-talent array can only be used partially. Now it seems that it can be fully displayed. Next, at the request of the three bosses, Yu Linglong began to display the three-talent array. Sure enough, even the three of them needed to work together to display the three-talent formation, created by the three Taoist masters. But now, this Yu Linglong can actually complete it independently. All of a sudden, the three old men were shocked. How strong are these three talents? Those are the three strong masters of the Taoist realm, who used 10,000 years of continuous improvement, and finally succeeded in the super-killing array. In this formation, even if you meet the 9 realms supreme peak powerhouse, or perverted evildoers like Chu Yan and Chong Wei, they can all be dealt with. It's just that it's extremely difficult to use it. Originally, after Yu Linglong learned it, she could only use half of her power, but now, she can fully use it. That's fine, you guys have entered the Daozun area, it will be much safer with this formation. Yu Linglong's eyes flickered suddenly, and she said, I don't want to go yet, I want to take a good look at this little sapling. I feel that this little sapling may not only be as simple as improving the three talents. If it really works, it will be really safer to enter the Daozun area by then. Hearing this, Ji Chongxing and the others smiled and nodded. These old men, what they are most afraid of is that the young people will be impatient and unable to hold their breath. Looking at the appearance of Yu Linglong and Chu Yan now, neither of them is eager to enter the Daozun area, which shows that the future of these two people is limitless and they have a lot to do. Hey! Baby Tuer is almost smart. Mo Dongqing suddenly turned his eyes, glanced at Chu Yan not far away, and smiled. Let me tell you, I'm afraid this kid won't be short, don't think about it, hurry up and enter the Daozun area. You don't even think about it, this kid has just broken through to the Supreme, as long as the Dao realm breaks through, he will immediately enter the Daozun area. If you can break through to the Supreme realm now, then you just wait for him, otherwise, quickly enter the Daozun area and find a chance to break through, this is the most important thing. Anyway, you now have a three-talented formation, and no one in this God's domain continent can hurt you. Yu Linglong looked at the three old men, her face suddenly sank. However, she also knew that the three old men were doing it for her own good, so after thinking about it, she decided to leave. Time is like water, passing like a gap. 5 days after Yu Linglong left, Chu Yan was still in the state of cultivation. Now Chu Yan is completely immersed in that mysterious feeling, as if he is in the clouds, and the surrounding void exists like bubbles. Some bubbles are dark, some are bright, and some are colorful. As long as a bubble bursts, the world Chu Yan is in will change accordingly, constantly switching between several mysterious moods. And the fluctuations of the heaven and earth brought about by this kind of change make the breath of the Tao realm like the surface of the sea, calm for a while, and turbulent for a while. When that kind of tsunami occurs, Chu Yan will have an inexplicable feeling, as if there is a road between heaven and earth that is building its foundation and slowly taking shape. And Chu Yan stood above the clouds, always looking up at the avenue, his heart sinking like water. Suddenly, at the moment when Chu Yan's mind suddenly burst, 12 kinds of Tao lights suddenly appeared, swallowing all the surrounding swords, turning them into a shocking sword, and cutting towards the foundation building avenue. Boom! The avenue was destroyed, and the world was cleared. In Chu Yan's eyes, the whole world seemed to become clear. And the Foundation Establishment Avenue in the sky is slowly condensing again, but this time, the speed is obviously much faster than before. Finally, I don't know how long it's been, and in Chu Yan's eyes, a bright light burst out. It's now. Chu Yan's will erupted like a volcano, soaring into the sky. Daojing mountain range came out from the sky, buzzing, powerful Daoguang and willpower spread at the same time. As the center, within a radius of 10,000 li, ripples rippling like water patterns. The sense of mystery in Chu Yan's heart instantly magnified more than 10 times. The Dao realm. Great perfection. Looking at the large sea of clouds emerging over the Daojing mountain range, Chu Yan's face was full of surprise. Click. At this moment, a thunderous thunder sounded. Good, very good. The old and eternal voice resounded throughout the world. I really didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Hello, my deceased. At this moment, Zhou Tiandi's voice sounded in his sea and sky. My lord, your reincarnation identity is not Zhou Tiandi, but Yuan Emperor. But suddenly, the voice changed, and Haisha's half-curved back appeared in the sky, and he bowed and said to Chu Yan. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the voices of Zhou Tiandi and Haisha sounded at the same time. Chu Yan's mind is as calm as water for a while, and fluctuates like a tide for a while. Between the 4 directions, everything, including the sea of clouds that just appeared above the Daojing mountain range, also began to vibrate and became extremely chaotic. Demon. The 3 of Ji Chongxing, who were guarding around Chu Yan, felt Chu Yan's aura fluctuate, and their expressions changed drastically. Demons, every cultivator may have encountered them. But this kid's current cultivation is in the supreme realm. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the inner demons will be, and they can even directly destroy people completely, or lose their minds completely. In the best case, it may be that the Dao realm goes backwards. Any of these results is unacceptable to Chu Yan. #C3485 Life. When Chu Yan opened his eyes, 2 sword-like eyes shot out. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Without hesitation, he took out the jade bottle and uncorked it. A monstrous aura gushed out, covering the entire small world, turning it into a cloud of fire, and suppressed the terrifying aura, suppressing Ji Chongxing and the 3 of them to death. A drop of Zhou Tiandi's blood essence, even if a little bit remains, how terrifying the power is. Among them is not only strength, but also the powerful will of the Cangzhu realm, which is the most powerful killer. Therefore, Chu Yan intends to use the Cangzhu will in this drop of blood essence to get rid of the demons in his heart and break through to the perfection of the Dao realm. On the other side, a mysterious place in Daozun district. Empress Xiantian sits cross-legged, guarded by a large phantom behind her, which is her reincarnation 10,000 souls cultivation technique. These phantoms all erupted with a powerful aura, connected with the figure of Empress Xiantian, and the powerful aura force continuously poured into her body. Now, her face is not so pale, and the true energy in her body has begun to recover. During this period of healing, the effect is good. After a long time, Empress Xiantian formed a seal with her jade hand, and the large phantom behind her disappeared instantly, and the entire void returned to peace. When she took a deep breath and restrained all her breath, suddenly, a strange light flickered in her pair of icy eyes. Her figure trembled, and a trace of bright red blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, which was turned into nothingness with a wave of her hand. Then, she looked up at the void ahead, her eyes were full of interest. "What are you doing here?" Empress Xiantian spoke lightly. "Ha ha ha, don't be like this, I'm just about to perish, come and take a look while there is still some time." Ripples surged in the void, and a figure walked out of it. The whole body was shrouded in darkness, and it was impossible to see clearly. Not bad. The Empress Xiantian is amazing. this reincarnation 10,000 soul technique. It was actually cultivated by you. Empress Xiantian listened to these words and didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Gently turning over with jade hands, he took out a few plants of heaven, material, and earth treasures, melted them and swallowed them. Hey. The smoky figure who was ignored by the other party smiled and continued. I just can't figure it out, why do you have to fight hard? After this battle, your reincarnation 10,000 souls cultivation technique has been used to a level that you can't control at all. What good will it do you? When this sentence landed, there was still a long silence. That Chu Yan is really so important to you. This time, the figure in the black smoke was obviously emotional, and under the billowing black smoke, it evolved into the appearance of an old man. The old man stared straight at Empress Xiantian, but the other party still swallowed the treasures of heaven and earth, and ignored him at all. It was as if from the beginning to the end, the old man was like air to her. This time, the old man really couldn't help it anymore. His originally blurred face, under all kinds of distortions, finally relaxed. Okay, then tell you, how much life do you have left? Finally, Xiantian raised his head and glanced at him, his jade lips parted slightly. 1,200 years. Hearing this, the old man was obviously stunned for a moment, his face changed terribly, but soon a smile appeared, that extremely exaggerated ferocious smile. Ha, good. That's great. 1,200 years. Over the years, your lifespan has become less and less, and even breaking through the Taoist realm, you can't compare with a respectable cultivator. There is nothing better than this. Isn't it? 1,200 years. Are you lying to a ghost? I guess you have at most 1.5 years of life. Based on 1.5 years, you want to break through. Is it possible? Well. As he spoke, the old man who was laughing wildly suddenly let out a long sigh. Why bother, Xiantian, what are you doing this for? Obviously knowing that this reincarnation 10,000 soul art is at the cost of lifespan, why do you insist on doing it? The old man's sigh became heavier and heavier, revealing a sense of vicissitudes and unwillingness. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that his fascination is about to dissipate, so I feel the same way. A situation like his should be the time when the world is most eager for life. At the end of the old man's speech, he just sighed. According to his estimation, this Xiantian is the evildoer most likely to become the next Songzhu. But she didn't expect that she would end up in such a situation. How could this not disappoint him? However, Empress Xiantian in front of her just raised her head and glanced at him, then her figure turned into a streamer, shot into the sky, and disappeared on the spot. 1 year is enough. In the void, echoes floated. At this time, on the other side, in the small space, Chu Yan directly integrated that drop of blood essence into his body, and an extremely powerful force surged in his body like a tide of galloping beasts. Not only that, but also the powerful willpower of the Songzhu, under the guidance of Chu Yan, constantly raised the Daojing mountain range. More than a dozen kinds of lights flickered, covering the sky and covering the earth, and even the sky and the earth were melting indistinctly. No mind, no boundaries, and no karma. Chu Yan's sea of consciousness is blank, everything has disappeared completely, and he is alone in a blank world, as if ethereal and illusory. The inner demon is now his biggest obstacle. It is invisible and qualityless, and it is extremely difficult to deal with it. The key is to be a little fearless, and the consequences will be terrifying. The only thing that can kill it is the will and mental strength. If the will is enough, it cannot be disturbed by it, and if the mental strength is strong enough, it can even be transformed into a sword, and it can be directly chopped into pieces. However, the most difficult thing to cultivate in this martial arts world is the soul, which needs countless years of polishing and improvement. Therefore, the only thing Chu Yan can rely on now is the will of the Songzhu. This kid, what do you want to do? The three of Ji Chongxing surrounded Chu Yan, their spiritual consciousness shrouded Chu Yan, and they guarded him extremely carefully. They could feel that Chu Yan was continuing to break through the Tao realm, and at the same time, he was carefully guarding against the emergence of inner demons. This is completely double-edged. Ordinary cultivators encounter demons, they first destroy the demons, and then make a breakthrough. Even the three of them are the same, but this kid. As time went by bit, the surrounding Taoism became more and more intense, and even the ground under the feet of Ji Chongxing and the three of them had Taoism fluctuations. Soon, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The three of Ji Chongxing stood there closely, not daring to be careless. Logically speaking, the time to break through to the great perfection of the Tao realm is about the same. But the kid in front of him didn't react at all, as if he hadn't changed at all since the beginning. This kid's way is not an ordinary way of martial arts at all, the way of extraordinary is really different. Ji Chongxing and the three of them communicated through sound transmission with their spiritual senses, exchanging a few words from time to time. For the three of them, such an opportunity is rare, and it may be beneficial for them to have a good understanding of this extraordinary way. In a blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Finally, a majestic mountain range came out of Chu Yan's body, and the majestic coercion between heaven and earth swept across. #C 3486 Heaven and Earth Picture Scroll. Boom. 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 The Daojing mountain range that lay between the sky and the earth suddenly began to vibrate violently, and the peaks on the entire mountain range released a dazzling radiance. The three of Ji Chongxing were taken aback at the same time, and looked up, their faces full of shock. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. All the glows are gathered together and condensed into an illusory figure, which then evolves into mountains, rivers, forests, etc., in various shapes. Every evolution, all the spiritual plants in the void around Chu Yan seem to be greatly nourished and grow vigorously. Under the terrifying power, it is getting stronger and stronger. In the end, all the aura disappeared and turned into a huge picture scroll. On this picture scroll, there is a blank, nothing. However, the pupils of Ji Chongxing and the others who were present shrank sharply and opened wildly, because they seemed to see, above the void, there was an extremely ethereal figure, holding a gold penny in his hand, swaying a brush on the scroll. That imposing scene is like using the heavens and the earth as paper, and the sun, moon and stars as pens to write with a brush. Mountains, lakes, and forests appear on the paper, the sky and the earth are solidified, and everything is silent. It seems that a breath has passed, and it seems that thousands of years have passed. The 12 mountain ranges and 12 spiritual peaks on the scroll are shining brightly. Hui. But all this is not over. Between the mountains and rivers in the scroll, a figure appeared. The man sat cross-legged among mountains, rivers, with the sky above and the earth below, surrounded by mountains, rivers, and forests, with a serene expression. The three of Ji Chongxing glanced over, and they were all stunned, completely dumbfounded. Compared to the mountains, rivers, and heaven and earth, the figure is extremely small, but in their eyes, the figure is extremely huge, as if it is the world of heaven and earth, and it seems to be completely integrated with the world. This feeling is extremely wonderful, they have never experienced it before, and they fell into a trance for a while. After a few more breaths, as the cross-legged figure continued to practice, his appearance and demeanor became more and more clear. Exactly the same. However, at this moment, the originally peaceful world, mountains and rivers suddenly paused. The next moment, Chu Yan clearly felt a magic breath swimming out of his body like a python, and looked up at the sky. Not only that, a little blood-red light flickered in the 9-realm star map in the Sea of Consciousness world. Two powerful forces erupted at the same time and collided instantly. If Chu Yan hadn't fallen into a special state now, he would have been taken aback, because his Sea of Consciousness world had been completely destroyed now. The collision of the two forces, like a world-ending storm, destroyed everything. The sound of bang 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 was endless, and Chu Yan's body began to be destroyed after the sea of consciousness. Blood cracked all over his body, and blood flew horizontally. That way, it was as if he was suddenly cut by the tide of the sword light, and there was no one in his body intact. This is wrong, wake him up. Mo Dongqing was a little startled, and as he spoke loudly, he prepared to mobilize his true energy and soul. No. The cave master of Lingnan shouted anxiously, reached out his hand to stop Mo Dongqing, looked at him and shook his head. This is the last moment, wake him up now, no matter what the result is, Chu Yan is sure to suffer backlash. Wait and see. While Ji Chongxing was speaking, his eyes were fixed on Chu Yan. Because he was too focused, his fists were tightly clenched, and he couldn't see a trace of blood, and his hair was completely white. In front of the three of them, there were more and more wounds on Chu Yan's body, some were as big as knife marks, and some were as thin as hair. The three Taoist realm bosses were sitting on the sidelines, all of them were tense and on alert, even with a thin layer of sweat on their foreheads. This is the key point, if something goes wrong, the consequences will be serious. At this time, the chaotic sea of consciousness in Chu Yan's body finally caused a mutation, and the bluestone seal on that side, like a sleeping beast, was awakened by the disturbance, roaring and roaring into the sky. Under the burst of powerful aura, the two colliding forces in the sea of consciousness disappeared completely in an instant. The sea of consciousness returned to Qingming, everything was restored and rebuilt, and it soon became the original again. With the recovery of the sea of consciousness, the picture scroll of heaven and earth in the sky also gradually returned to the real scene from gradually blurring. Boom! The instant outburst caused Chu Yan's aura to explode more than 10 times. Although the realm of cultivation is still in the early stage of the supreme being of the 9 realms, it is obviously different, and there is a feeling of majestic mountains. Transformation, start. Boom boom boom. In the small world, the bells and drums of heaven and earth rang, and countless visions evolved. The aura on the scroll of heaven and earth, like the ruler of heaven and earth, was released and covered everything it passed. Suppressing everything, no matter what it is, loses its true colors in front of it. This is the way of the extraordinary. It's really terrible. The three of Ji Chongxing were stunned. All three of them have experienced the great consummation of the Tao realm. Although they also had visions at the time, if compared with the kid in front of them, they are not even a drop in the bucket. This gap is too big. The vision between the whole piece of heaven and earth lasted for a full stick of incense, before slowly subsiding. And the painting scroll of heaven and earth fell from the sky and sank into Chu Yan's body like a sea of clouds. At this moment, Chu Yan's wounds all over his body recovered quickly, and disappeared in an instant, except for the blood stains on his robe, as if nothing had happened. The three of Ji Chongxing hurriedly started to back away, and at the same time heaved a long sigh of relief. It seems that the evil calamity has passed, and Chu Yan is about to break through. Time is like water, passing like a gap. After several hours, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. This is Dzogchen. Chu Yan was stunned, and raised his hand to look, his eyes full of doubts. Although he looked at everything around him now a little differently, but he always felt that this breakthrough did not change much at all. Daotu. Consciousness restrained, turned into a spiritual body and entered the sea of consciousness, looking at the scroll of heaven and earth in front of him. Unexpectedly, after Tao realm great consummation, it will appear in a Tao map. This mountain, this forest, this figure. The more he looked at the Tao map, Chu Yan felt a sense of familiarity. After a long time, Chu Yan's eyes were in a trance, as if he was not looking at the Tao map, but the Tao realm mountain range. There is obviously a huge connection between the two. Boy, are you still standing still after breaking through? Hurry up, go to the place of inquiry. Seeing Chu Yan in a daze, Mo Dongqing didn't want to at that time and shouted angrily. The wave of breakthroughs just now scared them a lot, and they were afraid that Chu Yan's breakthrough would fail, and they were afraid that Chu Yan would be abolished by the devil. Of course, the most annoying thing is this kid's extraordinary way, the Tao Realm Great Perfection Breakthrough, is so simple. Moreover, compared to their Tao Realm Dzogchen, that is definitely a world of difference. This person is better than others, he can really piss people off. Monster. #C3487 Let's go. Chu Yan looked up at the three of them with a look of astonishment. Boy, even if your reincarnation status is extraordinary, the three of us are also existences in the Taoist realm. The more Mo Dongqing thought about it, the angrier she became, her face twitched and said angrily. We are here, but we have guarded you for more than a month. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then bowed his hands and said. Thank you three seniors. No problem. The Lingnan cave master waved his hand and looked at Ji Chongxing. That Chu Yan, Linglong has already gone to the Daozun area, she is not as demonic as you. It will take a while to break through to the Supreme anyway. Having said that, he thought for a while and then said. How about this, when she breaks through to the Supreme Realm, the three of us will send her to the place of asking, and then you will naturally meet. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded slightly. The place of asking, where is it, and how to get there? Chu Yan thought about it, but he still doesn't know where the place of asking is, and the three of them drove him away again, but he must know where to go. Hearing this, Ji Chongxing smiled lightly and said, I know why you would ask this. As he said that, he raised his hand and turned it over, and a jade talisman appeared in his palm. The place of asking is not fixed, there is only one fixed main city named Jiuxiao City. If you want to enter the land of asking, as long as you have reached the level of cultivation and Taoism, wait for a period of time anywhere in the Daozun district, a spirit seal will naturally appear, and when you pass the spirit seal, you can enter the land of asking. Chu Yan looked at the jade talisman, his eyes flashed. This question is really interesting. Also, this robe is for you, it's called Xuanhuan Immortal Robe. Knowing your boy's temper. So the three of us spent a lot of effort to modify it into black. Take it. With it, no one will find your aura and appearance within 10 days. At least you have to be above the Taoist realm to be able to detect it. Mo Dongqing took a black robe from Lingnan Cave Master and handed it to Chu Yan. This is a good thing. Chu Yan's eyes brightened slightly, and while taking the robe, his spiritual consciousness began to probe. You know, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to change the appearance of the breath, let alone maintain it for a long time. Therefore, many powerhouses above the supreme state use a cloud of smoke to cover their whole bodies, which is convenient and takes a long time. But in this case, the past is extremely eye-catching, and everyone knows that this is a strong man who hides his aura. The big bosses of those forces will focus on investigating such existences, which is not beautiful. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan knew that the gift of this treasure was not light, so he bowed his hands and saluted. Although these three old men are not like Empress Xiantian and Kuang Dao, who went through life and death for themselves, they really helped him a lot. Haha, you're welcome, we are with whom, we are old, unlike you young people, this world is yours. In the future, if things like the eternal power and the magic power of immortality are helpful to Xuanhuan, don't forget us three old men. The smile on Mo Dongqing's face came as soon as he said it, and that smile was brilliant. Hearing this, Chu Yan twitched all over his face. Let's not say that I haven't got it yet, just these things. Look at the sixth man, Tianpa, who has been planning for thousands of years for a green lotus, and almost lost on the spot. These three old men came as soon as they opened their mouths, and their faces were not even red. Yeah. I wrote it down. Chu Yan nodded. Okay. Okay. Ji Chongxing patted Chu Yan's shoulder with a frightening look on his face. The Lingnan cave master, who was standing aside, kicked Mo Dongqing with his toes and winked. Mo Dongqing was startled, but he realized it instantly. By the way, Chu Yan, when do you plan to become a Taoist couple with Ling Long? We are all waiting. When Chu Yan heard this, he immediately thought of all kinds of things with Ling Long. Wait a little longer. The current situation. Speaking of this, Chu Yan didn't continue talking, and the three old men naturally understood. What's the situation now? The forces in the whole world are chasing and killing Chu Yan, and they might be lost at any time. Of course, it is not appropriate to talk about forming a Taoist couple at this time. Wait a fart. How long to wait? The time of a cultivator, or the time of an ordinary person? Mo Dongqing shouted directly. Ordinary people's time is fine, it doesn't matter a year or two, but if it's according to the time of a cultivator, don't say 100 years. This? Chu Yan was startled. As long as I ask to become the master, I will take Ling Long back to the 10 Directions Starfield. When the time comes, I will invite the three of you to accompany me. Hearing this, Ji Chongxing and the three immediately laughed. Okay, that's it. Ask the master. If it was another person, maybe they would start scolding directly. But this kid is an evildoer. It only took him a long time to go from the God King realm to the 9 realms supreme, and now he has broken through to the Dao realm Dzogchen. It is estimated that the time for this question to become the master will not be long, and it must be within the time they expected. This is totally acceptable. 3 seniors, I will take my leave first. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan changed the robe on his body, put on a new Hunyuan robe, jumped up, and flew out of the small world. After leaving the small world, Chu Yan looked up and looked around, and found that he was in the east district of Daozun. It is a barren place, there are no forests and rivers, and there are few people. Chu Yan took out the jade talisman and began to send a message to Fanchen, Heiyao Mozan, and Lu Piapiao, lest they keep thinking about it. Chongwei's breakthrough supreme should also go to the place of asking. When we meet, we must rescue Feng Tianxian first. Chu Yan's eyes were like ice, and the cold air was pressing. The figure turned into a flash of electricity, rushed to the sky, and flew rapidly. After breaking through to the 9 realms supreme, the speed of this movement has increased by more than 1 or 2 points, at least 10 times that of before. Moreover, the prestige of the surrounding world and the rules of the avenue are completely under his control. As long as he is willing, with a wave of his hand, the world will be destroyed and everything will be annihilated. The prestige of the Supreme is really extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. After Chu Yan rushed out of Daozun's East District, he soon arrived at the core. I saw that the sun was hanging high in the sky, and the stars were shining all over the sky. On the land in the distance, there were continuous mountains and plains, which could not be seen at a glance. In the surrounding void, there is a strong killing intent everywhere, as if there have been countless battles here. In addition, the spiritual breath in the void is completely different from the outside world, and the Taoism contained in it is extremely complicated. If it is used for cultivation, it may not take long for it to go mad. This should be a battlefield that existed in ancient times. With such a scale, how many years did it take to become like this? Chu Yan felt emotional in his heart, and raised his eyes to look at the further world. Zhou Tiandi, Yuanwang, Heaven, and the fourth Songzhu, how powerful are their combat powers? If you have a chance, you must check it out, that battle of the Songzhu. Chu Yan thought in his heart, then restrained his breath, urged the Hunyuan robe, and flew forward. Suddenly, he frowned suddenly, and a very special feeling rose in his heart. #C3488 improvised. In Chu Yan's body, an independent qi and blood surged, and after breaking through the sea of consciousness, a row of bloody characters appeared and disappeared. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness followed closely, but it seemed like a sea of mud and cows, and he could no longer find any traces. What's the situation? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan was stunned. That row of blood characters is exactly the sentence that surfaced when he obtained the bluestone seal before. Whoever holds the seal must die. Chu Yan's face darkened slightly. This was the third time he saw this reminder. Could it be that this catastrophe is about to start? As the saying goes, there are only 3 things, and this is already the third reminder. It is reasonable to speculate that it will be fulfilled soon. If that's the case, it would be really terrifying according to the power of the bluestone seal to kill Ma Jie in seconds. It doesn't matter, it's time to adapt to the situation. Anyway, I don't understand Qingshi Chu Yan at all, and I don't have any clues, so I can only take one step at a time. Now, he has arrived at the core of Daozun district, and he doesn't know much about it. Among the jade talismans given by Ji Chongxing and the others, there was a map and many marks, marking the positions of the 7 ancient families, the ancient tombs, the Dao-devouring clan and other forces at the same time. Including the immortal mansions, secret realms, and Jedi occupied by some powerful people, they are all marked out, for fear that Chu Yan will enter by mistake. Chu Yan was not interested in these places at first, but just glanced at them casually. Huh. Suddenly, Chu Yan looked to the right, and there was a special wave not far away. Here it is. He took out the jade talisman map to check. It clearly recorded. Heaven. The Dao treasure personally crafted by the Dao Master Realm artifact refiner back then. It took 900 years, and after the loss of the previous masters, the Tianlu fell silent and became a gathering place for countless cultivators. The disciples of the 7 great ancient clans used this place as a testing ground for recruiting talented disciples. After reading the detailed introduction, Chu Yan pondered in his heart. Adding up these information, it can be deduced that there should be no Dao Lord realm in the sky building. In this way, there is no danger here. Anyway, there is a lot of time now, so let's go find out the news first. After thinking about it, Chu Yan flashed his figure and rushed to the sky on the right. After less than an hour, Chu Yan had already seen the towering skyscraper. The building is made of gold as a whole, exuding a faint aura of coercion, representing the power of its boiling Taba, towering into the sky, like a sentinel of heaven and earth, guarding the sky. Not far from Chu Yan, hundreds of lights and shadows gathered in one place, turning into a colorful glow road, connecting the gates of the buildings like a heavenly avenue. On the road, there stands a stone tablet with a few large characters written on it. Tread on the road before you can enter the building. This is a half-track device, and its momentum is really extraordinary. Chu Yan rotated the pupil of the unicorn, swept around, and then flew to Shaguang Road, mixed into the crowd, and walked towards the gate of the building. Entering the gate of the building, you can see an inner city-like structure in front of you. On the streets, there are people coming and going everywhere, and all kinds of cultivators walk among them, which is extremely lively. Chu Yan looked around, spreading his consciousness, to investigate. In this building city, there are more than 20 supreme beings, and there are countless cultivators in the realm of God Kings. It's no wonder that I didn't see many God King level powerhouses in the east and west areas of Daozun district, so they all gathered here. Of course, there are also cultivators in the realm of dignity, and there are even cultivators of the realm of human dignity and earth dignity, who are also wandering around the city, and they account for the majority of the crowd. There are rules in this tower city, and those who cultivate the respected realm are protected by the rules. No one who is strong in the king of the gods or the supreme realm is allowed to take action against the cultivated in the respected realm. Such rules naturally lead to the extremely large number of respected realm practitioners in this city. Chu Yan walked on the street, very casually, walking around and looking around. Boom! After about 100 breaths, the sound of a heavy drum was heard. The sound of the drum was extraordinary, and it seemed like a tide was rushing through the noisy street, shocking everyone. The Tianlu drum is ringing. Haha. Some cultivators on the street exclaimed, obviously excited. Boom. Another drum sound spread, making the whole street silent for a moment, and then burst into waves like mountains and seas. Ha ha ha, great. 2 families. This time, 2 families are recruiting casual cultivator disciples. This luck is too good, this chance will be more. Not bad. Hurry up, don't be late. The cultivators on the street, including some beings in the God King realm, all rushed towards the direction where the drum sounded. Recruit disciples. Chu Yan stood in the crowd, like a big tree in the river, surrounded by people rushing, but he was motionless. The so-called family refers to the 7 ancient families. In the ancient times, these 7 great ancient schools never recruited outsiders, they were all disciples of their own family. However, after so many years, the 7 ancient families fought with each other, resulting in fewer and fewer disciples, so the restrictions were gradually relaxed and practitioners from outside the family were recruited to join. Generally, every 3 to 5 years, they will be recruited once. In terms of the 7 great ancient families, it means that 1 or 2 openly recruit each year, which attracts the cultivators in the city to boil. However, compared to the outside sect forces, these 7 ancient families still have extremely strict requirements, and the number of disciples they recruit each time is extremely small. After joining the 7 great ancient clans, one must make great contributions in order to be given a surname and become a half-member of the ancient clan. This is not the most seductive, but another rule. As long as you stay in the ancient family for a period of time, you can comprehend the ancient stone statues of the 7 ancient families. For ordinary cultivators, this is a great opportunity, and there have even been cases where some people's cultivation level has skyrocketed and they have broken through the realm and become honorable when they comprehend enlightenment. There shouldn't be any Taoist realm powerhouse nearby, have a look. After learning about it in detail, Chu Yan decided to go over to see the situation of the 7 ancient families. After all, I am in the depths of Daozun district, and even after entering the land of asking, I have many opportunities to deal with the 7 great ancient clans. Now take this opportunity to have a good understanding, yes. Soon, Chu Yan followed the crowd to the central square of Tianlu City, and at a glance, the square was already crowded with people. In the very center of the square, a tall stone platform has been built, on which a large number of figures stand. The one in the middle is a gray-haired old man and a woman in a red skirt, who turned out to be in the Supreme Realm. The people around them are all in the God King realm, and the others are all powerful in the Prestige realm. The 2 supreme beings were talking in a low voice, completely ignoring the expectant eyes around them. And the large group of dignified cultivators behind them looked at the crowd of cultivators in the audience with expressions of disdain. The Zhou family and the Wang family. Chu Yan heard the discussions among the surrounding crowd, and knew that the 7 ancient families jointly recruited this time were Zhou family and Wang family. #C3489 Face to Face. In less than a while, the 2 supreme beings were still whispering something, but a God King beside him came out. He is a strong man in the God King realm of the Zhou family, with an imposing manner like a dragon and a tiger, and his voice is like thunder. Everyone, the first round is starting now. Those who have spirit seals in their hands, please come and sign up for the second round. Those who don't will be eliminated. When this sentence landed, the 2 supreme beings didn't even look at it, and waved their hands. 2 ear-piercing screams sounded, shooting straight into the sky, blasting 2 circles of ripples, covering the entire square. It was as if a drizzle had fallen from the sky, falling on the crowd with shining raindrops, and soon disappeared. There is a mysterious aura in the surrounding void, including supreme coercion, and obvious probing power. The cultivators present were also mentally prepared, many of them were circulating their true qi, and some cultivators even used the method of asking questions. This is to highlight one's own strength and strive to qualify for the first round. Chu Yan shook his head and released his breath to isolate the power of time, but as soon as his consciousness was attracted, a drop of breath came over, forming a spirit pattern in the palm of his hand. This is a leaf-shaped spiritual pattern, and as soon as it appeared in the palm of the hand, it immediately attracted the envious eyes of the surrounding cultivators. The first round of this type of audition is meaningless to Chu Yan, who is in the Supreme Realm. Moreover, the two Supreme Beings on this stage are only in the early stage of the Supreme State, and they are not the Supreme Beings of the 9 domains. It is impossible to find that there is an existence like Chu Yan hidden in the crowd. In less than 100 breaths, the reign of spirits in the sky ended, and nearly 300 people in the crowd held spirit patterns in their hands. The gray-haired old man and the red-dressed woman on the stage swept across the audience and looked at the 300 people, as if making a final confirmation. Well, it's a pity. No chance. They're so lucky. I feel like I'm almost there. Forget it, let's go. Because they did not qualify for the first round. Most of the cultivators present shook their heads in disappointment, and even some cultivators left the venue directly. Since you can't get the qualifications, it's a waste of time to stay here, so you might as well practice hard. Congratulations everyone for passing the first level. The God King and powerhouse of the Zhou family announced loudly. The second level is still the usual practice. Please test your blood. As long as you attract more visions, you will naturally have higher status if you enter my family of King Zhou. Whoever can induce the most 10 visions can directly become an official clan member of my King Zhou's family without any credit. As soon as the words fell, there was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone seemed extremely excited. And the gray-haired old man on the stage waved his hand directly, and a tall altar appeared and landed on the square. As soon as the altar fell to the ground, a large piece of black blood gushed out from the top of the altar and fell to the ground with a splash. However, as soon as the black blood touched the ground, it was reabsorbed by the altar back to the altar, which was obviously a cycle. In an instant, a powerful coercion gushed out like a tide, sweeping the audience. The cultivators below the Divine King realm all changed their complexions, and their scalps became numb. This altar is not simple. Chu Yan's eyes flickered. The pupil of the unicorn swept over, and he found that at the core of the altar, there was an extremely weak willpower, extremely ancient and vicissitudes. The God King of the Zhou family continued to announce, this time, our Zhou family will recruit 30 disciples, and the Wang family will recruit 20 disciples. The voice fell to the ground, causing the crowd to erupt. Those cultivators who got the first round of spirit patterns were all flushed. A total of 50 people are recruited, that is to say, there is a 1/6 chance, and each person only needs to beat 5 people. In order to let everyone fight bravely to be the first, my family will take out a drop of supreme blood this time to reward the first recruit this time. When this sentence came out, all the cultivators present blushed. Especially those 300 qualified cultivators, their eyes were red and their breathing became heavy. The reward for this drop of supreme blood essence did not exist before. It seems that Zhou Wang's family has spent a lot of money this time, and wants to recruit talented disciples. You know, a drop of supreme blood essence is a great thing for a cultivator in the realm of dignity, or a cultivator in the realm of God King. Whether it is the improvement of the cultivation base, the breakthrough of the Tao realm, or even the enlightenment of the will, it is of great help. This 3-in-1 resource is definitely the treasure that every cultivator most desires. Bastard. I knew I would have used my whole card just now. How could there be such a reward? Why didn't you say it before, shit? There are rewards. Then we have to fight for it this time. Ha ha ha, great luck. This is mine. The huge reward made all the cultivators excited, and the atmosphere on the field was instantly lifted. Huh. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised. Originally, he was not very interested in this kind of recruitment, he just wanted to explore the situation of the 7 ancient families. Unexpectedly, something like the supreme blood essence of Zhou Wang's family appeared. If he got it, he would be able to know the bloodlines of the 7 ancient families in an instant. Please come forward, get your number plate, and get ready to start. When the words of the God King realm fell to the ground, he flew out and landed beside the altar, and 300 practitioners also stepped forward one by one. The first person to walk towards the altar was a cultivator in the mid-stage of the God King realm. When his true energy turned into a scorpion, covering the altar and contacting the black blood, 5 balls of light exploded in the air, bursting out with a shocking aura. Those 5 balls of light rose into the sky, blooming like fireworks, dazzling, extremely bright. The 2 families of King Zhou on the stage nodded slightly. 5 lights of vision, this result is very good. Immediately after him, a second cultivator came up and began to exert his true energy and activate his exercises. One after another, like a revolving lantern, the speed is very fast. These cultivators who got the qualification in the first round all have good strength, otherwise they would not be able to get the qualification. However, most practitioners only arouse the visions of the second realm, and there are also those of the third realm, but the vision of the 4 realms is like a watershed, the number is not many, and there are very few who can reach the 5th realm, only 1 or 2. After more than 100 cultivators, a few more people went to Chu Yan. In Shaoliuan Lin, I have seen the Supreme Hongxiang and the Supreme Huban. The 4th person in front of Chu Yan was a cultivator in the early stage of the God King realm, wearing a Daobao battle armor. He did not go to the altar immediately, but saluted the 2 supreme beings on the stage. The female supreme named Hongxiang Supreme just nodded slightly and stretched out her hand as a gesture. But the gray-haired old man, Supreme, looked at this person, his eyes were slightly bright, and he nodded slightly. All the other cultivators present had their faces darkened, cursing secretly in their hearts. Obviously the one who came through the back door, this Lu Wanlin probably has an unusual relationship with that female supreme. Moreover, it couldn't be more obvious that a supreme being is so polite to the God King realm. It looks like this is the default seed, I'm afraid it will get the first place. It's boring. Then what's the reward? Engage in this form. Forget it, don't think about it, rely on your strength. The cultivators present were not surprised by such a thing, they all shook their heads and looked at Lu Wanlin. And Lu Wanlin walked towards the altar with a confident smile on his face, his whole body bursting with breath. #C3490 Backdoor. Lu Wanlin did not disappoint the 2 supreme beings, and aroused all 6 vision lights. Such a result immediately caused exclamations in the square present. Oh my God, the light of the 6 visions! This Lu Wanlin is so powerful. This is the first place. Sure enough, he has a background, I'm afraid it's the young master of that family. Incredible! The astonished cultivators and the crowd watching the lively square were all talking about it. After all, it was very exciting for them to see the first place with their own eyes. This phase Lu Wanlin can induce the vision of the 6 realms, which is enough to show that the blood in his body is highly integrated with the ancient times, and there is even the possibility of reincarnation awakening. Such an achievement is extremely rare even among members of the 7 great ancient families. Good. Tianxiang Supreme seemed extremely satisfied and nodded. Next, the assessment continues. After Lu Wanlin, a few cultivators came on stage, and they basically attracted 2 or 3 visionary lights as before, and their performance was mediocre. Soon it was Chu Yan's turn to play, but he had a sad expression on his face. How many paths should this attract? 10 paths, too many. Chu Yan walked all the way, thinking constantly at the same time, and soon arrived in front of the altar, glanced at it, and finally waved a wave of true energy, reaching towards the altar. Whoosh! In an instant, one after another light balls rose from the altar, and in an instant, they rushed out 8 times, like a series of fireballs, straight into the sky. The next moment, the 8 groups of visions exploded at the same time, exploding fireworks all over the sky, and all kinds of visions spread, like thousands of troops and beasts roaring above the sky. What's more, the top-level vision of the sun and the moon shining together, and the stars turning into the sea appeared. 8 lights of vision. The entire square was instantly dead silent, and everyone looked at the sky, all dumbfounded. Tianxiang Zhizuan and Huban Zhizuan on the stage stood up abruptly, with stunned expressions on their faces. You know, in the past few decades, among the disciples recruited by the 7 ancient schools, there has never been a case of the light of the 8 visions. Tianxiang Zhizuan's beautiful eyes flashed, and he turned around in an instant, looking at Chu Yan and smiling. At this time, Chu Yan had withdrawn his true energy, turned around and retreated. Xuanhuan stood there, looking at Chu Yan with a gloomy expression on his face. Originally determined to be number 1, I didn't expect such a person to appear halfway. The altar assessment is still going on, one cultivator after another comes on stage, constantly attracting the light of vision. An hour later, all the practitioners had completed their assessments. Among the remaining hundreds of people, the light of the 6 visions appeared again, but none of them could induce the 7 visions. Please Tianxiang Supreme announce the first place result. The God King of the Zhou family stood on the stage, announcing loudly, causing the originally boiling square to suddenly fall silent. All eyes were on Tianxiang Supreme on the stage. This matter is a bit interesting. Originally, there were no accidental assessments, which had already been predetermined, but now there was a change. It depends on how the supreme beings of Zhou family and Wang family judge this result. Who is the first place? Under the attention of everyone in the audience, Tianxiang Supreme stood in front of the stage, his beautiful eyes swept across all the practitioners in the audience, and finally fixed his gaze on Xuanhuan. I declare that the first place this time is Xuanhuan. When these words fell to the ground, Xuanhuan's face was filled with ecstasy, and his hanging heart was finally completely let go. Fortunately, that guy was not allowed to succeed. The cultivators present also seemed to be psychologically prepared, and all turned their heads to look at Chu Yan. The cheers that should have been there did not appear, and the entire square was silent. The 8 visions were aroused, but I still couldn't get that drop of blood essence. Sure enough, the essence and blood of these 7 ancient families cannot be rewarded casually to outsiders. People who know the 7 great ancient families are well aware of this kind of thing. Since ancient times, the 7 great ancient families have been extremely defensive. They treat cultivators with foreign surnames as aliens, and even seldom interact with them. If it wasn't for their fighting among themselves, which resulted in a great reduction in the number of clan members, it would be impossible to recruit cultivators with foreign surnames. The king of the Wang family sat there with a calm expression, without any reaction. Tianxiang Supreme has also said hello to the things arranged, and he can't be doing her face. Xie Tianxiang Supreme, I can't thank you enough. Xuanhuan bowed, his face full of surprise. However, before he could finish speaking, Chu Yan's cold voice sounded. I would like to ask, why I triggered the vision of the 8 realms, but he only has the 6 realms, but can get the first place. As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked, and they all stared at Chu Yan, as if they were looking at a monster. This kind of thing, actually questioned face to face. I'm afraid this kid didn't understand the situation. Isn't this obvious to others? When you ask this question, you don't mean to make Zhou Tianxiang, the supreme, being unable to come down. Tianxiang Zhizuan's face was really cold, looking at Chu Yandao. The number of visions is only one aspect of the assessment, and it is also necessary to combine the different visions caused by it to choose the bloodline that suits my 7 ancient families. In this respect, I think Lu Wanlin is more suitable for our 7 ancient families than you. Generally speaking, Zhou Tianxiang doesn't bother to explain to others, but with so many cultivators gathered today, she must have an explanation. Otherwise, the recruitment will have a great impact on the reputation of the 7 ancient families. Hearing this, Chu Yan raised his mouth lightly and said, "So, if you trigger 10 visions, you won't be able to get the first place." Hearing such a question, Zhou Tianxiang's eyes turned cold. She didn't expect there to be such an uninformed cultivator. 10 visions, that's another matter. If you can induce it, you will naturally be number 1. The words were out of the mouth, but the Supreme Being Tianxiang no longer wanted to talk about the Supreme with this cultivator, so he turned around and walked to his seat. In this way, coupled with her actions, anyone with a discerning eye can see the meaning. If you can induce you to come, if you can't, just go away, don't talk nonsense. However, before she could sit down at all, the voice behind her came again, making her angry instantly ignite. In this case, I want to try. Chu Yan's words immediately caused all the cultivators in the audience to change their expressions. What? What do you mean? What does it mean to try? Didn't you test it just now? Trying now means that you can induce 10 visions. The simple idea flashed through everyone's sea of consciousness, making everyone look at Chu Yan with astonishment. This guy really wants Tianxiang Supreme not to step down. However, to trigger 10 visions, you must have this ability first. My ancient altar, you can try it if you want. However, if you want to induce 10 visions, I must give you a chance, but everything has a price. A playful look appeared on Tianxiang Supreme's face, and said, "If you can't activate the 10 visions, you must cripple your legs. This is the price." #C3491 Vision. Trigger 10 visions. No matter how difficult it is always a cultivator with a foreign surname. This kid bumped into him by himself, so I can't blame myself. Tianxiang Jizuan raised his mouth lightly, looked at the other party with a smile on his face, and waited for the black-robed kid to beg him in disgrace. However, before everyone could react, Chu Yan had already walked towards the altar. "Thank you, Supreme Heavenly Fragrance." When the sentence was thrown out, Chu Wei had already walked up to the altar, raised his hand and waved it, full of anger. He really wants to try again. Supreme Tianxiang, Supreme Huban, and all the members of the Zhou family and Wang family on the stage were all taken aback. This guy is really desperate. What's the benefit of going against Tianxiang Supreme like this? It's a trivial matter to get your legs together. If you make Zhou Tianxiang angry, you will have to throw your life here. In this world, is there such a desperate person? Not only Zhou Wang's family, but also the cultivators present all looked puzzled. Could it be that? After a breath, a strange color flashed in everyone's eyes at the same time. Looking at the black-robed figure in front of the altar, everyone's expressions changed. Shh. At this moment, above the altar, visions one after another shot up into the sky like meteors. The majestic power of the tide picked up a large swath of wind and power, and scattered in all directions. The lights of various visions exploded in the sky, as bright as fireworks in the night, dyeing the entire sky with colorful lights. Between the heaven and the earth, every phenomenon is renewed, and earth-shattering scenes continue to emerge. 10 visions. God. Really 10 visions? It's terrible. How is this possible? 10 lights of vision. The eyes of all the cultivators in the audience were full of horror. In the past 1,000 years, when has there been a being that can induce 10 visions? I have never even heard of it. Chu Yan stood in front of the altar, his expression unchanged. If he is willing, don't talk about 10 visions, it's a trivial matter to tear down this altar with a wave of his hand. Tianxiang Supreme, please re-announce. Chu Yan turned to look at the stage. Tianxiang Jizuan opened his mouth, and his whole body froze. You. After hearing Chu Yan's reminder, Tianxiang Jizuan's complexion instantly turned into a pig's liver color. I didn't expect. A cultivator with a foreign surname, whose aura is no more than a god-king realm, insisted on going against her. I don't know what method was used, but it actually attracted 10 vision lights. How did this make her come down? How can this be? Lu Wanling's face was contorted, and he was dumbfounded. For this drop of blood essence, he made countless plans and arrangements, but now he was robbed by a cultivator who appeared. Ha, it's really interesting that someone can trigger all the visions. Huban Supreme laughed wildly, speaking for the first time. Turning to look at Tianxiang Supreme, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. I think, let him be the first. This time, although the recruitment was a cooperation between Zhou and Wang, the Zhou family was the main one, so Supreme Tianxiang could forcibly deny the request of Supreme Huban. However, if she really wanted to do this, she would really lose all of Tianxiang Jizuan's face. Okay. If that's the case, fellow Daoist, this is the supreme blood essence. While speaking, Tianxiang Supreme's jade finger flicked lightly, and a jade talisman flew towards Chu Yan. From the jade talisman, a faint will of the supreme will surged out, making the eyes of all the cultivators flicker wherever it passed. Supreme essence and blood. Every cultivator in the square wants to obtain the most precious treasure. Little friend, I think you might as well join my Wang family directly. I can make you an official clan member, directly. Huban Jizuan glanced at Tianxiang Jizuan, smiled slightly, turned his head, and said to Chu Yan. This is a genius who can induce 10 visions, of course he has to grab it. Now, he has some problems with the Zhou family, and it is almost a certainty, so he can only join the Wang family. I believe that as long as this black-robed cultivator is not stupid, he will be absolutely happy with his invitation and the conditions he offered. No. I won't join. Chu Yan shook his head directly, looking at the jade talisman in his hand. His mind moved slightly. Not to mention that in the near future, the relationship between him and the 7 great ancient clans may be at odds, not to mention that he is now the 9 regions supreme. How could he join the 7 great ancient clans as a clan member with a foreign surname? Not joining. Huban Supreme's complexion darkened instantly, and said. Okay. Since that's the case, there's nothing else to say. I am a majestic supreme, and I offer such a good invitation. This black-robed cultivator is completely ignorant. That being the case, let him abolish it himself. This time only the Zhou family recruited. He offended the Zhou family, and now he refuses his invitation, and has no chance to join the 7 ancient families. Moreover, if this matter spreads, with the arrogance of the 7 ancient families, it is impossible for the other 5 families to accept him. Although the genius who triggered the 10 visions was precious, he definitely underestimated the importance of the face of the 7 ancient families. What? The cultivators present looked at Chu Yan with a dazed expression. Only Tianxiang Supreme forced out a smile on his face, and said, Young Taoist friend, why don't you join my Zhou family, and let you become an official clan member? Sorry, not interested. Chu Yan shook his head without raising his head, and a word fell to the ground, making the whole square dead silent. The 2 supreme beings, all the cultivators in the audience, were all shocked, wondering if they had a problem with their ears. Even the Zhou family rejected this black-robed cultivator. Could it be that he really wants to abolish himself? In other words, he thought that with a single drop of the Supreme's blood essence, he could break through the Supreme and run rampant on the territory of the 7 great ancient clans. This idea is too ridiculous. See you again. As soon as Chu Yan cupped his hands, he was about to turn around and leave. The blood essence has already been obtained, and with it, one can get a general understanding of the situation of the 7 ancient families, so there is no need to waste time here. However, before Chu Yan could turn around at all, a stern voice sounded. Bold, stop. Huban Supreme and Tianxiang Supreme exploded their cultivation almost at the same time, and the tide-like coercion of Supreme swept the audience in an instant. Two powerful spiritual senses locked onto Chu Yan, with a murderous aura. And the cultivators of the two ancient families also reacted suddenly, rushed up and surrounded Chu Yan. What's the matter? Chu Yan frowned slightly. Boy, do you still have questions? Huban Supreme's face was icy cold, and his voice was like a thunderclap. At this time, his whole body was full of supreme aura and might. You participated in the recruitment, and after taking away the essence and blood, you didn't join any of them. Are you kidding us? Today, if you don't join our two families, kill. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the murderous aura on Tianxiang Supreme had turned into substance and enveloped the surrounding void. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for a cultivator to escape in vain. The atmosphere at the scene dropped to freezing point in an instant, and everyone was trembling all over. This guy really angered the two Supremes. Looking for death. The cultivators present all shrunk their necks, their scalps were numb, and they all gasped. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the audience were all looking at Chu Yan. #C3492 face. Chu Yan frowned slightly, looking at the two families of King Zhou around him. What do you mean? There is a rule here, the cultivator must join your two families. When this sentence came out, Huban Supreme and the two were stunned at the same time, including all the cultivators present. It seems that there is really no such regulation. But every time the recruitment is held, all the cultivators who participate are overwhelmed and want to join the 7 great ancient clans. Therefore, there will be no such regulation at all, and it is not necessary. But today, I ran into someone who didn't want to join the 7 great ancient clans, and everyone couldn't react. It is equivalent to saying that this kid came here specially for the reward. Lu Wanlin seemed to see an opportunity, and immediately shouted. You two supreme lords. This son's sophistry, don't be credulous. This time, the King Zhou family is recruiting disciples with a different surname, and the cultivators who passed the assessment should have joined the two families. This is a matter that goes without saying. If there are no rules for this recruitment, and anyone can come and leave whenever they want, then what will be the face of the 7 great ancient clans? He came here to challenge the majesty of the 7 great ancient clans. When these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. All eyes were on Lu Wanlin, all with complicated expressions. To elevate a simple question of whether to join or not to the level of desecrating the majesty of the 7 ancient families, this Lu Wanlin really has a dark heart. And Lu Wanlin had a complacent look on his face, completely indifferent to the contemptuous gazes around him. Anyway, after this time, he will officially join the 7 great ancient clans, and there is no need to pay attention to these cultivators with foreign surnames. Most importantly, this drop of supreme blood essence must never be missed. Now, after I said those words, that black-robed boy could still leave alive. Not to mention that drop of blood, don't even think about it. Chu Yan turned his head. Glancing at Lu Wanlin, he said calmly, you talk nonsense, you can easily get beaten up. When Lu Wanlin heard Chu Yan's words, he didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he looked at the two supreme beings with joy and said, Look, he's threatening me. This kid is extremely arrogant. Don't stay. From the beginning to the end, he was not afraid of this black-robed boy. Want to do it? Who do you think you are? Where is this place? On the stage, the faces of Supreme Lord Tianxiang and Supreme Huban also became completely gloomy. Dare to blaspheme the majesty of the two ancient families, and your cultivation will be abolished today as a verdict. Tianxiang Supreme was the first to strike, and with a light wave of his jade hand, a powerful aura gushed out. Boom! The Thunder Gang was like a tide, rushing in all directions, and the huge gray mist passed by, with incomparably powerful power, and rushed towards Chu Yan at an astonishing speed. The cultivators present were all trembling, and their hearts were as cold as ice. The Supreme One has made a move, this person is finished. No one doubted the might of Supreme Being, and all the God Kings and powerhouses present shook their heads. Being able to attract 10 lights of vision shows that this person is extremely talented, but it is a pity that he insisted on provoking the 7 ancient families and ruined his future in martial arts. However, before everyone could sigh, an astonishing scene appeared. I saw that Chu Yan waved his big hand, and a powerful tidal force gushed out, completely erasing the gray mist. Chu Yan is good at the early stage of Supreme, and Tianxiang Supreme is also at the early stage of Supreme. Theoretically, the two are practitioners of the same level, but in terms of combat power, it is impossible for Tianxiang Supreme to be Chu Yan's opponent. This is the extraordinary way, unrivaled. You are the 9 realms supreme. Tianxiang Jizuan and Hubin Jizuan were so shocked that they couldn't even close their mouths, and they were completely stupid. The 9 realms supreme is more than twice as powerful as the ordinary supreme, not to mention that this person is so young that he has attracted 10 lights of vision. Maybe he is still a peerless genius. In that case, the combination of Tianxiang Jizuan and Hubin Jizuan cannot be his opponent. In an instant, the entire square fell into dead silence. A supreme being from the 9 domains unexpectedly came to participate in the recruitment of the 7 great ancient families. Chu Yan ignored the 2 of them, but turned his head to look at Lu Wanlin, his eyes swept over, and a faint coercion swept across him, directly covering him. Boom! In Lu Wanlin's sea of consciousness, it was like a thunderstorm exploding, and all kinds of dead energy surged, making his whole body stiff as a hard rock. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that this black-robed cultivator turned out to be the 9 regions, the Supreme. If he knew, how could he dare to talk to Chu Yan like that? In any case, regardless of Chu Yan's origin and identity, in the God's domain continent, the 9 realms supreme is the representative of absolute strength, and there is the existence of the Supreme, the top powerhouse in the martial arts world. He is definitely not something that a God King can provoke. 9 domains, big, my lord, I'm not. Lu Wanlin was so frightened that his tongue was knotted, but it was as if his whole body was frozen, and he couldn't speak a complete sentence at all. Get out! Chu Yan shouted coldly. Boom! With a word of thunder, Lu Wanlin only felt as if he was hit by a mountain, his whole body flew upside down, his bones cracked, blood splattered all over his body, he hit a building in the distance, and fell to the ground with a crash. With Chu Yan's current strength, it is almost crushable to deal with a peak God King realm, not to mention that Lu Wanlin has just broken through the God King realm. It turns out that Your Excellency is a 9 realm supreme. Hubin Supreme finally came to his senses, and said, since you don't want to join my Zhou family and Wang family, please return the blood. As long as the blood essence is returned, what happened just now will be fine. In his heart, this Chu Yan made him extremely unhappy, as if he was being played by the other party from the beginning to the end, but the other party was the supreme being of the 9 domains, so he had to give face. Could it be that you really messed up with him and hit him directly? Such a result, what good can it do for me? When Chu Yan heard this sentence, he was speechless and said, I followed the rules you set, and the rewards I got, why should I return them? The Wang family of the Zhou family is the second of the 7 great ancient families, so small. At this time all the cultivators in the audience finally understood, and all of them twitched. They figured it out, the black-robed supreme being recruited was really here for blood. However, you are the supreme being yourself, or the supreme being of the 9 realms, what do you want the blood essence of other supreme beings for? Even if it is cultivating the magic way, this drop of blood essence will have no effect. This thing is obviously weird. The face of Tianxiang Supreme was extremely gloomy, and he said, "You really think that you are the supreme of the 9 realms, so you can run wild? Let me tell you, in the depths of the Daozun area, the supreme being of the 9 domains is nothing at all. You'd better be smart and hand it over immediately, or don't blame us for being rude." A drop of blood is of course nothing to their supreme beings, but if Chu Yan takes it away like this, the 2 of them, including the face of the 2 ancient families, don't want it anymore. If this is spread, the other 5 of the 7 ancient families will laugh their Zhou family and Wan family to death. #C3493-1 Battle 3. Cold flames rose in Chu Yan's eyes, looking at Tianxiang Supreme and Huban Supreme, his eyes swept around. Want to do it? Feel free to try it. There is nothing to talk about with the 7 ancient families. Chu Yan knows that they are self-interested power families, and they are extremely disdainful of people with foreign surnames. When this sentence fell to the ground, no one around him moved at all. Chu Yan's whole body exploded with momentum, surging out like a torrent of power. The entire square was shaken, and the expressions of the cultivators from the 2 families around them all changed. The prestige of the 9 domains supreme is simply not something they can match. Humph. Bold. Tianxiang Jizuan's murderous aura surged all over his body, his figure rushed out, his hands turned over his jade seals, and he raised his hands to pat Chu Yan. This attack is like a thunder gang sweeping across, the void trembles where it passes, and the sky and the earth turn pale. Your Excellency, you forced us to do this. Huban Supreme was not idle either, his eyes were cold, and he raised his hand and drew a tiger-headed saber from behind, and attacked Chu Yan with the saber. This knife cut out, with thousands of knife movements, condensed but not scattered, it was directly in knife formation, covering Chu Yan. It's a fight, get out. The cultivators present were suddenly panic-stricken and all ran away. This is a battle between the 3 supreme beings, they are not able to participate at all, and they are not even qualified to watch the battle. The supreme battle, but with the help of the power of the heaven and the earth, not only his own true energy, but the power of the heaven and the earth when he makes a move, sweeping all directions. The cultivators in Tianlu City were instantly alarmed. All kinds of supreme spiritual consciousness swept over and swept across the square. Who is this person? Why are you fighting with Tianxiang and Huban of the Zhou family and Wang family? All the supreme beings in the city looked puzzled when they detected the situation in the square. Logically speaking, there are very few supreme beings in Tianlu City who will conflict, and this is a foreign supreme, who seems to be a newcomer. Humph. It turned out that it was only the early stage of supreme being. Today we joined forces, and we must have you. As soon as Tianxiang Supreme made a move, he discovered that Chu Yan's cultivation was only in the early days of Tianyu Supreme. Originally, she thought, how strong is this foreign surname who dares to challenge the 7 ancient families? It turned out that he was only slightly better than them. The battle between the supreme and supreme of the 9 realms, with the strength of the blood of the 7 ancient families, can completely defeat the strong with the weak, not to mention that they are 2 people teaming up. At this moment, Chu Yan, who had been motionless in front of him, suddenly began to change his aura. It was as if in an instant, the power on his body had increased tenfold. If the man just now was just so imposing, then now, he is like a ferocious beast capable of destroying the world, stepping on the ground and looking down at the world. The faces of Tianxiang Supreme and Huban Supreme changed instantly. Doesn't this young man in black robe only have the cultivation base of the supreme early stage? How could there be such a terrifying aura? Boom. Chu Yan didn't have any nonsense, just raised his hand and punched out. The berserk power surged out, blasting the attacking power of the 2 supreme beings into dust, and the remaining power remained undiminished, blasting towards the 2 supreme beings like a savage dragon. In an instant, the 2 supreme beings felt a deadly anger at the same time, their scalps were numb, and they retreated violently. What a powerful punch! Who is this? The two supreme beings were knocked back with just one punch. So strong. I've never seen this person before. The cultivators who did not disperse around the square looked shocked when they saw such a battle. All the supreme beings in Tianlu City were also amazed by you, and suddenly became very interested. The move just now is enough to see that the combat power of this black-robed youth is extremely strong. In the sky not far away, the faces of Tianxiang Jizuan and Huban Jizuan were full of ice. At this moment, they completely understood the reason for the other party's arrogance. Such power, if it were them, would be enough to run rampant across the entire God's domain continent. In this battle, even if the two of them used their whole cards, they would probably be tied at most. Not bad. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and it was extremely ear-piercing above the silent square. Tianxiang, Huban, you two are really embarrassing to the Zhou family, the Wang family. Being bullied like this, by a foreign surname. When the voice sounded, in the void in the distance, a young man stepped on two blazes, his eyes were red and golden, walked towards this side. Every step this young man takes, the void will shatter into pieces, as if every step is a step by step, and the momentum is astonishing. The aura on his body, like an abyss thousands of miles away, obviously surpassed Tianxiang and Huban Supreme. This one is the 9 regions Supreme Desheng Realm powerhouse. Destiny Sovereign. Tianxiang Jizuan and Huban Jizuan were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were full of surprise. This Destiny Sovereign is the elder of the Jing family of the 7 great ancient clans. He knew the two of them and could be regarded as an acquaintance. If he made the move, the black-robed Supreme would have absolutely no power to resist. Destiny, this person has some strength, but he despises my Zhou family and Wang family. I ask fellow Taoists to take action and suppress him. I will be very grateful. Supreme Huban bowed his hands and spoke extremely politely. Small things. Small things, you have already spoken, so naturally you won't refuse. Since Destiny Supreme has come, of course he is ready to make a move, and there is no need for Huban Supreme to open his mouth. While speaking, he turned his head and looked at Chu Yan with red golden pupils, his face was full of ferocity, and his figure rushed out. Supreme great accomplishment. Oh my God, 3 supreme beings against one of him. There's nothing to see now, 3 against 1, definitely. This guy is in trouble now. Why do you have to provoke the Zhou family and the Wang family? I don't know the relationship between the 7 ancient families. The cultivators in Tianlu City all sighed when they saw the mandate of heaven appearing on the square. In such a situation, there is no doubt at all. The other cultivators in the audience reacted, looked at Chu Yan, and shook their heads slightly. The 7 great ancient clans are here with absolute authority, even if the supreme realm powerhouses come, they can only be more honest. Now, prepare to die. The corners of the mouths of Tianxiang Jizuan and Huban Jizuan raised a touch of foxiness at the same time, and the seals in their hands flew up, and they shot at the same time. The surging majesty swept across, and the place where it was located was like a flood, and they all blasted towards Chu Yan. Heavenly ordain. The Destiny Supreme also took action, and with one palm, the French seal condensed characters, like a long river of words, entangled the void around Chu Yan, and instantly formed a trapping rope effect, and quickly tightened towards Chu Yan's figure. At that scene, it was as if a giant python was shrinking its body, preparing to bind the enemy to death. This move not only has a powerful attack, but also can solidify the void, making it impossible for the enemy to escape. Once entangled by this heavenly oracle, all the true energy and strength cannot be displayed, and one can only hold hands and wait for death. #C3494 Force me to act. Seeing the 3 Supremes joining forces to launch an attack, Chu Yan's face was as usual, and the corner of his mouth lightly raised. It looks like it. While speaking, his figure flashed, the power of heaven and earth exploded, and he raised his hand and punched out. Boom! The fist is like a dragon, roaring in the void, and the place it passes is like a thunderstorm, shaking the soul of the audience. The void in a radius of 100 miles trembled and turned into endless chaotic time and space. Under the turbulent flow of various gales, the sky and the earth were dark. The entire Tianlu city, whether it was the center of the city, or the surrounding streets, including the entire building, trembled suddenly, as if the sky was falling apart. When this scene appeared, the cultivators in the city turned pale with fright and ran away in unison. They know that now that the battle situation is escalating, the Supremes are afraid that they are going to get serious. Those cultivators in the city who were not optimistic about Chu Yan and were waiting for him to be captured all changed their faces and were full of surprise. They don't need to look closely at all, they can clearly judge that Chu Yan's combat power may not be weaker than Tianxiang, and Hubin and the three supreme beings of destiny join forces. Moreover, it seems that without a few tricks, it can counter the three supreme beings. This is the initial stage of the two supreme beings, and one supreme being is added, and they can't even deal with him. The Hubin Supreme and Tianxiang Supreme on the opposite side also changed their faces suddenly, their eyes were full of surprise, and they realized that they had underestimated this black-robed Supreme from the beginning to the end. Originally, they thought that the black-robed Supreme might be a supreme power from a certain big force, and they were not prepared to kill him. But now it seems that this is probably the existence of the 13 orthodox clans, or the elders of the top 100 ancient clans, which is even stronger than the combination of the three of them. For a long time, the 7 great ancient families have completely dismissed those 13 orthodox or top 100 ancient families from the outside world. But now it seems that during the 10,000 years of their retreat, the strength of the outside forces and powerful people has exceeded their imagination. It's not bad. In the early stage of the Supreme Being. To have such strength, you must be a peerless genius-level Supreme in the outside world. In the eyes of the Destiny Supreme, the red gold pupil light became more and more intense, and his face was extremely gloomy. That's good, just try your hand. Just as he was speaking, he kept mobilizing the dignity in his body, and a Vajra giant ape appeared behind him, hammering his chest with both hands like a drum of heaven and earth. Just like Chu Yan wanted to know the strength of the 7 great ancient clans, why didn't the 7 great ancient clans want to know the strength of the peerless geniuses outside? So now they are all starting to display their strongest combat power. Tianxiang Jizuan and Hubin Jizuan erupted at the same time, and the eyes of the two men shot out, and the power of the two was more than 3 times stronger than before. Are you going to kill me? Want to kill me? Chu Yan looked at the aura of the 3 of them, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. I remind you, if you force me to take action again, you will die. The current Chu Yan is not like before, he is so powerful when he makes a move, and ordinary cultivators can't stop it, and they will undoubtedly die. At this moment, you are still so arrogant. The Destiny Supreme snorted coldly, his hands fluttered and formed seals, and the breath in his whole body kept surging. Die to me. In an instant, gangwei blasted out like thunder, blasting half of the sky. Slash the sun. Hushu ascends to heaven. Tianxiang Jizuan and Hubin Jizuan took action one after another, and at the same time displayed powerful tricks. I saw that the sky was full of good light, and the endless mountains were attacking from both sides at the same time. All the cultivators in Tianlu City gasped when they saw the 3 supreme beings make a move. Even if they hide far away, they can still feel the powerful power, which is extremely terrifying. Some strength. The flames rose in Chu Yan's eyes, so let's have a good fight. Break! With a soft shout, Chu Yan made a move, his consciousness was like electricity, and Dao Tu rushed out of his body, directly attacking the world. What's this? Destiny Supreme, Huban Supreme, and Tianxiang Supreme saw their pupils constricted, their faces full of astonishment. They can clearly feel that the aura above this map is extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The powerful 3 attacks came, and when it was swept by the map, it instantly collapsed into powder, turned into waves that spread across the sky, and rushed in all directions. The entire Tianlu city trembled suddenly, and the vigor burst out, soaring straight into the sky. What? All the supreme beings in Tianlu city were shocked when they saw this scene. The battle of the 4 supreme beings was unexpectedly so powerful, and the power of the battle erupted made the entire Tianlu city crumbling. Such a situation is rarely seen even by other supreme beings. You know, this Tianlu city is a top-level Taoist weapon, and it can't bear the power of battle. No, withdraw. Destiny Supreme's pupils flickered, finally gritted his teeth, turned around and fled with a sense of crisis in his heart. Ripples in the void spread, and the breath of the teleportation spirit array surged out. Tianxiang Supreme and Huban Supreme, who were not far away, were startled for a moment, and then used their means to prepare to withdraw. They could already feel that the methods of this black-robed supreme being were far beyond what they could have imagined, that just taking out a random Dao treasure would have such power. From the beginning to the present, they have almost been crushed. Even if the mandate of heaven came to support them, the situation would be even worse. What is the result of this going on? How could they, the supreme beings who have experienced countless battles, not know? Therefore, retreating completely became their only thought now. Although this made them look extremely embarrassed, even extremely embarrassing, their scalps were numb, and they could no longer care about face. However, before they got into the void channel or the teleportation array, they felt a powerful forbidden force attacking in the surrounding void. In an instant, all the void passages, the teleportation array, and the teleportation talisman were all smashed into powder by that power. What? This map is so strong. The Destiny Supreme was dumbfounded. He never expected that he couldn't even use his whole card to escape. This picture. Fight with you. At that moment, without any hesitation, the Destiny Supreme had lost his way back, and his eyes were reddened immediately. Under the roar, a large amount of power burst out from his body, turning into a phantom, holding a spiritual weapon, roaring to the sky. This shadow resistance is a top-level Taoist treasure that he has been nurturing for thousands of years, and it has helped him escape many times during life and death. Less than 100 years have passed since the last time it was used. If it wasn't for the critical moment, he would not be willing to use it at all. Tianxiang Jizuan and Huban Jizuan gritted their teeth, and also took out their whole cards. Any supreme being has been accumulated over countless years, with countless cards on his body. Chu Yan, who was on the opposite side, waved his hand, and the scroll flew across the sky. Between the heaven and the earth, all dharmas collapsed, and the power of heaven receded. A powerful force, like a judgment from heaven, descended from the sky and attacked the 3 top Tao treasures. As the seeds passed by, the 4 forces collided, making a loud noise like a beast colliding, and then the 3 treasures shattered at the same time, turning into a starry sky. This is impossible. The 3 supreme beings gasped at the same time, and before they could react, the remaining power of the scroll fell down like a mountain. #C3495 shouldn't. It was too late to make another move. The bodies of the 3 supreme beings trembled at the same time, their faces changed drastically, and they screamed in unison. Just in the blink of an eye, the supreme being seemed to be suppressed by the sky, his bones were brittle, his legs trembled, and he knelt down at the same time. The blood on his body burst, and his mouth was full of blood. Under this move, the 3 of them were severely injured. This, defeat. The cultivators present were all stunned and couldn't believe this scene at all. The supreme beings in Tianlu city, the god kings and powerhouses, were all shocked. This is the great achievement of the supreme, and there are 2 supremes who joined forces at the early stage, and they can't even deal with one of the early supremes. It is said that the strength of the 7 great ancient families is far superior to those of the same level. This man. Many people's spiritual consciousness swept across Chu Yan, and they were all surprised. Supreme early stage. Could it be that some kind of concealment method was used? His real cultivation base should be the supreme peak. The Destiny Sovereign's face was covered in blood, and the blood flowed wildly from his mouth. As for Tianxiang Jizuan and Huban Jizuan, their bodies also twitched, obviously seriously injured. Now, in the hearts of the 3 of them, there is nothing but regret. If they had known that this black-robed supreme being was so powerful, why would they have to fight him to the death for a drop of blood? It's all right now, the blood shed from my injury is probably 100 times as much as that drop of blood. Moreover, in this Tianlu city, there are countless supreme figures from the 7 great ancient families and various forces. How can they gain a foothold in Tianlu city in the future after being beaten up like this by foreign surnames? The key is, who is this black-robed supreme being? What to do? As a supreme peak, how free are you, running here to grab a drop of ordinary supreme blood? With such doubts, the 3 injured supremes all looked up at Chu Yan. For such gaze, Chu Yan ignored it directly. After taking back the Dao scroll, his eyes sparkled, full of surprise. The power of this picture scroll is beyond his imagination, even stronger than Daojing Mountain Range. It's just that he didn't use his full strength, just now. If he pushed it with all his strength, the power of this scroll would be even stronger. There is no problem in dealing with an ordinary Supreme Deshang, and it is not difficult to imagine dealing with the Supreme. This is equivalent to one more whole card in his hand. Clang. With a wave of his hand, with the spirit knife in hand, Chu Yan turned to look at the 3 kneeling supremes. He didn't use the spirit sword. After all, Chu Yan still doesn't want anyone to know his identity. Seeing Chu Yan draw his sword, the 3 of them, Tianxiang Jizuan, Huban Jizuan and Tianming Jizuan, all trembled, and their eyes were full of fear. Fellow Daoist, we don't want that blood, it's our fault, please forgive me. Supreme Huban spoke quickly, and Supreme Tianxiang and Supreme Destiny beside him also nodded in unison. Afraid? This time I was really scared. This black-robed Supreme has such combat power at such a young age, there is no doubt that his identity is definitely much higher than the 3 of them. Therefore, even if the 7 ancient families are used as cards to fight, the 3 of them will not have a good result. Whether you can live or not depends entirely on the present, and admitting your mistakes is the kingly way. In the world of martial arts, the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and strength is respected. In any case, the 3 of them teamed up and lost to each other, so there was nothing to say. However, in the face of what Huban Supreme said, Chu Yan completely ignored it, and strode towards the 3 of them. I have reminded you before, what is the result of forcing me to take action? As soon as these words came out, the audience suddenly fell silent. Including all the supreme beings and bigwigs in Tianlu City, they were all startled suddenly. What feelings? This black-robed supreme is going to kill someone. Kill these 3 supreme beings, the supreme beings of the 7 ancient families, directly on the square of Tianlu City. All the cultivators in the audience had expressions of horror. Fellow Daoist, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm the elder of the Jing family. If you kill me, it won't do you any good. How about? Without waiting for the Supreme Man of Heaven to say the benefits, the knife light suddenly struck. Crack! An extremely weak voice sounded, and a cold light flashed across the neck of the Supreme Man of Destiny. The sizzling blood spurted out, and a line of blood appeared, and the head of the Supreme Man of Destiny slipped off, rolling to the ground like a gourd. Destiny Sovereign. Death. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yan's face was calm, as if he had killed a pig or dog. You. Tianxiang Jizuan and Huban Jizuan turned pale, with fright, staring at Chu Yan, their tongues were knotted. This black-robed supreme really kills. This point, even after Chu Yan said it just now, when they walked over with a knife, they didn't believe it at all. Chu Yan really dared to kill. Originally, I just thought that if Chu Yan wanted to show off his prestige, he wanted more benefits. But now, seeing Destiny's sovereign roll to the ground, with eyes that were also full of horror, the two sovereigns were so frightened that their souls flew away. The 7 ancient families have been in the depths of the Daozun area for so many years. Although they are constantly fighting with each other, there is almost no loss of the supreme. After all, among the 7 ancient families, it is impossible to really kill them. After all, if you kill a supreme being, how can they not take revenge? In this way, an unspoken rule has been formed. After fighting for nearly 10,000 years, almost all the dead are the cannon fodder of Xuanjing. Therefore, after 10,000 years, the supreme beings of the 7 ancient families have almost no sense of death. Only now, watching the head of a supreme being fall to the ground, the terror in their hearts finally broke out completely after 10,000 years of silence. Don't be impulsive, just ask for anything. Huban Supreme was really frightened this time. He kept waving his hands, trying to stand up and run, but under the weight of his whole body, he couldn't exert any strength. However, before he could finish his sentence, just like before, the sword light struck. Crack! Crack! One knife with 2 lights, 2 heads, with frightened colors rolled to the ground when the knife light passed by. The 7 ancient families, the Zhou family's Tianxiang Supreme. Lost. The 7 ancient families, the Wang family Huban Supreme. Lost. The entire square, including the entire Tianlu city, fell into complete silence at this moment. In the entire city, not even a sound of breathing could be heard, and everyone stood still, their eyes lost their focus, and they were completely sluggish. This is, the Zhou family, the king of the Wang family, died just like that. It's fine if it's in other places, but Tianlu city here is one of the main cities controlled by the 7 great ancient clans, which is almost equivalent to killing someone at the door of someone else's house. The black-robed supreme killed them in front of the whole city, which was equivalent to raising his hand and slapping the 3 ancient families of Zhou family, Wang family, and Jing family. If the 3 ancient families knew about this, I am afraid that even the other 4 ancient families would be furious. What kind of madness is this black-robed supreme? In this way, all the cultivators in Tianlu city will be implicated. It won't be long before people from the 3 ancient families will rush over like a tide and directly submerge the entire Tianlu city. #C3496 Kill 3. Chu Yan stood there with his usual expression, and there was no wave in his heart. Not to mention the 3 elders, even if the young patriarch of the 7 great ancient clans was here, he would still kill them. However, after this killing, people from the 3 ancient families should come to kill them soon, so it is not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Chu Yan raised his eyes and looked around, and disappeared on the spot like a phantom in a flash. And the cultivators in Tianlu city were still in shock and couldn't recover at all. Even those god kings and supreme beings are the same. They are completely dumbfounded by the 3 dusty heads on the bloody square. What's happening here? Isn't it just a drop of supreme blood? You killed 3 supreme beings for a single drop of supreme blood essence. Isn't this crazy? The point is, the cultivators in Tianlu city are all about the same as the 3 of them, and they haven't experienced this kind of killing for many years. Even if it is usually a battle among the 7 ancient families, or a battle between cities, it is just a formality, and there are very few real fights with real swords and guns. But now, this foreign surname disagrees with each other, and kills people when he comes up. This completely overturned their 3 views that had been silent for thousands of years. However, things went as everyone expected. Within 100 breaths, the 3 ancient families became angry. A large number of strong men flew to Tianlu City from all directions and began to sweep the city, but all the people with foreign surnames who had just arrived were killed on the spot, and they were not even given a chance to explain. All of a sudden, the entire Tianlu City became a killing hell. All casual cultivators and people outside the 7 ancient families, if not for powerful forces from the outside world, were almost all killed. However, even after killing half of the city, the bigwigs of the 3 ancient families still haven't found out Chu Yan's identity. The answers they got were all the same, they only knew that it was a black-robed cultivator, and his cultivation was probably at the peak of the supreme realm. On the other side, after Chu Yan left Tianlu City, appeared in a forest. After Chu Yan's spiritual investigation, there are no cultivators in this forest for the time being, only some ordinary monsters exist. Look at this blood essence, what can you find? Chu Yan took out the drop of supreme essence blood, released the God-defying flame, and began to temper. As soon as Mishenyan's fire power came out, the drop of blood essence was instantly refined into pure power, which turned into a breath and poured into Chu Yan's body. However, compared with the true energy in Chu Yan's body, this breath is almost the difference between the sea and water drops, and it can't give Chu Yan any benefit. The Zhou family's bloodline breath is like this. Chu Yan sensed it carefully, then nodded. There is a trace of ancient power, which is a bit special, and it seems that it can be superimposed and accumulated. The blood power of the 7 ancient families is completely different from the blood power of the top 100 ancient families. There is a big difference between the two. The bloodline power of the 100-strong ancient clan was almost fixed at birth, and it was extremely difficult to increase the bloodline power later on. But these 7 ancient clans seem to have a set of methods, which can not only improve slowly, but also accumulate continuously. Moreover, even people with foreign surnames, as long as they get enough blood essence, they can completely display the same attack power as the 7 ancient families. After all, means and secret skills are dead, and it still depends on the person who performs them. However, just as Chu Yan was pondering, a faint light suddenly flashed from the 9 layoff star map in a sea of consciousness, swallowing up that trace of blood. This time, Chu Yan was stunned. Seeing that the 9 territories star map devoured the power of the blood, it fell into silence. Under the twinkling stars, one of the stars soon lit up, releasing a ray of star brilliance and merging into Chu Yan's body. In an instant, Chu Yan could clearly feel that Xinghui had brought him some kind of improvement. Although extremely sticky, it is definitely a noticeable improvement. The 9 territories star map can enhance my bloodline strength. Use the blood essence of these 7 ancient clans. Chu Yan is really a little confused, the power of his own blood can also be improved. Although Chu Yan knew that the power of his bloodline was the same as that of the top 100 ancient clans, it should have been fixed to death from the moment of birth, and he had never cultivated the power of bloodline. Unexpectedly, it can be improved. Could it be like Yu Linglong, the ancient blood awakened? However, Chu Yan's eyes flashed brightly, and his eyes were full of surprise. After Yu Linglong awakened the ancient blood, he knew the great power. So now, with the 9 territory star chart as an intermediary, you can use the blood essence of the 7 ancient families to enhance your bloodline power. This is the same principle as the method of asking those peerless geniuses who were extracted before. The more Chu Yan thought about it, the more excited he became. It seems that the 9 regions star map just wants good things, it can swallow and fuse them, and the bloodlines of the 7 ancient families should be the bloodlines closest to the ancient races in the God's domain continent, and it is also a good thing for it. It was too obvious that there could be no other reason. Now, as long as he collects enough bloodlines from the 7 great ancient clans, the power of his own bloodlines can continue to increase. At that time, although he may not be able to reach Yu Linglong's level, it will definitely be a lot higher than it is now. It seems that when we enter the land of asking, we need to find people from the 7 great ancient families. Let's chat. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, making up his mind. Now we can only make a decision, and we will know the result only after entering the place of inquiry and finding more blood essence from the 7 ancient families. The time has not come yet, we can only wait. It was still too late to enter the place of asking, so Chu Yan found a hidden place, and after setting up the enchantment, he began to practice. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a few days have passed. During this period of time, Chu Yan has always had a strange feeling in his heart, as if some kind of change is taking place in the void. Just when Chu Yan raised his head to look at the sky, suddenly, a bright light flickered in the sea of clouds. Chu Yan only felt a warm palm in his palm, and when he looked down, there was a special rune in his palm. The seal of asking. Chu Yan knew that this was the mark of entering the land of asking. The spiritual consciousness was activated and poured into the talisman in the palm of his hand. When Chu Yan was silent, suddenly, the blue stone seal in the sea of consciousness suddenly started to work. A very strange breath came out from the stone seal, covering the talisman on the palm of the hand. Chu Yan was startled. The next moment, the imprint on the palm of the hand disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared before. What? Never expected that the stone seal could swallow the seal of asking. Does this stone seal have anything to do with the place of asking? Chu Yan had no choice but to draw out his consciousness to communicate with this uncontrolled stone seal. However, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is strong, and he keeps covering the stone seal, but the other party has no reaction at all. #C3497 Seek more happiness. Chu Yan really guessed wrong this time. Obviously, the Qingshi seal only swallowed the seal of asking, and did not intend to assume the responsibility of the seal of asking. Should I do this? The corners of Chu Yan's mouth twitched, his face was speechless. How did this allow him to enter the place of questioning? It seems that this bluestone seal is a bit pitted. At the beginning, the 9 territories star map admired this bluestone so much, Chu Yan thought it was something extraordinary, but now it seems to disappoint him. It's all right now, I swallowed my seal of asking, and blocked my way. After thinking for a long time with a sad face, Chu Yan could only ask Empress Shantian for help. Shantian, is there any other way to use the seal of asking? After telling the matter to Empress Shantian, Chu Yan waited for a long time before the other party's voice sounded. The seal of asking is the only way to enter the land of asking. According to records, everyone enters it through this method, without exception. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan felt bad all over. But Empress Shantian suddenly changed the topic, making Chu Yan's eyes brighten up. The seal of asking is mastered by the guides. Don't you know the guides of the 4th district? You can ask them. After all, you have already obtained the seal of asking, and suddenly disappeared. This should be managed by the usher. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately nodded his head. The reception envoy of the 4th district, can you control the place of asking? Yes. Daozun district is a whole, and there should be a relationship. Chu Yan deeply agreed with these words, and after nodding his head, he thought of another question. I just broke through to the supreme realm of the 9 realms, so I can't get into the 4th region. No need to go to Sector 4. Those guides will know. You just need to communicate the rules of heaven and earth in this Daozun area, and they will naturally know. After the Empress Shantian finished speaking, she fell silent again. Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and began to arouse his consciousness to communicate with the rules of heaven and earth. Soon after, District 4. In the huge city, the streets are full of people, the flow is endless, and it is very lively. Chu Yan was in the sky, his figure hidden above the sea of clouds, looking at the city and crowds below. About half an hour later, the 3 god kings rushed into the city from afar like shooting stars, heading straight for the entrance. Seeing this, Chu Yan waved out a wave of true energy, which attached to the three god kings. The three of them trembled suddenly, their bodies trembled, and they stood at the entrance in a daze for a long time, but they didn't notice anything unusual, so they could only shake their heads and enter the entrance in doubt. Time passed, and after another hour passed, when Chu Yan was waiting a little anxiously, a mysterious force surged between the heaven and the earth. With a swish, the black-haired old man appeared not far in front of him. He was the envoy of the 4th district. Blue stone seal. My God, I really got it, show me it quickly. Without waiting for Chu Yan to speak, the old man put his hand in front of Chu Yan's nose anxiously. Fortunately, Chu Yan is smart, knowing that these envoys like entertainment, so he specially told them the news about King Xian to lure them to come. This is a bit difficult. Chu Yan smiled embarrassingly, as a way to cover up his tricked behavior. The blue stone seal has been fused, and it has become silent, and I can't mobilize it. This matter is really a bit embarrassing. I can be regarded as subduing King Xian anyway, but it doesn't bother me at all. Such a treasure is really unique in the world. That's it. It's also, this bluestone seal, it is itself. The black-haired old man was halfway through his speech when his face suddenly changed, as if he had woken up from a start, so he quickly shut up. Senior, it's okay to say so. Chu Yan was waiting for the next sentence with his ears pricked up, but the old man stopped talking. It's okay to fart. Stop tricking me. The black-haired old man looked at Chu Yan with a distorted expression, almost falling into the trap. However, Chu Yan could see that the black-haired old man really knew the origin of the bluestone seal. But the old man thought for a while and said, "You kid, be careful, this bluestone seal is born, and you still recognize your master, then some things will start to happen, and it will be a big situation." Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, thoughtfully. If it is connected with the words of the supreme demon god, Xie, and the others before, this bluestone seal seems to be an important thing. Okay, let's ignore this for now. Your seal of asking. As the old man said, he waved his hand to cover the surrounding void, forming an independent area, and then said, "I'll teach you a secret technique, you can only use it this time, you can't tell anyone, understand? If something happens, I can't control it. You can ask for good luck. Also, don't come to me in the future, I'm busy, I won't help you anymore." After saying this, the black-haired old man squinted at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of disgust. Chu Yan can only hold back, who let his bluestone seal be swallowed? If he wants to enter the place of asking, he can only rely on this person to guide him. Immediately, the black-haired old man passed a secret skill to Chu Yan, turned around and left, regardless of whether Chu Yan would use it or not. Facing the void where his figure disappeared, Chu Yan bowed his hands and turned to leave. Find a hidden place, and start to practice the secret technique of the Gate of the Earth. As soon as this secret technique was practiced, Chu Yan was dumbfounded and extremely astonished. Unexpectedly, this secret skill was even more difficult to comprehend than the general method of asking questions. It took a long time and practiced hundreds of times before Chu Yan got a glimpse of the way and shot out a breath that was barely qualified. This breath rushed into the void of heaven and earth, and soon the power of one day fell, and it was printed on Chu Yan's palm again. A new seal of asking appeared in Chu Yan's palm. Fortunately, this time, the blue stone seal did not respond, and it seemed that he had no interest in the seal of asking, which Chu Yan had worked so hard to obtain. Chu Yancheng breathed a sigh of relief, his body rose into the sky, and flew towards the depths of Daozun's area like a streamer. At this time, the absolute heaven sect outside. Tianpa sat on the high throne, and standing on both sides of the lower head were the leader of the Blood Sky Ancient Sect and a white-haired old man. Now the 7 ancient families are staring at Chu Yan, and other forces have also offered rewards. Chu Yan may have entered the place of asking. Xinghen, the education star of the Xuetian ancient sect, spoke. All the powerhouses of the major forces in the land of asking should have received news from the sect forces, and they are all waiting for Chu Yan. Now we must get Chu Yan's blood essence, so I hope the suzerain can send people into the place of asking to look for Chu Yan. If Xinghen can do these things by himself, of course he is not willing to cooperate with Tianpa. However, before the ancient taboo took action, his Blood Sky ancient sect suffered extremely heavy losses, and the subsequent revenge of Tianxian Digong and Tianluan sect almost caused him to completely eradicate the Blood Sky ancient sect. Now, he can only rely on Absolute Heaven sect and Tianpa. #C3498 Join forces. For Xinghen, Zhu Tianzong and Tianpo are definitely the most ideal candidates. Now, the entire Xingyu continent knows that Tianpa fell out with Chu Yan because of the eternal saint body. Strictly speaking, it is a betrayal. Betrayal is shameless no matter where it is placed. Therefore, Tianpa's reputation is not that good, it is similar to himself. On the main seat, Tianpa tapped on the armrest, with a gloomy expression on his face. Now that Lulian is in his hands, he urgently needs to retreat, and he and Chu Yan have already cleared up their relationship, and there is no relationship between the two. But Tianpa always felt that something was wrong, and all he could think of now was the number one god in Kunlun Mountain. Whether or not his former eldest brother would intervene in this matter, and his attitude, he was completely unclear. Chu Yan's identity is not Wu Fa, but Wu Tiandi. This incident caught him off guard. There was no preparation in the previous plan, and now he feels extremely passive. Do as you say, but you can't kill Chu Yan. Tianpa stopped his fingers and turned to look at Xinghen. Of course. Xinghen smiled. It's enough for me to take the blood, I don't need to take his life. This sentence means that when you get to the place, you really start to do it, who cares whether Chu Yan will die, anyway, as long as you get the blood essence. You go and mobilize the Holy Heaven Supreme and let them follow the Xuetian ancient sect. Tianpa looked at the man in black and ordered directly. Also, let's announce that matter. Hearing Tianpo's words, Xinghen asked with a puzzled face, I don't know what else the suzerain has to say. Tianpa got up and walked towards the back hall, leaving a word. It's just preparing to move the whole clan to Daozun district. Daozun district. It is the core of God's domain continent. From the very beginning, he planned to establish Zhu Tianzong in Daozun district. If it wasn't for Chu Yan's relationship, he wouldn't have built Juetianzong outside. Now that Chu Yan's matter is over, he will naturally go to the Daozun district. On the other side, a hidden place in Daozun district. This is a blood-colored sea area. It is said that the sea is actually a relatively large inland lake. However, if someone sees this lake, they will definitely be frightened. There are large pieces of dead bones floating on the surface of the lake, densely packed, as if countless dead leaves have covered the lake. After the ancient taboo and Chu Yan fought, they were defeated in the first battle, and all the bone cultivators lost at that time were all piled up here. Went there? I don't know, since I came back, I haven't seen the Lord. Strangeness. I'm afraid this time the loss is too great, my lord. Countless dead bone cultivators gathered around the sea area, discussing in low voices, and at the same time glanced at the lake. All of them had trembling bones. People who have died once are more afraid of death than ordinary people. While they were discussing, there was an extremely secret place deep in the lake. This is an independent small world, which is similar to the secret place at the bottom of the lake in the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect. However, in this small world at the bottom of the lake, there is a huge altar standing, and a figure sits cross-legged on the altar. An ancient taboo, with tears all over his face, gulping down the blood wine on his face. This time, he wanted to get drunk. However, he knew that he was drunk, so he drank more and felt even more uncomfortable. There is no trace of the pleasure of getting drunk when I was an ordinary person. Master, according to the request, things have been progressing. However, they are still too weak to stop them. The sixth of the gods is coming soon, and the second descendant of the gods has also come out, and he is carrying out the unification of the 9 saints, and the son of Emperor Zhou Tian also appeared. The Taoist clan, the ancient tomb, and the 7 ancient families are planning something. I'm powerless to stop it now, I'm just a junior, but The members of the 7 great ancient families have all betrayed, they have forgotten their original oath, and they don't even pay attention to me at all. The ancient taboo didn't know what he was talking about, and kept muttering to himself. It seemed that after drinking, he was somewhat drunk, and took this opportunity to express all the things that were aggrieved in his heart. My lord, how many years have passed? You said that you will come back, I am waiting. But, how long has it been? Are you there? The number 1 person of the gods, he can't stand it anymore. As the ancient taboo was talking, more and more tears poured down on Gu's face, his body was shaking, and he was extremely sad. However, the surrounding space was completely silent, and it was impossible for any voice to answer him. I don't know how long it took, but the ancient taboo let out a long sigh, and just sat there in a daze. At this point, there is no other way but to continue. Chu Yan and Chong Wei, as long as they go to the method of asking, they can continue to lay out. Although the chance of success is very small, he must listen to the Lord's words. But at this moment, the altar that had been silent for an unknown number of years suddenly trembled, and countless spirit patterns suddenly lit up. A Tsungu breath surged out, and the body of the ancient taboo trembled violently, and he was stunned. On the other side, after Chu Yan entered the Daozun area, he began to communicate with the seal of asking. The mysterious power in the void appeared, and after covering his whole body, he was directly pulled into the turbulent flow of the void. Soon, Chu Yan's body trembled, and he appeared in a completely unfamiliar world, and all kinds of power from heaven and earth surrounded him like a tide. Chu Yan clearly felt that there were 9 regions supreme Desheng realm powerhouses nearby, and 2 early supremes seemed to be fighting. Near them, there was an extremely powerful aura fluctuating. As the figure continued to fall, Chu Yan put his feet on the ground and looked up. I saw a purple fairy flower growing in a forest in the distance, releasing dazzling light. The purple flower has golden silk patterns all over its body, as colorful as a purple phantom butterfly, and the most important thing is the aura it releases. The abyss is like the sea. Near it, there are 3 young people. One of the women, with spiritual light shining all over her body, is obviously a supreme being of the spirit race, and the other 2, one of whom is possessed by flames, are obviously the strongest of the tyrannical race. There is another person, whose body is full of qi and blood, and whose history cannot be discerned. He may also be a member of the top 100 ancient clans. Chu Yan looked at the 3 of them, and the other party was also looking at Chu Yan at the same time, their eyes interlaced, and they were taken aback at the same time. When cultivators enter the place of inquiry, it is spread randomly, and there is no fixed place at all. For thousands of years, when a cultivator appeared, he appeared directly on a battlefield, and before he could see his surroundings clearly, he was directly blasted to pieces by the fighting spirit. Such a situation can happen, not to mention that Chu Yan can still land safely now. Friend Daoist, we have taken a fancy to the 9-spirit immortal flower. If you can win it, trade with us to ensure that you will not suffer any losses. The young people of the Tyrant clan directly transmitted voices to Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, which was obviously a test. Fellow Daoist, go and get it, and we will guard it for you. The supreme woman of the Lingzhu directly asked Chu Yan to make a move. Chu Yan swept his gaze, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised. #C3499 Acquaintance Point. The cultivators of the spiritual and tyrant clans, and the cultivators in the battle, belong to several forces, and are in a delicate balance. Now, the sudden appearance of Chu Yan gave this delicate balance an opportunity to change, so they all set their sights on Chu Yan, wanting to take advantage of this change. This purple fairy flower is a heavenly and earthly treasure of immortal rank, and the power it contains can elevate the Tao realm, so it is so eye-catching. Chu Yan shot directly, grabbed the purple fairy flower, and put it in his body. This fairy flower happened to be reserved for you, Linglong. One's own Tao realm has already reached the great consummation, and if one does not break through, there is no need or possibility to improve at all. But Yu Linglong hasn't reached the Tao realm yet, so she can just use this elixir to improve. I want this flower. Chu Yan chuckled, and looked at the surrounding forces. What? You. The joy on the faces of the three supreme beings has not yet surfaced, and their faces froze immediately. At first, I thought that Chu Yan was helping them, but I didn't expect that he would pick it up by himself and classified it as his own. So, he wants to eat it alone. Fellow Taoist, you'd better be more sensible. Look around, do you think you can eat it? The Supreme Spiritual Clan's face was icy cold, and his jade lips opened lightly. Everyone can see that Chu Yan has just descended to the place of asking, that is to say, he is a newcomer, and his cultivation is only in the early stage of supreme. If he really wanted to die, it would be easy for the people here to kill him. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly, completely unconcerned. In the eyes of the spiritual female supremacy, two lights of killing intent suddenly shot up. Ha ha ha, interesting. We called back and forth, but the Oriole was behind. The 9 Realms Supreme of the Overlord clan laughed wildly. His aura was like a rainbow, shaking the surrounding void, and his power was rolling. Immediately, his face suddenly darkened. He looked at the other people around and said, "Let's stop first. After killing this kid, let's continue fighting." When the words fell to the ground, he didn't wait for others to answer, so he turned suddenly and rushed towards Chu Yan. The female supremacy of the spirit race reacted very quickly. She just raised her hand and attacked with one move. The majestic gangway blasted out, and countless gun shadows emerged, shooting like a forest, covering the sky and covering the earth. The other 2 supreme beings, under the flickering figure, burst out of flames all over the sky, gathered together and evolved a large vision of fire power, roaring down like a sea tide, and the last slash was to hold a sword and slash down horizontally. Compared with the 3 of the Destiny Supreme who Chu Yan fought before, the combat power of these 3 is obviously stronger. Chu Yan's face was as usual, without any fluctuations. The corners of his mouth were lightly raised, his figure flashed, and turned into an afterimage, getting away from the 3 attacks and appearing in the other direction. He's good at it. The 3 of them were startled at the same time. They didn't expect this person to be able to avoid it so perfectly. After all, the 3 of them shot at the same time, and 2 of them were ranged attacks. It is impossible for ordinary practitioners of the same level to dodge unscathed. Everyone is supreme, and the actual combat experience will not be bad. After all, when the 3 join forces and the 2 perform range attacks, on the one hand it is a test, and of course it is impossible for the opponent to avoid it easily. But now, they just saw an afterimage, and all the attacks were in vain. Looking at Chu Yan, the corners of the mouths of the 3 supreme beings raised slightly. Sure enough, he has some tricks, otherwise he would not dare to devour their purple fairy flowers in person. However, in such a battle, 3 against 1, there is no suspense at all. It is impossible for him to retreat unscathed. Just when the 3 of them were about to make a move, suddenly Chu Yan frowned slightly, and the Hunyuan immortal robe on his body gave off a faint breath and began to evolve. Swish! The aura of Hunyuan Xianpao returned to silence, and under the twisted void on Chu Yan's body, the appearance and aura of the whole person were completely exposed. 10 days had passed, and the magic circle of the Hunyuan immortal robe could no longer maintain its operation. After disappearing, Chu Yan was naturally exposed. This new kid doesn't know what the place of asking is like. We just come to teach, huh? The two young men were condensing their tricks. The moment they were about to make a move, they saw the change in Chu Yan's appearance, and their bodies trembled instantly, and they froze on the spot. This face? Seen there. You are Chu Yan. The female supreme of the spirit race was the first to react, and she let out a cry of surprise. Her twinkling beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. Although she had heard the news that Chu Yan would enter the place of asking questions recently, she never expected that such a big place of asking questions would let her run into it. You know me. Chu Yan was even more astonished than them. He had a photographic memory, especially his aura could be determined. He had never seen these people before. However, my Hunyuan immortal robe has just expired, so no one here knows me. Hurry up, withdraw. The female supremacy came to her senses, let out a snarl, and turned into 3 streamers of light with the 2 young men, disappearing into the sky in an instant. It is impossible for them to escape so fast if it is any supreme being, even if it is the peak of the supreme, it is like a mouse seeing a cat. But now, what I met was Chu Yan. This is the 5th descendant of the gods, the son of the reincarnated Zhou Tiandi. Moreover, Chu Yan is one of the top 10 peerless peers in the God's Domain Continents list. He has 12 ways of asking questions, and his combat power is super heavenly. Whether it's Chu Yan's identity card or his combat strength, they can't provoke them at all. As long as it is a peerless genius, it is absolutely impossible to speculate on the combat power based on the cultivation level, otherwise, it will definitely suffer a big loss. It is the most basic common sense among the sects of all major forces and among the powerful. The female supreme of the Lingzhu has long received the news that if she wants to deal with Chu Yan, at least 5 supreme beings must be present to form a large formation of the clan before she can try to make a move. You want to leave now? Chu Yan looked at the 3 streamers of light in the sky, was startled for a moment, then shouted coldly. In an instant, the momentum of his whole body exploded, and Chu Yan raised his hand with a palm, and a large cloud of mighty thunder rushed out, enveloping the 3 luminous figures. 100,000 illusions. Invincible judgment. The 3 of them are supreme, how could they give in easily, even if they lost all fighting spirit? They reacted very quickly, seeing the attack from below, they resisted at the same time, smashing that palm print. Anti-God flame. Without waiting for them to speed up again, a sea of 7 colored flames below rose into the sky, engulfing them like a tidal wave. The complexions of the 3 supreme beings changed drastically, and at the same time they played their whole cards, all kinds of treasures and talismans were shot, and their combat power was extremely strong. Boom. The 3 of them were in the sea of flames, and the Daobao spirit talisman protected their bodies, and they were able to resist to death. However, the more they gritted their teeth and persisted, the more deadly they became in their hearts, because they saw that Chu Yan was striding towards them with a long sword in his hand. A pair of cold eyes stared straight at them. I didn't expect to meet you. The female supreme sighed softly, looked at Chu Yan, and said again. We don't want this purple fairy flower anymore. It belongs to you. If you offend me, I would like to offer you a treasure map. Please let me go. Hearing this, the other 2 young people hurriedly followed suit, and they still had the proud look on their faces just now. See 3500 Heaven and Earth Honor List. The sum of the benefits given by the 3 of them can definitely make any Supreme Realm powerhouse heart-wrenching. However, Chu Yan just looked at them without any expression. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, we don't have hatred at all. There is no need to fight to the death. If you kill us, it will definitely cause trouble, and it will not do you any good. The female supreme of the Lingzhu continued to persuade, wanting Chu Yan to let them go. I will kill people casually, I just want to know, why do you recognize who I am at a glance? Chu Yan said. Hearing this, the female supreme quickly replied, "We have received a summons a few days ago, and now the sects of various forces, through the cultivators who have just entered the place of inquiry, have sent the news that you are coming to the place of inquiry soon, and your appearance and breath have dispersed. Now, I'm afraid that the cultivators in the entire place of asking have already known you." Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Although this was already within his expectation, he did not expect that the major sects would act so quickly and comprehensively, and the entire Taoist land would be mobilized. "It seems that you Spirit Clan and Tyrant Clan should have given an order, 'As long as you see me, you will kill me,'" Chu Yan asked. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the faces of the spiritual female supreme and the young man changed at the same time, and a bad premonition flashed in their hearts. "Fellow Taoist, we won't lie to you about this matter. The clan has issued an order, so for us, we have never thought about carrying it out. After all, we know that fellow Taoist Chu Yan's combat power is extraordinary, and we cannot handle it." Chu Yan nodded slightly when he heard this. According to the previous situation, the three people fled as soon as they saw themselves, which showed that they were not lying. "Tell me the situation in the place of asking, and I will let you go," Chu Yan said. In this case, the spirit race female supreme and the young people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. After pondering for a moment, the female supreme spoke to Chu Yan and introduced. "The place of asking is like the god's domain continent outside. There are many sects with many influences, such as the 7 ancient clans, ancient tombs, Tao-devouring clan, etc. Some of them only exist in the land of asking. Some are also established here by outside forces. These forces are all stationed in, ask the mountains." "Ask about the mountains." Chu Yan was startled. "That's right. This mountain range is located in the north. Legend has it that it was formed by the deposits of heaven and earth, but no one knows the real origin. This mountain range is extremely powerful, and no force, even the peak of the 9 regions supreme, can shake it. In addition, in this Tao realm mountain range, several Tao flowers will be bred every few decades, and any supreme peak will break through to the Tao master realm. It has been more than 10 years since the last time Daoshan flowers bloomed, and there are still 4 years to go, and it may bloom again." This passage immediately made Chu Yan's eyes shine. "It seems that this mountain range is very extraordinary," Chu Yan said lightly. "Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, you should have discovered that the aura of this place of asking is completely different from the aura of the outside world. The source of this breath is a treasure called Foundation Stone of Asking. Any cultivator who comprehends this treasure can bring great benefits. It just so happens that I have a piece here, and give it to fellow Taoist Chu Yan." While speaking, the female supreme took out a black round stone with some silver symbols printed on it, and handed it to Chu Yan. "Also, this is the map of the land of asking, with various markings and information on it. It should be useful to you." The young man next to him also took out a map and handed it to Chu Yan. "Okay. Thanks." Chu Yan waved his hand and took the 2 things over. "Also." The spiritual female supreme thought for a while, before continuing. "To the east is an extremely chaotic place. It is said that it is connected to the 1st district, and it is a battlefield of hell. Although it is a peerless treasure land with countless opportunities and natural treasures, the previous supreme beings, including some peak powerhouses, disappeared without a trace after going there, without any news." Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned. "Connected to the 1st district. Hell battlefield." "That's right, it's all rumors. No one has come out from there. I heard that it is the core battlefield of a certain war. The powerful force has broken the rules of heaven and earth, and the time and space are chaotic. Even after endless years, it is still a Jedi. Also, I heard that if you want to break through to the Zhangzhou realm, you must go there." Chu Yan nodded slightly, remembering it in his heart. For him now, Songzhu realm is still too far away to ignore it at all. Immediately, the spiritual female supreme began to take out the treasures from her body, and the two young men also took out some treasures to exchange their lives with Chu Yan. Chu Yan did not postpone, and charged them all. After asking the three of them to make the oath of heavenly power, Chu Wei let them go. Sky Profound Earth Palace. After the three of them left, Chu Yan also changed to another place, and began to check the map of the place where he asked, and found out immediately. There is a lot of detailed information in the handicap set up by Tianxian Digong in the Land of Inquiring, and Chu Yan sank into it with his spiritual consciousness, carefully checking it. Supreme List. This is the list of the strongest in the God's Domain continent, and anyone who can be ranked on it is the overlord of the mainland. After Empress Xiantian broke through to the Supreme Realm, she used this list to sweep away all sects and become the number one in the world. The above ranking is much more authentic and credible than the Peerless Genius list. After all, Supreme has a long history and has experienced countless battles. In addition, it is almost difficult for Supreme to break through, even after 100 or 200 years, the changes on this list will still not be much different. The number one ranking is Sun Wanyun, the saintess of the Sun family of the 7 great ancient families, who attained the great consummation of the Tao realm and the supreme peak cultivation level. She has achieved one record and defeated the King's son and general. Ranked second, King General. The sage sons of the Wang family of the 7 ancient families, the Tao realm is perfect, the supreme peak cultivation base, countless achievements, beheaded 7 supreme peaks, 11 supreme masters, defeated Jing Nanlu, the sage son of the Jing family. Ranked third. At a glance, there are a total of 39 realm supremes on this supreme list, all of whom are of peak combat power. The saints and daughters of the 7 ancient families, the Taoist clan, and the ancient tombs, including the lords of the various forces. Lord Xuanhuan, ranked 18th. However, Chu Yan knew that this was only written on the list, and there were still many supreme beings who were not included in it, and the number would not be small. For this, Chu Yan was mentally prepared and was not surprised. You know, the Supreme Realm is known as the most powerful combat force on this God's Domain continent, and it is almost the end of martial arts. Therefore, in the God's Domain continent from ancient times to the present, I don't know how many supreme giants have been stuck here, unable to advance an inch for life. In this way, the number will naturally not be small. But to say that apart from those outside the God's Domain continent, most of the supremes are probably gathered in the land of asking. Breaking through the Taoist realm is almost the biggest goal of each of them now. Even if they die, they are working hard for it. Look at the cornerstone of asking. With a flip of his hand, Chu Yan took out the black stone given to him by the spiritual female supreme, and penetrated into it with his spiritual sense. #C3501 all in. When the spiritual consciousness probed into the cornerstone, some pictures appeared immediately. This is a majestic mountain range, stretching across the vast land. The endless mountain peaks go straight to the sky, as if even the sky and the earth are under its feet. No one will doubt that this is the foundation of the world, and if it is lost, the world will collapse. Everything is extremely small in front of it. Such an imposing manner is really rare. At least it is impossible to appear in the world, and it can only appear in the screen. Chu Yan sighed, then calmed down, and began to comprehend this picture. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to feel a sense of heaven and earth appearing and blending into his body, bringing a warm feeling. It's as if Chu Yan has returned to the place of birth, bathed in the sun, using the spiritual breath of heaven and earth as his bed, and is no longer separated from the world. Sure enough. After a long time, Chu Yan restrained his mind and slowly took his breath away. However, at this moment, a force erupted from the depths of the sea of consciousness, rushing into the screen like a sharp arrow. In an instant, the whole picture changed completely. At this time, Chu Yan was no longer on the mountains, but came to the vast land. Looking up, a tall and majestic figure stood tall. This. Chu Yan looked at this scene with a face full of astonishment. How could it suddenly become like this? However, the picture is not real, it is not a visualization painting, but it is so real. Suddenly, Chu Yan's heart beat suddenly, and a gust of cold air hit him, making his whole body tremble and his scalp numb. Just now, he clearly felt that in the depths of the mountain range, there was an extremely terrifying aura, which was looking at him from the constant awakening. Immediately afterwards, a sudden change occurred. Chu Yan rotated the pupils of the unicorn, and the double clusters of colorful pupils appeared. Gain complete insight into the entire mountain range. Here, there is a cave with a radius of 100 steps, and there is a faint mist overflowing from it, which seems to be more pure through this world. In this breath, there is a very familiar, eternal power. This is. Chu Yan's mind moved, and he immediately thought of what Emperor Zhou Tian said, that eternal power. When this consciousness rose, Chu Yan's heart beat violently again, and the powerful magic breath appeared, making a silent roar. The fog in the cave, as well as the eternal power, disappeared at the same time, replaced by a huge altar. On the altar, some ancient words emerged, and these words released powerful magic breath. Emperor Yuan's immortal demon god art. Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment, and his soul trembled. The next moment, the mountain seemed to notice something, and began to tremble violently, releasing monstrous power, enveloping Chu Yan. Chu Yan felt the trembling of his soul, raised his eyes and looked around. Everything was the same as before, without any change. The difference is that the cornerstone of asking in his hand has been reduced to powder. It turned out to be like this, those two things are in Dao Mountain Range. Chu Yan took a deep breath and understood everything. According to what the spiritual female supreme said before, coupled with the vision just now, Chu Yan can judge that when the Dao fruit appears a few years later, the eternal power and the immortal magic power will appear in the world at the same time. Now, if he forcibly breaks in, there is almost no possibility of taking the two from the mountains. Looking up into the distance, Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning, as if he wanted to pierce the world. That's fine. If it's as I expected, then when I asked about the mountains and my reincarnation has not been fully awakened, I should take these two things first. After thinking about it, Chu Yan thought to himself. Now, let's improve our cultivation first. After all, Chu Yan took out the third piece of jade talisman, and now his cultivation base is only at the early stage of Supreme, and has not reached the peak of Supreme, so he has no chance to break through the Dao Master realm. At that time, even if you get the Dao fruit, it will have no effect. In the third piece of jade talisman, there is also a record similar to a map. Various forbidden places, inheritances, secret places, etc. are marked in it, including Windao Mountain Range, which is the most important mark. Chu Yan looked at it for a while, and stopped investigating. Now the news and attitudes of the 7 ancient families are all heard. It is not very clear what it is, but Chu Yan can also guess that it is probably an enemy rather than a friend, let alone other orthodox and powerful forces. Now go to Windao Mountain Range. If someone finds out, the consequences will be troublesome, and the cultivators in this place of Windao will definitely rush over like a tide. Chu Yan doesn't plan to do this kind of stabbing a hornet's nest for the time being. During the Eternal Palace. It appeared 5 years ago, and there are 10,000 king pills in the palace, which can allow Supreme Realm cultivators to break through their cultivation, and there is one left. Wansheng Lake, the legendary holy land of ancient sects, there are various mysterious opportunities in it, and those who enter can get ancient Taoism, which is extremely powerful. Jiuxiao Tower, which is said to be conceived by heaven and earth, has a total of 50 floors, and each floor has a test of chance and a reward of chance. The peerless Holy Land is born every 8 years, and there will be corpses of Taoist realm powerhouses, and there are still 9 months before the next appearance. In the land of asking, all kinds of places are very wonderful. There are hundreds of various secret realms and traces, and Chu Yan has roughly read them all. Chu Yan has no interest in these places. His current cultivation is at the early stage of the Supreme Realm, and the Tao realm is complete. According to his current goal, various consolidations and trials are no longer important. The main thing is to break through the cultivation realm as soon as possible. The treasures of heaven and earth and the pure spirit of heaven and earth are what he needs most now. Calculated in this way, the peerless Holy Land is suitable, but unfortunately, the time is not right. Forget it, let's go to this Yuya Lake. After making up his mind, Chu Yan soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Jade Leaf Lake is located to the west of the land of asking. There is a special kind of monster in this lake, named Jade Leaf Beast. The level of cultivation of the Jade Leaf Beast ranges from the Earth Venerable Realm to the Supreme Peak Realm, and it is aggressive by nature. No matter it encounters other monsters or cultivators, it must attack and fight. However, the demon crystal inside the Jade Leaf Beast is of great benefit to the cultivator. As long as it is refined, it can obtain the purest spirit of asking. Moreover, in this Yuya Lake, there are still a large number of ancient relics and opportunities. Many cultivators have discovered treasures of heaven and earth here, and they have gained a lot. Presumably since the ancient times, there have been cultivators practicing here. After the loss, there will naturally be resources left, and the years are long, and the accumulation will be more. This place, now it seems, is the most suitable for Chu Yan. 3 hours later, Chu Yan's figure appeared from the sky, suspended in the clouds, and looked forward. Not far away, there is a huge city floating in the sky, and a large number of cultivators fly in and out of several city gates, which is extremely lively. In front of the city, there is a vast area of water that can't be seen at a glance, and various tides are churning, pulling up huge waves. This should be said to be legendary. Yuya Lake. #C3502 Jade Leaf Beast. The city is called Yuchi City, which is as famous as Yuya City. It is said that it was cast by ancient Taoist vessels. It is one of the 17 big cities in the place of asking. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, spared the city, and flew directly to Yuya Lake. Flying over the water area, in less than 10 breaths, a giant beast with a height of 10 feet rushed out of the lake and charged straight at it. This monster looks like a wolf, but it has a fish tail and a blue unicorn. On the unicorn is a powerful water-type spiritual force, which is very powerful. This should be the legendary Jade Leaf Beast. However, the demon cultivator at this end is only around the 7th heaven of the earth respect state. Chu Yan runs the unicorn pupil and at the same time uses his body skills, and the speed soars, leaving the Jade Leaf Beast far behind. Seeing Chu Yan fly away, the Jade Leaf Beast was stunned for a moment, then roared twice, and sank into the lake again. Chu Yan continued to fly, and after half an hour, he encountered a Jade Leaf Beast again. This Jade Leaf monster has reached the peak of the God King realm. The whole volume has also reached 80 to 90 feet, which is more than 10 circles larger than the previous one. While rushing up to pounce, the tide below is rolling, and the momentum is amazing. Chu Yan raised his hand and punched it, blasting the Jade Leaf Beast of the Divine King realm into flesh and blood, and a purple jade bead flew out of the flesh and fell into Chu Yan's palm. With a whoosh, the God-defying flame rushed out and refined the jade beads. A trace of pure spiritual breath overflowed from the jade beads and merged into the body, which made Chu Yan's supreme power slightly improved. As marked on the map, the aura of Wen Dao in this jade bead is extremely pure. Without any refinement, it cannot be refined at all and directly merged into the true qi. This kind of cultivation is extremely comfortable, and if the number of jade beads is sufficient, the cultivation speed will be extremely fast. It seems that the ones at the Divine King realm are too weak, and we still need to find ones at the Supreme realm, preferably jade leaf beasts above the Disheng realm. Chu Yan pondered for a while, and found that the jade beads of the God King realm had too little power to promote the supreme power, so he made up his mind. The spiritual consciousness spread out like a net, covering a radius of hundreds of miles in an instant, and soon sensed some breath fluctuations. Not far away, there are some auras at the peak of the God King realm that seem to be fighting. Somewhere farther away, there are aura fluctuations from Tying Katibo. Chu Yan didn't hesitate, his figure was like lightning, and he flew towards the target. Soon, Chu Yan saw a few figures appearing, but it was a group of youths, besieging and killing 3 supreme-level jade leaf beasts. The jade leaf beast headed by it is obviously much larger, and there are circles of golden patterns on the blue unicorn, which should be a fusion of special treasures of heaven, material, and earth. It seems that the aura I detected just now is all here. Go together. The one who took the lead among the several youths shouted loudly, bursting out with soaring chi from his whole body, which turned into a powerful attack, and ruthlessly attacked the 3 jade leaf beasts. As soon as he made his attack, several other youths also attacked together. Just as the 3 jade leaf beasts were about to react, they suddenly found a large array of murderous intentions gushing out from the void around them, obviously triggering some kind of killing array. There was no time to escape, and a large group of attacks from the opposite side struck, bombarding the 3 jade leaf beasts, and directly blasting the 2 weak ones until their breath disappeared and their vitality was cut off. But the golden-patterned one-horned jade leaf beast burst out with spiritual light all over its body, smashed its head out of the killing array, and flew in the direction of Chu Yan. Suddenly, there was a black-robed cultivator blocking the way in front of him, and the blue-horned golden-patterned jade leaf beast was furious, roaring and rushing towards Chu Yan. Although this monster's cultivation base is not weak, after all, it has experienced a killing array just now, and its whole body is covered with scars. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan shook his head, raised his hand and punched it to pieces. In an instant, a sapphire bead and a unicorn flew out of the smoke of flesh and blood. Who? The faces of those young people changed, and they all rushed over. The long-haired young man in the lead shouted loudly, holding the long sword in his hand, staring at Chu Yan and shouting, "Fellow Daoist, this is our prey, please leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Several other youths were also full of breath, obviously ready to make a move. Huh? Don't you know me? Chu Yan looked at the young people in front of him in astonishment. Know you? Hearing Chu Yan's words, several young people were startled at the same time, then sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? Why, let us know." When these words came out, several young people around him laughed, and their eyes were full of drama when they looked at Chu Yan. This kid is too arrogant. He is still surprised that other people don't know him. Who does he think he is? Chu Yan. Chong Wei. It's still Qin Tian. It seems that everyone in the world knows him. However, it is not surprising that Chu Yan was surprised. After all, according to the news obtained before, his information has been spread in the whole place of asking, but these second-generation ancestors are not in normal health. Care. So, no wonder they don't know Chu Yan. Do you know Chu Yan? Chu Yan asked with interest. Ha ha ha, who doesn't know Chu Yan? Of course I know. Why, who are you from Chu Yan? Disciple. Could it be that you want to say that you are Chu Yan? The young man in the lead laughed loudly. The cultivation of these people is only in the God King realm, and they didn't care at all when they received the news when they came out to practice. After all, Chu Yan's cultivation is the supreme being of the 9 realms, and they are just a group of God King realm. What's the point? Anyway, they couldn't fight, and it was absolutely impossible to surround and kill Chu Yan according to the order passed down, so they just glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it at all. Yes. I am Chu Yan. Chu Yan nodded. When this sentence landed, several young people who were still joking were startled, and looked up and down at Chu Yan together. "Brother, why are you bluffing people here? I have met you like this a lot. If you are Chu Yan, I am still Xuanhuan. If you miss us, stop dreaming." A cold look flashed in the eyes of the long-haired young man, and he shouted directly at Chu Yan. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth twitched a few times. Now that the world has changed, no one will recognize him if he tells the truth and admits it voluntarily. If you want to swallow our prey, you are looking for death. I advise you to stop pretending and hand it over. The long-haired young man looked at the two treasures floating in front of Chu Yan, and his eyes turned red. This is the jade leaf beast of the Supreme Realm, and the few of them teamed up to hunt and kill it with a lot of power, especially the treasure of heaven, material, and earth. After fusing the jade leaf beast's one horn, its aura soared, which is even more rare. However, before they finished speaking, they could only see an extremely powerful aura from the black-robed youth in front of them, sweeping away like a violent storm. At this moment, the faces of the young people completely changed. Supreme Realm, early stage. The long-haired young man opened his mouth wide open for several years, and his eyeballs almost flew out. #C3503 Blue Corner Gold Pattern. At this moment, the faces of several youths in the God King realm were so frightened that their faces were pale and their whole bodies were trembling. Supreme Realm. What did I say just now? Offend the Supreme, kill them in such a place, there will be nothing. Senior, we are young and ignorant, please forgive us. The long-haired young man in the lead was about to cry. It's just a jade leaf beast, it's too bad luck to take his life. Here, I still have 3 horned jade here, please accept it. Quickly took out 3 identical blue-horned golden patterns, held them in both hands and handed them to Chu Yan, with a little bit of a joke just now. Jade. Is this a lot? Chu Yan glanced at the one in the long-haired young man's hand, then turned his head to look at the one floating in front of him, and found that the breath was the same. There are only 4 at once, is this thing very common? Senior, the jade leaf beast's favorite sea spirit plant is the golden-grained grass. As long as a jade leaf beast swallows this kind of sea spirit grass, there is a 60% chance that it will transform into a horned jade and reach the immortal level. The level of heaven, material, and earth treasures. The long-haired youth didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly introduced. This horned jade is of great benefit to improving the cultivator's secret skills. What secret technique? Chu Yan asked. Reporting to seniors, this jade leaf beast has extremely poor eyesight, and its demon breath is not strong. The monsters and cultivators around you usually rely on this single horn to send out the detection power. There are great benefits in using the technique and exploring the secret technique of Taoism. Having said that, the long-haired youth seemed to have thought of something again, and quickly added. I heard that a month ago, a Supreme Peak powerhouse offered a reward, as long as whoever can produce 1,000 horned jade, he can exchange for a Xuanhuan pill. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Unexpectedly, this horned jade. The value is so high that there are even people offering rewards in exchange for Xuanhuan pill. The value of Xuanhuan pill is extremely precious. Since that's the case, then I should accept this horned jade, and I won't pursue what happened just now. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan collected all the horned jade. While the long-haired youth let out a long sigh of relief, they were full of regret. There is no way, whoever let them provoke the Supreme Powerhouse and survived is considered a great blessing. Swear an oath to God's power, don't pass any news related to me. As soon as Chu Yan said this, several people were stunned. You wouldn't really be. At this time, they began to believe that Chu Yan might really be the legendary. Chu Yan. Don't understand yet. Chu Yan also laughed. These young people are really big-hearted. They have declared their identities and displayed their supreme prestige. They haven't realized it yet. God, let's make the oath of Tianwei. In an instant, the bodies of several young people trembled violently, and their speeches were a little knotted. This time, they were completely convinced. They were defeated by Chu Yan, and only 4 horned jades allowed them to survive from Chu Yan's hands, which was enough for them to be proud. Immediately, Chu Yan saw that they had finished taking the oath of Tianwei, and ignored them, got up and flew forward. Another half an hour later, Chu Yan encountered the Jade Leaf Beast again, and this one turned out to be the existence of the 9 Realms Supreme Peak. The volume is 900 feet high, and between rushing and plunging, a large piece of sea water rushes up, picking up hundreds of feet high waves, and its power is shocking. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the Haotian sword came out, and the sword energy rushed forward. Boom! 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 The air storm exploded all over the sky, and the earth-shattering battle sound resounded through the sky for 100 miles around. A monster beast at the peak of the Supreme Realm, Chu Yan used 70% of his combat power to chop it under the sword. After collecting Tian Kadibo and Yuya, Chu Yan immediately got up and flew to the other side. Along the way, as long as he encountered jade leaf beasts above the Supreme Realm, Chu Yan killed them all, and kept collecting horned jade and jade leaves. Hey! The bottom of the lake is so close. Originally thought that this Yuya lake was wider and deeper than ordinary sea areas, but after rushing for less than 2 hours, they actually saw the ground at the bottom of the lake. From the surface of the lake to the bottom of the lake, Chu Yan calculated, killed a total of 30 monsters, and stepped on the bottom of the gray lake with both feet. From a distance, the bottom of the lake stretches as far as the eye can see, like a plain. In the distance, you can vaguely see rolling mountains, towering over the world at the bottom of the lake. With a sweep of his consciousness, Chu Yan found that there were nearly 30 supreme jade leaf beasts in that mountain range. 6 of them were Dishang, and more than a dozen of them were in the early stage of Supreme. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, it turned into a ray of light and shot straight at the mountain range, cutting one sword in half. With the sound of rumbling, accompanied by the dust flying in the lake, a group of supreme monsters rushed out, roaring endlessly. They were all asleep, and their souls flew out of shock from the sudden explosion. All of them were furious. Holding the sword, Chu Yan looked at the large group of jade leaf beasts in front of him, and looked at himself with blood-red eyes. When he roared all over the sky, a smile appeared on Chu Yan's face, blood boiled all over his body, and the long sword in his hand tightened. Just as Chu Yan was preparing for a big battle, in a place in Xinyu continent. The leader of the Xuanhuan ancient sect reappeared outside in Changwei's appearance, and was rushing to the Taoist area with a group of supreme powerhouses from the Jiuxiao sect. This group of supreme beings are all waiting for the seal of asking to come, and then they can enter the place of asking. Of course, their purpose of entering the land of asking is naturally not to break through the Taoist realm, but to have other plans. And in the ascending immortal sect of the Divine Realm continent, Qin Tian, who was wearing a battle robe, stepped out of a dead place with 9 layers of magic flames hanging all over his body. One step at a time, one step at a time, one step at a time of ashes, the long knife in his hand was broken, and there were countless bloody mouths on his body, but Qin Tian didn't hesitate or pause, and strode towards the direction of Daozun's area. At this time, in the first district of Daozun district, the terrifying record of a legendary woman also spread wildly. It was Yu Linglong who killed several peerless geniuses, and broke through to the Supreme Realm in one fell swoop with undue power. Holding a spirit sword, Yu Linglong went out of the first district after seeing Ji Chongxing and the 3 of them, and then turned to the place of asking. And on the same day, the news that Zhu Tianzong moved the sect to the Daozun district also spread, which aroused great attention from all parties. After all, Tianpa, the 6th of the gods, would not move the sect to the Daozun area for no reason. It must have a plan. And this picture might have something to do with the eternal ancient holy body, which is the #1 body in the world, so many sect forces sent forces to pay close attention to the movements of the Jiuetian sect. It was precisely because the Jiuetian sect's movement was so loud that it attracted the attention of all forces, and no one noticed that everything had disappeared in the secret realm where Taboo Ridge was located. Then the ancient taboos disappeared, as if the world evaporated, even the breath disappeared. #C3504 King of Jade Leaves. At the bottom of Yuya Lake, Chu Yan has been practicing in seclusion for 10 days. This is the bottom of the big crack in the mountain range, surrounded by a large piece of the corpse of the supreme jade leaf beast, forming a powerful bloody suppression, so that the surrounding jade leaf beast and other monsters dare not approach at all. At this time, Chu Yan was sitting cross-legged in the crack, and the majestic spiritual breath surged in his body like a tide, making a storm-like sound, and the powerful force it picked up swept to all directions. This situation lasted for an hour before it slowly subsided. Chu Yan gently opened his eyes and looked around. I didn't expect that the supreme power would improve so quickly. Although Chu Yan also knew that this jade leaf would improve the supreme power very quickly, he did not expect that using dozens of jade leaves together would have such a good effect. During this period of time, Chu Yan has been killing and practicing, and he has killed more than 50 supreme jade leaf beasts. Go ahead and kill. Chu Yan stood up from the ground, pulled up the Haoyan sword beside him with a wave of his hand, and shook off the supreme jade leaf beast blood on the sword. His figure flashed into a streamer and rushed forward. Huh. Not long after, Chu Yan's eyes flashed and his brows frowned slightly. The situation is wrong. With my own speed, within 100 breaths of time, I didn't even meet a single jade leaf beast. Could it be that something happened in the past few days? After carefully running the true energy, Chu Yan cast the unicorn pupil and continued to fly forward. Not long after, some small light spots appeared in the sea water ahead, like large stars floating in the sea water. If Chu Yan's unicorn pupil had not been improved, I am afraid that these tiny star points would not have been found. Look at the direction, they are coming from there. After observing carefully, Chu Yan turned around. This is. After a period of time, Chu Yan stopped and looked forward. I saw that an underwater forest appeared in front of us. The tall trees stood upright without leaves, but there were large pieces of aquatic plants entangled on them. Some huge turbulent eddies surged around, forming sharp water arrows and electric lights, scattered in all directions. At such a distance, Chu Yan could feel the powerful power. With such power, even a cultivator of the supreme realm would surely die if he fell into it. If it is the supreme peak, it is possible to save one's life if the whole card is used. Chu Yan didn't dare to be careless, restrained his breath, and slowly leaned forward. When he reached the edge of the seagrass forest, he scanned with his spiritual sense and found 10 supreme masters, 2 of them among them. In addition, in another direction, there is an extremely powerful force that is also gestating, which even creates a sense of coercion in Chu Yan's heart. With Chu Yan's current cultivation level, even the supreme peak powerhouse can't make him feel a trace of coercion. He must be above the Taoist level. Here, can't there be a jade leaf beast attacking the Taoist realm? Chu Yan pondered in his heart, his eyes sparkling. If it is a human cultivator, it is impossible to hide in such a dangerous place. The only possibility is a monster. This new fellow Taoist, since you have already discovered it, then I can tell you that the jade leaf beast cannot break through the Taoist realm, and it will definitely fail. A righteous voice sounded, echoing in Chu Yan's consciousness. After this jade leaf beast fails, its soul will be annihilated, and its physical body will exist, the voice continued. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately understood, and replied. You want to join hands with me to fight for this jade leaf beast? Although Chu Yan doesn't know much about the jade leaf beast, he knows that if the monster beast fails to attack the realm and the soul annihilates the existence of the physical body, I am afraid that the strength of the physical body will exceed the original realm. Even if this Jade Leaf Beast of the Supreme Peak realm failed, its beast body strength might far exceed that of an ordinary Peak Supreme Monster Beast. However, such a situation can be regarded as a rare occurrence in 100 years. Yes. Those two Supreme Peaks belong to the Supreme Sect and the Hang clan. They are extremely powerful. If we don't join forces, we won't have any chance. The voice did not hide it, and answered. Now the several Supremes who are waiting around have agreed to join hands with me. After this is done, we will fight each other by means. At that time, if the fellow Taoists do not succeed, I can compensate you with 2 jade leaves of the Supreme Peak realm. What do you think? Hearing this request, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, the 2 Supreme Peaks are not to be feared, but there are many other Supreme Realm powerhouses around. If they join forces, it will be a little troublesome, so the best way is to divide and attack. After dealing with these 2 Supreme Peaks first, it will be much easier to deal with other Supremes such as Deshang. Fellow Daoist is wise. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the voice said politely. When the time comes, when I speak, let's do it together. Chu Yan responded and stopped talking. Time passed, and after a long time, a huge force began to erupt in the incomparably huge seaweed forest. Various visions evolved in the water, all of which gathered towards the seagrass forest. Large swathes of dark clouds appeared in the waters, appearing even darker, and while moving, a large swath of sea water was rolled over, and the momentum was even more astonishing. A terrifying force exploded like a thunderbolt, sweeping across the entire seagrass forest. All around the sea boils, the forest trembles. Here we go. Chu Yan focused his eyes and looked towards the direction of the forest. In an instant, a terrifying roar sounded, and a jade leaf beast with a body like a mountain rushed out of the forest, waved its claws, and slapped the thundercloud fiercely. Boom! Under the impact of heaven and earth, the dark cloud was only slightly dented, and at the same time as it returned to its original state, an extremely huge ball of light condensed from the dark cloud. The moment the thunder cluster in this dark cloud condensed, the entire sea water froze, as if frozen, and the powerful power of heaven and earth swept across. Even Chu Yan and the others groaned, and they all used their exercises to resist. The jade leaf beast was completely enraged, its eyes were blood red, the single horn on its head shone with a dazzling golden light, and its whole body was like a wave of monsters. It rushed towards the ball of thunder. Boom! 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 For a moment, the entire sea area was completely shattered, the visions ran wild, the dark clouds shattered, and the forest was completely destroyed. The supreme beings present lost their hiding places and were swept away by the powerful force, all retreated violently and flew towards the distance. Such power, even if they are supreme, they cannot keep it at close range. After all, this is a monster beast at the peak of the supreme realm, the thunder tribulation that broke through the Tao Master realm. If it is accidentally involved, it may not die, but will be seriously injured. Their purpose is to snatch the beast's corpse after the jade leaf beast fails to break through. So now, you must preserve your peak combat power, and you must not suffer any injuries. #C3505 Robbery. Chu Yan stood there, motionless, watching quietly. This is a breakthrough. Although it is a monster, it has similarities with a cultivator's breakthrough, and it happens to be an opportunity to watch. I came to the place of asking, on the one hand, because of the eternal body and the immortal demon emperor skill, and at the same time to break through the Taoist realm. Therefore, such an opportunity can be met but not sought, and Chu Yan will naturally not miss it. This catastrophe became more and more terrifying. Compared with the jade leaf beast's attack, what the whole thunder light showed was a drop in the bucket. Even if it was the jade leaf beast's crazy attack, the power of the thunder group seemed not to be shaken at all. On the contrary, the body of the jade leaf beast seems to have been severely injured, and it seems to be changing, and it is constantly dropping flesh and fur, which looks horrible. Time passed, and after nearly an hour, the jade leaf beast actually blasted away a third of the thunder light, breaking a huge crack. The brilliance on it has changed from being faint to extremely bright now. A large piece of Daoguang shrouded the broken flesh all over his body. Boom! Between heaven and earth, the sound of a heavy drum exploded. At this moment, the jade leaf beast is like the beast king of heaven and earth, and the monstrous power it unleashes seems to suppress even the heaven and earth. The jade leaf beast roared unceasingly, and the demonic aura all over its body began to subside. It seemed that it was about to succeed, and its face showed a smug look. However, at this moment, all the supreme beings watching suddenly trembled, and all pupils shrank suddenly. In an instant, above the head of the jade leaf beast, an extremely pitch-black phantom appeared, holding a half-human-high giant hammer, and slammed it down on the jade leaf beast. That way, it looks like a half-orc, attacking a fully aware small animal with a mace. After all, compared to the mountain-high body of the jade leaf beast, the shadow giant's figure was more than twice as large. The jade leaf beast, which had already half-stepped into the Taoist realm, had no time to react, and was hit by the heavy hammer. Starting from the top of the beast's head, countless cracks broke out. It spread all over the body, and the monster's breath was released in disorder, and it soon became sluggish. The phantom took back the heavy hammer, shattered with a bang, merged into the dark clouds in the sky, and disappeared. The whole process didn't even take 3 breaths. This phantom, could it be the envoy? The palm print of the land of asking? Chu Yan knows that there are guides in the 4th district, and the immediate boss they are afraid of is the palm print. Since there are palm prints in the Daozun area, then this place of asking questions probably also has them. It's just that Chu Yan didn't expect that this emissary would directly kill a monster in the Quasi-Dao Master realm. The key is to kill him with one blow. How strong is the power of this envoy? Could it be that this place of asking, including everything that happened in Daozun's area, they are secretly peeping? Chu Yan kept thinking in the sea of consciousness, pondering in his heart. At this moment, 2 auras burst out suddenly, and the mighty waves rolled. The 2 supreme peak-level powerhouses took the lead in attacking and rushed towards the corpse of the jade leaf beast almost at the same time. One had scars all over her face, and she couldn't even see her face clearly, and the other was a little girl in her teens who was wearing a jade armor. "Old ghost, you dare to snatch something that my mother likes." As soon as the little girl opened her mouth, Chu Yan's face turned black. With a wave of her little hand, a large area of Dao light surged, and a large area of leaves bloomed, blasting towards the old man. Without turning his head, the old man drew out a big knife with his backhand. The knife was as powerful as a tide. In an instant, the 2 of them collided together, and the waves exploded and rushed in all directions. The afterimages were between the collisions, and there were clusters of gas gangsters erupting. At an astonishing speed, they collided no less than 100 times. What a horror! Chu Yan and some other supreme beings stood there waiting without any action. The 2 supreme peaks who were fighting seemed to be completely indifferent to their existence and ignore them at all. The battle lasted for about 100 breaths, and the little girl suddenly raised her hand and waved it lightly, as if she was going to do something. At this moment, the voice just now sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. "Fellow Daoist, it's now, let's do it." Shh. As soon as the voice fell to the ground, the supremes all around burst into aura at the same time, turning into shocking lights and rushing towards the 2 supremes. Powerful Taoism one by one, and various Taoist treasures were cast at the same time, turning into a flood, blasting towards the little girl and the grimacing old man. Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he also rushed out at the same time, his eyes swept to the supreme Desheng realm around him. A white-haired and long-waisted man was holding a jade flute, and the aura in his body was so strange that even the pupils of a unicorn could not peek at it. My old lady, thought how long you could endure, I'm really disappointed. The little girl glanced at the crowd of supreme beings rushing over, turned around, and at the same time facing several supreme Dishangs rushing over, the grimacing old man also suddenly turned to face the other few. Obviously, the two of them were only acting just now, and they had discussed it long ago, and they had to deal with these supreme masters first. Huh. Even Sun Family's Yudi Supreme came to join in the fun. The old man with a grimace saw the middle-aged supreme being holding a jade flute, and immediately let out a little surprise. The middle-aged man just smiled and did not speak. With a wave of the jade flute in his hand, it turned into a rainbow of surprise and stabbed at the two of them. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan then made a move, the long sword trembled, and the light of the sword was like thunder, and the 4 ways of asking questions were circulating in his body, turning into a powerful sword force, and slashed towards the two of them. This sword intent is quite strong. Both the grimacing old man and the little girl were a little surprised, their eyes swept from Yudi Jiuxiao to Chu Yan. And the other supreme beings present also looked at Chu Yan with astonishment on their faces. Chu Yan. The whole audience was dumbfounded, with a dozen pairs of eyes wide open, all looking at Chu Yan with a look of horror on their faces. They never imagined that they would meet the most famous person in the land of asking. Chu Yan was not surprised at all. When he made a move, he knew that he would be discovered. He instantly activated the 2 new ways of asking questions in his body, and his aura surged again, attacking the grimacing old man and the little girl. The 12 ways of asking, that Chu Yan. The old man with a grimace was extremely surprised. Seeing Chu Yan's aura, he couldn't help but nodded in approval. Not bad, the cultivation base of the supreme initial stage has such power, it is worthy of being the reincarnation of the gods. The grimace old man Nai is a strong man of the Hang clan. His clan has already issued an order to suppress Chu Yan and seize the secret clan order from Chu Yan. But he is a strong man in the supreme peak state, and he can listen to such orders as he wants, and no one dares to do whatever he wants. In his opinion, he has no past with Chu Yan, and there is no need to take action against the younger generation. Besides, isn't it more interesting to see a legend appear in the God's domain continent? Good boy, let me look for it for so long. The little girl looked at Chu Yan, but her expression changed. With the corners of her mouth raised, her eyes were full of coldness. Among Chu Yan's 12 ways of asking, there is the supreme sect. Now that she meets it, how can she let it go? After all, it is a disgrace to the sect and must be washed with blood. #C3506 Battle Peak. Not only the little girl supreme, but the other supremes present also completely changed their gazes at Chu Yan. Their respective sect forces also passed down orders to round up Chu Yan. Everyone, no matter what orders you have given in your sect, should you repel these 2 now, get the jade leaves first, and then you all have to settle accounts with Chu Yan. I am willing to accompany you. Chu Yan looked at the several supreme beings present, and said. When these words sounded, the eyes of Yudi Supreme and the others flickered a few times, and they all nodded and said. What fellow Taoist Chu Yan said is very true, take the jade leaves first. All the supreme beings only hesitated for a moment, and then they all agreed. For them, Zongmen orders are one thing, but it is another thing to see the jade leaves in front of them. Giving up such a rare opportunity for the sake of Zongmen's order is not something you can encounter just by thinking about it. Since Chu Yan said he wouldn't run away, what are you afraid of? Obviously even Chu Yan wanted Yu Yi, so how could they miss it? First, pass the news of Chu Yan's appearance back to the sect, and then how the sect will deal with it has nothing to do with me. Several supreme beings pondered in their hearts, and spread their spiritual consciousness one after another. Of course, Chu Yan didn't know what they were thinking, but since his identity was exposed, he didn't care about it. Humph. Kid, do you really think you can survive? The little girl supreme had a cold expression on her face, the method of asking in her body was running, and the powerful force surged and shouted. You have no chance to accompany them, I will destroy you first. In an instant, her figure burst out, and she was in the sky above Chu Yan's head in an instant. On a pair of small hands, 2 spirit patterns were printed directly, bursting out with monstrous power. Chu Yan glanced away, and his figure flashed sharply, avoiding the 2 hairlines. Boom! Boom! The 2 spirit patterns hit the air, blasting out 2 huge deep pits on the ground below. The power is astonishing. Shoot! The supreme jade flute shouted loudly. He rushed to the grimace old man first. Why did you find me? The old man with a grimace smiled wryly, shook his head, and his whole body burst out with a powerful aura that shot straight into the sky. Since you are going to die, then I will collect your blood essence, which is just useful. Boom! 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 A group of supreme masters attacked, and the battle broke out violently, with mighty power radiating in all directions, and the sound of violent anger could be heard endlessly. Within a radius of thousands of miles, all the cultivators who practiced in Yuya Lake felt the power of the battle here, and all fled in all directions. There is no true law, there is one law in the sky, and there are thousands of laws in the earth. The little girl spun around, and every time she turned around, an afterimage rushed out and stood behind her. In less than a blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of afterimages standing behind her, all of which were the same as the main body, and seemed to be some kind of powerful avatar secret technique. It's just that Chu Yan and the supreme beings present swept over with their consciousness, but found that these avatars had exactly the same aura as the deity. Give me, on. With a wave of the little girl's jade hand, hundreds of avatars drank coquettishly, and at the same time, the jade hand reprinted. In an instant, the void around Chu Yan's body changed greatly, and all the lake water was evaporated, turning into a blank independent space. Countless spirit patterns emerged in the void, and they shot at Chu Yan like a storm. Sword of Heaven! Chu Yan's sword burst out, and the power of reincarnation surged, and the surrounding spirit patterns were either chopped into powder by the sword light, or directly hit the aura around Chu Yan's body, and instantly solidified. Of the 12 ways of asking, Chu Yan can use any one as the main attack. In this way, the methods of the 12 ways of asking are ever-changing, which is equivalent to 12 more powerful Taoism. This Tianlunzong's reincarnation asking method is exactly Qiao Guqing's unique skill. Once it is used, no attack within a radius of 10,000 steps can maintain its original strength. Good boy, the method of asking, which you stole, can still be cultivated to such a level. If you have the ability to display the supreme scripture, let me see. Hundreds of clones spoke at the same time, their voices were like thunder. In an instant, Chu Yan shrank his eyes, and suddenly felt that the surrounding space had changed again. I saw that all the spirit patterns flew and collided together, turning into a huge spirit pattern, covering the sky and covering the earth, falling from the sky like a thunderstorm. Well, can it be like this? The secret technique of split body attack is completely different from the secret technique of clone that practitioners are familiar with. At least with Chu Yan's knowledge, this is the first time he has discovered that there is a secret ability to form a combined attack. Fellow practitioners of the 12 ways of asking questions can't chew through too much. What's the point? At the same time as the little girl's voice sounded, the power between heaven and earth changed again. At the top of that independent space, the little girl's avatars kept appearing, and the figure skyrocketed rapidly, instantly turning into a figure like 100 mountains. In this scene, all the supremes present were stunned. How mysterious is the method of asking. If you can comprehend one of them, you will be invincible in the world. What kind of tricks can practitioners of the 12 sects practice? Wasting. Cultivation is mixed, power is scattered. What power is there? Today, I will let you see what the real supreme scripture is. After saying these words, the little girl released monstrous rays of light, and hundreds of mountain-like figures took a step at the same time. Boom, boom. After taking this step, Baidao's avatar raised its fist and punched down at the same time, and Baidao's fist exploded, with shocking power. Cut. Chu Yan's long hair flew up, the tiger roared and hunted, and all the power burst out, turning into a bright sword light, and slashed out. Like a round of dark light shining between the sky and the earth, when the sword light passed by, the sky and the earth turned pale. As the sword light passed, it collided with hundreds of figures, and in an instant, the air was violent and the airwaves rolled. Chu Yan's figure followed, and once again swung his sword to fight with him. At this moment, the war broke out completely. Not good. After 100 breaths, the eyes of Supreme Yudi and others all changed. They saw that above the sky, the battle between Chu Yan and the little girl Supreme was extremely terrifying. And Chu Yan held a long sword and stood opposite the little girl Supreme. Both of them were as motionless as a mountain, but the powerful aura around them was distorting even the void. Everyone knows that this is the most direct and deadly battle of wills between the supreme and powerful. However, everyone also saw that the aura around Chu Yan seemed chaotic, while the void around the little girl supreme was peaceful. From this point of view, it seems that Chu Yan is at a disadvantage. The little girl's achievement of the supreme scripture, coupled with the supreme's peak cultivation, is definitely not something that a supreme can match in the early stage. The grimacing old man saw it, but shook his head with a smile. Absolute genius is good, and the successor of the gods is also good, but after all, the difference in cultivation is several days, and the gap is still huge. Time passes, and the fight continues. In the independent space, Chu Yan's figure began to shake, as if he would be thrown back at any time. If you can survive until now, it counts as how strong you are. Then now, you can die. At the same time as the little girl opened her mouth, her will restrained, and the power of the Supreme all over her body burst out, blasting out all kinds of strength, and directly attacked Chu Yan. #C3507 Extreme Water Cloud Tide. Chu Yan saw the attack coming, but the corner of his mouth raised an arc. I saw that his body suddenly exploded several times faster and turned into a sword light, cutting one of the clones in half. There was no blood flowing, only true energy dissipated. At least, her avatar and ordinary avatars are also composed of true energy. The little girl Jizuan's complexion changed, and the little hand in the seal froze slightly. I've been talking nonsense for a long time, is there any new method? If not, then it can be over. Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, and his figure swelled with the storm. In less than a blink of an eye, he had already swelled to the same level as the little girl supreme. After another 2 breaths, Chu Yan's figure has grown to more than 10 times that of the little girl. This time, Chu Yan was like a mountain towering into the sky, standing between the sky and the earth, looking down at the little girl, as if he was looking at a group of ants. However, this time, hundreds of cloned little girls all stared at Chu Yan, dumbfounded. This is impossible. How is it possible? The supreme scripture, you understand it. Hearing this, Chu Yan just shook his head and said, I haven't fully comprehended it. The 12 methods of asking questions are all practiced at the same time, so none of them have reached the realm of perfection. When these words fell to the ground, the little girl Jizuan trembled all over. Not only her, but the other supreme beings present also had their pupils constricted, and they all gasped. What do you mean? If you have not reached the state of consummation, then you have reached the state of great success. The 12 methods of asking questions have all been cultivated to the level of great success. How can this be? The most astonishing thing is the little girl supreme. She practiced the supreme scripture for nearly 1,000 years. It's just a great achievement. And now, how long has this Chu Yan been, a year, or half a year? In such a short time, don't talk about comprehension, I'm afraid I haven't finished reading it. But no matter how surprised she was, Chu Yan on the opposite side burst out with powerful willpower, and the 12 ways of asking questions were running at the same time, and the swaying long sword was as powerful as thunder. From the beginning, as long as Chu Yan wanted to break the supreme scripture, he had many ways, whether it was the Tao Tu or the soul of the god of war, he could break the supreme scripture, but Chu Yan considered the situation on the spot first. Complex, not easy to reveal too much. Moreover, a strong man at the peak of the supreme realm is a good opponent in battle. How did you comprehend in a short period of time? The little girl's sea of consciousness was full of shocking streams and waves. She couldn't understand how Chu Yan did it in such a short period of time. Could it be that this is the powerful talent of the top 10 peerless geniuses, the 5th successor of the gods, and the son of Wu Tiandi? Chu Yan, I must not leave you today. You must die. The little girl supreme finally woke up, looking at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes. She didn't dare to imagine that if this Chu Yan was allowed to continue, then the number 1 person of the supreme scripture would become a strong foreign sect in the future. In that case, the face of the supreme Tianzong will be lost. However, no matter how angry she is, the general trend formed by the supreme scripture has been broken by Chu Yan, and even if she urges her desperately, it will not help at all. Bang bang bang. Amidst all kinds of violent noises, her avatars exploded one after another, turning into waves rolling in the sky. The power within the scope of the entire supreme scripture could not withstand Chu Yan's attack at all, and began to collapse as a whole. In the lake water, the little girl's body was pushed back more than a dozen steps before she managed to stand still, and there was a trace of bright red around her little mouth. Looking at Chu Yan again, his momentum was like a tide, without any influence at all. The grimacing old man, the supreme Yudi, and everyone else were shocked when they saw it. The supreme Bible has been broken. Moreover, the majestic supreme peak powerhouse was actually defeated by the supreme early stage. Okay. Very good, Chu Yan, you are very good. When the little girl said this, she was obviously air-conditioned, she was praising her, but her whole body was as cold as ice. Gently raised his small hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, the anger in his eyes subsided and turned into a powerful fighting spirit. As the supreme peak, he has experienced countless battles of life and death. His combat experience and willpower are so strong that it is impossible for him to go completely crazy or become hysterical if he is defeated by one move. This kind of battle will only make a strong person like her stronger and stronger. I said, I will definitely kill you today. While speaking, she flipped her hands and pulled out 3 Tao treasures, and threw them into the air. Looking up, the 3 Tao treasures released monstrous power at the same time. They were obviously ancient Tao weapons. Selling 3 ancient Taoist artifacts at once, this little girl must have moved out her entire family. Boom. 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 With the eruption of Gangwei, the powerful Taoism she used is no longer the scriptures in the sky, but another unique move. The Taoist master is Vain, the soul of the god of war. The opponent is getting stronger and stronger, and Chu Yan will naturally not underestimate the enemy, and he knows that the real battle will only begin now. Just in case, even Saint Rakshasa was summoned together, unleashing the strongest combat power. Although the opposite one defeated him by one move, he is the supreme peak after all. The 3 tall figures stood up and instantly merged into Chu Yan's body, making Chu Yan swell against the wind with his fighting power. Ha ha ha, here's your chance. Now that the Yudi Supreme has finally seen the situation clearly, he let out a maniacal laugh and said, Fellow Taoists, with Chu Yan's peerless Tianhe teaming up with us, we will surely win this battle. Let's take action. If there is any unique trick, if you don't use it now, when will you wait? When these words sounded, all the Supreme Masters present nodded their heads, and their whole bodies exploded with arrogance. The Supreme Yudi took out a gossip mirror, waved his hand, and attacked. Do it. Superior. Good chance. All the Supreme Masters thought they had no chance at first, but now it seems that Chu Yan alone can withstand the little girl Supreme, and they only need to deal with the grimacing old man. This is definitely a huge opportunity, not to be missed. In an instant, a war broke out, and the world was in turmoil. The situation of the battle changed, and the grimacing old man's scarred face was full of dullness. Asshole. Although he is at the peak of the Supreme Realm, facing more than a dozen Supreme Realm Dashang Realm, this is several times more dangerous than the little girl Supreme facing Chu Yan. After all, Chu Yan's cultivation base is weaker than that of the little girl Supreme. Even if she can't win, she will rarely be invincible. But as for myself, I was besieged by a group of people, if I am not careful. According to this kind of battlefield, if the whole card is not used, the consequences will be disastrous. After all, there is only one level of realm difference between the dozen or so Supreme Masters and him. At this moment, a powerful energy suddenly swept across the battlefield and passed through the hearts of every strong man. This. All eyes are looking forward at the same time. At the end of their line of sight, there was a piece of dark blue water rushing toward them. This piece of dark blue water was obviously different in color from the surrounding lake water, and the speed was extremely fast, without any breath fluctuations, but it caused a strong coercion to everyone present. Extreme water cloud tide. How is it possible? The faces of the little girl Xuanhuan and the grimacing old man changed drastically. #C3508 in-game. Extreme water cloud tide. According to the legend, only the ultimate spiritual power of the water system among the 5 elements gathers. Wherever it passes, everything is frozen, and there is no existence that the power can resist. It can be said that the extreme water cloud tide represents the strongest water-type spiritual power in the God's domain continent, not one of them. When the deep blue water cloud got closer and closer, the Yudi Supreme and the others present also noticed the appearance of the extreme water cloud tide, and Chi-Chi's face changed drastically. The light in Chu Yan's eyes changed, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. Go. The old man with a grimace looked at it for about 2 breaths, and found that the extreme water cloud tide was coming straight towards them, and he didn't intend to turn around at all. He immediately yelled, turned around and ran away. Even if he is the Supreme Peak, he would not dare to put himself in absolute danger, perhaps not even the Taoist realm. Chu Yan, you are lucky. The little girl Supreme didn't dare to hesitate. She gave Chu Yan a vicious look, turned around and got into the void passage. Quick! Take the corpse of the jade leaf beast and distribute it later. A Supreme roared, and at the same time began to use the void channel, and several other Supremes also reacted. Some went up to help, and some dragged the corpse of the jade leaf beast. Everyone, thank you. But at this moment, the Supreme Jade Flute laughed loudly, and appeared directly next to the corpse of the jade leaf beast, raised his hand to take it away, turned around and took out a jade shuttle Daobao, and was about to escape. From the looks of it, the Jade Flute Supreme didn't want to distribute it with everyone at all, but wanted to keep it all to himself. Yudi, how despicable. All the Supreme Masters present were so angry that their faces turned green. They were all proposed by the Jade Flute Supreme to join forces. The words were all spoken by the Supreme Yudi, but now he is the first one to betray the agreement. However, those Supreme Dashang who had rushed towards the Jade Leaf Beast seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and at the same time shot to intercept the Jade Flute Supreme. However, the Jade Flute Supreme waved his hand, and the Jade Flute in his hand waved a piece of jade light. The Jade Shuttle beneath him unleashed an astonishing speed, leading him towards the oncoming, extremely water cloud tide. What? A group of Supreme Dashang realm powerhouses were all dumbfounded. Be cheated. Could it be that this Jade Flute Supreme has a way to deal with Jiuxiao? This is chasing, or not chasing. If they catch up, if that Jade Flute Master really has a way, they will die, but if they don't chase, they can only watch him run away. I didn't expect to succeed so easily, ha, ha. The Supreme Yudi looked back, and just as he laughed, he found that his neck was cold, and when he looked down, it turned out to be a long sword against his neck. Just leave like this, isn't it appropriate? Chu Yan looked at him and said softly. The moment the Supreme Jade Flute left, Chu Yan was already on top of the Jade Shuttle and drew his sword directly. The figure of Yudi Supreme trembled slightly, and then the corners of his mouth lightly raised. Chu Yan was a little surprised by his reaction. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Supreme Master Yudi's face remained normal. However, at this moment, Jiuxiao didn't slow down at all, and rushed directly into the extreme water cloud tide. In an instant, a ball of pure light burst out from above the Jade Shuttle, turning into a light shield to completely cover the Jade Shuttle, completely isolating it from the extreme water cloud tide. You knew I would come? Chu Yan said. Yes. The Supreme Yudi nodded without denying it. I knew before that the Jiuxiao would appear here, deliberately leading the battlefield on the only way of the Jiuxiao, and then snatch the body of the Jade Leaf Beast and leave through the Jiuxiao. This is what I planned before. The only thing I didn't expect is that you will show up. So, I made a temporary decision to wait for you for a while. Why? Chu Yan asked. Ha ha ha, why else, with the wisdom of Taoist Chu Yan, it should be easy to think of. The Supreme Jade Flute smiled, his figure dissipated like light smoke, fluttering and flying to the other end of the Jade Shuttle, recondensed his figure, and looked at Chu Yan's face, full of smiles. With a wave of his hand, he took out a long purple sword and raised the tip of the sword slightly. This purple sword turned out to be a top-level Taoist weapon. Fellow Taoist Wu Fa, don't you mind if I call you that? Although you are a second-generation ancestor, the sixth of the gods has betrayed you, and the number one of the gods doesn't like you, you are also the son of Emperor Zhou. No matter what, at least I will leave something for you. For example, the Eternal Eucharist, or the Tsang Jing Daobao. Having said that, the smile on Yudi Supreme's face became thicker. Seeing that Chu Yan was silent, a smug look flashed in his eyes, and he said. Fellow Taoist Wu Fa, don't worry, as long as you cooperate with me well, I promise you won't make things difficult for fellow Taoist Wu Fa. Hearing this, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, it seems that you should still have a backup and support. Based on your cultivation at the Supreme Achievement Realm, if there is no support behind you, you shouldn't dare to plan like this. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Supreme Yudi's eyes lit up, and he said with a light smile. Fellow Taoist Wu Fa, you are smart. I'd just like to cooperate with smart people. After finishing speaking, his aura instantly surged, and the power like a flood swept away, turning into a wave, rushing into the extreme water and cloud tide around him. At this moment, his cultivation aura has become the peak of the Supreme Realm. Hidden cultivation. Chu Yan was startled. It's not because I didn't see his hidden cultivation, but because this Jade Flute Supreme seems to have set up a big picture, and the target is himself. If that's the case, let's do it. Chu Yan's whole body exploded with fighting spirit, a cold light flashed in his hand, and the long sword was in his hand. The 12 doors of inquiry are fully opened, and the true energy in the body is also circulated to the extreme. When it gathers together, it explodes with a shocking sword light. The Supreme Yudi chuckled lightly, and said, Fellow Taoist Wu Fa, even though that little girl is average in your battle just now, your consumption will not be small. Do you still have a chance of winning against me now? Since you are looking for death, you can die here today. The smile on Yudi Supreme's face became extremely cold. As soon as his figure rushed, the sword light surged all over the sky, all of which were the power of the ice sword. Wherever he passed, even the shielded jade shuttle was covered with a layer of frost. Xianbing Extreme Water Sword. When the sword is released, there will be thousands of cold lights, as if to freeze the world. The anti-Shen flames on Chu Yan's body rushed straight up, wrapped the Haotian sword, and slashed straight out, colliding head-on with the icy sword light. Boom! Ice and fire intersect, two swords duel, the sky trembles, the lake boils. The figures of the two are like two bolts of lightning, facing each other crazily in a small space. The sky is full of afterimages, and they cannot be seen clearly at all. A kind of Taoism, the ultimate move is displayed, as if two peerless swords are confronting in the void. The entire jade shuttle was trembling, becoming more and more violent, as if it could not bear it at all. Cracks burst out. If it goes on like this, the jade shuttle won't last long at all, and it will collapse. The world is frozen. The supreme jade flute opened his mouth, spewed out a ball of shining ice crystals, chopped it into pieces with a wave of his sword. With the next knock, the purple sword in his hand completely transformed into an ice sword in the cold forest. Even if he didn't push it, the void the sword passed through would all turn into ice edges. #C3509 Blood Sword Festival. How terrifying is the power of the Taoist weapon. In addition, this supreme jade flute even found a secret technique to match it. After using it and merging with the Taoist weapon, its power skyrocketed again. Call. Chu Yan's whole body was shrouded in anti-god flames, and the flames rolled all over his body, standing tall in the face of the frozen power of the world. Now Chu Yan's cultivation base is only in the early stage of supreme, and there is a threefold difference between Yudi's supreme peak, so Ni Shenyan can only guard the deity and cannot counterattack. Seeing this scene, Yudi Jizuan was a little surprised. Although he had carefully studied Chu Yan's information before, the information was more about his mountain range and Dalian. Regarding this strange fire, he did not expect so powerful. A trace of coldness flashed in Yue Jizuan's eyes. He gritted his teeth, and smashed the jade shuttle under his feet with his palm. A piece of Dao treasure had countless cracks. It was instantly shattered under this palm, and the fragments flew in all directions. At the same time, without the protection of the jade shuttle shield, the chill of the extreme water and cloud tide rushed over in an instant, enveloping the two of them. Under the penetrating cold, the supreme jade flute took out the jade bottle he had prepared in advance, and poured it out with his mouth open. After he drank it, the extreme cold around him seemed to have no effect on him. Town. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and the supreme power in his body erupted to the extreme. All the methods of asking were running, and the three bodies were united. The anti-Shen flame mainly covered the whole body, and also blocked the cold air of the extreme water and cloud tide. However, in this way, Chu Yan consumed a lot, and the pressure he was under was like carrying a mountain on his back. Fellow Taoist Wu Fa, do you understand now? The supreme jade flute smiled triumphantly, and took out a magic talisman with his hands. After incinerating it, the power of the spirit patterns all over his body flickered, saying, "This extreme water cloud tide is rare in 100 years. For me, such an opportunity is once in a lifetime, because I just happen to be extremely familiar with water movement." While speaking, he waved his hands, and after waving a special trajectory, the extreme water clouds and tides around him followed his movements, feeling faintly being manipulated. Specialize in the water system. The 5 elements are extremely strong. No wonder. Chu Yan looked at Yudi Supreme. In an instant, he realized that for a Jade Flute Supreme, he should be the one who practiced water, and he was the kind who had cultivated to the extreme. The existence of this perfect way of water movement has a strong control over all the water system forces in the world, which itself is one of the advantages of the 5 elements cultivator. Therefore, it's no wonder that he would take advantage of this extreme water and cloud tide to set up such a big situation. In other words, being in this extreme water and cloud tide is extremely beneficial to Yudi Supreme. The longer the battle lasts, the more troublesome it will be. Break! After Chu Yan made up his mind, his body flashed and his whole body burst into light. When the tall figure appeared, he raised his hand and slashed down with the giant sword. This is just now. Supreme Yudi's complexion changed suddenly. He didn't expect Chu Yan to use the trick he used to deal with Supreme Little Girl, just now to deal with himself again. In an instant everything changed, and the mist in the sky and the earth rose, as if a large area appeared, and within a radius of 10,000 miles, nothing could be seen. Compared with the Little Girl Supreme, this move of Chu Yan's Supreme Heavenly Scripture has changed significantly. After adding his own way, it is significantly different from the Supreme Heavenly Sect's method of asking questions. The face of Supreme Yudi changed greatly, and he looked around with a heavy face. I saw that Chu Yan's figure was the only one in this space, with a height like a mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression, and the giant sword in his hand had reached an extremely terrifying power, making Yudi supreme suddenly. There was an invincible feeling in my heart. Supreme Scripture. This is the supreme realm of the highest realm. Yudi Supreme's will collapsed, but his mind was still there, the pupils of his eyes shrank, and his heart trembled violently. In such a supreme realm, there is only one strong person in the world, and all living beings are ants. No matter how strong you are, you will all be suppressed, and you will lose all your fighting spirit and willpower. In such a situation, there is absolutely no possibility of winning. The strongest realm of the Supreme Heavenly Sect has been comprehended by an outsider. The Supreme Yudi couldn't even imagine it. Cut! Shouting thunder with one word, the divine light in Chu Yan's body soared to the sky, and the body was protected by thousands of mysterious lights, as if the true God of heaven and earth was slashing heavily with a sword. In an instant, the sky and the earth trembled, and all the majesty of the sky and the earth moved with it, and they all fell down, as if they wanted to completely annihilate everything. Wu Fa, I didn't expect that the second-generation ancestor before reincarnation would be so powerful in this life. This talent is not inferior to your father's name. It seems that I still underestimate you. The Supreme Yudi gritted his teeth fiercely, regardless of other things, desperately destroyed the true energy in his body, and urged all the power to the extreme. Wu Fa, you forced me to do this. He is very clear that in the Supreme Realm, if he wants to crack it, the only way out is to face it head-on and suppress it with strength. Fortunately, my own cultivation realm is 3 heavens higher than Wu Fa, so I still have a chance. As soon as his consciousness moved, the blood in his body boiled and evaporated in an instant, turning into a majestic tide of true energy that swept out, knocking back the surrounding Supreme Realm by nearly 100 steps. Ice and water come from the same source. Taking this opportunity, the Supreme Jade Flute let out a roar, and the blood in his body rushed out, turning into a blood mist, and evolved into a figure that was exactly the same as his real body. This Jade Flute Supreme is an elder of the 7 great ancient families, and his blood is extremely pure. This time, the power of the bloodline was mobilized, and it was completely out of cards, and the strength soared several times. Blood sword sacrificial to heaven. The Yudi Supreme and the phantom behind him shot at the same time, and the sword light that was cut out was like a golden glow. Boom! When the sword lights collided, they bounced back at the same time, between brothers. However, the remaining energy produced caused the surrounding void to tremble suddenly, turning into a wasteland. And the phantom behind Chu Yan, as well as the phantom in front of the Yudi Supreme, also collapsed along with the waste world and became invisible. The supreme power in the 2 bodies produced a second confrontation in the void, and the rumbling sound was endless, like 1,000 thunders resounding. 100-step real fist. Yudi flickered, raised her hand and punched out again. 100-step boxing, the unique skill of the Sun family of the 7 ancient families, must be learned by close relatives. It is integrated with the blood of the Li family, and its power can be ranked among the top 3 among the 7 ancient families. With the power of this punch, the world froze, as if time and space were completely frozen. In the void, there are only powerful fists striking forward, which makes people feel powerless. This punch is not bad. Chu Yan watched the fist strike, but his eyes were slightly bright, his body was like a mountain, and his robe was flying. The next moment, a picture of mountains, rivers, and great rivers flew out of his body, like rainbow lights, covering the sky and covering the earth, releasing dazzling rays of light. Break it! As soon as the words landed, the Tao scroll flew across the sky, and under the infusion of spiritual power, it burst out in an instant. #C3510 Step Punch. Under the scene where the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, and the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking, the expression of Supreme Yudi changed completely. What a Chu Yan, really extraordinary. The power of this move. The face of Yudi Supreme, the eyes are dignified, and the whole body is full of true energy. The blood in his body was rushing like a great river, but upon closer inspection, one would find that the blood in this rushing river was constantly decreasing, and all of it had turned into blood power. Before he could finish his sentence, an illusory fist appeared in the scroll of heaven and earth above Chu Yan's head, and directly blasted towards him. The power of the heaven and earth picture scroll finally exploded completely. In an instant, not to mention the extreme water and cloud tide, even the entire Yuya lake trembled suddenly, freezing for half a breath in an instant. Accompanied by the fist of the scroll of heaven and earth, an incomparably powerful force of will appeared. Wherever it passed, the body of Yudi Supreme trembled suddenly, and his face changed drastically. It never occurred to him that this force of will could suppress even himself. I am the peak of the Supreme, and I was suppressed by the will of a Supreme in the early stage. Is there any reason for this? The moment of astonishment made Yudi Supreme half a step too late. When he wanted to make a move, he saw the fist burning instantly, coming towards him like a blazing sun. The power of this punch, coupled with the suppression of will, made it impossible to resist at all. Boom! In the next breath, the fist strikes, blasting on the body of the Supreme Jade Flute, blasting a shocking sound, and all the blood power stored on his body is instantly blasted into nothingness. Ah! Amidst the shrill screams, the body of the Yudi Supreme was blasted upside down, blood all over his body flew across, and hit the ground at the bottom of the lake in the distance, creating a deep pit of hundreds of feet. The supreme peak aura of the whole body is constantly decaying. On the other side, Chu Yan also softened all over his body, as if all his strength had been emptied, and the breath in his whole body was weakened by more than 50%. The picture scroll of heaven and earth is released. It's fierce, but it consumes a little too much. A supreme peak, so difficult to deal with. While Chu Yan kept adjusting his breath, he smiled wryly and shook his head. If it is in the realm of gods and kings, it is not difficult to fight beyond the third layer of heaven. If it is in the realm of honor, there is no problem at all. Starting from the respected state, Chu Yan has always existed in the invincible state of the same level. He did not expect that after breaking through to the supreme state, it will become more and more difficult to fight across the ranks. This has added a lot of actual combat experience to Chu Yan's battle against the supreme realm. No wonder the higher the realm, the shorter the battle process. It should be because the strongest fighters in the supreme realm fight with each other and immediately explode their strongest combat power after probing, and the winner is decided within a few moves. On this side, Chu Yan was still contemplating, while on the other side, Yudi Supreme was almost so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I actually lost to the supreme early stage. No one would have imagined that a majestic person at the peak of the supreme realm, the most powerful martial artist in the entire God's domain continent, would be hiding in a 100-foot deep pit at this time, with blank eyes and suspicious martial arts students. After all, he is on this continent, and in history, He is one of the very few who was defeated by the third level in the Supreme Realm. And before that, Yudi Supreme had almost never been defeated in battles of the same level. Coupled with his careful thinking, he had a great reputation among the 7 ancient families, including this place of asking. Don't kill me. I don't know how long it took. The Yudi Supreme climbed out of the deep pit, looked up at Chu Yan. On the face of the majestic continent, there was still the usual superiority of the 7 ancient families. I will give you everything I have, Dao Bao, elixir. I don't want it anymore. I will give it all to you. I can swear an oath of heavenly power, never to take revenge, and never to report to the family, absolutely. If you kill me, it won't do any good. The third brother of my lineage is the holy son of the Sun family. Beg. Call out. Before he could finish his stammering words, a ray of light shot straight at him, cut across his neck, and instantly threw his head away. Is you? The head fell to the ground, the lips trembled, and after spitting out the last 2 words, the eyes were filled with lifeless energy and completely hollowed out. With the sound of thumping, his kneeling corpse fell down, his whole body loosened, and 2 spirit-patterned stones rolled out of his tightly clenched palms. These 2 spirit-patterned stones are extremely precious. Chu Yan can only recognize part of the spirit patterns on them, so it can be concluded that they are ancient treasures. But Chu Yan can recognize from this small amount of spirit patterns. Of these 2 spirit-patterned stones, one is forbidden technique level, and the other has the effect of void concealment. In other words, while the Yudi Supreme was begging Chu Yan, he was ready to attack and retreat. As expected of careful thought. After waving his hands to put away the 2 spirit-patterned stones, Chu Yan walked towards the body of the Supreme Jade Flute, and began to check his storage jade talisman. For Chu Yan, this is the strongest warrior he has killed since he practiced martial arts, and there should be no shortage of good things in him. With a sweep of consciousness, Chu Yan found the belt of Yudi Supreme, which was obviously different. After reaching the Supreme Realm, practitioners can open up an independent space as they like, and generally do not use jade charms anymore, but various personal belongings. And this Supreme Jade Flute obviously used his jade ring belt as a space storage. After using the power of will to erase the mark on it, Chu Yan's spiritual sense probed into the jade belt. The first thing to be discovered was a kind of opal made of topaz. There were a lot of them, and the aura released by stacking them was extremely strong. On the other side, there is a pile of jade leaf demon pills, without any breath fluctuations, only the most primitive demon breath fluctuations, which should be obtained from the jade leaf beasts killed by Yudi in this jade leaf lake. These things are all expected by Chu Yan. After all, ordinary cultivators will practice for a long time when they go to Yuya Lake. And Chu Yan also tried it before. The more concentrated the cultivation of the jade leaf demon pill, the better the effect, so Yudi collected a large amount of jade leaf demon pill, and before he had time to practice, it was all cheaper for himself. In a box, there are also a lot of blue-patterned golden horns, which are the head horns of the king of jade leaf, and there are thousands of them. I heard that this kind of blue-patterned golden horn can be exchanged for 1 Xuanhuan pill with 1,000 pieces, and the quantity is enough now. 1 Xuanhuan pill must be a good thing, and it is exactly what Chu Yan needs urgently. Hey, this is... As his consciousness swept across, Chu Yan was immediately attracted by a strange little flag. This kind of Taoist flag is not uncommon among cultivators, but there is a jade talisman on the side of this flag. 100-step fist. Chu Yan's consciousness entered the jade talisman, and his face was startled. Isn't this the Sun family of the 7 great ancient clans, the town clan's battle skills? The jade flute has been used before, and its power is extremely powerful. I found the treasure. Chu Yan looked at the jade talisman, and his face suddenly became happy, and he quickly started to look through it. #C3511 bold. With a glance, Chu Yan was stunned. There is no written record in this jade talisman, and it is empty. These 7 great ancient families are really careful. It is impossible for people to bring out such township Taoism, so this jade talisman should be a very special kind of restrictive jade talisman. Only when the supreme jade flute returns to the Sun family, in the designated area, will the jade talisman display the text. In this case, Chu Yan had no choice but to give up. Immediately, Chu Yan looked at the small flag, which was full of spiritual symbols, and a cloud of air flow was faintly flowing in it. This is the water spirit pattern, and the air flow is exactly the same as the breath of Jiuxiao. It seems that this is his trump card for daring to enter Jiuxiao. After searching with Chu Yan's spiritual sense, he came to a conclusion. After taking back the small flag, Chu Yan looked up at the extreme water cloud tied around him. Now that he has this small flag, he can make good use of the extreme water cloud tied, just like the jade flute. Then, Chu Yan transferred everything in the belt into his Rakshasa space. Unexpectedly, there are quite a lot of treasures in this belt. After Chu Yan expanded the Rakshasa space again, he put them all in. Bold. Just when Chu Yan was thinking of using the small flag to leave Jiuxiao, there was a sudden burst of drinking. Immediately afterwards, above the corpse of Supreme Yudi, a puff of smoke rose, and a figure evolved, staring at Chu Yan viciously. Who dares to kill my elder grandson? The person who spoke was none other than the 3rd younger brother of Supreme Yudi, the holy son of the Sun family. Chu Yan has seen his information and images on the Supreme list before, so he can see it at a glance, although it is blurry. Wait, thief, I will kill your 9 clans. This sentence made Chu Yan's face suddenly turn cold. The reverse scale cannot be touched, and if touched, one will die. Chu Yan's Ni Lin is a family member or friend. This guy dared to threaten himself like this as soon as he came out. Chu Yan, I'm waiting for you. If you don't come, I will go find you. After saying a word, Chu Yan waved his hand, and blasted the body of Yudi Supreme, including the head, into blood and flesh powder in front of him, flying in all directions. The phantom in midair was so angry that its 7 orifices were smoking, but it slowly disappeared helplessly. Sun Yuxiao. Chu Yan snorted coldly and wrote down the name. With a wave of his hand, the 9-region star atlas rotated, releasing a large piece of starlight to collect all the flesh and blood flying in the void into the 9-region star atlas, and began to refine it. As for Chu Yan himself, he sat cross-legged and began to adjust his breath to recover after swallowing the elixir. With the effect of the elixir, it took Chu Yan nearly an hour to recover his true qi. After Chu Yan finished his practice, he looked at the 9-realm star map for the first time, and he saw a group of blood power floating in it. It works. Chu Yan's eyes flashed. In this way, you can continue to use this method to improve your bloodline power. Start fusion. Inspired by the spiritual consciousness, the power of the blood vessels in the 9-realm star chart gushes out and enters the meridians of the body like a trickle. In an instant, the blood in Chu Yan's body rioted, as if they were all angry. It was as if a large group of beasts suddenly discovered the intruders and immediately launched an attack. In less than a moment, this wave of external blood power was instantly twisted into powder by Chu Yan's blood and swallowed up. Then, a faint force of blood began to flow out, which was significantly improved. This feeling made Chu Yan instantly feel that he was much stronger. The blood power of the 7 ancient families is really extraordinary. Moreover, the power of this bloodline can be accumulated, and when the quantitative change leads to a qualitative change, the improvement brought about will be even greater. Like the 7 great ancient clans, including some of the top 100 ancient clans, there are many who cultivate the power of blood. The only trouble now is that Chu Yan is worried that after he devours too much, his own blood resistance will become more serious. If a twisted situation is formed at that time, will both sides be hurt? This is a big hidden danger. It seems that we can only wait until we get the eternal power and the immortal demon god art to see if we can suppress this bloodline resistance. After Chu Yan made up his mind, he stopped thinking about it. After all, the willpower of the two great masters should be able to suppress, one cannot, and the two together with the soul of the god of war will directly suppress it by force. Chu Yan was taken aback by the communication jade talisman, and took it out to see that it was Yu Linglong who had arrived. Immediately, Chu Yan waved a small flag and began to manipulate the extreme water cloud tide. His figure soared into the sky, and flew towards the outside. After Chu Yan left, he continued to look for the jade leaf beast of the supreme peak, and hunted and killed it all the way. After Jiuxiao lost control, it moved forward on its own, getting farther and farther away, but with a divine sense of Chu Yan attached to it, you can know where it is at any time. At this time, the supreme beings who hunted and killed the transcending tribulation jade leaf beast with Chu Yan had already spread the news of Chu Yan. In less than an hour, the entire place of questioning knew that Chu Yan was in Yuya Lake. What a Chu Yan dare to appear! Great, quickly gather people and go to Yuya Lake now. This is troublesome. The forces of all parties know about it, and they are all going to grab Chu Yan's secret. It depends on who is faster. Fortunately, we are not far from Yuya Lake, so hurry up. All of a sudden, the bigwigs from all sides ordered together, all targeting Chu Yan and Yuya Lake. Of course, there are also some influential figures who directly ordered to gather in Yuya City. After all, they guessed that after such a long time, Chu Yan might have left Yuya Lake a long time ago. The most furious was the Sun family where the 7 great ancient clans belonged. Sun Jiuxiao was completely blown up, and the roar could be heard for hundreds of miles around. The entire Sun family was trembling because of the Holy Sun's anger. On the other side, Chu Yan seemed to be lucky. He spent 2 hours killing a total of 5 jade leaf beasts at the peak of the Supreme Being. In addition to the previous inventory of UD Supreme, it is completely enough. Then, Chu Yan directly returned to Jiuxiao, fixed it in a canyon at the bottom of the lake, and began to retreat. Start retreat. I hope it will succeed. Chu Yan took a deep breath, waved his hand to take out all the monster crystals of the jade leaf beast peak, and started to refine them with the God-defying flame. The Suzaku flame is fused into the God-defying flame, which is very effective for refining and merging this kind of demon crystal. With a whoosh, the flames covered and came out, and a powerful monster breath gushed out, rushing into Chu Yan's body like a frenzy. Chu Yan's body trembled violently, and his face turned blood red instantly. The monster crystal of the peak jade leaf beast is really extraordinary. Although there is some monster breath in it, after being double refined by Suzaku Divine Fire and Ni Divine Flame, it has almost no effect. This time, Chu Yan let go of all of them and frantically began to merge. #C3512 Confluence. 3 hours later, most of the monster crystal of the half-step main realm that Chu Yan fused had been consumed. Even if 1/10 of the spiritual breath of this demon crystal is enough for a strong person in the early stage of the supreme realm to break through to the realm of Xiaocheng. But now, Chu Yan is 70% fused, and the supreme power in his body has just been abundant, and there are signs of a breakthrough. Compared with ordinary cultivators, Chu Yan consumes too much for a breakthrough. Whether it is the 9 realms star map, the soul of the god of war, the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, including the Haotian sword, they all need to be upgraded together. This is also the trouble of too many whole cards, and the consumption is at least 5 times that of the same level. Continue. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan began to urge Suzaku Dihua and Nishenyan with all his strength with the help of the powerful supreme power. The next moment, the demon crystals in the Quasi-Dao main realm were surrounded by flames and began to burn crazily. A large stream of pure asking breath poured into the body like a tide, causing the supreme power that was already full to explode instantly. The powerful supreme power overflowed, causing the surrounding void to tremble, and the powerful supreme power swept all around and swept all directions. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged in Chu Yan's body. It felt like a peerless beast waking up from a deep sleep. Chu Yan's whole body was shocked, and his consciousness fluctuated. This is the bloodline breath of Emperor Zhou Tian, which has been affected by the powerful power of the Supreme, and it also shows signs of awakening. Of course, Chu Yan would not care about this and let it explode. However, after a few breaths, a sudden change occurred. The power of Zhou Tiandi's bloodline did not integrate into the supreme power at all as Chu Yan expected, but opened up an independent area in the Sea of Qi in his Dantian, where the bloodlines of the 7 ancient families that Chu Yan had just swallowed, all were pulled out from the 9-domain star chart. The powers of several bloodlines reached Qi Hai, and were swallowed and fused by Zhou Tiandi's bloodline in an instant, growing continuously. What's happening here? Chu Yan couldn't react for a while. Although Zhou Tiandi's bloodline is strong, even if he can sense the power of the bloodlines of the 7 ancient families, why didn't it react when he used the 9-region star map to devour the bloodlines of the 7 ancient families? Just when Chu Yan was about to communicate with Zhou Tiandi's blood, suddenly, the devil's breath at the heart also turned into a black gossamer, and began to flow through the meridians. Looking at the direction, it turned out to be heading towards the Sea of Qi. In less than a blink of an eye, the devil's breath swam into the Sea of Qi, and let out a roar at the blood of Zhou Tiandi, who was growing and merging. Then, the black magic breath turned into a sharp arrow and shot straight out. With a bang, the power of the blood was shot through instantly, and after being broken by the magic breath, it got in. Boom, boom. The sudden rage broke out without any warning, as if a ball of thunder exploded in the whole body. Immediately afterwards, all the supreme power in Chu Yan's body poured into this bloodline area like 1,000 rivers returning to the tide. This time, Chu Yan was completely dumbfounded. The aura that was finally fused together disappeared in the blink of an eye. When will we be able to break through? If he continues like this, he will no longer have the possibility of breaking through, so he will always stay in the early stage of Supreme. Emperor Zhou's breath, Emperor Yuan's will, what are they doing together? Chu Yan couldn't understand at all why the wills left by the 2 great masters would be robbed at the same time. And the targets are all the blood power of the 7 ancient families. Is it because I was worried that the blood power is strong, so they came to help suppress it? But, what are the consequences of doing it this way? Originally, I was worried about the conflict between the blood of the 7 great ancient clans and my own blood, but now it's all over, and I have to guard against the conflict of will between these 2 Zhangzhu. Chu Yan's face was covered with black lines, and he was speechless. This is simply to use a new trouble to solve an old trouble. What's the point of that? Originally, I wanted to use the blood of the 7 ancient families to improve my blood power, but now I was robbed by the 2 of them. Isn't there no way to improve it? Forget it, forget about it. Chu Yan shook his head. Anyway, there is no sign for the time being, so ignore it for now. These 2 wills are in his body and are completely out of control. Now he must find the eternal power and immortal demon god Ard as soon as possible, and suppress them. Otherwise, there will be 2 more uncertain factors in my body. Next, Chu Yan took a deep breath and continued to practice. At the same time, the spiritual consciousness rushed to the Sea of Qi, constantly communicating with this bloodline area, wanting to spy on it. Time passed, and 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Swish all over, outside the canyon in the distance, a beautiful figure flew towards him like a cloud. Exquisite. Chu Yan opened his eyes, and when he saw the figure, a smile appeared on his face. Opening the Jishui Yunqiao channel, with a wave of his hand, Chu Yan stood up, and rushed here with a dodge. Didn't you agree to meet outside? While talking, Chu Yan used the method of asking questions, covering Yu Linglong's whole body with energy. Although this extreme water cloud tide can be controlled by the small flag, it is extremely cold and still has the danger of being attacked. Yu Linglong had just broken through, so she ran to find her because she didn't even consolidate her realm. You underestimate me too much, don't you know that this extreme water cloud tide is useless to me? Yu Linglong also looked at Chu Yan with a smile on her face. 3 talents, Qi. As if to prove herself, Yu Linglong flipped her small hand, and 3 groups of divine light shot up into the sky. The trio. The pupils of Chu Yan's unicorn were running, and his eyes were all bright. Yu Linglong is the tri-talent array created by Ji Chongxing and the 3 of them. It has been cultivated to the extreme. Even the power of Jishui Yunqiao can't penetrate a single bit, and even the pupils of Qilin can't see through it. Such a large formation is definitely the top-level offensive and defensive formation in the God's Domain continent. Moreover, there is obviously a breath of green lotus in the 3 talents, which makes Chu Yan feel extremely familiar and close. After I broke through to Supreme, the saplings in my body have grown a lot, and now the power of the 3-talent formation has also increased a lot. Even if the 3 old ghosts work together, it's nothing more than that. Yu Linglong raised her jade hand, brushed her hair lightly, her big beautiful eyes were full of agility and complacency. This appearance can only be revealed in front of Chu Yan, which makes Chu Yan tremble suddenly. Later, after you lost the green lotus, the 3-talent tree began to bear fruit, and I don't know what use it is. However, the defense of the 3-talent array has increased again. Let alone the same level now, even the supreme peak can't break it. Open. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. If it is a fruit, does it need the power of the supreme to grow? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yu Linglong nodded slightly, and said, yes, that's why it grows very slowly. I really want to know what it will look like when it grows up completely. Maybe it's a heavenly treasure. When Yu Linglong said this, her eyes were full of stars. In fact, she hoped that this kind of seed would bear a green lotus. In this way, Chu Yan could have a green lotus again. #C3513 Sing to Wine. The latest website, Chu Yan naturally knew about Yu Linglong's thoughts, and the warmth surged in his heart. The unintentional act at the beginning has now left a trace of seeds for the green lotus. Maybe it is really possible to breed a second green lotus. The eternal flower is the key to achieving the eternal body. Tianpa, the 6th of the gods, even betrayed Chu Yan for this flower, even if he would bear the whole world's infamy. Although Yu Linglong doesn't have the opportunity to have the eternal body, but if she can really give birth to the eternal flower, maybe other opportunities will be born, which is also a great thing. Brother Chu Yan, stop talking about this, come and see what I brought you. Yu Linglong smiled mischievously, and with a wave of her jade hand, she took out hundreds of bottles of spirit wine. As soon as these spirit wines in jade bottles appeared, the whole space was filled with fragrance. Obviously they were the top spirit wines. You. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan smiled wryly. This level of spiritual wine is probably impossible to sell outside. It is only possible that Yu Linglong completely emptied the 3 old ghosts, especially the wine cellar in Lingnan Cave. The Lingnan Cave master is naturally fond of wine, so even if it is the supreme title, he is named after the wine cave. Don't worry, I left 3 bottles for the old ghost. Yu Linglong didn't care at all, and waved to fetch 2 bottles of spirit wine, and when they handed them to Chu Yan, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her face. 3 bottles. Is it a little less? Of course Chu Yan also knows the preferences of the Lingnan Cave master, but Yu Linglong has good intentions, so he is of course willing to accompany him. Besides, I have been cultivating hard during this period of time, and I really haven't had a good time to relax after many battles. Then, the 2 drank the wine hidden by the Lingnan Cave master, and told their hearts that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After a long time, there was no smell of wine in the entire canyon, and even a few monsters were attracted, but in the end, Chu Yan cut it off with a sword, and roasted it on the bonfire. Barbecue. Good wine, beauty, this drunk, what regrets? For Chu Yan himself, he has never been so relaxed since he came to God's domain continent for so long. Thinking about it carefully, although I cultivated the path against the sky and faced many life and death and desperate situations, it seems to be not bad now. Having family, friends, beauty, and pursuit of martial arts path, all these are so beautiful. Perhaps because of a change in his mind, Chu Yan simply gave up the circulation of his true qi, and truly experienced the joy of being drunk for a while. The end result was that both of them were drunk, and the entire canyon became quiet. After one night, when Chu Yan woke up, looking at the messy scene, he suddenly smiled wryly. Ling Long, after I achieve the Tao Master Realm, I will definitely take you back to the 10 Directions Starfield. After making up his mind, Chu Yan didn't wake up Yu Linglong, and went to practice quietly. What he didn't know was that Yu Linglong had woken up a long time ago, and when she heard Chu Yan's words, she raised her mouth slightly. An hour later, Yu Linglong lazily woke up, raised her body, and looked at Chu Yan. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Brother Chu Yan, now the news about you in Yuya Lake has spread, what are your plans? Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and replied. I killed a Sun Family Supreme, and got a batch of blue-patterned golden horns, which I plan to exchange for a 10,000 king pill. With this 10,000 king pill, you should be able to hit the realm of great success. In the previous battle with the UD Supreme, Chu Yan knew that the battle between the Supreme Realm powerhouses was extremely dangerous. Although he killed Supreme UD with his cultivation at the initial stage, he knew very well that Supreme UD's combat power was at the peak level, and he was probably at the middle and lower levels. Moreover, the situation I am facing now is very unfavorable. If I can kill 1, if 10, 100. Therefore, it is the most important thing to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. I heard that the 10,000 Kings pill requires thousands of blue-patterned golden horns. Are you enough? Yu Linglong asked. Well, yes, I happen to have more than 1,300 pieces here. As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. There are more than 300 extra coins, and you can exchange them for other things. It's just that you know. Yu Linglong thought for a while, looked at Chu Yan, and then said, let me go, it's inconvenient for you to appear outside now. Also. Without hesitation, Chu Yan handed over all the blue-patterned golden horns to Yu Linglong. You wait for me here. After Yu Linglong finished speaking, she jumped up and flew out of the canyon. When Chu Yan saw that Yu Linglong was out of the range of Jiuxiao, he turned around and began to practice. After more than half a day passed, news came from Yu Linglong. Brother Chu Yan, I saw a pair of beautiful wind chimes, gold and silver, let's have one for each of us. Brother Chu Yan, here is a treasure map. It's in Jiuxiao Bay. I heard it's very beautiful there. There's more. Seeing all the news and the jade talisman of communication, the corners of Chu Wei's mouth twitched suddenly. This month Linglong may have held back for too long. She was as excited as a little girl when she saw the bustling city. Chu Yan shook his head, and replied one by one, asking her to buy everything she likes, including the treasure map, and go to explore together when she has time. After another hour passed, Yu Linglong finally met the supreme peak. However, when Yu Linglong's news came back, Chu Yan's face turned dark immediately. It's fake news. This old guy wants to cheat. He is one of the twins. It is his younger brother who made the deal off. I'm fighting him, he's average, don't worry. If he wants to pester him again, I will use the 3 talents, you don't have to come here. Seeing these messages, Chu Yan's whole body exploded instantly. What an old guy, dare to bully Yu Linglong. Court death. Call out. Chu Yan's figure turned into a flash of lightning, rushed out of the extreme water cloud tide, and rushed towards Yuya City. At this time in Yuya City, there are countless powerful people from various forces waiting for Chu Yan with a big net. But so what? This time, let all the forces in the world know that not everyone can be provoked by them. The electric light rushed out of Yuya Lake, flew up to the sky, pulled out light trails in the sky, and shot directly at Yuya City. At full speed, I am afraid that even the Supreme Peak will not be able to catch up with the current Chu Yan. On the other side, Yuya City is also very lively. The great battle in the city attracted the attention of various forces. On a main street, the endless mighty tide surged, rushing towards all directions. 3 gold and silver-colored light clusters hovered around the woman in the blue skirt, blocking all the attacks from the opposite side. The golden light group in it continued to fight back, releasing powerful power, which surprised the practitioners present. No one thought that an initial cultivator who had just broken through to the Supreme Realm would end up in a tie with the Supreme Peak. Little girl, you advise you to surrender obediently and hand over my things. The dark-skinned old man looked at Yu Linglong, and waved a killing stick like a tide. He is a little uncertain now, who is this female cultivator, and why she has such a strong combat power. Could it be that he has hit an iron plate? Can't he be the saint of a certain force? #C3514 Wanna die. The latest website, killed a power stick. Among the cultivators in God's domain continent, very few people use this kind of weapon, but the one in his hand is somewhat special. The material of this killing power stick is a tree that grows naturally on the corpse of the Taoist realm. After he got it, after removing the branches and roots, he found a stick magic weapon made by the craftsman. Therefore, there is a trace of the will of the Taoist realm attached to this killing power stick. In the Supreme Realm, even if it is one level higher, it is an invincible magic weapon. The old guy's magical weapon is really good. Yu Linglong could obviously feel that when the Sankai formation was under the attack of that killing power stick, it received extremely strong force. When incomparable Yu Linglong was fighting against the powerhouses of the same level, the power of the 3-talented formation was suppressed quite a bit. Look, the little girl's spiritual formation is about to fail. This is troublesome, she is afraid that today will be unlucky. The cultivators present are all powerful from all sides, so they can naturally see the changes in the battle situation. In the early stages of the Supreme Realm, such a cultivation base is still too weak. Although there is a spirit array to protect the body, there is really no hope against a peak of the Supreme Realm, given that the opponent is still an invincible soldier. There were no less than 1,000 cultivators watching the battle in the city, but when faced with a weak female cultivator being bullied, none of them made a move. Boom! Boom! The airwaves are raging, and the fighting power sweeps away. All kinds of power exploded, the streets of Yuya City trembled constantly, the surrounding world changed color, and the battle was so fierce. The old guy was full of vigor, and he kept bombarding Yu Linglong's 3-talent formation with a killing stick in his hand. His eyes were full of light, obviously waiting for the 3-talent formation to shatter. Die. After a frenzied attack, cracks appeared in the Sankai formation, the old guy blushed, and once again burst out with supreme power. He shot with all his strength. The cultivators around saw this scene with their own eyes. Suddenly Chi-Chi gasped. Among other things, this supreme peak combat power, coupled with a divine weapon of the will of the Taoist realm, is really terrifying. Start. At this moment, the blue moon flashed in Yu Linglong's eyes, and a strange handprint was formed under the flipping of her jade hand. This is Yu Linglong's last whole card that she has kept, but has not played. Once she uses it, it will be counterattacked. However, at this moment, a dazzling ray of light flashed above the sky, shooting like a meteor from the sky. Call out. There was a sound of piercing through the air, and a radiant sword light, like a divine sword descended from the sky, slashed fiercely on the killing power stick. Seeing this scene, the old Supreme Master suddenly shrank his pupils, quickly took out a magic talisman, poured it with the power of Supreme, and threw it into the sky, and at the same time retracted the killing stick. It exploded with a bang, and the sword light collided with the spirit talisman, and at the same time it turned into powder and power, flying in all directions. Who? The old supreme was full of anger, and shouted loudly. Seeing that he was about to succeed, he was suddenly stopped by someone, and the old lord's face turned pale with anger. In this Jade Leaf City, there are still people who dare to stop him. The person who sent you to heaven. Of course, the person who came was none other than Chu Yan, who was full of anger, pointing at the old man with a Haoyan sword in his hand. At this time, Chu Yan's whole body was full of true energy, the 12 ways of asking questions in his body were running, the 3 souls gathered together, and all the power continued to flow towards the Haoyan sword. Another early stage of Supreme. The old Supreme looked at Chu Yan, swept his consciousness, and his tense face gradually relaxed, and even sneered. However, just when he was about to open his mouth to laugh a few words, his face froze suddenly and froze instantly. I saw that the sword light from the opposite side was coming. The power of this sword, even if it was still 100,000 steps away, his spirit had already started to be alert, and his whole body was suddenly cold. Angry. How many years have passed, as the existence of the Supreme Peak, when did he feel such a strong death energy rising in his body? The sword power of a mere cultivator at the beginning of the Supreme Realm actually made him feel life and death. Thousands of rivers storm. The Supreme Old Man was not an idle person either. He reacted extremely quickly, raised his hand and cast a powerful Taoist technique under the roar, blasting at the opponent. However, the black-robed cultivator on the opposite side was like a towering mountain. Facing his powerful Taoism, he remained motionless. He swung the long sword in his hand like a god's ruler, and cut the wave of attack in half. The killing power stick was shot, with the will of the Taoist realm blocking the sky. What? The faces of the cultivators present all changed. This black-robed cultivator who suddenly appeared had such a strong combat power. He was also at the Supreme Early Stage Cultivation base, and he cut into pieces the powerful Taoism of the Supreme Peak with a single sword. After forcing the other party to use the killing power stick, there is no possibility of surviving. However, just as such an idea appeared, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. I saw that there was a loud noise, and the sword light reappeared above the sky, which was extremely bright. After falling, it collided with the killing power stick, and with a click, it directly cut the killing power stick into 2 pieces. The old Supreme trembled violently, holding the broken 2-section killing power stick. He was dumbfounded. Just as he was staring blankly at the broken sticks in his hands, the left and right 2 broken sticks dissipated like sand and flew all over the sky. The powerful will of the Taoist realm was completely annihilated at this moment. Because he was dazed and stupefied, the remaining mighty air blast from the air swept over him, and the old Supreme Being was sent flying 100 steps backwards before barely standing still. However, at this time, his face was pale, his mind was lost, and he looked up at the black-robed youth opposite him, completely stupefied. This is the killing stick of the will of the Taoist realm. In this place of asking, I have been rampant for thousands of years, and I am almost undefeated in the same level, because of this fetish. But now, with just 1 strike, he was chopped into pieces. He couldn't believe it at all. Such a combat power, even at the peak of the Supreme Realm, couldn't do it. How could he be possible in the early stage of the Supreme? The old Supreme was in a daze. Chu Yan would not be idle. With a finger of the long sword in his hand, the monstrous sword power broke out and he slashed straight down. For those who deceive and bully you Ling Long, Chu Yan is too lazy to talk nonsense with him, just kill him. The sword fell like a violent storm, covering the entire void where the old Supreme Being was. 1 leaf covers the sky. The old man's body sensed the danger, but he lost his fighting spirit. Without any hesitation, he directly cast the void escape technique and dodged to the other side. Just as his figure disappeared from the spot, the sword light fell straight, chopping down all the buildings on the entire street. At this moment, the expressions of all the cultivators watching around changed drastically, and they fled in all directions. You must know that the buildings in Yuya City are all blessed, and the General Supreme Realm Powerhouse can't shake any brick at all. You must die. Chu Yan turned his sword and pointed at the standing there, dumbfounded, and opened his mouth wide to look at the collapsed old Supreme. The breath in his body kept rising like a peerless beast. You want to kill me, no way. The old Supreme yelled, but his heart was full of hairs. You know, he fought that girl for so long just now, and even the floor tiles were not broken. Once this guy made a move, the whole street was ruined. This is what I can beat. In such a situation, the only way to do it is to use a unique move, otherwise you will surely die. #C3515 Silly. The latest website, including Chu Yan, everyone looked at the old Supreme, all in a daze. I saw a large amount of blood gushing out of the old Supreme's body, winding like a blood mist, converging into a special rune, rising up. The appearance of this blood glyph stunned everyone present. Others don't know, but in this Jade Leaf City, most of the cultivators of the 7 ancient families are familiar with this special blood symbol. Heaven and Earth Great Sacrifice. God Lord of Myriad Worlds, condescend to descend. What the old Supreme Master performed was the extremely taboo blood sacrifice dafa among the 7 great ancients. He used his own blood power as a sacrifice to attract the power of the ancient powerhouse and kill the enemy. This move is a famous double-edged sword that hurts the enemy by 800 and hurts oneself by 1000. It is impossible for someone to perform it unless it is not beneficial. In an instant, the old Supreme Being, whose face was still red, turned pale, due to the passing of blood essence. What's more frightening is that his flesh is also rapidly sinking, as if all the flesh and blood under the skin are disappearing. In the blink of an eye, his whole body has turned into a pair of human skin skeletons, which is very miserable to look at. However, because of his unique move, the entire sky completely changed its color, and a large swath of aura fell from the sky and the earth, scattered and surged in all directions. In the void, an incomparably tall figure appeared, standing between the heaven and the earth, like the master of the sky and the earth. Heaven and Earth Tao Scroll. Chu Yan knew in his heart that this supreme peak was desperate. Of course he would not be careless, and directly summoned the Tao Scroll. The Tao Scroll came out across the sky, and spread out to a width of 10,000 feet in an instant, like a sea of clouds enveloping the tall phantom. Boom, boom. The sound of heaven and earth cracking sounded, and the entire Yuya city was trembling. The power of the Tao Scroll of heaven and earth, like the tide of the flood, not only the master of the phantom, but also everything was blasted into powder. In that way, it was like a big mountain plowed hard on this collapsed street, completely turning it into ruins. The old man is stupid. This time is really stupid. This is his life-saving forbidden technique, so he can't even resist it. You die. Chu Yan wouldn't talk nonsense with him at all, just raised his hand and waved. The heaven and earth scroll turned, and moved sideways like a mountain. With just one hit, it hit the old Supreme, and there was a sudden cracking sound of broken bones, and the whole body flew upside down. When it hit the ground, it rebounded and turned into a piece of flesh and blood, flying in all directions, and sprinkled on the ruins of the street. In an instant, the entire street was surrounded by tens of thousands of people watching the battle, and there was silence. Everyone stared at the slightly red ruined ground, completely unable to believe their eyes. A supreme peak, just like that, died. The fighting power of the supreme peak, the killing power of the Taoist will, the blood altar forbidden technique of the 7 ancient families, these powerful forces, are all scum in front of a black-robed cultivator in the early stage of the supreme. Brother Chu Yan, didn't you tell you not to use it? Seeing that the battle was over, Yu Linglong flew over and landed on Chu Yanxiang's side. Although the tone of her small mouth was reproachful, her big beautiful eyes were full of joy. Chu Yan, for her, flew thousands of miles, beheaded. It's not easy to stay here for a long time, let's leave first. Chu Yan smiled slightly at Yu Linglong, then raised his hand, and the heaven and earth rolled across the sky, lifting the two of them and disappearing directly into the void. Even if Chu Yan left, the dead and ruined street did not recover. After 10 breaths of time, only the cultivator reacted. What happened just now? It's not right. Even if they are peerless geniuses, the saints and saints of the 7 ancient families, it is impossible for them to have such combat power. It's only possible, it's on the top 10 peerless list. Wait, did you have the aura of some ways of asking just now? It seems so, could it be that he is Chu Yan? It's not like his appearance and breath are wrong, unless he uses a secret technique to change his breath and appearance. It's probably him, definitely. Oh my god, is it really the 5th successor of the gods, Chu Yan, who is the son of Zhou Tiandi's reincarnation? Quick! The cultivators present reacted one after another, all of them trembling. It is impossible to see that the person in the battle just now turned out to be Chu Yan, who has recently been famous in the gods' domain continent. The point is, the battle just now was so exciting that most cultivators were dumbfounded and didn't think much about it. Now that the battle was over and the black-robed cultivator had left, they gradually came to their senses. Okay. You have the guts. This Chu Yan dared to rush to Yuya City to kill a woman for the sake of a woman. The one who killed was a supreme peak. It's Wu Fei, the son of Emperor Zhou Tian. This is nothing like his reincarnation. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. After a group of cultivators reacted, they all rose into the sky and rushed towards the outside of Yuya City. Even more cultivators took out the jade talisman and began to send messages frantically, sending news that Chu Yan appeared in Yuya City and the sword had cut the supreme peak back to the Zonman forces. The next moment, the entire Yuya City was in a commotion. All kinds of divine consciousness sound transmissions are flying all over the sky, and there are terrifying and powerful figures in the city, soaring into the sky and flying in all directions. On the other side, Chu Yan had already collected the Heaven and Earth Tao scroll, and was flying rapidly with his movements. At this time, his power of consciousness and will erupted to the extreme, blasting all kinds of probing consciousness that swept over from the void into dust. Go to the left, there is a forbidden area over there. Yu Linglong was looking at the map all the time, and after finding an ancient forbidden land in the front left, she hurriedly said to Chu Yan. With a swish, Chu Yan turned quickly, and the speed was a little faster. This ancient forbidden place is connected to another impenetrable secret place. From ancient times to the present, the powerful prohibition in it has killed many cultivators. Therefore, few people dare to break into this place now. However, what is a dangerous place for others is not necessarily for Chu Yan, and it may be an excellent place for protection. At this moment, a group of people are flying rapidly above the vast sea in the land of asking. Suddenly the leading figure stopped, and his spiritual consciousness carefully looked at the communication jade talisman in his hand, before raising his head after a while. What a Chu Yan, he actually killed another supreme peak, the strength of this sun. This person is the contemporary son of the Sun family, Sun Jiuxiao. He hurried all the way, and led a large group of people to fly in the direction of Yuya Lake. When he received the news on the way, his expression changed involuntarily. Sun Jin, go to Yuya City first, find out where Chu Yan fled, and report back immediately. Yes. After a cultivator took the order, he took out the jade talisman and disappeared instantly on the spot. Let's continue walking towards Yuya City. Immediately, Sun Jiuxiao waved his hand and continued to fly forward with the brigade, but the speed was obviously not as fast as before. After all, Chu Yan killed Supreme Peak in Yuya City, so it is impossible to stay in the city. Now it is necessary to figure out Chu Yan's movements in order to determine the direction. #C3516 Spiritual Treasure. To the east of Yuya City, in the mountains. There is also a group of cultivators here, gathered near the top of the mountain. The leading strong man is none other than Xinghen, the suzerain of the ancient Blood Sky sect. Behind him, there are the Supreme Master Xingtian, the god of dogs, and other experts from the Absolute Heaven sect. Of course, there are also supreme experts from the ancient Blood Heaven sect. Even if the Blood Sky ancient sect was almost wiped out by the Tianluan sect and the Tianqian Digong before, the top combat power was hardly affected. Now the two forces have joined forces, and their combat power is astonishing. Even the 7 great ancient families would not dare to provoke them. This Chu Yan is really not a kind person, he actually killed 2 supreme peaks. There was a sneer on Xinghen's face. Friend Xingtian, I will trouble you when the time comes. This time, Xingtian Supreme brought the method of Tianpa, which can track Chu Yan's position. Originally, they were planning to go to Yuya Lake, only to find Chu Yan and attack him. The Supreme Master Xingtian nodded. Without any hesitation, he began to arrange the spiritual array. After setting up the formation, he took out a jade bottle and put it in the eye of the formation. After opening it, a gust of blood rushed out, followed by a tall phantom. This figure belonged to one of the 10 gods of ancient times, the 10th of the gods. And this Holy Heaven Supreme is the successor of the 10th person of the gods. Of course, his inheritance was also given to him by Tianpa from the 10th person. As the 6th of the gods, Tianpa happened to know where the 10th person's inheritance was, so he bestowed it on Xingtian Supreme. In the inheritance of the 10th person of the gods, there is a special secret technique, which is the secret technique used to explore the world. Although Xingtian Supreme has only obtained the 10th person of the gods, less than 1/10 of the inheritance, the distance of the heaven and earth exploration technique is limited, but in the place of asking, it is enough. A pair of golden pupils opened, looking at the sky, the earth and the sky. Faint golden ripples rippled in the void and continued to spread out. Not long after, Xingtian Supreme opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the sky ahead. It has been found. Chu Yan is approaching here. Hearing this, Xinghen's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. This luck is too good. Chu Yan himself hit the muzzle of the gun. I don't know where he is going, let's hide and follow behind to see. While speaking, Xinghen took everyone to fly high into the sky, and at the same time several Supremes made a move and began to arrange a hidden formation. The aura of a group of bigwigs instantly dimmed and disappeared continuously. Chu Yan, you must die this time. Xinghen looked at the distant sky with murderous intent in his eyes. In the following time, the world fell into silence, without a single sound. And in the distant sky, Chu Yan is using the will of God of War to constantly destroy various detections and locks. Yu Linglong used the body of the great spiritual god to forcibly change the aura of the heaven and earth, freezing the aura in the entire void of the heaven and earth, so that those who explored did not know how their investigative consciousness disappeared. In this way, Chu Yan's whereabouts will not be exposed at all. That's right there, Cloud City. Following Yu Linglong's jade pointing in the direction, Chu Yan looked up. In the boundless sky, a small city floated among the clouds, looming above the peak. If you don't stare at it all the time, you may not be able to find its existence. And behind it, there is a pair of more blurred sun and moon hanging high in the sky, releasing a faint brilliance. Below the city in the clouds, there are continuous mountains, endless grasslands, and a lake with clear waves, reflecting the vision of the sun and the moon shining together. This ancient ruin is the target of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong this time. From ancient times to the present, it has been opened 3 times, and each time it was opened for a very long time, ranging from 100 years to 300 years. Among them, some strong people have come here, trying to break into it to find opportunities. However, even the supreme peak couldn't enter the city, and they were all blocked outside the city wall, causing countless deaths and injuries. This deserted city seemed to be guarded by a heavy army, and it was impossible for anyone to break into the city. This city is extremely murderous, and there is a bloody smell everywhere. There must be a lot of supreme powers lost here. Go, try it, maybe there is a chance. For Chu Yan and Yu Linglong now, the more dangerous they are, the safer they are. If you can enter it, then you don't have to worry about the chasers later. Immediately, the two of them restrained their aura, circulated their true energy, and moved towards Yunzhong City, all of them tensed. However, before they got close to the city within 10 miles, all kinds of murderous intentions emerged like a tide in the surrounding sky and the earth. Whether it's vegetation, rocks, or a lifeless little cordyceps beast, it may turn into a monstrous power and suddenly strike at the two of them. Fortunately, Chu Yan has the pupils of a unicorn, and Yu Linglong has the body of a great spirit god. With the combination of the two, they can perceive all kinds of murderous intentions in advance. As they approached the Chengchi mountain range, the speed of the two became slower and slower. The killing intent restriction here is more than 10 times stronger than that in the outer areas. It was only with a full attack that he could barely resolve it, and the continuous eruption of power caused a thunderous sound, resounding through the entire mountain range. Look, brother Chu Yan, there is a treasure of heaven and earth over there. Yu Linglong has a body protected by a great spirit god, and is extremely sensitive to the aura of the surrounding world. She discovered a treasure land before Chu Yan. There is another piece over there, wow, a lot. Yu Linglong, whose beautiful big eyes were full of starlight, was so happy that she cried softly. Chu Yan smiled lightly, without any hesitation. After crossing the void, he and Yu Linglong took away all the treasures of heaven and earth. An hour later, the two continued to move forward, and soon reached the depths of the mountains. There are hundreds of treasures of heaven and earth collected along the way, all of which are above the immortal rank, and 3 of them have reached the Dao rank. The place of asking is really extraordinary, and there are even Dao-level treasures of heaven and earth. Yu Linglong is extremely happy now, her little face is blushing. After all, she and Chu Yan harvested it together, and she discovered it all. And in front of it, a waterfall appeared, and thousands of water splashes flew up, like a large number of fireflies flying in the air. The spiritual aura of asking here is extremely rich, and even in the rising mist, there are various visions condensing and evolving. This is a treasure land of spiritual breath. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were startled, they didn't expect such a treasure land to exist in this mountain range. Moreover, there seemed to be a natural aura shield in the void, covering a radius of 10 miles, and all the aura of the treasure land could not escape. If you don't get close, you can't find the existence of this treasure land of spiritual breath. Before, Chu Yanchu had encountered the spiritual breath treasure land twice, and compared with this place, it was even worse. This is an opportunity to hit the realm. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, looking at the surrounding environment. #C3517 Xuanhuan. They have just arrived here, and from the distance from the periphery to the depths, they have experienced countless restrictions and murderous intentions. If someone chases after him, it may take a lot of time and money to get there. So, this place is temporarily safe. Just 1 hour. Chu Yan nodded after thinking for a moment. After all, both he and Yu Linglong needed to resume breath control, especially herself. Okay, brother Chu Yan, adjust your breath quickly, I'll look around and refer to the map. Yu Linglong also agreed. Chu Yan didn't waste time, and after a few words of advice, he sat cross-legged near the waterfall and began to adjust his breath, while Yu Linglong carefully looked around. Before the waterfall, as soon as Chu Yan mobilized his true energy, he could feel the spiritual energy around him coming in like a tide. Time was tight, while refining and adjusting breath, at the same time, Chu Yan took out the treasures of heaven and earth that he had harvested before, and began to swallow them. With the two-pronged approach, the recovery speed of true qi has more than doubled, and Chu Yan also has time to look up at Yu Linglong, who is not far away, poking his head outside a stone forest. Seeing her cute appearance, Chu Yan's heart suddenly warmed up, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Although this journey was on the run, and he experienced countless murderous intentions and dangers, it was the happiest time for Chu Yan after arriving in God's domain continent. After all, traveling with Yu Linglong feels completely different. Not long after confirming the surrounding environment, Yu Linglong returned to the waterfall, smiled at Chu Yan, sat down side by side and began to practice. However, just as she started mobilizing her true energy, her expression changed slightly. Huh. Suddenly, Yu Linglong found that her little sapling had changed. But when Yu Linglong's spiritual consciousness shrouded the past, when she observed carefully, she found that the little sapling had returned to calm, without any change. Although Yu Linglong was astonished, she didn't think too much and continued to sit cross-legged to practice. Therefore, she never noticed that the aura released intermittently by the young sapling was passing through her body and continuously spreading around. As time went by, the pure aura around him continued to flow towards Chu Yan and Yu Linglong like a spring. The bloodline area in Chu Yan's Qi seems to have fallen asleep, and he seems to have no interest in the supreme power refined by Chu Yan, which makes Chu Yan feel a little relieved. Now, the supreme power has reached its peak, and only one opportunity is needed to start a breakthrough. Chu Yan took a deep breath, and began to activate the method of asking God of War to break through with all his strength. According to the intensity of the aura here at the waterfall, at most 1 hour can allow him to break through to the supreme Desheng realm. This is a rare opportunity, and Chu Yan will never miss it. With the operation of the method of asking, more and more spiritual breaths of asking around the waterfall gathered. And what changed with it was that the light formed by the supreme power on Chu Yan's body continued to shine brightly. The powerful supreme power picked up the wind and enveloped the entire waterfall area. A powerful force slowly condenses in the void. Seeing this scene, Yu Linglong immediately beamed with joy, which was obviously a sign that a breakthrough was imminent. Great place! This waterfall is really nice. At this moment, a strange sound sounded. In the void, not far away, a figure wearing a purple robe with a sun tattooed on his chest slowly appeared. This person is exactly Sun Jiuxiao, who has been following Chu Yan before. Behind him, a young man with a cold expression on his face, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding environment with different pupils. His cultivation has reached the state of supreme mastery. This young man is exactly the Sun family member who explored the way before, Sun Jin. Using secret techniques to track down the enemy's tracks was one of his trump cards, and he was the one who brought Sun Jiuxiao here. Sage son of the Sun family. Yu Linglong frowned slightly, her eyes suddenly turned cold. During the period of retreat with the 3 old ghosts, the 3 old ghosts had nothing to do, so they turned around Yu Linglong all day long, telling her everything about the land of asking. Those from the 7 great ancient families, those from the ancient tomb, those from the Dao-devouring clan, all kinds of powerhouses and supreme beings, as well as saint sons and saint daughters. Therefore, Yu Linglong can recognize Sun Jiuxiao at a glance. After all, the word sun is so big on his chest, which is particularly conspicuous. Sun Yudi's 3rd younger brother. The supreme peak that brother Chu Yan killed before. Brother Chu Yan has just entered the breakthrough juncture, so he can't be disturbed by these people, or he will miss this opportunity, and I don't know how long he will wait. This Sun Jiuxiao's strength is not weak, I don't know if the 3 talents. Yu Linglong was on guard against these members of the Sun family, and at the same time kept thinking in her heart. You know me. Sun Jiuxiao noticed that Yu Linglong had been staring at him, and asked immediately. It's a pity for a beauty, what is your relationship with this Chu Yan? If you abandon the dark and turn to the bright, I can accept you. Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Linglong erupted immediately, and her true energy was like a tide, shaking the void. Seeing this, Sun Yuxiao sneered, and at the same time burst out with aura, like a peerless beast. All the aura was suppressed towards Yu Linglong, as if to crush her directly. Yu Linglong's body suddenly felt like a mountain was weighing heavily on her body, and her feet sank. Clang! There was a sudden sound of sword sharpening, and the bright sword light shot out horizontally, slashing towards Sun Yuxiao, fiercely like the fury of thunder. Sun Yuxiao's figure trembled, the true energy in his body exploded. He pushed with both hands, and under the burst of powerful force, he directly blasted the incoming sword light into powder. Yu Linglong's face was full of astonishment, and she turned her head to look at the black-robed figure standing behind her. Brother Chu Yan gave up at the critical moment of breaking through. Sun Yuxiao. You came here for your brother. Chu Yan took a step forward, walked directly in front of Yu Linglong, blocked her behind, and looked at Sun Yuxiao. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Just to send you down to reunite with Sun Yudi. After the battle in Yuya City, it is now impossible for Chu Yan to let Yu Linglong take risks for herself. You wanna die? When Sun Yuxiao heard Chu Yan's words, he wanted to pretend to be calm, but after hearing Sun Yudi's name, he became completely angry. After uttering a word, the strength of the whole body surged, and rushed towards Chu Yan like a beast roaring. The astral of the god of war. Chu Yan raised his hand and punched out. The void was distorted, and the turbulent flow was like a tide. Humph. Just relying on this. Seeing the blow of the fist gang, Sun Yuxiao sneered, and the blood in his whole body was surging, which directly stimulated the power of the Sun family's blood. At this moment, Sun Yuxiao's breath exploded instantly. Before he came, he received the news, and with his elder brother Sun Yudi, this Chu Yan killed 2 supreme peaks. Therefore, as soon as Sun Yuxiao came up, he opened up all his firepower, preparing to kill Chu Yan directly with the force of thunder, without giving him the opportunity to use various means and cards. Boom, boom. The punch swept across like a raging dragon, and the palm prints made by Sun Yuxiao fell across the sky like a curtain of sky. The two intersected, exploding the sky-shattering and earth-shattering airwaves, billowing and turbulent. TXT download address. Phone reading.